Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Over to left. The ball is out of here. Game winner. Christian Walker walks it off. And the Astros, after giving up the lead, get it back in dramatic fashion and get the walk-off win.
Thank God for that game, because the rest of the weekend stunk for the Astros.
There were more games than that.
There were, they played on Saturday and Sunday. They played games on Saturday and Sunday.
I don't know if they had a second bye week in baseball.
Dude, they're kind of lucky.
Bye week, All-Star week.
The Astros, because they're kind of they lose 2 out of 3 this weekend. They have a series they win 2 out of 3. They've been kind of just sort of even Steven the last couple of weeks. And some of the wins they've gotten have been like the most improbable type wins that you can get.
Yeah.
Like they haven't had that many kind of conventional wins where they just they go out and they win 5-2 or something like that. Like, no, they have a game where they need the Angels to throw the ball all over the infield. They have the game the other night where they had 2 sacrifice flies to win the game because the dude drops the fly ball there in center field.
That might be the dividing thing about the Astros compared to some of these genuinely bad baseball teams, where you see it. At the very least, we have that.
You got
the
scrappiness.
Astros might be mediocre, but there's times where they go out and they win with just better fundamentals. So there you go.
Yep.
It's a win for America, IMO.
Yeah. That was a good call by.
They have a lot of conventional losses.
Huh? They have plenty of those.
They lose conventionally.
Yeah, for example,
they win
last
unconventionally.
Night. Yep. That was a good call by Kevin Eschenfelder, by the way. That was the walk-off. If you missed it, that was the walk-off on Friday night by Christian Walker. That was the peak of the weekend. After that, it stunk for the Astros. Welcome in, everybody, on a Monday here on 95.7 The Fan, week 2 of the new FM signal. Got to test drive that bad boy, driving around town a lot this weekend. I enjoy our weekend shows that we've got going on. I listened to, on the way to practice, listened to Paul Gallant and Chris Partee yesterday, and driving home from practice. Texans practice, listen to a little Brandon Scott and Zach Gelb.
Yeah.
We got some good stuff going on the weekends here.
I haven't been able to listen to Brandon and Zach together. Are they doing like more of a nationally?
No, it's
so
Houston.
Zach's plugging into Houston.
In fact, they had Sean Salisbury on yesterday.
Oh, okay,
he
cool.
was good, man.
Oh, good. All right. So Zach's like diving in deep into Houston
and other markets too. Like Zach, he had his show on the network,
right?
And then he didn't have his show on the network, but he still is with Odyssey technically, right. And so he's kind of, from what I understand, he's kind of doing this in a few cities where he's just keeping keeping his hamstrings loose, staying in the game.
I was asked to do a Rams post-game show on a podcast, so I was like, cool.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I'm an odd choice.
Yeah.
I'm not going to check the comments in this stream, but it was kind of fun because it's an NFC team, so I don't feel guilty kind of pretending I'm a Rams fan for 3 hours. So I was on the message boards. I was getting frustrated with Stetson Bennett the same way other Rams were. And then I was getting excited for Ty Simpson. Yeah. Look at this young kid. Best performance ever by a rookie quarterback. IMO. Yeah. No, it was it's that time of year.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Ty Simpson thing was funny. People Chase Daniel. Everybody owes Dan Orlovsky a big apology. Don't worry, it'll be in Take-A-Mania on Friday. Right. Yeah. Like everybody owes, because Orlovsky. Remember, Orlovsky was the one voice in the wilderness about how good Ty Simpson was going to be.
Yeah.
And Chase Daniel. Everybody owes Dan Orlovsky a big apology. I'm like, if you have a strong take on a week 1 preseason game, like it means something that's overarching and permanent.
Well, especially
you should have your card pulled.
More so with positive performances than negative performances. Graham Mertz went 16 for 18 in his final preseason game last year.
Yeah.
Where was Chase Daniel on that one?
Exactly.
Where's my apology?
Exactly.
For never having actually voiced any kind of opinion one way or the other on Graham Mertz. Yeah.
Right. So the Astros still in first place as we awake this morning. Up 2 games on the Rangers. And 4 games on the Mariners. That's the most disappointing thing is they had a chance to put away the team that has grown into the most annoying team for me, and that's the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah.
And they didn't do that this week. And in fact,
that's right. Yeah, you were feeling like you could put them in their grave.
You could if you swept them. I mean, they were up 5 games on the Mariners going into the weekend.
Yeah.
You sweep them at home, and they're 8 games out with a month and a half to play. I mean, that's tough sledding. It's not like they're 8 games out and they're a good team. They would have been 8 games out and they'd have been 10 games under 500. So, and they sold at the deadline and stuff. So that I'm disappointed that the Mariners picked up ground on the Astros this weekend.
I mean, and the one thing, a realistic hope that you have for the Astros in this last third of the season is, okay, we don't know who the hell their pitchers are going to be. Yeah. It's still TBA for the next upcoming 2 games. And
I've never seen anything like that. An upcoming series where your first 2 starters are TBD.
I'll tell you what, the TBD he's not very good as of late, but he's reliable.
Yeah.
He shows up a lot.
Shows up like every third day.
Yeah. Well, one of the things realistically you could hope for is, okay, Hunter Brown is, if you can just get back into classic Hunter Brown shape, then there we go. And the problem is the little detail, his 4-seam fastball.
Yeah.
That's his bread and butter.
Yeah.
And it's not there.
He's walking guys.
It's like if you had a race car.
Yep.
Like, well, what's the one drawback with this race car? It doesn't drive
his
very
motor,
fast.
Yeah.
He doesn't drive fast.
Yeah.
Is that going to be an issue?
Right. And when it does drive fast, it's all over the place. It's crashing into things.
It could drive 10 miles per hour slower than everybody else, but with remarkable control.
To your point, and I think this what you're talking about, what you just brought up, and if you missed it, the Astros have a day off today, and they play the Angels for the next 3 games, and their starters for the next 2 games, at least as of last night, were to be determined. This might have been this past weekend. I think it was Saturday's game. It was Saturday's game because that's a game they lost 10-5. I tweeted this, and I still feel this way on Monday morning. That game, unless they go on a run to the World Series, because I think Dana Brown's in serious trouble. That game might have highlighted why Dana Brown is in serious trouble.
Yeah.
For 2 straight years at the trade deadline, he didn't make any pickups in the pitching staff. And his spin on it was, well, we get these guys back from injury, and that's just like making a trade. And I said this even before he said that at the trade deadline. You know this because you do the show with me every day. I've been saying this since June and July when I saw people talking about Wisniewski and Blanco coming back. I've been saying you can't count on these guys because exactly 0 of these Tommy John guys have come back to be good. None of them. The best ones have just been inconsistent. Javier's had occasional good performances, but he's not been good. Urquidy and Garcia are out of the organization. McCullers wasn't Tommy John, but he never came back the same. And now it's after Wisniewski showed some promise the first couple starts, both of these guys in that game on Saturday, both of them, the 2 guys that Dana Brown said, well, this is just like making a trade. We got Blanco and Wisniewski coming back, and I shook my head at the time. Both, I think it's ironic, gave up identical 4-inning, 5 earned run line scores in that game. They were both terrible in that game. And this is why you're TBD in a couple of starts. None of these guys coming back from injury have been good. So this is, to me, Dana Brown. That was Saturday. I said Dana's done.
This is an abject disaster. The way he handled the pitching in the offseason.
You're right. It goes back to February.
It goes back to February to the point where, hey, don't worry about the fact that none of the guys I brought in have actually been any good. Yeah. That we've got guys coming back from the IL. I mean, you're sitting there like Javier's got a 6.68 ERA.
Yep.
Imai, one of the guys he brought in, 5.29 ERA.
Yep.
Wisniewski, 5.16 ERA. Don't worry. Well, Blanco hasn't been doing well, but he's in AAA now. 7.71 ERA.
7.7, yeah.
So, like Blanco wasn't Dana's acquisition.
We should point out, Imai's got like the best ERA out of the guys you just named, and he's in the bullpen.
He's almost a sub-5 ERA.
He's banished from a starting rotation that doesn't know who the starters are going to be for the next 2 games.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're doing it.
And he was your marquee acquisition.
Yeah.
Like this has been just that. This has been. Has there ever been a worse? Some of you baseball historians out there, let me know. Like in terms of on a numbers basis and money spent. Because it wasn't a huge amount of money they spent, but they were relying on all of these guys coming in. At least cheap, a couple guys were going to work out.
Yeah,
and not like Lambert, the guy that they DFA'd at the beginning of the season.
The one guy they said wasn't good enough to be in the rotation.
But
yeah,
we got to worry about Lambert and load management in this
We do.
as we round the season out.
Chandler had a good piece on Thursday. Chandler Rome of The Athletic.
Yeah, it annoys me that he made this point and that it's accurate.
Yeah, that you got. Well,
I'm gonna kill the messenger.
He made the point of a few things, but the one you're talking about is it was one of those articles like 7 things to think about with the Astros on an off day. So the article dropped on Thursday last week, and he said, got to keep an eye on Peter Lambert's workload. The last time he went more than 130 innings was in 2018.
Yeah.
130 is like...
It's not that much.
It's not that much, yeah. Like if Roger Clemens were on with us, he'd be like 130 is like through June for me.
130 is a warm-up.
The other thing he brought up is that the Astros offense is just way too top-heavy, and I didn't realize it was this bad. But the amount of the load that Jordan, Jeremy Pena, and Isaac Paredes are carrying for this team right now, it does that part, even though they're going to have to do a lot of moving around to accommodate it, probably with Jordan playing left field way more than we would want him to, especially last night when that ball bounced off his glove and rolled away. But that's when I see the possibility of Carlos Correa coming back. You need another bat in this lineup right now. You need another bat. So, but those 3 spots, Jordan, Pena, Paredes, combined OPS 840. Spots 4 through 9 in the order, combined OPS of nearly 200 points lower than that. It's in the high 600s.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very flawed team right now. And the only thing that's really working, 2 things. 1, Yordan Alvarez, and 2, the bullpen.
The bullpen, which is in the great. We've got a bullpen that can keep things close for the cavalry, which never arrives from your bats.
I'm telling you right now, if they make the postseason, I said this last week, and that bullpen game they had last week where the bullpen threw 8 1/3 scoreless innings, I think only hammered the point home. If they get into a wild card round and it goes 3 games, it's 2 out of 3. It's going to go Hunter, Lambert, bullpen game.
Yeah,
there won't be a third starter.
You've got to, and it's kind of be one of those high risk, high variance type of scenarios where, all right, I mean, it's going to have to be an immaculate bullpen game because you got to preserve some of those arms for a 4th or 5th, 6th game.
Well, and especially if, again, to Chandler's point, if the top of the order's not clicking, it better be an immaculate bullpen game because the score's going to be 2-1.
Right.
You know? So we were at practice Saturday and Sunday this weekend. Mm-hmm. We worked this weekend, people. I don't know. As you drive in on Monday, Seth and I were working this weekend.
Yeah, well, in D'Amico, I think D'Amico testing the mental toughness of these guys wants to get them out there at 1 p.m. for these midday practices. I assumed, well, clearly this will be inside. No,
both of them outside. Now, we should be clear. Those practices were scheduled for those times before the Texans greatly disappointed him on Thursday.
Oh, yeah, this wasn't like a punishment.
No, it wasn't a punishment. Yeah. Although it would have been justified based on the way they played on Thursday.
Yeah.
They were not good.
They weren't good. You know what? And as it goes with D'Amico spent so much more time with the offense over the last couple of years. But I think his disgust with the team was more about the defensive effort than it was the offense.
Yeah.
Like, the offense did better. When I went back and I watched, the All-22 and everything, I think the offense, by and large, they had their issues, obviously. But I was happier with it than I thought I was going to be. The defense and the fact that the linebackers especially were so passive until Aiden Fisher came in and played like a linebacker. I think that's what was bothering him. Because you could see it, like, during the game, I'm wondering, like, okay, what the hell's going on with these backers? And I'm used to watching Azeez Elshire and Henry To'oTo'o and EJ Speed versus the run, where they are just flying up like demons out of hell.
Yep.
And we're not getting that from the Texans.
No,
linebackers.
and at least one of those guys is going to have a significant role on this team.
Yeah.
The only linebackers that didn't play in that game were Azeez and Henry To'oTo'o. And so when they're in a base defense, one of the guys that was getting pushed around on Thursday, whether it's Wade Woodaz or Jamal Hill,
Marte Mapu,
like they're gonna be part of this thing. So that was. But we're gonna get your rewatch observations at 7:00 today. You got some rewatch observations from
no. We're just gonna. We're
all right. Well, we will give some good recipes out for cookies. Good deal. Here was D'Amico Ryan's.
We're gonna have cake at 1. Do you have cake?
Yeah,
we've got cake.
Just making sure. This was D'Amico Ryan's. They got the Raiders coming to town this week. Tomorrow is joint practice at 9:00, and then cooking burgers at 11:30. Cal's gonna be out there. I'm part of his burger army.
So the combined practices, like this is big for the Texans starters who didn't play the other day. Obviously, I think they're treating this combined practice is basically the first preseason game, and then D'Amico said the starters are going to play. Anybody who's healthy is going to play in the preseason game. So that's preseason game number 2, like normal. And really, the offensive line is where it's completely unsettled at this point. Mm-hmm. Other than that, I know Keelan Rutledge is going to start, and I think Ariante Usri is going to start at left tackle. I don't know if Keelan Rutledge is going to start at center or guard.
Yeah,
there's still a lot of competition going on there.
It's that position group's crazy right now. It's just in terms of they're shuffling guys within layers of the depth chart. They're shuffling guys. Guys horizontally and vertically on the depth chart.
And also that's. I mean, there's a chance that Rutledge could start at one of the guards, and they could move Wyatt Teller to right guard and to have Ed Ingram on the bench. I think it's genuinely wide open now.
A disaster. You gave Ed Ingram $13 million a year.
Yeah,
I mean, disastrous signing. If you got 2 good guards out there, I don't really care.
I don't know if it's. I mean, it's disastrous in the short term. If he ends up, this is. I struggle with this too because he's already proven that he can play in the system. In the first 2 weeks of training camp, it's dicey to evaluate offensive linemen because there's just a lot more to work on and get right. So I try to be patient, and people get annoyed as hell with me. But there was more good than I expected to see when I watched the backup offensive linemen.
I'm excited for 7 o'clock now. I can't wait to hear. Hey, I was on KHOU last night.
I know, I saw you.
It's weird. When I go on KHOU, it was just me and Zach and Jason Bristol. Mm-hmm. And you go on KHOU on the regular during the season. So I was there last night, and I'm like, man, I feel like I'm at Seth's family reunion, but Seth's not here. You know, like I'm hanging out with a bunch of Seth's relatives, they're nice. They're fun relatives. I enjoyed myself.
I'm a traveling salesman.
Not
always there for
Seth just can't make it this time. But it was fun. We did, this is where I credit Jason Bristol. He's fun going on with because he's very thoughtful. We did a full KHOU Sports Extra episode. Mm-hmm. It was all Pender polls. But he made them up. I did.
Pender polls up. Yeah.
He had hashtag Pender poll as one of the graphics on the screen right there. It was a good night for the brand last night.
Did you actually put the Pender polls out?
No, I did because there were like 7 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I should.
Yeah.
I've got them all on my phone.
So you guys
we hashed
voted
them out.
on the Pender polls.
Yep.
No, Jason's really, really good with that stuff. Jason was. It was funny because when I first started doing Sports Extra with Bob Allen was hilarious because Bob was just like old school sports reporter. This kind of like I don't know, like almost like the fun side of Anchorman type stuff.
Yeah.
But it was stressful for me because I didn't know what the hell I was doing on television or anything. But I didn't always know what was going on, and it was fun. But then Jason came in, and he's really super organized.
Yeah.
And he made it really really easy.
He's creative
for me.
too. I like that.
Yeah.
Yep. He's really good. So if you missed it, I'm sure it's up on the KHOU stream. But that was fun last night. Hey, Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. You mentioned Keelan Rutledge. Some of his teammates had thoughts on Keelan Rutledge. He's been one of the most fun guys to talk about in this camp. And the one remaining contract, can you clean sweep the entire starting defense, Nick Caserio? That player was actually asked about it over the weekend. We'll let you hear that as well. We've got headlines coming up later on this hour. My headline right now is Houston Powder Coaters.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Today and this week for us will be typical to our in-season week. That's why we're here a little later in the afternoon. We want all our guys to get used to our in-season schedule and how we operate. So we'll go through a normal in-season week up until Tuesday to our joint practice, and we'll have a really good competitive practice versus the Raiders. I mean, they're going to give us a lot of good looks, good competition, really good talent, especially the running back position is talented, the tight ends, their offensive line, fat. So we got a defensive end as well, all right, Max Crosby. So for our guys to be able to go against a really talented team is going to be very beneficial to us and really helping us progress and get better as camp is going on.
All right, there you go. That was D'Amico Ryans getting ready for the Raiders coming in town for a joint practice tomorrow. Game on Thursday night. You can hear that game right here on 95.7 The Fan. So we're looking forward to that. Another 7 o'clock Thursday kick, just like last week. So excited. And joint practice tomorrow. If you're headed out there, joint practices are the best.
Dang it. Thank you, Byron. Had to turn my microphone on. It's one of the little technical things you pick up along the way.
You'll get there.
15 years of radio. So the thing I'm excited about with the Raiders is that Max Crosby, by all reports, seems to be very motivated. I don't think he's going to be coming in there and just pulling vet days or anything.
No.
And if he's
got to showcase himself to get up and out of that place.
And if he's willing to get a little too frisky with his own quarterback and Kirk Cousins, then who knows?
That's right.
Who knows what he'd be willing to do to one of ours?
Yeah, it's true.
I don't want there to be a fight though, because then they cancel practice. You know?
Oh
yeah. I don't like that. No coaches. As much as people say like coaches actually like it when guys fight, they don't like it at a joint practice because they're like this is valuable time that they get to get reps against somebody else. And if you have a big bench clearing brawl, all of a sudden you got to cancel practice.
And these two coaches are anti-fighting. D'Amico Ryans likes chippiness, but he doesn't like full-on fighting, like bench clearing. And Clint Kubiak, he basically soft suspended Cousins and Crosby for 1 day.
Yeah.
For getting into it. You're not allowed to
showers.
You're not allowed to practice today.
They sent them to the showers, but not the group showers.
No.
Separate showers for you two.
Right.
I don't want to shower in the. There's nothing worse than a fight in the shower because breaking it up is
dude, and you're slipping everywhere.
I saw a buck naked fight in a locker room once. It was like an old Greek Olympics
NFL
wrestling
or
match.
college? What level? NFL, huh?
NFL. It was big country.
Oh yeah,
like Todd Fordham, big old offensive lineman versus tight end. It was another. I can't think of his name right now. This was back with the Jaguars.
Yeah.
And it
was
Kyle
Brady.
And it was like, who's gonna break this up? You know, you gotta be very careful jumping in there.
A lot of nudity. Yeah.
As far as this is what D'Amico likes, the chippiness. It's kind of like those internet videos where you see two dogs barking at each other between a fence, and then the fence opens, and they're all like, "Oh, I don't know, I don't have an issue with you.
How you doing?
Whatever.
Right.
We'll sniff each other a little bit and go on our separate ways."
I don't need to see that.
You want
the joint practice.
That barrier between them where they're yelling at each other and everything, but no.
You see Ariante Ursary sniffing Max Crosby's butt. I don't need that.
You guys gonna naked fight later?
Speaking of Ariante Ursary, we mentioned Keelan Rutledge in the open, the rookie, I'll just say interior offensive lineman because they've had him playing everywhere in that interior. They've had him at guard. They've had him at center. Safe to say he's been one of the really good stories of camp so far.
Yeah.
First-round pick out of Georgia Tech. He is going to be one of the 5 guys. This is just me saying this. He's going to be one of the 5 starting offensive linemen. I guess the question is, where is he going to start? Here's Ariante Ursary, his new teammate, on Keelan Rutledge and what he brings to the table.
I love the guy, man. I think that he definitely came here. He's, a tone setter, a difference maker. A guy that you want at left guard, a guy that you want on your O-line. Love his mentality. And I think he got, a bright future ahead of him.
All right. And the reason he's bringing up left guard is that's where he spent some time there this weekend playing left guard.
Yeah, it seemed like they might be preparing him for he got his work at center in an NFL game. Now maybe he might get some work at left guard in an NFL game. One thing that D'Amico had said a couple weeks ago I've been thinking about is just that he mentioned that sometimes veteran players, when they come and now they're trying to learn the way Cole Popovich operates things, that it's an adjustment. And it's teaching old dogs new tricks. That my words, not D'Amico's.
Yep.
But that there might be some of that going on. And when I said earlier in the earlier break, when I'm trying to be patient with Ed Ingram, it doesn't seem to me that they've been messing with his reps as much as they've been messing with Wyatt Teller's reps.
Correct.
You know, I don't know if I've missed anything out there or anything, but every time I've looked for Ed Ingram, he's been sitting there at right guard. I think Ed Ingram might be working on some things and changing the way that he operates. And why I try to be patient with offensive linemen, especially, it's like changing your golf swing. When you're changing a few things, and it's going to look ugly at first, you know? And like they already liked what he did in this system last year, but there's some things where, like when he loses in pass protection, it's a bad loss.
Yeah.
You know, he's got to even out some of the rough edges in his pass protection, and I think that Cole might be working with him on some of those things.
Is that like in spring training in baseball where the good pitcher gets shelled? And you're like, what the hell's going on? Turns out he's working on his sinker or something like that.
JJ has tweeted about this before, about how he hates that these low light reels of training camp practices come out because you're trying as a pass rusher, he might be working on a new move and it's going to look bad at first. And yeah, you're going to get beat, but people see one little slice of it or they see a few bad plays and the perception is, oh, this guy's getting destroyed out there. And that's where with Ed Ingram, when he's a guy who's already been in the system, they know what he can and can't do, and they're probably working on a few things from a technique standpoint, and it might be kind of ugly right now. But by and large, I think they trust him because they've seen him in this system. With a guy like Braden Smith or Wyatt Teller, there's not as much trust already built in.
Here's Tommy Togiai on Keelan Rutledge.
I think now that mentality, I mean, obviously, like, we don't want no fighting, obviously, but, like, we have that on the O-line, that mentality. Like, I think we need that kind of nastiness, like you said. Like, we need that on the O-line, and so that's a great mentality. And then, like we said, we just challenging each other each day. Like, he making me better, I'm making him better. Like, iron sharpening iron each day.
Yeah, and, I mean, he's scrappy, and it shows up in his play. It's not like he's just, you know, trying to start fights after each play or anything.
He's not trying to Trevor Penning it.
But he's also really athletic, and I think that's the part where I've moved up beyond being concerned about the fact that he's a rookie playing multiple positions, because going back to the Bill O'Brien days, it felt so many times like they'd rather have a guy be versatile and bad at multiple positions than good at one position.
Yes.
Why restrict him to just being bad at left guard when he can be bad at center and right guard as well?
It was so bad that Texan fans started to think versatility is a bad thing.
Right.
That's how bad it was. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, Rutledge is capable of doing it, so I don't worry about that at all. I think he's got the potential to be a really, really good NFL offensive lineman.
I'm excited about him, man. I'm very excited about him. I'm excited about Tommy Togiai, too. Tommy Togiai, in his second full year with the Texans, came here in 2024, midway through the season.
Yeah.
And then last year had one of the stranger kind of arcs for a season. Inactive week 1. Gets a contract extension in between weeks 1 and 2, and then was inactive again.
Yeah.
And then, by some of the advanced metrics, had a season where he was one of the best interior defensive linemen in the sport.
He's really underrated at this point, I think, and just hasn't been around a lot. And he's also on a defense that's going to rotate their defensive tackles a lot, so he might not amass the stats. But I think the biggest thing with Togiai that I keep running into is, I think because he's got the appearance of a really stout Division II nose tackle, people assume that he's not that quick or athletic and he's just a plugger.
He went to Ohio State.
He's really quick. Yeah. And he's ridiculously strong. I think the other question that comes up is, wow, they've extended almost everybody beyond this year who is a starter right now except for Tommy Togiai.
Yeah.
I suspect it's not for lack of trying.
I agree.
I think that Togiai's agent probably likely thinks that he's going to get more than whatever the Texans are offering him right now if he hits free agency.
Yeah, he got asked about that. He met with the media on Saturday, and Togiai was asked about the possibility of a contract extension. Here's what he had to say.
I mean, honestly, I'm just focused on the season and trying to go ball out this year best I can, help this team to a Super Bowl. And that's my focus. Like, if the contract comes sweet, like, I'll be really grateful and really hopeful for it. But right now, I'm just focused on football.
Togiai, there's no way Togiai could have imagined he'd have been in this position when the Texans are picking him up off the street for the practice squad less than 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's a credit to him. And they credit him all the time. I mean, D'Amico Ryans has said for 2 years now, our most consistent guy in the building is Tommy Togiai.
I think he's a classic guy where what you would hope is the sweet spot is you find a guy like Tommy Togiai, you feel really good about him. He's already been cut once in his career, and you just think, okay, he hasn't had a big payday or anything. We get him now, flash a wad of cash in front of him, and he's going to sign. Let's give him $10 million a year or something like that. When realistically, I think he might have elevated himself up out of that, and if he stays healthy this year, the number of defensive tackles that are making $20 million a year that you wouldn't think would get $20 million a year, it's getting up there in numbers.
Yeah.
So if I have no idea about actual numbers, but if the Texans tried to say hey, we'll give him $10 million a year, he's gonna love that. His agent at least might have moved beyond that already.
Yeah. I mean, they're starting to probably too deep a conversation for the negative 20 seconds that we've got left in this segment. But they're going to reach a point here soon where they can't just give $10 million to a guy.
Right.
You know?
Well, Devon Witherspoon gets his contract this weekend, and people start thinking, well, there's Kamari Lassiter's number.
He got $33 million a year.
Yeah.
It's a slot corner in Seattle.
Nick has spent a lot of money this offseason. Next year is the year where they might have to start making some hard decisions. Yeah. Before anybody says the cap is the myth or not, no, stop it. Pay attention. Teams do it all the time. That's what the Lions are in a position now where it's not like you have to burn it all down, but you have to start making some hard decisions about who to keep and who you can't
David
keep.
Montgomery's on the Texans because of that dynamic.
Right.
They had to make decisions. All right, headlines. We've got some Texans headlines. We'll recap the Astros weekend as well. Not great. Got a couple other NFL news items we'll get to. We do headlines each and every day at about this time. We'll do it coming up next.
Lots of headlines in terms of people's emotions right now and how they feel about their team. Who's going to win the division? Who makes the playoffs? And who's lifting the trophy at the end of the season? Kalshi is America's #1 prediction market platform. You can trade those predictions in a live market. For instance, will the Texans be holding that trophy at the end of this season? Can they win the whole thing? Right now, they're trading at 5%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $1,842 if they take home the title. They were at 4% last week, so whatever scuttlebutt there is, people are feeling a little bit better about the Texans. Take advantage of this now, where a $100 trade would pay out $1,842 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app. Use the offer code PAYNE, my name, P-A-Y-N-E, to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi, K-A-L-S-H-I. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
95.7 The Fan has officially taken off, and you can't have a launch without a rocket.
Congrats to you guys. That's awesome. Don't big league me now because you guys are over there on the Fan now.
Don't worry, Roger. You can join us anytime. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
You've got a beautiful watch. You love it. You've had it for years, but it's running slow. It's losing power, or maybe it just needs to tune up. Bring it to Zadok Jewelers. Zadok has 7 in-house Swiss-trained watchmakers who can handle everything from battery replacement and bracelet sizing to water resistance testing and complete mechanical service. Not to mention straps, trade-ins, certified pre-owned watches, or finding your next timepiece. For any watch need at all, trust the team that's been serving Texas since 1976. Visit Zadok Jewelers in Houston or online at zadok.com.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 Recall Leaders Traffic Report is brought to you by West Point and Lincoln of Sugar Land. Now dealing with an accident this morning over on the Southwest Freeway southbound at Chimney Rock. It's along the exit ramp. Be careful as you approach. 45 northbound before I-10. Style vehicle sitting over to the right shoulder. 75.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to it. Let's start with the Texans. This was D'Amico Ryans. We had a question on the text page. Do we get a definitive answer on Graham Mertz, the Texans' third-string quarterback? We did. He is going to injured reserve. He tore his ACL. It was confirmed. It was suspected after the game on Thursday that it was a torn ACL.
Don't worry, they signed Brett Rippon.
Here is D'Amico Ryans giving the update on Graham Mertz.
Yeah, really unfortunate news for Graham, for him to have torn ACL. He's battled. He's done a good job all camp. Past 2 years, he's done a really good job of handling his role the proper way. But he's encouraged. He's taking it the right way. So I'm just excited to see him on his road to recovery. He'll do a great job with that. We signed Rippon today, so get him in. Guy who's bounced around a few different teams, has some experience, has played in games. So, he's already, you can see, he's a very sharp guy. He's picked up on the offense, ready to take some reps. So, thankful to be able to get him in at this time to help us out during camp.
And if you're wondering how Brett Rippon wound up here, or maybe one of the driving reasons behind him being here, he was in Los Angeles with Nick Caley.
In 2023.
Yes.
Yeah, so they've got some common ties there. But he's been on 9 teams, but he's still a relatively young guy. He's 29 years old.
I would kind of want a guy who's been on a bunch of teams. Probably seen all kinds of stuff. A bunch of systems.
Yeah.
Probably a pretty quick study.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah, they're like classic veteran backup QB.
Yeah.
And he's going to be here to be the third-string quarterback until the end of the season.
Yep. So he was out there.
It kind of makes it easy to decide whether or not you keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster. Because they kept Graham Mertz because he had a good enough preseason last year that they didn't want to risk losing him by sending him to the practice squad.
I did my 53-man roster prediction this morning for the Houston Press, and I had them keeping 2 quarterbacks. Yeah. So you're right. It does open up a spot. It's unfortunate for Mertz. It's his other ACL, I guess. He tore, I think this was the right one. He tore the left one in college.
He got them both out of the way. Hey, he tore both ACLs. Frank Gore.
That's
ended
true.
up being one of the most durable running backs in history.
It's true.
Yeah.
It is true. So Texans are back at practice today. They're inside today. They're inside NRG Stadium today. Outdoors tomorrow against the Raiders for a joint practice.
And I think the ones have gotten a lot of work the last couple practices, so I'm guessing my guess would be that today they get some spirited work out of the younger guys, and in anticipation of the ones getting a whole bunch of work versus the Raiders.
A bunch. It'd be a big waste of time if the ones didn't get a lot of reps tomorrow against the Raiders. Astros lose 2 out of 3 to the Mariners over the weekend, so as we sit here on a Monday with no Astros game tonight, kind of assess things, they are 2 games up on the Rangers. They are 4 games up on the Seattle Mariners. That's the unfortunate thing about this weekend. You had a chance to really drive a stake through the heart of the Mariners. You didn't do that. In fact, you were, in some ways, you're a little fortunate you didn't get swept. I mean, the Astros blew a lead on Friday. Were able to come back and tie the game and then take the lead, or walk it off, I should say, in the bottom of the 10th on a Christian Walker 3-run homer. That was your one win this week, and they lose 10-5 on Saturday with Wisniewski and Blanco giving up a bunch of hits and runs, and then they lose 3-2 last night in a game where Hunter Brown had real control problems, and Wu for the Mariners was really good.
I like the way the division is shaped up, where for a while it just seemed like there were 4 really mediocre teams all vying for the division lead. Now it's turning into just a genuinely atrocious division where the Astros are 1 game above 500 and they've got the lead, and then you've got the A's and the Angels have just fallen completely out of the sky, and the Mariners not so hot.
Not so hot, and I get a text here. We get a text. In fact, I think that's middle screen. Might be. Yeah, it's middle screen. I blame Sean for acting like the Mariners are bad and a chance for the Astros to beat them. Middle screen, they're 7 games below 500. They are, by record, they're a bad baseball team.
Middle screen. This is middle screen. This you have to know. This is everything you need to know about middle screen. There was somebody had posted a video of Will Anderson giving a talking to the defensive line after practice last week. Yeah. Wish I could credit who had the video. It was one of the fans out at practice. But it looked like he was kind of dressing them down, even though the Texans had just like 19 sacks in 16 plays. Right. Middle screen replied, I guess all those rumors about him being in a cancer in the locker room don't have any merit. And like obviously nobody's ever said that about Will Anderson
Not even
ever.
close.
Oh, but the angry replies to him.
That's funny.
Yeah. You can't believe a single thing that Middle Screen says. He's a teacher, by the way.
Yeah, he is. yeah. He's a sarcastic guy is leading our youth. Tommy John passes away this weekend.
Tommy John the pitcher or Tommy John the surgery?
At age 83. Oh, no, the surgery's very much alive, as we know here in Houston.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean that those pitchers are going to come back good.
Uh-huh.
It just means they can pitch
again. They can come back at all. I was wondering about this because Tommy John passes away. And so Dr. Frank Jobe was the guy who invented the Tommy John surgery. Yeah. And Jobe was a Dodgers team doctor forever. Said, all right, no, I don't need to name it after me. Let's name it after Tommy John, the actual pitcher. And a lot of pitchers whose careers used to be over now can come back routinely from a Tommy John surgery. And yet, I feel like people still, I feel like his name should be more positive than like, he's got a Tommy John. Oh,
well, it's because they're out. It means they're out for the year.
Yeah,
it's guilt by association. Because it's the cure for what is putting them out for the year. I'm with you on that. So Tommy John, 83 years old. Tommy John, good pitcher back in the day, man. Good pitcher back in the day. So that happened. Aaron Donald worked out at the Rams facility again this weekend. I guess they have to put a little announcement out when somebody is not on the team, might be on the team at some point, works out. So he was on one of those reports again this weekend. So it looks to be trending in that direction, but we'll see.
Yeah, it was interesting because I did that Rams podcast this weekend, and we started talking
what are they saying about it?
Well, she had some questions for me just about, like, okay, so what is it like, for a guy who's been out for 2 years to come back, getting back into football shape and all that? I'm like, for defensive linemen, it's not the same as a quarterback or anything. But B, it's also Aaron freaking Donald. And I don't know what the rules are for him because he's just such a freak specimen.
He at least is in shape.
Oh, really?
Maybe not football shape because some of these guys who've come back on the defensive line.
Yeah. Well, no, and Ndamukong Suh looked like he'd genuinely been on the couch.
Yeah.
And he did well when he came back midway through a season. Now, he had played football the previous year. No, I think Aaron Donald would come in and he would start off by playing 10, 15, 20 reps in the first few games, and I don't think it would take long at all for him to get right back up to speed.
No, the biggest thing probably just getting used to getting hit again.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I don't know how much he'd be. It's like I think he'd be in there on passing downs at first.
No, but you know what I mean, just like normal football contact.
No, but what I'm saying is on passing downs, there's not nearly as much hard contact.
Yeah.
So that part would be a pretty easy onboarding.
Makes sense. Devin Witherspoon, 4 years, $132 million. You'd mentioned that in the previous segment. He is he's a cornerback for the Seattle Seahawks. Why is that important? Why do we bring it up here in Houston? Because Kamari Lassiter is going to be extension eligible, and I'm not saying he's going to reset the market, but you've got to keep an eye on these cornerback contracts now. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Monday. Let's get to Seth's rewatch of the offensive side of the ball for the Texans in Thursday's loss to the Chargers. We'll get to that. An update on the QB competition that everybody has eyes on in the NFL. We have a spicy Acknowledge Me coming up at 7:20 today on the show. You'll want to stay tuned for that. You're listening to 95.7 The Fan. Also, want to tell you about the Men's Tea Clinic. I love going to the Men's Tea Clinic. I go every Friday for my testosterone replacement therapy. Went last Friday. Actually, I went Saturday this weekend. You can go, you go when it's convenient for you. It's nice.
95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Week 2 of 95.7 The Fan. For any new listeners out there, we appreciate you hanging around with us here for another week. Football season, our busy season, is here. And we got a lot to get to on the show. We got a very spicy Acknowledge Me coming up at 7:20. If you're new to the show, every Monday at 7:20, thereabouts, Seth and I acknowledge big performances, noteworthy things. Pat McAfee put out an album late last week.
Yeah.
That might get acknowledged.
I don't, I'm lucky because I'm not really, that jelly roll style of country music isn't quite my thing.
That's so funny.
I can kind of punt on having to make a judgment. Everybody's a music critic now all of a sudden.
Yeah.
My guess would be, if I were a my guess is, without really having any basis for judging it, it's a celebrity putting out a music album. 99% of the time it sucks.
Yeah, we'll get
that's where I am. Eddie Murphy did one back in the day.
Oh, I bought that.
Yeah,
I bought that album, and I listened
was the
to
big banger on that one.
That was Party All the Time.
Party.
That he did
My
with
girl
Rick
wants to party all the time
with Rick James. Yeah. The video is iconic.
I can criticize the lyrics a little bit for Pat McAfee. I don't want to hear about Pat McAfee and his being broke and all that. Sad. Being a poor college kid doesn't count.
I've got a sampling of the music. I got the first song on the album. We'll play it during Acknowledge Me. That's so funny you say that about Jelly Roll, because as I was listening to it, getting ready for the segment today, Amy's in the room. She's like, that song sounds like Jelly Roll. And I'm like, no, that's Pat McAfee, actually.
I guess he did it like in a studio with musicians and everything. And I'm wondering, like, if you're a studio musician in Nashville, is it your dream to sound like it was generated by a computer on the...
I don't know.
I'm like, this does not sound like live,
no,
like actual musicians at all.
We'll get to it at 7:20. We'll let the audience be the judge. All right, so Texans lose last week to the Los Angeles Chargers. But as you like to do, once the dust has settled, you know, because we've got our hot takes right afterwards in the post-game show, and then you and I have hot takes the next day. But, you know, sometimes the dust settles, you rewatch it, and we see some other things.
Right. Yeah, so and we'll stick to the offensive side of the ball today, and then maybe if there's, unless something big happens, we'll do some of the defense tomorrow. But I think that the first stringers obviously were out there for the first drive, and it works out perfectly by preseason standards because, you know, you want to get a series of work as long as it's a good series. The most annoying thing is when you go 3 and out and then have to go out again and then go 3 and out and you're like, all right, we're getting into the second quarter here with our starters. First of all, to lay it out, Aaron Wilson asked Cole Popovich about, was it good to see the starting offensive line out there? And Cole Popovich said, hey, pump the brakes on that.
Your overall take on the work of the guys, which was first team against the guys the other night, the first team?
Yeah, it was good to get all those guys out there together and repping. I don't know if that's like necessarily like the first team. You know, it was the team that we put out there first within that preseason game. Thought they did a nice job communicating. They threw a lot of pressures at us. You know, if you watch that game back, it seemed like they were damn near 70% pressure, and so that was great for us just to see all that throughout the whole game. And I thought everybody really handled it really well.
Yeah, it did annoy me that the Chargers were blitzing as much as they were. I don't mind it when the starters do it because, okay, hey, you've got veterans out there. You should be able to handle this, even though it was a veteran offensive line. Marlon Klein's out there as a rookie. Noah Whittington's out there as a rookie, first time in an NFL field. And you like to see guys just win their physical battles. And the Chargers are blitzing all over the place. Yeah.
Damn Harbaugh.
Well, the new offensive coordinator, or new defensive coordinator, who's been there before, you know, they're running a lot of what the Chargers did already. I'm wondering if on that first end around the Texans ran on the first play of scrimmage, if he was like,
this is how we're going to do it?
All
that's
right,
funny.
Here we go. Yeah.
Chris O'Leary is
Chris
his
O'Leary,
name.
that's right.
Yeah.
But by and large, the starters did well. And the thing that I was pleased about was when I went back, even some of the plays where you might wonder, oh boy, what the offensive line do there. The bootleg where Mills threw to Marlon Klein and it ended up being defensive pass interference. Remember, there was pressure in his face immediately. And people's knee-jerk reaction is to think the offensive line must have screwed up there. That wasn't Braden Smith's fault at all on that play. If anything, it was a really, really bad play fake. And I don't know if it was Whittington or Davis Mills' fault or the play design, but it was a horrible play fake. So the defensive end just didn't bite on it.
Yeah, they weren't buying it at all.
It didn't slow him down at all. So he was in Davis Mills' face immediately.
Yep.
People had pointed out that was it Xavier Hutchinson was wide open on that.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell Mills would have known it. Like, Mills did the right thing on that. He ended up taking if there hadn't been pass interference, it might have been a touchdown.
Right.
So it was a pretty damn nice throw by Mills with somebody in his face immediately. And B, he had zero time to get back off his primary read.
I'm glad you said that, because I thought, I was sitting next to you in the press box. On that play, I'm like, man, Hutchinson is. You watch the play develop, you're like, he's right there, and he throws it to Klein. It all worked out.
Yeah, you think on a bootleg, the quarterback turns around and this defensive end is in his face immediately. Yeah. There was no time to scan through his progression.
What else you got?
I did think that they handled the blitz reasonably well. They had one little glitch on one of them, but for kind of getting ambushed by a bunch of blitzes in the first half, when a lot of the guys who might be starters are out there, I thought they did an okay job on the offensive line. I think some of the ones were like, okay, Lewis Bond didn't pick up that blitzing defensive back well enough, and that led to a sack on one play. Marlon Klein has a lot of promise as a blocker. There were a couple moments where there was one, like, he was in a bad situation because of him and Ursary not being on the same page. I don't know whose fault it was, his or Ursary, but he made the best of it. Like, a defensive end kind of had him locked out, and Klein just kept driving and pushing and created a crease for the running back. So I'm really encouraged by him, because it's not just obviously the pass catching with him. It's going to have to be the blocking side of things.
You can see what they saw in him.
Yeah. I think, and it's only going to get better. I think he's got a lot of potential, man.
Yeah.
Of the running backs, I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that after I rewatched, I think that Whittington is the leader in the clubhouse there with the young running backs.
Did you see Pitzenberger went on IR this weekend?
Yeah,
the kid from Yale. So yeah, he's done.
And Owen Wright had been on the team for like 3 days.
Yeah,
I actually thought he did a pretty good job in blitz pickup from a mental standpoint, but he also just got walked back. He had the right assignment. He got walked back. I'm going to give him a bunch of breaks because he's just a young guy on a new team. I think just him stepping up to the mental side of it was impressive to me.
That might be the thing I'm most excited for on Thursday night, is getting our first look at David Montgomery.
Yeah.
In a Texans uniform.
So those are some of the good things.
Yep.
And when they got into the second offensive line, it was Sam Hagan at right tackle, then Weewoo, and then Evan Brown at center, Jarrett Patterson at left guard, and Fisher at left tackle.
Okay.
I'm having a really hard time with Braden Smith and Blake Fisher. I keep saying Braden Fisher.
You've combined them a few times.
A bunch of times.
Yeah. That's okay.
I don't know when that's going to end. So I'm going to say their complete names. Thank you. I think that Evan Brown. I liked what Evan Brown did at center more than I liked what he did at guard.
Hey, by the way, you know why you're probably doing that too? Because there's an Aiden Fisher on the team.
Oh yeah,
on the
now
Texans.
Yeah. This the Kamari
rhymes.
The Kamari Ramsey thing is messing me up too, because there's so many damn Jalen's and Jadens on this team.
That's all you needed.
Jalen Ramsey is a very famous cornerback.
You needed another Kamari on the team, like you needed a hole in the head.
This is Nick trying to mess with me.
Sorry, Evan Brown. You were talking about.
Yeah, so Evan Brown came in at center after Rutledge was out. And then he went to guard later on. And I just, in a very small sample size, I liked it. Evan Brown just looks more natural as a center. And just, I think in general, but then also just based on this game. And I think he's ahead of Jake Andrews right now in terms of who the starting center might be if Rutledge goes.
Isn't that wild that the incumbent center from last year might not make the team this year?
Yeah.
I mean, Jake Andrews is in some serious danger.
It's not that wild if you think about the performance of the offensive line.
I'm just saying I'm just saying, like, in general, like on an NFL team, that was 12-5 last year.
Yeah.
That the guy who started pretty much every game at center is just not going to make the
you
team
know why
the next
it's not
year.
wild to me? Because the wilder thing is that they had an ongoing competition between two guys at left guard last year.
That's true.
And neither of them ended up being relevant.
Fair
within.
point. The wild thing might be that Jake Andrews was a starting center in the NFL in the first place.
Yeah, that doesn't feel as wild to me.
Yeah.
So there was one play I sent you where I think Blake Fisher's done a lot of good things. There was one play where he got knocked back a little
Tumbled
bit.
ass over tea kettle,
on a split zone play.
Yeah.
And he took out a tight end. I think it was Foster Moreau, who's coming across the formation. Well, actually, I think Fisher got the worst of it. Fisher kind of windmill.
Fisher took a bump.
He kind of did a turnstile windmill, like it was like he got a hard moving screen.
Oh no, like he sold it. If it was WWE, like man, look at him sell. Look
So
at that.
this is my overall. The second team came in, and I was like, all right, these guys are doing something nice. They're moving down the field. We had a successful screen.
Yeah.
Something we haven't seen a whole lot of in the last couple years.
Right.
But then they got down to the red zone. And that's where just this feels like last year. They were moving the ball pretty well through the middle of the field. They got into the red zone, and it wasn't awful, but it certainly wasn't great until a failed QB sneak is just you can't have this. You can't have a failed QB sneak.
Yes, you cannot.
It's one of the most successful plays in the history of football is the QB sneak. Yeah. I put part of it on Mertz a little bit, R.I.P. Mertz, but I think a more veteran quarterback could have found the soft spot in where it was. I thought the O-line, by and large, the second stringers, got pretty good movement on a lot of the double teams. I thought Weewu did some good things. Sam Hagan, I thought, did some good things, and he's the guy from the Great Plains, the South Dakota State.
Yeah.
So he got a lot of reps at both right tackle and left tackle in that game, and he's just. Like he's very much a rookie and a work in progress, but I think they see something in him.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, so tomorrow is the defensive.
We'll go to the
rewatch.
defense. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I got to spend more time with the linebackers. I spent 4 hours yesterday going back and forth with Drew Hodgen and Sage Rosenfels on that one failed bootleg that we were talking about.
Yep.
Oh, there was also one thing that I liked about Whittington. There was when they were down in the red zone, he had that one run to the left that went for like 3 yards. I credit him for turning it into 3 yards. But there was another one where initially I thought, what the hell, offensive line, get this right. That actually that play was actually pretty well blocked, but the young defensive end didn't play the boot at all and just came screaming down. And where Whittington could have made the extreme cutback across the grain if the defensive end had played the bootleg, honestly, they didn't hold him there. But then the Texans, credit to Nick Caley, seeing that's the way the defensive end was playing the boot, they ran a successful boot action a few plays later on, and the defensive end got sucked inside.
Yeah.
The play didn't go anywhere. That was the play where Mills ended up running out of bounds.
Yep.
But it was good from a play calling perspective that, all right, they set this up,
Setting
and they knew they had it because they saw the way the defensive end was playing the boot.
Yep. All right, well, do acknowledge me here in a few minutes. A quick update on the Cleveland Browns quarterback battle between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Deshaun is winning that right now. Deshaun, who I predicted would be the starter in week 1 a few months back, is the leader in the clubhouse right now. He was 11-15 for 126 yards. No touchdowns, no interceptions, all 10 points they scored. They got blown out 34-10. The other core, like Shedeur was horrible. Dylan Gabriel was horrible.
Shedor's having a hard time just getting the ball out of his hands.
Yes. Deshaun's numbers were good, but I guess, I didn't watch this game.
Yeah.
But I guess the average amount of air yards thrown was it was a lot of dink and dunk kind of stuff. The funniest thing about this game was actually before the game, where the Cleveland Browns social media team on X decided to put up a picture of Deshaun walking into the facility looking all focused. He's got a velour jumpsuit on, like something you'd probably see like Tony Soprano wearing, hanging around Satriale's.
Yeah.
And he's got a hat, a ball cap, and shades on. And he's got his AirPods in. And it says, "Locked in for the start," with a lock emoji after that. There's 355 replies to this tweet. None of them are good for Deshaun. What kind of creeper wears a velvet jumpsuit to the game? Does anyone else play for your team? Somebody replied. Locked in? How about locked up? And this is kind of how I felt. They could put anyone else in this graphic. You got an exciting young core of players, good dudes, good teammates, and didn't have 26 women accuse them of inappropriate sexual advances. This is a choice. Whoever keeps pushing this should be fired. There's not a single positive comment underneath this tweet.
Yeah,
with Deshaun locked in, walking into the stadium.
Do you know? Do you want to hear a Deshaun Shedeur related moment I had this weekend, which is the most boomer thing I've ever done?
Yes.
I saw somebody tweet out that Shedeur, they were comparing Shedeur to Jameis and said that Shedeur has a superior deep ball to Jameis Winston, who has an immaculate deep ball. And his decision-making and when to throw it isn't always the best.
No.
But, like, the Jameis's ability to drive a pinpoint throw downfield is incredible.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, Shedeur's not. Shedeur will, like, he'll waft it down there, but it's nothing that's impressive from an arm talent standpoint or anything. And somebody was like, well, so I meant to text that to you. I was going to text. I was going to text to you. These Shedeur fans are bleeping insane.
They're crazy.
That's what I thought I had texted to you. I checked my Twitter a half hour later, and no, I had tweeted that. I think it might have been it was only 5 minutes later because it hadn't gotten any traction yet or anything. It got a few likes.
Did you leave it up?
Crap. No, because I don't operate that way on Twitter anymore.
Right.
I don't put a whole lot of negativity out on Twitter. I don't have room for the drama in my life.
Yeah.
I end up getting too wrapped up in it. So, but the guy who had tweeted it had replied to me, and I confess, I deleted. I have no shame about deleting that tweet because I didn't intend it to be a tweet. But this is, I stand by that. Like you can make all kinds of arguments for Shedeur, but it can't be that somehow he throws a better deep ball than Jameis. That's just insane.
No,
that's evidence of insanity right there.
That's take-a-mania right there. Yeah. I tweeted last night when Espada pinch ran for Yordan Alvarez in the eighth. I think it was the eighth inning. When Yordan got on first base, they're trailing by a run, so he pinch ran. Now, at least he pinch ran with Cam Smith this time, who's actually fast, not Nick Allen, who's just slightly faster than Yordan. But I tweeted this last night. When Espada gets fired someday, the first question I would ask every candidate interviewing for the job, would you pinch run for Yordan Alvarez at first base with 2 outs in the eighth inning? That's the other thing. There were 2 outs. They'd have to get this runner all the way around from first base to score the tying run. If the answer is yes, I fire that person before I even hire them. But you know who came to Espada's defense? Chandler Rome.
Mm-hmm.
Chandler replies to me, when did Alvarez's spot come up again in the game? Because that's my argument. You don't take Yordan out because now the MVP is out for the rest of the game.
Right.
You tie it goes to extra innings.
Yeah.
And you got you have somebody who's not Yordan coming up. And I said he didn't, but when did Cam Smith score?
Right.
It didn't work for either way. But we actually got into he DM'd me, and we got into a good discussion about it.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things. It's a classic matter of I think with Espada in those moments, you do have to look at, all right, what are the percentage chances of it actually going to extra innings, percentage chances of Yordan coming up again in the game, and it's one of those things that's probably way hazier than it feels like in the moment. I tend to side with you in my gut.
Yeah.
Of you're not. I feel Espada sometimes feel like he's trying to win it with small ball right this moment, and if not, you're kind of screwed for the rest of any ensuing innings.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably always never as clear cut as it feels like it should be in the moment, but there's no strong argument either way.
I just feel like the speed of that base runner coming into play is such a low percentage, especially with 2 outs and the runner on first.
Yeah.
I mean, Paredes would have to lace one into the gap for the speed to even matter in that game.
Yeah, my argument for just in general for what Chandler said, well, when did it come up in a game? Like that's where when you're playing percentages and the numbers of it and everything, there's a lot of times where it's not going to work out, but there's other times where it does work out.
It does. I just don't like the thought process. That's what I told him. I said I criticize him every time he does it. I just don't like that as a strategy. I don't like it. All right, let's do Acknowledge Me. Let's acknowledge big performances over the last few days from over the weekend. I will say a name. Byron Matthews, our producer, will play Roman Reigns saying acknowledge me. All right, get comfy here on this one, Seth. This was a call that Clint and I got to the postgame show. I meant to play this on Friday. It's a little long, but it gets progressively more entertaining. Caller Wood to the post-game show. This is how amped up Wood got. This is how progressively angry he got at the Texans after a preseason Week 1 game on Thursday night.
Let's go out to the north side. Wood is holding on Texans post-game. Wood, welcome in.
Fellas, I'm going to talk about a little bit of leg Tank Dell in a minute, but let me get on this situation about the physicality of what Nico is not happy about. He's not happy about the situation that Nick Caserio in 6 years still have not put together an offensive line that can block worth the damn. I mean, we got this man has keep putting these people out here in preseason, in practice. You know, they want to try to build their confidence up and talk about how they gelling, how they coming along good. But in reality, when it come down to it, and the bullets start flying on game day, they still marshmallows. They still can't block worth a dime out there. They still can't protect. The men that he's putting out there, the people that he's drafting, and we putting our hopes in Nick Caserio to put this offense together on the offensive line. He still ain't did it in 6 years. That's what D'Amico is not happy about when he talk about the physicality. The defense, he ain't worried about that defense. He going to say that a little bit just so he can try to put some fire under those third stringers who trying to make the team on the defense. But overall, we know our defense is going to be set. We know we got a championship defense. But the biggest problem that we have is that we cannot put an offensive line together that's going to go out there and play with the big boys. And the next problem that we have, we don't have a good number 2 receiver that can go out there and help Nico Collins out there on his side. Now granted, Tank Dell, I mean, man, he got all the heart in the world. I mean, but he got them little bitty legs. I mean, he got down there in the first year. He was trying to block. He inspired you, letting you know he can play with the big boys, but the little bitty legs just don't hold up. He got broke. Then he got down there to Kansas City, made a great catch. And then his old receiver went down there and broke them little bitty legs again. I mean, it's 17 games. It's a long season. Them little bitty legs just ain't gonna hold up. He got the biggest heart in the world, but unfortunately, he ain't gonna be able to hold up in the NFL. Hell, Nico Collins, big as he is, he don't play 17 games straight. It took 3 years before he become the receiver he gonna become. Hutchinson still haven't broken in and shown he gonna be a true number 2. He's still trying to fight for the 4 receiver spot. We might as well have to cut ties with him as well and go with somebody younger because we need somebody to step up. We hoping that Higgs or Knowles gonna come up and don't take 2 or 3 years for them to shine. But we need people on the offense to start making plays and do something on this offense. And Nick Caserio has been letting us down with this New England way. Every time you look around, he's really elevating New England coach.
He's getting positive, Byron. Yeah.
Well, all right, no, guys, this is. Did you explain to him that Jaden Higgins didn't play in this game?
No. Well, yeah. I mean, when he hung up, we said
honestly, like after I don't know how many people. There's things to be upset about from that game the other night. There's things to be happy about, but there's some of the most mind-boggling ones for me are people who are upset with people who didn't actually even play in the game.
Yeah,
like that's true. Yeah. We don't have a number 2 wide receiver. We do.
Yeah.
He was on the sideline.
Right.
I don't understand.
No, we got a lot of those calls that were just like general anger, and it's like,
yeah, I don't know. And then as far as the offensive line goes, I honestly, I was encouraged by the performance of the starters who were out there.
Yeah.
I thought the offensive they had a 12-play touchdown drive on the first drive of the game.
Yeah.
And that was it for your starters, and they did that without everybody else. And it's against backups and everything. So I'm not reading into it too positively.
Yep.
But I just don't know how you can come out of that game and think like, oh yeah, the starting offensive line is a mess. What'd they do? They had a 12-play touchdown drive.
Right, right.
Like, all right.
And we explained that to him afterward.
Like,
he hung up.
Had some nice runs and everything.
Yeah.
That part of it. Tank Dell does have itty-bitty little legs.
He does. He does.
But he is also, going back to, and Xavier Hutchinson, nobody's arguing that he should be the number 2.
Right.
And I guarantee you that when they drafted Xavier Hutchinson, Wood wasn't saying, oh, there's our next number 2.
Correct.
Yeah, I feel like they have actually found their number 2 wide receiver, and I'm pretty optimistic about what he's going to do this year.
It was a wild post-game call, man. I'm like, he's just spraying bullets at everybody.
Now, the 6 years in the offensive line, valid. It's a valid criticism, valid question.
Yep. Got to get it fixed.
They were a better offensive line in 2023. They were a mediocre offensive line in 2023.
Yeah.
In the last couple of years, it's been drastically different.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pat McAfee.
Acknowledge me.
All right, he's got an album out. I don't know how many people saw this. He put out a record album.
Yeah.
And you were the first person that notified me of this. You texted me on Thursday or Friday, whenever it was, and you're like, did Pat McAfee put out an album?
This is the biggest example of me trying to figure out whether something was real or a joke since Andrew Luck retired.
Yes.
When Andrew Luck retired, I don't think there were many people who thought initially, like, oh, this is clear. This is totally Adam Schefter's account. You see that news, and you're like, oh, wait a second. Okay.
It was in the middle of a preseason game.
That was easier because that was when blue check marks were still like they only gave them out to people selectively.
Yes.
But now, in the era of blue check marks just being for sale everywhere.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a second, is this real? And it would seem like a McAfee type of joke to do to put out a fake, like a satire album or something.
No, this is a legitimate,
very serious musical effort.
Legitimate attempt at an album. This is the very first song. We'll let you and the audience be the judge. This is called Pitbull and a Mugshot.
Rest in peace to the greatest dog of all time. Father. Wake up in the morning, smoking coffee, no cream. Scroll the feed, see some tweets or some crazy ass scenes. Trying to get to some money with our Powerball dreams. Cause when bills start stacking, we all feel the heat. We all hate the same folks, mostly lame bros. All the ain't Karens need go back where they came from. Cause we living, baby, we gotta get it daily. Wish we'd all spark up and light up all the shady,
Okay, that's. I think we've heard enough.
I can't. This is the biggest thing. Just from what I've seen in the smattering of it and everything. I'm not gonna judge the music on it, and I don't know.
What about his voice? Bad? What did you think?
I was like, all right, I guess it's hard to separate. It's hard to separate his show, and was that one of his cronies there doing the lead-in?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
One of his buddies from the show. It's hard to separate for me. It's hard for me to not think of him.
Well, that was legitimately part of the song. The lead-in you're talking about, where there was that voice talking.
I know. I'm asking who is that person.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant did they play it on the show?
No.
Okay.
I'm saying it's hard for me to not just imagine them doing this on the set of their show.
Right.
Like
that's what I said.
Yeah. And so it's hard to separate. I have a hard time separating Pat McAfee, the sports personality, from the music side of it. But the part of it, though, too, is just I don't know. Again, going back to it's hard to separate. He's talking about stacking, like, what is he? He's feeling stressed because the bills are starting to stack up.
I have no idea. I wasn't listening to the lyrics. I was just listening to his voice. He said something about Karen's in there.
I've seen a couple of comments about him, like just the facing financial hardships. And I'm like,
he's the highest paid media member in media and sports media. Yeah,
I know. And you went straight from college into being a professional athlete.
Right.
I don't think he came from rough upbringings. That's the part where I'm kind of like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
I just can't get into that part of it.
What did you text in? Tell me what you guys think of it. 713-572-46. And my feeling was, I listened to a couple of the songs.
Yeah.
It sounds like Pat McAfee at a karaoke night. He sounds like a decent karaoke singer to me.
Yeah.
Like if he got up there and did that performance at Dino's over on Richmond at their karaoke night, I'd be like, yeah, I'm entertained by this guy right now. I wouldn't go on tour or anything like that. Although the way everything McAfee touches turns to gold, he could probably go on tour and pack 15,000-seat arenas if he wanted to.
It's true, yeah. I think it's really, really hard if you're already a celebrity to go into music unless you're extremely talented. I think it was fair to say. I think that he's even people who love this album and like listening to it and everything probably wouldn't put him up there as like, oh my God, he's an incredible vocalist.
Well, the funny thing was on social media was all the ESPN people talking about how awesome it is.
Yeah.
Like Dan Orlovsky. Boy, this album's really good. Yeah. No, it's not. It's not like I'm not going to sit here and hate on Pat McAfee, but it's not a really good album.
Yeah.
It's not.
I don't. And that, but part of it too is just him like talking about bringing up his social media haters and everything. I don't know. Like, what am I supposed to do? I like country singers who make me want to go drink whiskey.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh yeah.
Does that make you want to go drink whiskey?
No. Yeah. Other than just my, ever present.
Your baseline wanting to drink.
Right.
It doesn't augment your desire to drink whiskey.
Yeah.
All right, a couple more here as we acknowledge Alan Ashby.
Acknowledge me.
Phil Garner.
Acknowledge me.
Both went into the Astro Hall of Fame this weekend. I like the team Hall of Fame thing, because it's you got the actual Hall of Famers in there, the baseball Hall of Famers, and it acknowledges that next level of player. Alan Ashby, of course, was a broadcaster for the team for a number of years. Was also a catcher for 11 seasons. First player in NL history to hit walk-off home runs from each side of the plate in the postseason. So that's a fun distinction.
And also just, maybe a reminder to, call your mom today. And then also, if you have a guy who was the first person ever to lead your team to World Series, maybe try to put him in the Team Hall of Fame while they're still living.
Oh,
and
yeah, that's
just,
true. That's true.
Say hi to your mom, call your mom, and put anybody like Phil Garner in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. R.I.P. Phil Garner. Player for the Astros for 7 seasons, and of course, as Seth just pointed out, led the Astros to their first World Series in 2005. So congrats to both of those guys in the Astro Hall of Fame. Oh, this is a good one. I was excited. Mike Burrows.
Acknowledge me.
Have you heard, Seth? He had a great rehab start on Friday.
Is this our next trade acquisition?
Mike Burrows.
Yeah.
It's just like making a trade when he comes back from Sugar Land. 4 1/3 innings pitched, shutout ball, 3 hits, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. Through 67 pitches, 43 of them for strikes.
Yeah. Boy. Can't tell you how excited I am about that.
It feels like February all over again.
This is right up there with Ty Simpson being the next Hall of Fame QB based on his preseason.
No, that's just stupidity, but this is
real.
This is real.
You can bank on this.
Hell yeah,
yes.
man. Mike Burrows. Yeah, he's going to make another start, I think, Thursday this week.
What's more likely, Burrows? Okay, Burrows being a viable pitcher that you feel good about.
Okay.
Imai being a starting pitcher that you feel good about, or Hunter Brown regaining command of his fastball.
Oh, that's a really good one. I would say Hunter's been so up and down, man.
The thing I'm nervous about with Hunter Brown, like the broadcaster was saying last night, the other team's
Seattle's guy,
was it feels like he's working around that shoulder injury with his mechanics and everything, and that doesn't seem like the kind of thing that is all of a sudden you're going to figure out.
Yeah, okay. Well, you just help me. You just help me with my answer.
Yeah.
The answer's clearly Burrows.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a Burrows honk.
You got a Burrows tattoo.
I do. Mike D'Antoni. Speaking of the Hall of Fame, he went into the Basketball Hall of Fame this weekend. Good speech. James Harden was there, actually, at the Hall of Fame ceremony. Here's what Mike D'Antoni had to say about his time here in Houston and adapting to James Harden.
But my philosophy had to change to maximize this guy, James Harden. I remember when I went and told him he was going to run the offense as the point guard, I'm sure he was channeling his inner Bob McAdoo and thought, Coach, just give me the effing ball. You're right. He's one of the most skilled players I've ever coached, and I appreciate the trust he gave me. Thank you, James.
They were a match made in heaven.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, James Harden, MVP. And
it was
scoring titles,
and
assist titles,
and as Harden is inventing new ways to piss people off with the gather step.
Yes,
and it was
the step through with the arms.
D'Antoni, who was an innovator in shooting threes in terms of volume,
right.
Then gets this guy that is not only going to shoot a bunch of threes, but also invent new ways to do it.
Yeah.
Yep. It was perfect for him.
I was happy for Mike D'Antoni. You spent time at his house in West Virginia, right?
I did not.
Oh, I thought you did.
Landry did.
That's right. My bad. But you're friendly. You did something with D'Antoni back in the day.
No, Laurel busted my balls.
Laurel, that's what it was.
Laurel, okay, this is what happened. Meltzer and I were having Laurel D'Antoni, and she was going to talk about her charity. And Meltzer, for some reason, started going off on Rockets fans and talking
with her
about,
there.
No.
Oh.
But she was on her way to the.
Oh, jeez.
Some Rockets fans complained that we didn't talk about the Rockets enough compared to the Texans, and Meltzer started going off on about how more people care about the Texans and everything. And she had been listening on the way in. She got into the studio, and for whatever reason, she thought I was the one who had been talking all that smack.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, okay, look at me, and then Meltzer's voice.
Yeah.
I don't know how the hell she thought that.
Yeah.
And she started just going after me.
Yeah.
And I'm looking around like you're shooting the wrong fella.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you say that to her? Did you tell her? No, it was him.
Well, no, because I was more angry that she was coming after me, so I started going after her.
You're focused on that.
And we ended up, it ended up being one of those. It ended up being one of those kind of. We had a fun and playful, jabbing at each other relationship.
That's good.
Yeah, but she's a little bit like Hannah. she makes me nervous.
Mhm.
You can tell she's got like a little, like an edge to her.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right, I gotta keep my head on a swivel around this one.
Yeah, that's good. Keep you in your place.
Yeah.
All right, that was Acknowledge Me. We do it every Monday at about 7:20 or so. All right, final segment for us coming up. We are on 2-hour Monday time now. We are at that part of the schedule, so we're going to hand things over to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris for their Monday show in about 20 minutes or so. But could this guy, who we poke fun at a lot on this show, actually be one of our best friends when it comes to the Texans this coming season? That's coming up next.
Your best friend, if you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, your best friend.
Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, we should mention this. We didn't mention this in headlines, but they were just talking about it on TV. Von Miller signing with the Cowboys. That's another big name off the market. The Texans got Jadeveon Clowney, so they're cool at DE3 right now. DE4 and DE5 are still an issue.
Yeah, and the different type of player than Jadeveon Clowney. I mean,
Yeah.
Von Miller really only made sense for the Texans if they were gonna. Like, Von Miller makes sense as a guy that's going to come in on pass rushing, like on
Sure.
second and long and third and long. The Texans already have those guys.
Yes.
You know, and so Clowney.
Their names are Daniil Hunter
Clowney's a
and
guy
Will
who can come
Anderson.
in on third down, but also can be really effective on first and second down and not just stop the run on first down, but also rush the passer. So I thought Clowney was a much better fit.
Yes.
And then in terms of age and injury, the history, Clowney's been a lot more durable than Von Miller over the last few years.
Very durable. Who would have predicted that after his first 2 seasons? But he's been super durable. Mike Florio has the Texans, Seth, third in his preseason NFL power rankings. Not third in the AFC, third in the National Football League, behind the top 2 teams over in the NFC. The defending champ Seahawks, number 1. The odds-on favorite right now, the Rams, number 2. Number 3, the Houston Texans.
Well, you know, I think this is it's going to be interesting to see exactly how people feel about the Texans after the preseason, where, you know, by and large, people try not to read too much into it. But the standard take in the offseason was, wow, if C.J. Stroud just could have played like an average quarterback, they probably would have been in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Fair enough take. Pretty milquetoast. A lot of people try to sell that like it was a hot take. But if that's what you were saying all offseason, and if it feels like the Texans' offense is not, it doesn't have to feel like the Texans' offense is going to be incredible, but are they going to be better than they were last year?
Right.
Does that allow CJ to play more up to his capabilities without even being a top 5 guy or anything?
Yeah.
I think it's reasonable that people are going to start feeling that way. I feel the offense is going to be better just based on what I've seen in practice. Somebody yesterday said that I was being they thought I was being overly optimistic about the offense. And I had a congenial exchange with him, but I'm saying, well, what does overly optimistic mean? Because I haven't made any predictions about CJ being a top 5 quarterback or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I only think, based on what I'm watching in practice, that they're going to be a better offense than last year. And I think the defense is going to be at least as good and possibly better. So, yeah, I think it makes sense that the Texans would be a better football team overall. Does it elevate them up to number 3? I don't know if I'd put them there quite yet.
No, and and we'll hear from Florio for his reasoning here in just a second, but he's got Seahawks 1, Rams 2, Texans 3, and then the next couple teams, Broncos, Bills. That's the first team that he's got in here that the Texans actually play this season.
Mm-hmm.
Bears, Patriots are at 6 and 7. Eagles, Jags, Ravens round out the top 10.
The Bills are really interesting because you and I were talking about this the other night during the game. We were just talking about, okay, the Bills and the fact that Joe Brady was elevated from offensive coordinator to head coach. And the numbers on in-house promotions to head coach are ridiculously bad, almost to the point where it defies explanation. You would have thought that somewhere along the way it almost never works out with an in-house promotion. I might have to go back to when Walsh left the 49ers. That
one worked out.
Yeah.
But you're right. That might be the last one.
And the people in Buffalo, I've heard scuttlebutt about, like, wow, boy, this really just seems to be the guy Josh Allen wanted.
Yeah.
And is Joe Brady the guy that all of a sudden now is gonna do something different than the coach that really brought the Bills out of McDermott?
Yes.
Lifted them out of the morass.
He's a good coach.
Yeah.
Sean McDermott was
a good head coach.
A good head coach.
Like,
yeah.
he's got his flaws and didn't do this,
Sure.
didn't do that. But I think DJ Moore is going to be really interesting because the last time DJ Moore was really explosive downfield and productive was in Carolina with Joe Brady.
Yeah.
So that's what Josh Allen needed last year, which was a vertical threat, somebody that could win on the outside. If DJ Moore is still that guy, the Texans aren't going to be able to come in and spy Josh Allen as much. Like, it's not going to be the same game plan.
4 weeks from yesterday is Texans Bills week 1. We are inside of a month from the opener, which you can hear right here on 95.7 The Fan. Here's Mike Florio with the reasoning behind his number 3 ranking for the Texans.
I think their defense is good enough to get to the Super Bowl and win it, and their offense only needs to be a little bit better.
There you go.
I watched what happened against the Steelers, a game that the offense seemingly tried to lose, and they still won the game 30-6. Now it was 7-6 going into the fourth quarter. And I watched the Patriots game, as did you. We were in the bowels, literally, of Soldier Field watching Patriots-Texans. And if C.J. Stroud isn't seemingly intending to complete passes to Patriots players in the first half, the Texans win that game. And if the Texans go to Denver the following week, maybe the Texans win. And if it's the Texans and the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, and that defense is playing the way that defense has been playing, and the offense adds a little something, maybe the Texans not just get to they've never been to the AFC Championship. They could have gotten to the Super Bowl last year. They could have won the Super Bowl, and I think they can do it this year. I think that they are being woefully underrated. They are being woefully overlooked, and they probably would prefer that I not have them as high as number 3.
The only part that I skew towards disagreement with, I don't vehemently disagree with it, is just I don't know if the Texans beat the Seahawks on that day.
Yeah.
The Seahawks, and maybe it plays out differently. The matchup with the Patriots might have benefited them, but the Seahawks were really. They played the Texans in Week 7.
I'll tell you one thing about that Super Bowl, though. Yeah. I think is like Sam Darnold easily could have thrown 3 picks in the first half.
Yes,
that was dicier and more precarious, I think, than it probably felt when you look back at the sum total of it.
Agree.
But man, they were the Patriots were giving him hell. Did the Texans give him just a little bit more hell?
Yeah.
Or are their defensive backs better at coming up with some of those balls that could have been interceptions are like ones that Derek Stingley probably makes the catch.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point, actually. Did you, as long as we're talking about Florio, how about Michael Holley, his co-host that one day?
Yeah.
Passing out and just hitting the floor.
And you could see on camera his eyes start going wide.
Yeah.
If you weren't watching, you would think he was like shocked at something Florio was saying.
Yes.
His eyes go super, super wide and he wavers a little bit and then he falls down. And then you find out that he had just fainted and he's okay. Which means it's okay to laugh at all the memes that are out there now,
and will be forever.
Because it's a pretty strong visual.
You got to find it. Go out of your way to find it. What would have made it funnier is if it happened to take place as Florio is giving one of his bombastic takes that he has about something.
Yeah.
And then we could have attributed it to that. But
Florio had gotten mad at him, mocking him.
Right.
Florio looked genuinely concerned.
He did.
Mostly because he figured he's probably losing. Or he's thinking, I'm going to make so much money on this clip.
But Florio, I give Florio credit. Because you can see Holly teetering.
Yeah.
And Florio just keeps powering through his take. He doesn't acknowledge Holly teetering until Holly hits the floor.
But you know what happens on these shows, though, too, is a lot of times you're not looking, when you're talking, you're not looking directly at your host on your computer because you're looking at the camera.
Yeah.
So a lot of times you're kind of, monitoring, you're trying to look at the camera, and depending on what your setup is, it's,
That's true.
He might not have noticed that Michael Holly
he might have just
wavering.
heard him hit the floor. It was pretty scary. But yes, we can joke about it now that he's okay. I guess the only injury he sustained is he had a cut on his leg from the fall or something like that. So thoughts and prayers to Mike Holly.
I also I like the way that Florio made it sound like I thought he was going to go on to speculations of CJ tanking the game. Looked like he was trying. Looked like he was trying.
That would be on brand for
Florio
Florio.
To the Patriots.
I don't know. This day and age where gambling is legal in all these states. Real quick, because we played the McAfee. We played a part of a song from Pat McAfee's new music album. Yes, Pat McAfee has a music album. We'll close the show on this. Got in the car just now with 95.7 set on the radio. Heard that crappy country music and thought y'all screwed up and switched back to the spot. I literally switched over to 610 to figure out what the hell was going on. Don't ever do that again.
Yeah.
That's from Adam.
I
can't promise we won't do that
again. There's a greater than zero chance that at some point Pat McAfee owns our show and insists that we
got to
pay
be careful.
It's probably,
Oh, that's true. I take it all back. The album's amazing.
Nah, screw him.
Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and, stack bills or whatever McAfee says
all you
on
Karens out there stacking bills. All right, we're done. We're out of time. We will pass the baton to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris here in just a few minutes. But before we do that, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring, is just out there on Friday at his beautiful facility on the north side of town. I'm getting ready to do the Inspire sleep apnea implant treatment here in a couple of weeks. and doing my pre-op out there. So I'm looking forward to that. Look, Dr. Ben Salento, I've never met somebody who is more knowledgeable, awesome.
things that you love. Heck, in some cases, guys don't even recognize themselves, man. They lose their identity altogether. Fellas, it's important to get the answers you need. Now's the time. And this summer, it's free. At Low T Center, you can book a free testosterone test and get a consultation from licensed providers who specialize in testosterone replacement therapy. Explore a range of peptides and even get a jump on that summer body that you've been looking for with GLP-1s and medical weight loss protocols. Low T Center's been the #1 name in TRT since 2009, y'all. They're the OGs and the pioneers. Visit FixMyLowT.com right now to schedule a free testosterone test today. Y'all, that's FixMyLowT.com. That's FixMyLowT.com.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
First down at the 41-yard line of the Chargers. Mertz under center with Whittington in the backfield. They fake the give now. Mertz has time, and a nice pass to Kelly over the middle, tackled across the 25-yard line. First down, Houston. What a way to get it cooking there with the play fake and Mertz with the dart to Josh Kelly.
I don't know if that's the highlight I wanted, but that's okay. We'll start with that because you lost the quarterback on Thursday night. I didn't want to start with anything negative. I was hoping to start with Klein, but it just kind of rolled that way. I think that was highlight roulette, and that was the highlight that rolled, and we played that. Mertz to Josh Kelly, who is an interesting player, no question. It's Texans Monday, and it's a weird Texans Monday in that, we're on every Monday after a game. But the game was Thursday. Now, in a regular season context, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, by the way, we'd be talking about that game. We'd be talking about the week to come. There would be nothing really to talk about after that game that happened other than maybe a transaction or so, if you had an injured player or whatever, plus the entire weekend of NFL football that would have taken place after the Thursday night game, how that affects the Texans in the standings. But, Johnny, this is a very different Texans Monday because we can dissect whatever happened on Thursday night, and we will. But you had two practices over the weekend, and they were bangers. These were real practices in the hot sun at the Houston Methodist Training Center in the afternoon, folks, not open to the public. I think people would have fallen out. A lot of people would have fallen out over the weekend in these practices. It was warm. I mean, just think about this. 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you're out there. They were out there banging, and it was real. And it's a big week for your Texans. Raiders tomorrow, joint practice. Raiders game Thursday night. This is as big as it gets in a preseason way. So we're all here for it. There are enough trucks in the loading dock right now for ESPN to make FIFA look like a junior tournament. I mean, I'm telling you, they have a Super Bowl allotment of TV trucks out there. They are fired up for this. I think this is their regular season run-through or something with Buck and Aikman. So it's going to be a big blast for them. And we're going to have a big blast down the radio, and it's just a big week for the Texans.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's funny you play the highlight. I'm like, wait, what's that from?
Yeah, I know.
It feels like, especially in training camp, once you're a couple days from the preseason game, you're already at the next one. I mean, I'm already thinking about the Raiders and the two practices we saw this weekend. So when I heard that highlight, I'm like, wait, did that say Mertz?
A long time ago. We're in game week Thursday already, Johnny.
I know. And I mean, Let's play on Thursday night does. I mean, I like playing Thursday night. I mean, it's great. I like the nighttime. I don't know why. I just like the night game to just kind of have the morning and just, all right, let's ramp up to 7 o'clock, which is kind of nice. But yeah, you're right. The game will be seen on ESPN, which is ABC 13 as well, which you will not see Andy, myself, and Kevin Kugler.
I know. Joe will not be producing the TV broadcast.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, did you see? This was, I think Pro Football Talk reported this, and because I don't think it's a big deal in a preseason sense, but did you see the news about? So in the offseason, Troy Aikman was asked by the Dolphins to be part of their decision-making crew, whatever it is,
advisor,
whatever it is. But apparently, he can no longer go into, and I guess this is the same for Brady, he can no longer go into an NFL building He can't be in one at all.
I'm going to give you a little secret here.
Yeah. Well, I know what you're about to say.
Should I go inside baseball on this one?
Yeah, go inside baseball. I saw it, and I was kind of like, well...
Aikman doesn't go in anyway. He zooms everything.
That's right.
These guys parachute in on game day, and they airlift out right after the game. Buck and Aikman.
Yeah,
not that they don't prepare. Those guys are really good. I think they're awesome at what they do.
Yeah,
they're awesome.
I like listening to Joe Troy.
They got great pipes, both of them. They deliver the goods. I'm not taking anything away from that. It's not like they're hanging around the facility, talking to everybody, getting to know the staff.
Which a lot of crews will do. And we see them very around on typically Fridays. We see the practice. They come to practice. They've got their flip cards.
And they'll let them into the practice part of practice.
That's right.
They'll let them see the game plan part of practice.
That's exactly right.
And so they have information, right? And they get these production meetings. We talked about that. But these production meetings for them are on Zoom. Anyway, so it doesn't affect Aikman.
It really does.
But he'll be doing his prep this week. And since he's a Dolphins consultant. And didn't he say that he would have done it for the Cowboys had they asked or whatever?
I don't know. I don't know the Cowboys are going to ask anybody. But that being said, the game being removed from being Thursday.
You're back on radio with us.
Yeah, I'll be back on radio, which I'm looking forward to, like being with the guys. But we've had 2 practices over the weekend. And so here's my hot take, right?
Okay, all right. You had one yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to hear, audience, are you ready for Johnny's hot take on yesterday's practice? This was full pads, right?
Okay, audience, you guys play along with us. So, like, when you see us out and about, which I'm telling you, this weekend, Mark, I everywhere I went, somebody was like, hey, saw you on TV. Hey, man, I heard y'all on Access.
It's the biggest show in the world. That's all it is.
You want to, John was playing Santa Claus as like a third person at HEB the other day. I saw, somebody, I was getting a drink, I was about to leave, I was getting a drink, and saw a guy, really nice guy, he popped up and he said, looked at me, and his quizzical look on his face, and he says, on TV, you look like, and I said, I'm waiting, I'm like, what's he going to say? You look like Jonathan Lipnicki. No, he goes, you look like John Harrison.
I said, Jonathan Lipnicki grown up.
Yeah. And I said, I am John Harrison, so we chatted a little bit. Huge fan of Texans All Access, and listens to us all the time. And so we were kind of leaving one another, and I said, you excited about tomorrow night? Yeah. And he said, I said, you going to the game? He goes, no. And I said, you want to? He goes, yeah. And so I gave my
surprise and delight.
Yes, right there in ATB. So if you see me out and about, I might not take this for Thursday. But it's amazing the number of people that we see. So when you're out and about, and you can use this rating system to just make sure you give credit to the 2 of us.
The hot takes.
Our hot takes sizzle fire rating system.
Right.
So 5 sizzle fires means, okay, that's the hottest damn take you've ever come up with. Like, that is just ridiculous. Number 1 means that's probably true.
Right.
There's no hot.
It's kind of counterintuitive. 5 doesn't mean a 5-star rating. It's 5 like, are you out of
5 sizzle fires? You're crazy.
Too hot to handle. And 1 is, that's probably true. That's not a big deal.
So I texted you. I texted you at some point from...
I saw it late, too.
Yeah. I texted you. This was before team period 3. And I just texted this. Best offensive practice I've seen in years.
Mm-hmm. And this was with the defense
years
cooking, maybe literally.
Yeah.
In the hot sun.
Yeah. This was not, ones on twos. This is not, ones on threes. This was 1v1, 2v2. Petrie back, which was good to see. The offense, I was pleased with everything the offense did. They were dialed in. The passing game was dialed in. If it wouldn't have been for Kamari Lassiter, they might have been perfect. In 7-on-7, the first throw was knocked away by Kamari Lassiter. Then the quarterbacks went 7 for 7. And I'm not talking about just check downs. I mean,
is Rip in this group?
Yeah, he had one. He had the last one. He had Foster Moore on a shallow. But C.J. Stroud going deep to Lewis Bond. Just dropped it in a bucket. Threw a nice little dig route across the middle. Davis had a dig route, I believe, to Jared Wayne. They went 7 for 7 in 7-on-7. So we've seen that at times throughout camp. Like, okay, they kind of lit up 7-on-7. What's defensive coaches?
Because there's no pass.
Yeah. Then all of a sudden, team started. Like, holy crap! This is continuing. This is Davis Mills finding Jared Wayne across the middle. CJ finding open receivers, finding his hots. Just looked really good. Protection was pretty. And look, Will had a play here. Daniil Hunter almost took a handoff from CJ at one point in a red zone drill. Daniel Sopwitz made the catch of the day on the sideline. Davis Mills, I think it's on our socials, I think. He rolling right, got a pressure in his face, and Davis throws a seed about a yard outside the sideline. Sopwitz snatches it, toe tap, bang, bang, touchdown. I'm like, wow. And you know what I have to say about Sopwitz. I'm telling you that dude can play.
Number 17.
And guess what? Starting getting a few more reps with the other groups, the higher groups. And Davis stuck on. I just felt like overall, the offense. Oh, here's the other one. So on Saturday,
another hot take?
No, it's another play.
I'm
giving you time to come up with your rating, but
okay.
Saturday, they weren't in pads, but it was still a physical practice. There were still collisions going on. Henry To'oTo'o had one of the better practices I've seen. I mean, Henry's been playing really, really well. Henry has been the one thing the linebacker didn't do the other night, and Henry didn't play against the Chargers. He triggers. Like when he sees run, gone. Like history. You got no chance.
There was none of that or not enough of that, and also the edge setting was lacking.
That's exactly
on Thursday night.
So Henry on Saturday does that maybe three times. Well, 2 times for sure, I remember. And then one of the time he beat every offensive lineman to a screen. Like Henry was on it on Saturday. So on Sunday, the very first run plays outside zone. And hand the ball to Dave Montgomery. He starts up in the line. And so I'm kind of watching through the blocking. And all of a sudden, I see Henry about to go. I can see it. And all of a sudden, I see Keelan Rutledge just get on him.
Yep.
And the run pops. And it ends up being a good solid 6-7 yard gain. But
I'll take it.
Montgomery got up into the second level before he was even touched.
Because Rutledge took care of it.
And Rutledge took care of it.
Playing guard on that play.
And I can only imagine that on the meetings on Saturday and Sunday morning, it's like, hey, offensive lineman, if we don't get to the second level, this is going to happen all the time. So then you flash forward to Sunday, and Henry tries to trigger on a run, and what happens? He gets got. And it's like, oh, the offense is now learning. This is what we wanted them to be. Passing game I thought was good. Look, it wasn't perfect. Elijah Huzzy had a nice little pick on an out route. But for the most part, there was good pass protection. There was good understanding of the pressure and where it was coming from. Everybody got picked up at times. CJ had a lot of time to throw. I think they had a false start at some point. But for the most part,
it was a good offense.
And I started thinking about it as we were going through. And I was like, this is the best I've seen in this group. And then I thought, okay, well, it's definitely better than anything last year. And then in 2023, when they're kind of learning that offense, it was better than anything that year.
Well, you skipped 2024.
Well, yeah.
No mixing in camp, right?
Yeah, no mixing in camp. I feel like it was very clunky.
I think 23... Yeah, you didn't see it in 23 because the offense didn't erupt until during the season.
Right.
When you saw some eruption days, Tampa Bay, Cincinnati, even the second half against the Colts week 2, a game you lost, CJ throws for well over 300 yards, and you're seeing it happen in front of your very eyes.
So it took a regular
season.
So then you go, okay, 22, no, 21, definitely not.
All right, so training camp practices, Johnny, I'll dial it down to like a 2.25. 2.25.
Okay.
Hot take.
Yeah,
because it does seem like that was one of their better practices. And what you see when you're out there watching CJ, and you and I get to watch from a variety of angles. Gosh, he's such an elite talent, man. He's the way he throws the football. We've all seen it. You've all seen it. I'm looking at the YouTube camera right now. We're on the 95.7 fan page. By the way, Johnny's not really short.
No,
he just low rides.
I do
have a broadcast table here, and I tend to sit up
chair.
high. I tend to sit up high. I'm like on one of those fan boats in the Everglades. Johnny likes to low ride, like he's low ride through town. I don't know if that's the way to sit. When we do the videos for broadcast here, you get in a normal chair. Let's put the high chair.
Yeah, when we do the normal YouTube broadcast, I'm in the gargoyle chair. It's a great chair.
Kaylin Bullock in here a little bit later.
Yeah, that's going to be fun with Kaylin. But I felt like, and I wrote this, and you can see it at Harris Hits. You can go check out my Twitter if you want the link, at @JHarrisFootball. I think it's the last tweet that I posted. It just was a really efficient practice. And I feel like everybody got involved. Tight ends got involved. All the receivers really, Nico, I thought had a nice day. Felt like there was a little bit of folks. Hey, remember 12 don't forget you got 12 on this roster.
No question.
He's really good. Let's not forget that we have him.
No, there's no doubt. And remember, when he missed a few days, when was it, like a couple of weeks ago? I can't remember.
They're all blending together.
Yeah, they're all blending together. But he's out there. Mm-hmm. And I was watching practice a little bit with Sean Pendergast yesterday. He talked about, hey, Nico goes in the cold booth. That trailer, that's meat locker cold. Yep. Why not? I feel like going in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
During special teams, that's what he does.
So you mind if I went in there with him and just chatted it up, because I'm a little warm myself, although I have nothing to complain about because I'm not practicing professional football.
But it was so hot these past 2 days. I mean, it was to a point where I would look up on the board, and on the video boards, they'll put the next 2 periods is like baseball. You got 2, 3, and 4 coming up. This guy's up. This guy's on deck. This guy's home. Yeah. So they'll have the period of 7-on-7, and then they'll have the next 2 periods of what you're going to have. So 7-on-7, special teams 1, team 1, or whatever. I kept waiting for that period call up. I was like, call up, please, coach. Call it up, coach. No mas. But wave the white flag. Coach is like, why is Johnny waving the white flag? Because we're done, coach. It is hot. I'm telling you, it was 2 of the hottest days I can remember ever at training camp practice.
Next time we get in this room, long form, I'm going to ask them both about this, because my theory is this. Because I was asked a lot, why are they practicing in the middle of the day? Right? Why not practice in the morning? Well, Thursday night you played, so I guess there's Saturday you don't want to practice in the morning, you want to wait till afternoon, Sunday, whatever the case is. But they know. If it was damaging, if they felt like this was too costly, they wouldn't do it. They have all the data. Their bodies are tracked. They have the catapult stuff. They have all this electronic equipment on them that monitors everything you can think of. They come in here today. They take their readings before, after. So after Saturday's practice, if they thought it was that damaging, they wouldn't have done it in the afternoon on Saturday. They would have adjusted. They would have practiced indoors. Now, they're going to be indoors today.
That's right.
But they're in the bowl. They're in the bowl today. It's game week Thursday, and tomorrow they got a hard. It's a weird week, because you would never do this in a normal game situation. Have a hard Friday, which is tomorrow in game week land, right? The Raiders are coming in, and that is really like a game when you think about it. Not a full allotment of reps, but your first team's going to see a lot of work tomorrow against the Raiders. And then on Thursday, D'Amico said everybody's going to play, right? He said that. Yeah. They're not going to play much, though.
Correct.
I wouldn't expect the starters to play much, but they will play.
Especially after joint practice.
Yeah, exactly. Because the joint practice. Well, Mark, why joint practice? Why is that such a big deal? Because you can't tackle the quarterback in the joint practice.
Yeah, it's very controlled. You don't tackle anybody.
Right. You're not going to
everything's thud.
Montgomery to the ground. You're just going to kind of wrap them up, and I would have, could have, should have gotten them. The officials stop a run. They might stop it after 3 yards, but I know with Montgomery, that run's going for an extra couple. Okay?
Definitely.
That bowling ball's not that easy to stop, and he's going to take you for at least a yard or 2 more. And that means a lot in the course of the whole game. We all know that together. So this is a strange week in that way. But yeah, I thought it was great to see CJ throw the ball well. Numerous things we mentioned here. This is true. This is another hot read or whatever. This line is not done yet. I cannot safely predict the starting line for opening day. I think they might have had it yesterday, but I can't say that, Johnny. I don't know if we're there yet. I think by next week, that's the week they say, we got to have it for the Carolina week, because we really have to get into prep for Buffalo in earnest.
So last year was about this time, and I remember you and I were watching this thing, and we were pretty sure. I remember we were pretty sure what Tytus Howard was. Like, okay, they moved Tytus Howard to guard. Like, it's done, over. He's a guard. We went to the Greenbrier, and the very first day before practice, I was like, he's a guard. We've been saying this for a while. He's a guard. We want to practice that day, and he's right tackle. So we got in this debate, not really a debate, but a discussion before the game on Thursday night, because I was going to talk about Keelan in the open, right? And so we got the little graphic on the open, and it's Keelan Rutledge, and it says his number. Well, right above it said guard, and so we're like, well, we should change that, and so we changed the graphic real fast, and it said center. And then I said, you know what? We probably should make that center/guard just in case. Well, they're like, change it once, we're fine. Made it center. Well, then he said guard. So I'm going to say what I said last year. When it comes to the offensive line, I'm pretty sure about two things. Last year, I was pretty sure Ariante was going to start somewhere. And Titus Howard was going to be on the line.
What a prediction.
Those two things I know. I know this. Ariante and Keelan Rutledge will start. That I know about the offensive line. I'm assuming Ariante will be left tackle. Pretty sure he's going to be a left tackle.
He's going to be a left tackle.
He's going to be left tackle.
I'll go there.
And Rutledge will start.
Okay.
Take your pick at center guard, I don't know, but Keelan Rutledge will start. Those two will start on the offensive line. That's all we know at this point about this offensive line.
I think you're right. That's good. Ariante left tackle. I'm going to
put that in pen.
100%.
Put that pen.
Rutledge starts 100%.
Yes, 100%.
There will be a right tackle. I cannot tell you if it's Trent Brown or Braden Smith at this point. I can't.
Or
Blake Fisher.
I can't
even tell you that. I can't even tell you that right now.
Yeah.
They're doing some interesting things out there.
Yep.
And I'm really curious to see how they line up tomorrow. I think they're going to line up tomorrow the way they lined up this weekend, but I can't guarantee that either, Johnny. They might completely change their minds again. You know, we looked at it, and now we're going to go this way. And I know we all want to see the five guys out there. We always harken back to the Wade Smith line. Do I call it the Wade Smith line? You know why I call it the Wade Smith line? Because he's the one who's here over the other guys.
That's right.
Winston's not hanging around, right? Dwayne Brown's not here.
Where's
Myers is in Philadelphia or whatever. Love Chris Myers. He's in Philly. And I don't know where Mike Brazel is. How come we haven't seen Mike? I don't know. I don't know where Mike Brazel is. He could be a beloved Texans legend making the rounds and appearances and everything, but it's the Wade Smith line from now on.
Right.
We always talk about the Wade Smith line. That didn't even well, it was 10, 11, 12. Now it changed because Winston left and you got Derek Newton in right. But, it's kind of like we got a new drummer. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's not like we were replacing Neil Peart either. Right. We're replacing a good drummer. Right. Good drummer.
You got a good drummer.
But we got another good drummer and we'll be okay.
Yeah.
So it was the same kind of line.
It is the Wade Smith line. That's the way I think about it too.
So it was about 4 years of that line.
Yeah.
Now Myers was in 09 along with Dwayne Brown, and Wade joined in 10, and you could get into some of the nuances there.
Yeah.
So, but they had a good line, and that line, the origins of that line were still coached by Alex Gibbs to begin their run,
right?
And the Kubiak zone system. I mean, all of that was Gibbs. I remember when Kubiak brought in Gibbs, he said, before he announced it, he wouldn't even tell me who. He just said, "There's some big names coming in here."
Yeah,
he said, "We're going to make some noise." You know, I think Ray Rhodes was one of the guys too.
Yeah.
Coached the secondary.
Speaking of coach,
you
think he's going to be here with Clint?
I think this is a good time for him to show up, or maybe he wants to get out of the way.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by that. If he just was like, look, it's going to be too chaotic if I'm there.
He doesn't want to draw the attention to himself.
Right.
These are my children.
But think about that. What do you want to... My guess is he might not go out to practice, but he might be kind of around the building where media could be away from him and he could talk to people on both sides. He might... I would be very cool.
I've never
met Coach.
You've never met Gary?
I've never met Gary.
That is so bizarre.
I've never met Gary.
I know. But it speaks to how much he hasn't been there because he was still coaching when you started.
I know.
And then, he's been up at his ranch.
I know. I'd love to be able to talk to him. And Drew, had a chance to talk to him for a number of years, and Drew thinks the world of him. And he did, the interview with him up at his ranch. We did probably, I don't know, 5-6 years or whatever it was.
But such a great story. Can you imagine the pride he has? One of his kids is a head coach.
This is so cool.
D'Amico, who he did coach as a head coach here. All the other coaches that he has around the league, like Kyle, etc. And then you have Clay, who's an OC in San Francisco. And Klein, who's in the Dallas organization still, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's right, yeah.
I mean, the pride he must have in his kids, incredible. And what a great man. I saw him and Rhonda at Mrs. McNair's funeral at her service. So it was great to run into him there briefly at the very least. But I don't know, Johnny. I don't know if he's going to be out there or not, but we'll all be there to see it. And I'd love to catch up with him on these airwaves. As a matter of fact, here, the 25th
Tomorrow. It's going to be cool. I think he's going to be here with Clint. I think this is a good time for him to show up. I mean, that wouldn't. I wouldn't be surprised by that. If he just was like, look, it's going to be too chaotic if I'm there. There's certain teams and logos when you see them, that's just like, wow. The Dolphins were in here, that was pretty cool. But it felt like we'd seen the Dolphins before. The Raiders,
that one gets me.
I like the Raiders.
I like the Lions here too. I love that logo, but the Raiders is special. And one of the this is the 25th year, so I love bringing up stuff like this. John Madden called one Texans game. That was a Hall of Fame game in 02, the very first game.
Yeah.
You had some run-ins with legends. Bill Parcells coached against this team as head coach of the Cowboys. You've had some run-ins with NFL legends that overlap the beginning of franchise history. Emmitt Smith played against this team. Al Davis was at the Houston Methodist Training Center with the Raiders when they had joint practice here in the early O's. And he had a walker, and he was yelling at his DBs. He was coaching them up from his walker on the sideline. Stuff like that. I just love the history of it. And to have Kubiak possibly coming back here to watch his son and his former player, D'Amico, coach against each other in a joint practice would be something. But even if he's not here, he's here in spirit. And it's kind of cool that Clint is here coaching the Raiders. It's got to kind of make Kubiak's blood boil because he's a Bronco.
That's true. Oh, wow. I didn't even think about that.
Kubiak did well against the Raiders as a Texans head coach, too. All right, let's get to this now. Houston Methodist. We're going to have Eddie Kalu on in just a moment here. Texans TV color commentator, among other things, 12-year NFL veteran. Houston Methodist has primary care physicians waiting for you. They're available for you all across the greater Houston area. You log on to HoustonMethodist.org/PCG for more information on that. You know it's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
A breast cancer diagnosis can turn your world upside down. But your Houston Methodist team assures you they'll use the latest cancer research and technologies, collaborating to treat and remove the tumor and reconstruct your breasts, restoring symmetry, sensation, and your sense of self. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, and Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages awarded grants of up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the 2025 Inspire Change Grant. These incredible nonprofits are breaking barriers, driving social justice, and creating new opportunities in our community. Meet the winners and learn more about their inspiring work at HoustonTexans.com/InspireChangeGrant. That's HoustonTexans.com/InspireChangeGrant. Let's celebrate their success and keep inspiring change together.
Raise your hand if you don't like saving money. Anyone? That's what I thought. It's probably why the Flex Your Credits electricity plan from Reliant is so darn popular. It gives you your 2 highest use days free every week automatically, and $200 in bill credits. Don't savings sound good? Get Flex Your Credits by calling 1-866-RELIANT or visit Reliant.com. Reliant. That's power. Your way.
Terms and conditions apply. Reliant. PUCT number 10007.
H-Town! The home opener is almost here, and tickets are moving fast. On September 13th, your Houston Texans take on the Buffalo Bills to kick off our historic 25th season back at Reliant Stadium. If you're thinking about going, now's the time. Get your tickets before they're gone. Then show up wearing white to match the players on field and other fans who have made the Liberty Whiteout a tradition for almost 2 decades. The players are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? Visit HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Hey Texans fans, it's CJ Stroud. Every quarterback needs teammates they can count on. People who've got their back no matter the score. Off the field, I want the same kind of support. That's why I've partnered with TDECU with smarter financial solutions, competitive rates, and personal service. They've got your back just like a great team should. Join TDECU today, banking that's built to win. Visit TDECU.org to learn more. TDECU, official credit union of the Houston Texans, insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Take advantage of exceptional offers today.
Hey, H-Town! Combine tasty Little Caesars pizza with NFL football, and what do you get? Game day! Little Caesars, the preferred pizza of the Houston Texans. Invite you to order your favorite Little Caesars pizza or try something new. On game day, Little Caesars is always convenient. From carryout to delivery to pizza portal pickup. Just call or text a few good friends and celebrate with delicious Little Caesars pizza and the Houston Texans game of the week.
Pizza, pizza.
You coming out with Klein?
Texans 2026 preseason kicked off with a loss to the Chargers.
Mills gets the snap on 3rd and goal from the 5. Throws right side. Caught. Touchdown, Jared Wayne.
We're not going to show everything we're capable of in preseason. We'll save that for week 1 versus Buffalo, but we like what we have. We're excited to see how it keeps evolving.
Insider access, exclusive content, crystal clear FM quality. Your home of the Texans is 95.7 The Fan.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Here's Mills on the gun with Whittington to his left on 2nd and 2 from the Houston 33. I know you like this down and distance. Mills gets the snap, throws over the middle, and this is caught. Marlon Klein, the rookie tight end, into Charger territory at the 35-yard line. Big play to the second-round draft choice to get the party started.
Boy, excellent pass protection, and it starts there for this Texans offense. They hold up, and then it's the weakest part of the defense. Two high safeties. You split it with a tight end on a nice little skinny post in the middle of the field. And I tell you what, if it's thrown a half a second off, it may have been tipped away or intercepted. Perfectly timed by Davis Mills.
31-yard play.
All right, that was very cool. To Marlon Klein, rookie, Mark Vandermeer, and John Harris with you. Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist. And Andy Kalu's going to join us, Johnny.
Yeah, Andy's going to join us. I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
I want Andy to answer this question, too.
All right.
So Marlon Klein had that one catch for 31 yards.
Right.
And I don't know why I was thinking about this. But let's say that Marlon Klein has one catch for 31 yards every single. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
He has one catch for 31 yards in all 17 games.
Mm-hmm.
So 17 catches for like, I don't know, 530 yards or something like that. Would you take it?
That's a lot of yards.
That's 1 for 31. It's one big play every game. Would you take it?
No. I'll take what's behind door number 2, Mike.
Really?
Yes, I will. I love the yards. I want more catches because I want 3rd and 6. He got 7. We moved the sticks. I want more of that stuff from Marlon Klein. I like the big plays. The yard per catch average is freaking crazy. Yeah, the league probably. So that's good.
1 for 31 every single
one. I'll take a few less yards, but more catches. Andy, good morning, Andy. How would you answer that question?
You know what? I would take it because, like you mentioned, the total yards. Keep in mind, as the expectations grow for this young man, he's still your backup tight end. So if my backup tight end's giving me 500 plus yards, along with what Dalton Schultz is doing, along with what Nico Collins is doing, along with what Jaden Higgins is doing, I would absolutely take that.
Yeah. We're on the same side of it. Absolutely. I would take one for 31 all day, every day. You are guaranteed a chunk play of 25 plus yards every game. I will take it.
I have that much faith in Mr. Klein and young Mr.
I do too.
Klein, our German friend, that I think he can do even better in terms of number of catches, even if it's a little bit less of a yardage total at the end of the day.
We can get into this a little bit later, but think about rookie tight ends for this team.
Yeah, what they've done over the years.
What have they done over the years?
Let's start with Owen Daniels. His rookie year was okay, right? In 06, but it wasn't. Look, they weren't throwing the ball a ton. It wasn't great. I got to look that up. Okay. Who else? Fedorowicz, his rookie year wasn't that great. He got going in 16. 16 was a good year for Fedorowicz. I don't know. I can go over the whole history of it if you like. But Andy, let's talk about tight ends here for a moment. The place you didn't expect us to start. But adding Klein in the draft and adding Foster Moreau as well, that really changes the complexion of this group. We haven't seen Brett much because he's been nicked up a little bit, but you have Schultz. You still have Stover coming back trying to have a really good year 3. It really changes things because they want to use him in this offense a lot, right?
No, absolutely. And we can start anywhere as long as we're starting with the Texans. But when you look at this tight end group, what I like is the competition because, and I know we don't like to admit it, but there are going to be some guys that we had expectations who aren't even going to make this team because of the competition. And that's what you have when you have good organizations, when you have teams that are expected to go far into the playoffs. Look, I'll say it if no one else was to say it, whether it's Brevin Jordan, whether it's Kate Stover, there's going to be some familiar guys not making this team because other guys who have now been added to the roster, they weren't just high picks. They weren't just recent acquisitions. These are guys that are actually making plays. And with Marlon Klein, you can't say enough about what you've seen out of practice. And what I liked about the preseason game, everything that I saw in practice with just those couple of catches, it's like, okay, you know what? It's one thing to do it at practice. It's another thing to do it when the lights are on. So that I appreciated that part of it. I've been around a lot of guys who opened eyes in the preseason at practice, but for whatever reason, it didn't translate to the games. And this is a guy that he can play, whether it's on a Tuesday practice, a Wednesday practice, or Saturday, Sunday when the television's on and the nerves are rocking. So, no, this competition is going to be fierce.
And as we watched the game, we're both kind of getting frustrated a little bit, especially with the Chargers running the ball the way that they did. Didn't feel like the linebackers played probably as well as they could have. And then D'Amico said in his press conference, hey, we really didn't, quote-unquote, rep our style. We didn't play like we're supposed to. Was that a little surprising that the twos and the threes that went out there weren't as successful in the physicality part of the game? Like, we know the first unit can be defensively. Were you a little surprised that the other guys, at least from a physicality standpoint, didn't really kind of hold up the end of the bargain according to D'Amico Ryans?
I was surprised, and I didn't realize D'Amico said that because you and I talked about it. Look, it's preseason. You're not going to call all of your defensive plays. You're not going to give away your blitzes, your zone blitzes. But one thing that I felt like we noticed last preseason was regardless of who was in there on the defensive side of the ball, yeah, they gave us some big plays even last year, but you just felt like, okay, this is the culture. This is the way this defense plays regardless of who's lining up. They're going to go balls to the wall. They're going to go out there and try to knock your head off. They're going to play with a little bit of an attitude, and you just didn't really see that. So that was a surprise for me.
Okay, this one's for both of you because we don't have a TV broadcast that we are producing on Thursday. The game will, of course, be on TV, but some guys named Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, some amateurs are going to be doing it. So we're not going to be producing it with, Kevin Kugler, UND, and Johnny and Shelby on the sideline. The first broadcast was great, by the way. But in the open, sometimes you guys do players to watch, right? Mm-hmm. So I want from each of you your player to watch. You got to give me one guy. You can give me two if you want, but each of you give me some players to watch. And who wants to go first? Johnny, you want to go first? Give me one or two guys to watch on Thursday night, knowing that the starters are likely to play at least some of this game. I
got one.
Okay.
So typically, Andy and I have kind of split this up. Andy, you'll take the defensive guy or defensive player, and then I'll end up taking the offensive player. So I'll stick with that. So my player to watch on Thursday was Keelan Rutledge. Keelan Rutledge.
Right.
The one for this Thursday,
Keelan Rutledge.
I would say is Jaden Higgins.
Jaden Higgins. Okay.
Yeah, I heard Wood's phone call earlier with Sean in the post game, and I wanted to lose my mind. We don't have a number 2 wide receiver.
Oh my gosh.
Jaden Higgins didn't even play.
Yeah.
He didn't even play. He started going off on Tank Dell and all this. Like
as Mike Tillman would say, watch this space.
Yeah.
Jaden Higgins, number 2 receiver.
Yeah, 81 would be my guy. I think he's due for a year 2 breakthrough, and I think it's going to take a few weeks for opposing teams to kind of catch on. Like, hey, 81's pretty damn good. If we keep rolling everything to 12, we're going to get burned. So I think it's going to have teams playing more straight up because they're not going to really know how to react. Because that's what I think the impact of Jaden Higgins is going to end up being. So that's mine on offense. Indy, what would you say?
You know what? I have 2, and I'm going to start with one that's kind of away from what my answer should be because we've talked about the starters. We talked about, you want to hear me mention someone that we already know about this defense. But when the defense is so great, I don't need to see Jalen Petrie. I don't need to see Stingley. I don't need to see, these guys. I do want to see more of Colin Wright because that's the guy during the production meetings where D'Amico, Reed Blankenship brought him up without us even asking about him because he's opening eyes. He had a pretty good preseason first game. I want to see if he can continue that. So Colin Wright, number 37 cornerback, is going to be a guy that I'm going to be very interested to see if he can keep that trend going, making plays, and Reed Blankenship. I mean, I'm just curious to see how they're going to use him with Jalen Petrie. I know, again, they're not going to get too detailed or specific with the packages that he's in, but I just want to see how he adjusts and how he plays with the ones and the role players on this defense. I think that's going to be pretty cool to see him because I watched a lot of Reed over in Philadelphia, and I was pleasantly surprised when the Texans were able to bring him over.
Yeah, I've never seen you take a picture in a production meeting, but you had to because that's your son's guy.
That's my son's favorite player. So my youngest son, don't kill me, Texan fans. He's a huge Philadelphia Eagles fan, and he loved Reed's story, just from undrafted to becoming a starter to becoming, that guy. So yeah, that's the one picture I did take at the production meeting. I know it's very unprofessional, but I had to do it.
No, it's fine.
You
did
perfect.
Play for the Eagles, so there's we have to remind the fans that
because what you were doing. Yeah, you play for the Eagles, and obviously you ended your career with the Texans. You did it the right way. Andy, you got joint practices coming up tomorrow with the Raiders. And when joint practice video gets out to the world from fans, a lot of them are fights and things that happen. As a player, I know it's highly emotional. You're facing a different color jersey. Sometimes there's refs, sometimes there's not, whatever the case might be. How do you make sure it stays work and not extracurricular BS like some of the fighting and things that go on?
That's a great question because it's tough to anticipate, but at the same time, it's almost like a prison yard. There's times like going out when we would have our joint practices where before the practice, you can actually feel like, something's going to happen today. I don't know what it is, but something's going to happen. And a lot of times, John, because guys were just so frustrated about being in camp, it was such a long process. Back then, it was 6 weeks long. Most of the time, you're staying in a dorm room away from your family. So when you see that other colored jersey, you're like, you know what? I'm just going to take out my frustrations on him. I think now it's because you just really want to compete because the practices aren't quite as hard, but you see that other jersey and you just want to compete and show your guys, hey, look what I'm going to do against the competitor, against the enemy. That's why those fights start. But to answer your question, when it happens the first time, it's up to the coaches to set the tone and say, look, we appreciate the aggression, but we have some work to do. We have some work to get done, and not just separate the two guys fighting, but just remind each organization why we're here, what we're doing it for. Because you're right, as much as I'd love to see violence, after a while it just becomes very unproductive.
Okay, this came up yesterday. Cole Popovich was available to the media. Mm-hmm. He told Aaron, I think that's who he told, 70% pressure rate or pressures, so sending extra people on that opening drive of the whole game. I think it was the opening drive. Unbelievable. I mean, Andy, how far have we come in the preseason? You were part of you played for 12 years. So when you started your career preseason, you're not seeing anything. Mm-hmm. But when you ended your career, they're starting to send a few extra people from time to time, right? And mix it up a little bit and show you a little bit more of what you might see in a regular season context. You tell me. That is strange. The way they had to deal with pressures on that opening drive, and they dealt with them pretty well. So what about that aspect of it, ND?
That is strange, but it's not one of those, they broke a unwritten rule. Most of the time, you don't show the blitzes, you don't show your hand because you don't want your opposing teams in the regular season to have more game film on you. So that is a surprise, but it could be. Look, there's ultimately you can put together hundreds, if not thousands, of different packages and blitzes. So even though you did see them, they're probably going to put them on the shelf until mid-regular season. But that is a surprise because typically in preseason, you just want to see the guys work mano-a-mano, one-on-one to see if they're using their techniques, if they're working their timing with their get-off, as far as the defensive side, the linebackers in the right position. But to show those blitzes and pressures early on, that is somewhat of a surprise. I didn't realize it was 70%.
Yeah, along those lines, Indy, how did you think the offensive line played the other night? I mean, the first crew went down, got the ball in the end zone, Jared Wayne with the touchdown. But just overall, and Mark and I were talking about this, It doesn't feel like anything is set in stone right now on the offensive line other than I think two things. One, Ariante Aristide, your left tackle, and Keelan Rutledge is playing one of the guard or center positions. I think those are the only two things we can lock in. But just as a group overall, how do you think the offensive line played, in particular that first group as they went up and down the field?
Well, the first group, anytime you're expected to play 2 series, but you're productive enough or you do enough during that first series to have the coaches say, you know what, we're good. You don't need to go back out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we call a successful preseason game. I didn't see enough, and we've seen a lot during the regular season where you're talking about up and down performance from the offensive line. So I don't want to be overly, optimistic. I guess I'll be cautiously optimistic, but I just didn't see enough. And I think this upcoming preseason game will give us a better picture. Because there's going to be times where, oh, man, that's a great block, or did you see what he did here? But I want to see the starting unit work together for an extended period of time, and we just won't see that until the regular season. But this is a very good time to watch the young guys. This is a very good time to see if Blake Fisher could end up being that swing tackle, if he can live up to his draft status. Rutledge, we've heard so much about him. And one thing about the NFL that I always tell these young guys, it's all about consistency. If you're an undrafted free agent rookie, you're going to show flashes. I mean, because that means you were a stud in college enough to the point where an NFL team says, you know what, let's see if he can make this roster. Like, that's very tough to just be invited to a camp. So you're going to show flashes. But what separates the guys that end up making the team, that end up being that great story, we talked about Reed Blankenship, is them doing it consistently. So really keep an eye on these rookies, these young guys. I'm very interested in just seeing Blake Fisher because I like to see the good story of, hey, the career didn't start off the way that he had hoped. But if he can be solid enough to have Pop comfortable saying, you know what, he's my right and left backup tackle, I think that would be a huge improvement. So I'm still watching the individual play of these offensive linemen.
Andy, quick one for you. You had the McNairs in the booth on Thursday night, and you guys were referencing a game of years past, and Cal said, you playing that one for us? You said, no, I'm that old. So, Andy, do you really feel old? Come on. How do you feel, Andy? We want to know how you feel, buddy.
You know what? It's funny you say that, Mark. I was actually a little bit depressed because my body's feeling good. One day, and this truly happened. So one day I got home, I was running the hill, I was working out, and I got into my kitchen. I'm like, man, I'm feeling pretty good. And then I saw the letter. And I've been depressed ever since I've seen it.
I know what it is.
AARP,
Double A?
you're now eligible to be a member. And I really thought, like, man, this is a mistake. Like, I don't look like the people in the commercials. I'm like, I don't look like the Fonzie from Happy Days, their spokesperson. Yeah. I'm like, am I that old? But when I saw that, so to answer your question, yes, I feel old. Physically, I feel great, and I thank God. But when I'm starting to get, then there's another one. There's this, and I'm not going to say their name on air, but a mobile cell phone carrier, and they have special deals for people my age and older now that I just turned this age, and I'm like, oh, man, I'm
really
that
big
guy
font.
So I went to get my hair cut. This is probably about a month ago, right before training camp. I wanted to get my hair cut, and this girl was super nice. Not going to tell where it was. Super nice, all this. We get done, and then I check out, and on the screen, it says senior haircut.
Oh, boy.
I just went, what? And then I looked at the price and went, cool, I'm all right.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm all right with that. But I called my wife right afterwards. And I was like, they just gave me a senior haircut. And she died. She just died laughing. I'm like,
what? Take advantage.
Take advantage.
Take advantage.
Give me that
Do
discount.
it.
I'll
Come
take
on.
it.
You've earned it. Andy, thanks a lot. We'll catch up Thursday night.
Thank y'all. Y'all keep up the good work.
Andy Kalu joining us here on Texans Monday, and Andre's going to join us at 9, by the way.
Yeah, I have some info.
Okay.
My question, which will be our question of the day, if Marlon Klein gave you one catch for 31 yards in all 17 games,
all right, we'll address
would
that.
you take it?
We'll address that next, among other things. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
Thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the Victory Dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
When it comes to unique experiences, pick TickPick. You're picking the official fan experience partner of the Houston Texans with no hidden fees ever. So pick TickPick for your chance to enjoy an all-exclusive experience at Reliant Stadium at every game. A chance to experience the national anthem on the field or exclusive suite access during the game with an opportunity for post-game field access. Don't let fees get between you and a great game day. Download the TickPick app and enjoy the best experiences supporting your Houston Texans this year.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Thank you guys for all the entertainment, not just you guys, but everybody. Looking forward to hearing it on 95.7 The Fan now. Clear signals, no static in parking garages. Just congratulations. Congratulations to everybody over there on your great work, and thank you for all the great years of coverage and many, many more to come.
No, thank you, JJ. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Relax and let Kroger Pickup handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items, then choose your favorites, carefully pack everything up, and load it right into your trunk, so you can feel confident it's what you ordered. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Pickup and Delivery. And right now, you can save $20 on your first pickup or delivery order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your trusted source for John Deere equipment. From farmers and landscapers to homeowners and contractors, King Ranch Ag and Turf's 13 dealerships are ready to serve you. Huddle up for savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Get the gear you need with the service you trust. Visit King Ranch Ag and Turf today online at kingranchagturf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans achieve greatness.
You can't fake greatness. That's why 1800 Tequila has built it through generations of obsession with the details. It's the mindset that wins championships, and the same mindset behind every bottle of 1800. That's how we became the world's most awarded tequila. So when the final whistle blows, raise a glass worthy of victory. Official tequila partner of the Houston Texans. 1800 Tequila. Proximo, Jersey City, New Jersey, 21 and older. Please drink responsibly.
It's time to throw your H's up because our 25th season is finally here. For 25 seasons, our fans have brought the energy and passion that fuels Houston Texans football. And we're just getting started, H-Town. For our 25th season back at Reliant Stadium, fans can expect a year-long celebration filled with exclusive content, special events, limited edition merchandise, and so much more. We can't celebrate this season without you. So visit HoustonTexans.com/25 seasons to learn more and stay up to date.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Pitsenberger back in, the rookie from Yale. Jared Wayne back into the game on this third down situation. Justin Watson short side left, two receivers to the right side. And Foster Moreau winged left after motion. Mills with a blocker in front in the gun. Mills gets the snap on 3rd and goal from the 5. Throws right side. Caught. Touchdown, Jared Wayne. A jumping grab by Wayne to put the Texans in front of the Chargers.
All the young man needs are opportunities, and the more they give him, the more he flashes.
Yeah, he's been looking good. Jared Wayne, big, strong, tall receiver. Had a nice game on Thursday night. And again, we said it at the beginning of the show. It's Texans Monday, of course. Usually after the game,
which is usually played Sunday, often, well, not often, but sometimes Thursday, we get it. But usually on a Texans Monday after a Thursday, we don't have two monster practices, which the team did. Saturday and Sunday, Johnny and I were there watching the guys work out in the hot sun, middle of the afternoon practices. These were the real deal. And they'll have one today in the bowl this morning, and then joint practice with the Raiders tomorrow. I want to get your Klein take, but this just came up yesterday because it was the anniversary of Woodstock, which took place in 1969.
Oh, I think I know where you're going with this.
I only bring it up because I have the booking fees.
Yes, I saw this. This is crazy.
Unbelievable.
Crazy.
Jimi Hendrix was the most expensive act at $18,000. Greatest rock guitarist ever. Don't at me. He's not even my favorite. My favorite is Jimmy Page, but Jimi Hendrix is better. I will give him more credit. Jimmy Page is awesome. He's my fave, but Jimi Hendrix is the man. Anyway, check this out, though. I'm not going to read everybody. The Who went for $6,250. Great. Santana, $750.
Could you fork over $770 to have Santana in your backyard at a
I'll pay it right
barbecue
now.
cookout?
Santana right now. Now, you know that he did do a certain substance, chemical hallucination.
And?
Accidentally or something.
Yeah.
I guess before the event. But if you ever see the Woodstock movie, and you can just probably pull this up on YouTube, Soul Sacrifice, they do it. Santana's a young man. I think he's a teenager still when they do this.
Jeez.
They are freaking awesome at Woodstock and every other time. And I missed him the last time he rolled around here, so I'd like to see him again before it's too late. Anyway, Marlon Klein, you said.
We'll get there in a second. Hold on. $18,000 for Jimmy, that was the highest rate.
Yep.
$18,000 in 1969 has the same buying power as about $164,000 today.
Yeah, so that was dirt cheap, man.
Yeah.
To get Jimi Hendrix to play Woodstock.
Yeah.
And when he played, a lot of people had already left.
Yeah.
If you see it in the movie, the crowd is very sparse when he plays, but he's brilliant in that.
Because he was at night, right?
No, I think it was really early in the morning.
Well, okay, so maybe the other
and
way.
He's playing the Star Spangled Banner. That's
yes.
the famous
Yeah.
recording,
Right,
and then he goes
right.
into Purple Haze, and it's tremendous.
Okay, on to Marlon Klein. So I pulled up three tight ends that I can just remember.
Okay,
rookies that
Texans history
that I know did something
in Texans history.
Texans history. So first we pulled up Fedorowicz because
2014.
He had 4 catches.
Yeah, he was not
4
that
for
active
28
in the passing game.
Yeah, he 4 for 20.
Yeah.
Now it got better because in 2016 he ended up having.
So Klein's one catch yesterday beat the yardage total of Fedorowicz in his entire rookie year.
Yeah, exactly. Then I looked up Brev because I remember Brev came back and put up some numbers in 2021. He didn't start the year. He started the year on PUP or IR or whatever it was.
Caught a touchdown in the Charger game, was it?
Rams.
Okay.
20 catches, 178 yards, 3 touchdowns.
3 touchdowns for Brev his rookie year.
Yeah.
3 touchdowns, nice rookie year, especially that year where it's hard to do anything.
Right. And you felt like it was going to continue to go up, and unfortunately injuries have slowed him down, and I hate that for Brev. Then there's Owen Daniels.
2006.
I don't think it's arguable. I think he's the best tight end in Texans history.
He is. Even though Schultz had the catch record in a single season last year, Owen's still the guy. He's the greatest tight end ever for this team.
Hit 34 receptions.
His rookie year. 34. So he
beat
352. Yeah, see?
5 touchdowns.
5 touchdowns is nice.
So let's take that 1 for 31, and let's say of those he catches 3 touchdowns. So out of Marlon Klein as a rookie, now, again, I hope it's more.
This is your scenario.
This is my scenario. Yeah. 17 catches for 548 yards, I think is the number, 547 yards.
Okay, good. We'll take
and 3
that.
touchdowns.
All right.
Take it? It's 131-yard catch.
I'm still not taking it. I'm taking door number 2 because I might get more touchdowns out of him.
It's a rookie year.
You're not telling me how healthy or not Schultz is also.
Well, yeah, I get that.
Here's the thing. Klein might have come in handy in New England. I know you can't do this. Schultz got banged up. Schultz was going to have a good game that he was going to be targeted a lot in that game, and he was off to a good start. Then he got hurt, couldn't come back.
Right.
You have Klein out there. You have anybody out there can help. Might have made a difference, right? You didn't need much to get over the hump in that game.
Right.
Couldn't get over the hump in that game, of course. We don't need to relive that. Please.
Yeah.
No.
But my point in that is you get that chunk play in the second play of the game.
Yeah.
And obviously he didn't play much. It was interesting to kind of watch. I was watching from the sideline. I was watching from the booth and watching him on the sidelines. they didn't put him back in after, I think, Series 2. They're like, no. We're good.
We're good.
We need
because he drew the PI to get them in close.
That's right. He drew the PI. X was wide open, but that's a tough throw because Davis has got a
got
defender
pressure
right in his face.
Yeah.
1 for 31. I would take it.
Okay. Guess what?
We
don't have that option of choosing this anyway.
I know.
But I want to know what Andre
But it's fun
would
to
say about
discuss.
that. Yeah. Andre's next here. We'll get to him. Quickie segment. We'll get to Andre where we'll stretch out with him. We'll even talk a little college ball because that's coming up before you know it. Week 0 is upon us. Let's get to that next here. Texans Monday presented by Houston Methodist.
This is Texans Radio on 95.7 The Fan.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan that's minimally invasive, healing your pain, and getting you back to life on your terms. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. From the first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6 times distilled till it's just right and naturally gluten-free, making it a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything, from the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Tito's is known for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's. Distilled and bottled by 5th Generation Inc., Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume. Savor responsibly.
Houston is the world's biggest stage for women's professional volleyball. Love Houston Volleyball returns for Season 3 with Olympians, Team USA stars, and elite international talent competing right here in H-Town. Last season proved there are no easy nights. Every rally matters. Every match delivers. Don't miss your chance to be part of it. Become a Love Houston Volleyball season ticket member today and secure your seat for every match. Visit lovbhtx.com. Love Houston Volleyball. This is your team.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Crew.
Anna, what says summer to you?
Sunshine, road trips, camping.
And?
Ford being #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands according to J.D. Power.
And?
And low APR offers with Ford credit financing on a select lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs.
My kind of summer.
For APR offer information, visit Ford.com or your local Ford dealer. For J.D. Power 2026 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2026 model year.
Listen up, Houston. Paramount Plus is once again your streaming home for the NFL on CBS all season long. That's right, stream your live local CBS games every Sunday on Paramount Plus, all the way through the AFC Championship game. Catch C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, and the rest of the Texans from your smart TV, phone, tablet, or any device, all on Paramount Plus. So sign up for Paramount Plus today, and we'll see you Sunday for another thrilling season of Texans football with the NFL on CBS streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Yo, what's up? This is Bun B, the Trill OG, letting you know Trill Burgers, as always, is in the building. We are proud to be partners with the Houston Texans, and our classic smash burgers with those caramelized onions, that Trill sauce, the pickles, and American cheese are always available. Stop by sections 115, 135, 522, or 548 to grab your OG combo with fried. Got you hungry? That's what I thought. Make sure you slide through and taste why we're H-Town's favorite burger. Let's get that good food and let's go, Texans fans.
What could be more exciting than watching your Houston Texans from the stands this season? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Plus, get exclusive benefits like preferred pricing, game day experience packages, and more. Experience the sights and sounds of Reliance Stadium with your squad and secure group tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390 to learn more.
KKFM, KILT AM Houston. Houston sports leader and your home of the Texans is 95.7 The Fan. Now, more Texans Monday. Presented by Houston Methodist.
Chargers at the 25-yard line of Houston. 59 seconds to go in the half. 10-7 LA. Pistol set here for Trey Lance. Lance to throw. Over the middle. This is picked off and taken to the left across the 30, 35, 40. Left sideline, out of bounds near midfield. It's the rookie with the INT, Kamari Ramsey.
Don't know if I've got room in my brain for another Kamari, but this young man's making a splash.
Oh, man, Dre just said it right there because, and Seth and Sean were talking about this, Jalen Ramsey exists somewhere, right? And he's a great defensive back historically. So you have Kamari Ramsey, you have Kamari Lassiter. And, you have Jalen's all over the place on this team, and you feel like,
don't
wait
do
a minute.
this.
No, but it's just out there. You know what I mean? Sometimes these things blend in the brain, and Andre Ware joins us now. Dre, am I right? You have a lot of names in there, and you got all the college names in there as well, so it gets to be a lot.
Oh, my goodness. We were joking on the air about some name pronunciations and how spellings and things of that sort, but yeah, I mean, it's easy to get Kamari Lassiter mixed up with Kamari Ramsey, and both play defensive back and so on and so forth. And you mentioned the Jalen's as well, ton of those. So you gotta be on your toes a little bit with this roster.
Between Jalen's and Kalen's and Kamari's, I mean, you just throw one of those names out there, and more than likely you've got the guy who just made a play.
If you say Jalen, you got like a 10% chance of being right anytime.
Yeah,
right.
Do. I mean, between Petrie and Reed. Jalen Noel, I mean, and they all spell them differently, too.
I have to hit the brakes every time I say Jaden Higgins. I'm like, it's Jaden. It's Jaden Higgins. Actually, not as much anymore because now he's established.
Yeah, Dre, along those lines, we didn't get to see Jaden Higgins the other day, but Sean on his show had a caller to the postgame. Now, let me say this. With post-game radio callers, you always take it with a grain of salt.
Especially at a night game.
He was complaining in some sense that we didn't have a number 2 wide receiver. How do you look at Jaden Higgins in year 2? Do you think he is a bona fide number 2, like he's ready to break out? Did we see some of that last year? What are your thoughts about Jaden Higgins going into year 2?
Yeah, I mean, if he can make a jump, the sophomore jumper from his rookie year to obviously his second year and have that type of success, then, yeah, he lines up perfectly opposite Nico Collins and would be a big-time viable number 2 receiver. He's got size. His hands have gotten better. I thought he was playing at a very high level towards the end of the season last year. So I think he's every bit the number 2 on this team, and it's not even up for debate.
Dre, Jared Wayne, we liked what we saw the other night, and he's been having some good practices, and it just seems like a very crowded room right now. But sometimes, like I always say, injuries take care of that. We'll see how the health situation plays out as we whittle closer to cut-down day, which is in 2 weeks, by the way. 2 weeks from tomorrow, they got to be down to the 53. But what do you think of Wayne overall, Dre? It seems to fit in very well with this tall, strong receiver group.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously fits there at 6'3", 210. That qualifies him as big and strong, but his game is really elevated. And, where I sit and look, and we just talked about the top 2 receivers on the outside, and Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins. We have yet to see where Tank Dell falls in this thing, and when he is cleared for 100% practice as well as playing in I don't know that we'll see him in the preseason, but obviously games. So then it leaves, after that, and that's a 2-3A basically with Tank Dell. So now he's competing with behind Tank with Xavier Hutchinson, which we know they love, and then there's everybody else. And he's not a slot receiver; he's very much an outside guy. So it becomes how many they keep on the outside versus how many slot receivers. We know that's an important position within this type of offense that they want to implement. So he could be the fourth guy, could be the third guy till Tank's healthy. I see Jared Wayne on this team as of right now. I have him making the roster.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to keep him off. I mean, it's just one play after the other. Dre, we've not really been arguing. We've been discussing Marlon's 31-yard catch down the seam, and I made the point that I would take one reception for 31 yards in all 17 games from Marlon Klein, because you just haven't gotten production like that from a rookie tight end with the Texans ever. I mean, you had Brev with 20 catches as a rookie. You had Owen with 34, but none of them had the yards. But just going into the Marlon Klein situation and just if he stays healthy, what he's able to do, you put it perfectly on the broadcast, how they used him the other day, got him down the seam. He was a wide tight end. He lined up, hand in the dirt. They run him down the seam. He gets in between the safeties. Davis makes a nice ball. But it's like a 6'6" target that can run, who's athletic. And, oh, by the way, he speaks German. I just think that adds to his aura, if you will. If Marlon Klein is healthy, what do you think it can mean for this offense?
I think it could mean a significant amount, because if you go back and look at the offenses in New England, it had a great deal of success, slot receivers as well as tight ends, and there was very little big-time wide receivers on the outside. I know they had the year when Randy Moss was there and he went crazy, but it wasn't a lot of guys on the outside that were tearing it up. So you look at Marlon Klein, he can slide in. He's more of a receiving threat than Foster Moreau will ever be. Cade Stover's hands are still inconsistent, and then Brevin Jordan just hasn't been healthy, hasn't been available. So he could slide in right behind Dalton Schultz. Schultz is going to get his fair share of catches. Heck, he had 82 of them last year. So if you're going to go more than 17 receptions, well, who's he going to take them from? Dalton Schultz, Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, one of the slot receivers in Knoll or Bond? I mean, where's it going to come from if it's more than 17 to 20 catches?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question, Johnny. You might be right about that.
So you taking 17 for 31?
I love my 500 yards if you're going to give me that. Yeah. Jeez, that's crazy good. I mean,
absolutely.
You gave Owen Daniels totals his rookie year. He didn't hit 500 plus.
352 yards.
I mean, 500.
Hey guys, you got to mix in the backs as well, because they want to use Woody in that role. So I don't see him catching more than 20, 25 balls this year, and I think that's a heck of a rookie season if you can get Marlon Klein to that number.
Yep, that's well put. That's exactly the point. Like, if you get him to 20 to 25 catches with everybody else that's got to get touches in the passing game, I mean, I think you're going to be set up in a big way if you get that from Marlon.
So, Dre, D'Amico said that people are going to play on Thursday. He's going to play guys, right? They'll have the joint practice tomorrow, then they'll go Thursday, and they'll play the starters. Somebody's got to play.
He didn't say starters. He said the guys are going to play, not the starters.
Well, he said everybody's available.
I get what you're saying.
I know. Somebody's got to be out there. You got to field a team somehow. But look, it was difficult in the second half on last Thursday because you had Graham Mertz exit the game, and now you have to survive, and I'll put it like that, with Mills, because you didn't want to get Mills hurt. You cannot afford to lose Davis Mills. There's no freaking way. I don't think you could have afforded losing Mertz, actually, because you really wanted to develop him, but now you have Brett Rippon. But my point is this. I still want to see more of Whittington. Now, we tend to fall in love, and I'll just cite myself for this, to fall in love with the third, fourth, fifth string back during camp. I get it, especially if they shine during a preseason game. But I felt like that looked pretty good. I know Jaws looked good last year, but I still like Jaws. I think Jaws can do a lot of things. I think Jaws can play in this league, but he's banged up right now. Hopefully he comes back this week. I don't know when he's coming back. But what about Whittington, Dre, as we head for Thursday night?
I like what I'm seeing from the young man, to be quite honest. He's a tough out in terms of trying to get him down. He's got a nice jump stop and can redirect himself. The quickness is there. He held up okay. I thought sometimes there were times in the game that he was a little overwhelmed in pass protection, but I think as the game progressed, he got a little bit better in that regard. And that's always, and you hear me say this all the time, that's the question with young backs is, can they protect the quarterback? Can they stop a guy from having a beeline on Jackson Dart or in this case C.J. Stroud or Davis Mills? And so I thought he held himself accountable in that area. We know he can run it. He obviously caught a couple of passes or a pass or so out of the backfield. he is giving himself a chance to be the team's third back. Now, when all this cut down stuff happens and you've got teams that are loaded with backs, do the Texans go get one to add some experience behind David Montgomery and Woody Marks? Who knows? But I think right now, as of how things sit, he's the third back on this team, and until Jawar comes back, and you don't know what you're going to get there. But he's putting himself in the conversation.
Speaking of running backs, through the breaks I've been looking. Apparently, Breece Hall went down at Jets training camp earlier this morning.
Oh boy,
untouched.
That is tough. Ooh, that's tough.
They just lost the other kid last year, right? For the year with an ACL, I think, or a knee injury of some sort. I know his number 0. I'm drawing a blank.
Braylon Allen.
The name.
Braylon Allen.
Allen. They just got him back, and they were typing up the 1-2 punch that the Jets would have in their running game, and to see Breece Hall go down, boy, that would be tough.
Yeah, there's been a lot of panic because I follow a number of Jets people. They're like, "Oh my God, our season's done already." They don't know what it. They don't know what it is.
But their season's done already anyway. They're not trying to go anywhere. Not with Geno. They need to have a plan. Anyway, I don't want to get into the Jets' problems. I love Aaron, and I hope.
Jets, I was just about to say that, Mark. I'd like to see the Jets win and start to turn the corner. I don't think if they get to 8 wins, Aaron is there, obviously. But, if anything, I think less than being competitive week in and week out and close to 500, he could find himself in some trouble. So he needs all the help and weapons that he can muster up.
That's tough.
Yeah, there's the Jets, my God, they absolutely need it. Then to lose him would just be, they'd be automatically guaranteed the first pick at that point. Garrett Wilson, did you see the catch he made the other day against Tampa Bay?
Yeah, beautiful.
He's incredible. He's incredible.
Dre, Brett Rippon is on this team now, and he's on his 9th team. I think it's his 8th team in the last 3 years. I think it's 8 in 3 years. He's used to being cut, re-signed, signed somewhere else, whatever, and now he's here. So he's been in a lot of systems. Minnesota, big in his background, relatively. So he's going to play Thursday night. How difficult is this for a guy like that to come in here and absorb what he needs to absorb just to get through a game or two? Because you absolutely have to play Brett Rippon in these next 2 games, big chunks of time.
Yeah, but he, like you said, he's bounced around. Now, the struggle for him is going to be, from a terminology standpoint, just being able to call the plays in the huddle. So he's got to really immerse himself in the playbook just to be able to break the huddle and get guys lined up and then snap the football and try to execute it. From a passing standpoint, it becomes more about concepts or weaknesses of the defense that he will lean on. 3-deep zone, where are the weaknesses of 3-deep zone? The outside edges and the seams, and then the check down. So he will go through that process really not knowing the full play and where to go and what the progression is, but will rely on his experience and where weaknesses are. Cover 2, it's right over the center. I can get an easy completion there once the defense disperses and now the check down comes. So you'll see a lot of that from him as he gets more in tune with what they're doing offensively. Heck, he may have to be here all season. So the faster he learns it, the better off I think everybody will be from a standpoint of if this guy gets injured or if Brett ends up having to play at some point in the season.
2023 Rams, Seahawks, Jets. 2024 Bears, Vikings. 2025 Bengals, Colts, Vikings. And then Texans at 26. 9 teams since 2023.
He lives out of a suitcase. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
You can get it.
And Dre, we've talked about that over the years. We've seen quarterback like Chase Daniel. Guy stuck around for like 15 years, and I think he started like 10 games in his career. But like Davis, you needed to have him for the insurance at some point. You needed to have a guy like Chase Daniel, which leads me to this, Dre. I was kind of thinking about quarterbacks. In the AFC South this year, with Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars, Daniel Jones and the Colts, is it as clear as the Jags being the one team that can compete with the Texans, or do you give the Colts a shot because Daniel Jones healthy and what he did in that offense last year, the first half of the year, he's coming back now healthy after the Achilles heel. Who do you think, Jags with Trevor, Colts with Daniel, which one you think gives you more agita and more heartache as you get ready to face them?
This will probably shock Mark, but I'm going Daniel Jones in this instance.
Wow.
He probably thought we would take Trevor Lawrence. I would take Daniel Jones. A healthy Daniel Jones for 17 games gives the Colts a shot because of what lines up behind him, and that's Jonathan Taylor. Yep. So when you look at the Jags, they let I think it's I don't know how he's saying his name now, but Etienne leave. And I think that's going to hurt what they want to do offensively, especially in the running game. And he gives them a dynamic weapon in space out of the backfield as well, or did give them that. So I think the Jags are going to take a step back. I don't think they're a 13-win team or whatever they were a season ago. I think they're going to take a step back, and a healthy Colts offense is going to take a step forward. That's where the competition for the Texans within the division is going to come from. It's certainly isn't going to be Tennessee, and Cam Ward is struggling there, and their offense looks a mess, and they're not going anywhere anytime fast. But I think it's the Colts that present the problem this season if Daniel Jones is indeed healthy in his second year in that system.
Yeah, I'm with Dre on this one, actually. Dre, I agree with you because I will never underestimate the horseshoe under any circumstances, and a healthy Daniel Jones gives them a lot, gives them a ton in the second year. Yeah, Shane Steichen, we can make fun of the Colts all you want, but they've been hovering around 8-9 wins since he got there. It's not where they want to be, but he managed to put together a 9-win season when they had Minshew quarterbacking, when Richardson wasn't going to work out that first year. He got hurt, whatever. Second year, same kind of thing. Third year, same kind of thing. They get hot start and then they fade down the finish, but they still managed that win total. And when they had Jones healthy, they were rolling. Now competition, whatever. But if Jones stays healthy and is not playing on the broken leg and then eventually hurts the Achilles, is out for the year. But if he doesn't have the broken leg, I get it, the schedule gets tougher, but we looked at it at the time. We thought they could limp their way to 12 wins from that point.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think that they are healthy competition for the Texans, and I still think the Jags could be pretty good, but I'm with you there. Etienne, the artist formerly known as Etienne,
that's going to hurt them.
On the Jags is going to hurt them.
That is definitely going to hurt them.
Because they still don't have a number one back. Tootin's pretty good, and they have the new guy.
Chris Rodriguez.
Yeah, Rodriguez. So I know those guys are like 1A and whatever they're calling them right now, but it's not as good as Travis was last year.
Boy, they are excited in Jacksonville about that team. I'll tell you this.
Well, they should be because they're not a terrible doormat anymore.
No.
At least they're a competitive
Well, let's see them
team.
do it for longer than 1 year.
I know, it's true.
Everybody want to put them in the Hall of Fame when they beat Denver on the road last year.
Right.
Like, this is the best. And then they got bounced the first week of the playoffs at home. So, and just a piece of news, the Texans didn't sign Breece Hall. They signed Bryce Hall.
Right, Bryce Hall.
Bryce Hall plays corner, not running back.
Right.
So just keep that in mind. So they did sign a cornerback in Bryce Hall. So there is a transaction.
Out. All right, I've got one for Dre here. Dre, here we go. It's college football time. Week 0 is what? Next week is week 0.
Yeah, not this weekend, the following.
Yeah, I've never understood why they call it week 0. I almost had enough courage during our virtual seminar to ask that question. Why isn't it just week 1 from the start? Why does it have to be week 0? I guess because there's not a full slate of games, but there are games. And so at that point, the college season officially starts. But go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off there. It's a mystery to me as to why they even call it week 0.
So I don't even know where to start other than who do you like? I mean, Ohio State, number 1 team, UT, very good. We'll see. I got to see it through the course of a season. Trey, all right, let's just go Longhorns here because my kid's a Longhorn.
Yeah.
I looked at that schedule and I said, whoa, there's minimum 2 losses there, maybe 3. I don't care how good they are. That is going to be really tough to run the table there. But you might be able to get into the postseason with 3 losses, certainly with 2. Thoughts?
Yeah, I kind of equate the Longhorns to the Cowboys. Every year it's their year. And every year they seem to disappoint somehow. They've got the Heisman Trophy winner. That's just a tremendous amount of pressure to put on a young man every single year with Arch. But I guess it comes with the territory. I like what they built, what they have. I like the job that Sark has done there. It's just that until they get over the hump, I'm not buying yet. And I love Ohio State and what they have coming back. I mean, they're already talking about their next quarterback, and Sayan is still on campus and still dealing the last time that I checked. But they're so talented from year to year. All they do is get players drafted and then replace them with players that are equally as good or maybe even better. They seem to have a surplus of wide receivers for the quarterback to throw to each and every year. They're producing wide receivers, a.k.a. almost like LSU or LSU-like in terms of their wide receivers and defensive backs for that matter with LSU. But I like those two teams, and I like the Canes again. I like what they've done, what Mario has done in the offseason in terms of solidifying the quarterback position with Darian Mensah. He's going to be a heck of a player for them. Tony, the wide receiver, might be the best player in the entire country. So they're explosive. They're going to have defense. You know they're going to be solid on the offensive and defensive lines because that's how he builds it from inside out. They will be a player once again, and it would not surprise me to see Ohio State, Miami at the end of the season.
Yeah, they met in the Cotton Bowl last year. Dre, what do you have to start the year? Do you know?
Yeah, I'm home with the Cougs in Oregon State to start the season, the week 2. I travel up to Philadelphia to do Penn State and Temple, and the rest from that point on is a mystery, Johnny. I have no clue after that.
Penn State, Temple, nice. Casey Keeler, that'll be good. And Matt
Cougs,
Campbell.
But Cougs, Dre, I mean, there was a time when they wouldn't put you on a Cougs game. It felt like, what's going on here? And now you're getting the Cougs.
That was old management, Mark. They made some changes, and that was a good change that they've made. So I've been lucky the last few years to have a Cougs game here and there, and to have one at home. So that's been a nice surprise, a pleasant surprise.
It makes a lot of sense. All right, Dre, thanks a lot. Looking forward to Thursday night, my friend.
Appreciate it, guys. I'll see you then.
All right, let's go around the league with the general next and clean up anything else like late-breaking news or whatever else is happening. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
A breast cancer diagnosis can turn your world upside down. But your Houston Methodist team assures you they'll use the latest cancer research and technologies, collaborating to treat and remove the tumor and reconstruct your breasts, restoring symmetry, sensation, and your sense of self. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Texans tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Texans.
It's game day in Houston, and on the field or off the field, injuries can change the whole season. When life hits you like a blindside sack, call the team that Houston trusts. Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. They fight for you like it's 4th and goal in overtime. No fee unless they win. Don't just take the hit, get back in the game. Call Sheriff Injury Lawyers at callthesheriff.com.
Houston! Want to take trips with the Texans on the road this season while building your network with executive peers? As a Houston Texans Lux member, we take you and your guests beyond the game with access to the Texans organization that money can't buy, which will leave colleagues and clients wanting more. From the moment you arrive, we guarantee you and your guests will have an unforgettable luxury experience. Ready to learn more? Visit HoustonTexansLux.com or call 832-667-2299 to speak to a representative today.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Raise your hand if you don't like saving money. Anyone? That's what I thought. It's probably why the Flex Your Credits electricity plan from Reliant is so darn popular. It gives you your 2 highest use days free every week automatically. And $200 in bill credits. Don't savings sound good? Get Flex Your Credits by calling 1-866-RELIANT or visit Reliant.com. Reliant. That's power. Your way.
Terms and conditions apply. Reliant. PUCT number 10007.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the Buy H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
Now, Texans fans know a good game doesn't just happen. Somebody fires up the grill. Somebody puts on the lucky jersey. Somebody saves the same seat they sat in all season. And Texans fans bring the Crown Royal. That's how game day traditions are made. So gather your crew, settle into the rituals that make game day yours, and bring Crown Royal to game day. Crown Royal, bringing it to game day. Please drink responsibly.
Texans 2026 preseason kicked off with a loss to the Chargers.
Mills gets the snap on 3rd and goal from the 5. Throws right side. Caught. Touchdown, Jared Wayne.
We're not going to show everything we're capable of in preseason. We'll save that for week 1 versus Buffalo, but we like what we have. We're excited to see how it keeps evolving.
Insider access, exclusive content, crystal clear FM quality. Your home of the Texans is 95.7 The Fan. Now, back to Texans Monday.
3rd and 8 from the Charger 33. Uiagalelei in the gun, one back to his left. 2 receivers stacked near the numbers, wide side left. Uiagalelei back to pass, escapes a sack. Runs out to the right, plants, throws downfield, and he's got his man for a first down down the right sideline, 40. And the ball is out and scooped up by the Texans. Huzzy has it. Cutting to his right across the 25 and brought down at the 31-yard line. The Chargers get the first down, but then they cough it up, and the Texans get it. Wow.
That was Codrington with the force, right?
Yep.
He punched it out.
Yep.
Huzzy picked it up.
Nice little peanut punch.
Yeah, that was good. That was good to see. And I like a quarterback with a 6-syllable last name.
By the way, you put a little sauce on it.
I did, huh? I told you I'd have that right.
You were almost like showing it off with the Uiagalelei. I mean, you gave it a little bit at the end.
It sounds like you're breaking into song as you say the last name. But the thing about a quarterback like Roethlisberger, back to pass, well, by the time you say Roethlisberger, it's a touchdown. So as a play-by-play guy, you can kind of catch up to it.
Yeah.
You know, multiple syllable last name quarterbacks I like. We haven't had a lot of them here, okay? You think about it, you know, the very first one, Carr, and then I go to Schaub, and, you know, now I got Stroud, and, you know, we need more syllables in these names. Mills. I mean, come on, guys.
But that's why you went with Davis against the Jaguars.
Yeah.
You pulled out the Davis.
You know why I did that, right? Did I tell that on the air?
What?
On the Davis call, because he goes for the pylon.
Well,
but when they're far away from you, it's like, wait a minute, he's got the TD, right? Or did part of his body went out at the half-yard line or the 1-foot line? So I just said Davis, and then by the time I'm done saying Davis, it's a touchdown. I got the call because Davis you're out at the 1.
He had heard when we sat down with him for media days. He had heard the call. Then when we asked him, like, did you hear it? Oh yeah, he heard it. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Well, it was fun.
Guys
it was a
hear
fun
more
moment.
the guys hear more than we think.
Well, especially those that make all the highlights that go out on social media and everything. All right, the General joins us now. John McClain, Hall of Famer. And General, we know you've been a busy man, and we got joint practice with the Raiders tomorrow. General, this is a huge week. Raiders game Thursday, joint practice tomorrow. ESPN has 17 trucks in the dock lot. I don't think it's that many, but it feels like it. This is a big week for the team, preseason week 3. It always has been. It's preseason week 2. But this is the old preseason week 3, actually, because you're going to see the starters in this one. Good morning. Your thoughts on the situation this week, General?
First of all, anybody can pronounce it. Try writing it multiple times during the game when he's playing a lot. You know, it's hard enough to write Toa and know there's 4 apostrophes in there. Toa is the hardest name I've ever had to write in 50 years of covering the NFL, and just because trying to keep them straight. And yes, we all love joint practices. I'm always amazed that people look at first preseason games and go, "Oh my God," or "Oh, that's great." because they don't mean jack squat. At the end of the year, nobody's talking about the first preseason game or OTAs saying, oh, man, he was great in that first preseason game. No. Now we get to see Fernando and the Raiders come in. I know you guys will know the answer to this. Which victory did the Texans have last year in their 12 that was the closest?
It was the Raiders.
2 points. That's right. Raiders scared the bejabbers out of them, and Ashton Genty had the kind of game that they thought he would have all season when they made him their number one pick. He had that 60-yard touchdown catch. He had, 128 yards and a touchdown, but that was a close game and could have – I don't know if that would have cost him a playoff spot, but that gave the Raiders fans and media seeing them play the Texans like that. That gave them hope for the future. Then they got Mendoza. I can't wait to watch him against the Texans DBs. I can't wait to watch the tackles against Max Crosby. Can't wait to watch the Raiders tackles against Will Anderson Jr., Daniel Hunter, and Jadeveon Clowney. Everybody loves joint practices, and as you can read every day in Harris Hits, you know that John likes to go down and watch the big guys in the corner. This is, to me, the best time of the year. You got 2 joint practices the next 2 weeks, last 2 preseason games. All the starters healthy will play in the nationally televised game. Just a great week.
You know, it's funny, last year after walking off the field with a couple of the assistant coaches, the offensive assistant coaches, they were like, hey, that defense gets after it. And, I mean, obviously they have Crosby, but they didn't have a lot of other names that you know, but they were like, they had a high level of respect for that Raiders defense last year. So they've added a couple of pieces, but, that was pretty wild. John, we were talking about this earlier, and I'll keep you from the whole math that we did on this, but Marlon Klein, he has a big catch in the game, you know, down the seam. It was awesome and all that kind of stuff. If Marlon Klein is healthy, the full season, just what you've seen in practice thus far, everything that we've seen from him, I don't know the right way of saying this, but how many kind of layers does it pull back of this offense that they can do some different things because they've got an athletic 6'6" tight end? Look, Dalton gets his, but Dalton's not the athletic freak that Marlon Klein is. If Marlon is healthy, how do you think he helps this offense start to evolve?
Well, first of all, he would make Nick Caserio look really good because he took a guy in the second round nobody had projected for the second round. And it's almost because he started 1 year at Michigan, had a slow start to football growing up in Germany before he went to high school in North Carolina. And, of course, he was a captain last year. They liked that. But he has flashed in training camp and in the game what he's capable of. You know, I think because of his background, next year is when we would see him do those things consistently. But if he could have 30 catches off the bench, being the second tight end, that would be great because they don't have any tight end behind Schultz who can catch the ball on a consistent basis like Klein can. And he makes an effort to block, and that's what they love. They love his attitude, his toughness. Hopefully his durability would be good, as you say, but that is another layer to the offense for C.J. Stroud. And I'm not sure what we're going to see from Tank Dell. He hadn't gone full speed yet. We're getting closer to the start of the season. And if he's not able to do the things they want done right away, a guy like Klein's emergence, along with Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, when Noel is able to go full speed with that broken pinky finger, that would help Stroud tremendously, not to mention the improved running game.
I got to see Klein come back real quick here. Colin Wright come back real quick here.
Yeah, we need Colin back.
Because they signed Bryce Hall today, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering what that means for corner depth. But talking about the secondary and the defense as a whole, General, they add Reed Blankenship. We know they add Clowney. We know that this defense can be even better going into 2026.
And Aaron Donald has been working out for the Rams. So I want to ask you this. Is Donald 100% going to come back? And if he does, is that the best defense in the league? Or can the Texans take them? Or is it still the Seahawks because they did it by 0.2 of a point in the points per game category while the Texans had the total yards category first slot?
And if D'Amico hadn't pulled his starters in that last game while giving up garbage, while the Seahawks and Rams had to play, Texans would have been first in both categories. I don't think it matters if Aaron Donald comes back. He hadn't been back, played in 3 years. Is he at 35 going to be the player he was? I can't imagine it. But if he comes back, no, I don't think they're the best defense. I think Denver has the second best defense. Denver has the most sacks. They get after the quarterback more. Seattle might be third, and the Rams fourth. Texans are clearly one. The more I see of Wade Wood has, the more I like him. You know, he might be the rookie that, and of course everybody loves Rutledge, but kind of the surprise rookie after the first, say, 2 or 3 picks, and that third spot is wide open for anybody, veteran or rookie. So, yeah, Blankenship gives them an experienced safety who fits right with what they do. Petrie, of course, is their nickel corner, but he can play safety as well. This secondary, I can't wait to watch them go against Fernando Mendoza. Mendoza had a good debut. Kirk Cousins is clearly the starter, but Clint Kubiak, and it's going to be weird seeing his old man on the opposite sideline in practice tomorrow. Don't know if he'll be wearing red or black. I'm guessing out of respect he won't. But Gary Kubiak will be there, of course, to see his boy, Clint Kubiak. And that's another reason. Anytime Gary's out there, anytime former Texans are at practice, it just kind of juices everything up on top of being the last one for the fans. So I can't wait for that. Can't wait for the game. This is the game we're going to get a better idea of the Texans because they're not good guys, are not going to play in that last game. But that's why this one is so eagerly anticipated.
Yeah, it definitely is. And by the way, don't wear black. Take it from a guy who wore black on Saturday.
You wore black?
I wore the deep
steel black.
Steel
dark.
Deep steel dark.
Johnny, are you new here?
Yeah, I don't know why. Look, it's a long story. But this got me thinking because Fernando Mendoza's coming into town, number 1 overall pick. We've played the last 5 number 1 overall picks in their rookie seasons.
The last 5,
right? What is
we played the last 5? Trevor Lawrence, Trayvon Walker, played Bryce Young,
right?
Caleb Williams, 2024.
Yes.
Cam Ward last year.
That's a wild stat,
That
Johnny.
is wild. I didn't think about that because I was wondering, like, man, have we seen a number 1 overall pick? And then I pulled them up like, oh, we've seen all of them.
So this is 6 if you count the preseason.
Yeah, if you count the preseason. How excited are you, General, to see a number 1 overall pick, a guy like Fernando Mendoza?
First of all, I watched him a lot last year. Everything impressed me. Getting seen twice get cheap-shotted under the chin in big games while they were going 16-0, and he came right back, shows his toughness off the field. He's almost too good to be true. What a great kid. How can anybody not like Fernando Mendoza? Everything he is with his parents. He says all the right things, never says the wrong things. He ignited the greatest coaching job in maybe sports history, other than Miracle on Ice, to take the University of Indiana. University of bleeping Indiana with Kurt Signetti to an undefeated season. That was just an honor to be able to watch him and Signetti and Indiana do what they do. Now he comes to a really bad team with a first-year coach in Clint Kubiak, but everybody seems to think, based on what they've seen of the Raiders so far, they're on the right track. I think they're so smart to sign Kirk Cousins, who Kubiak coached 3 years with Minnesota, and I think the Raiders got it going on, just they play in a very, very tough division.
General, the Texans' schedule is very tough, but Giants might not be that good by the time they get them. Cleveland in November up there. That's what I'm hoping. Who wins the quarterback job in Cleveland, Watson or Sanders?
Well, first of all, they can't have Deshaun Watson have a good season in the last year of his contract. They want him gone. Or they're going to give him $231 million guaranteed in his next one. I think they want Stoerner Sanders out there because, number one, he's not that good, and every time he blows his nose, it gets attention, and it's not his fault. It's the people around him. And but their intention, and they won't say this, of course, but people cover the team said they want to use the next draft to get their franchise quarterback. But right now, based on that first preseason game, and Watson should look better. He's been in the league since 2017. He has had a great year in 2020 when the Texans were bad, but he was awesome. So I'm going to say he's going to win it. Sanders is going to be number 2, and they're going to be bad.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens there, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow and on Thursday, General. Thanks a lot.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
The General. And next week we'll talk to him about he's been doing a lot of work on that Pastorini documentary.
Oh, yeah. I
want to watch that one yesterday, man. Yeah. I want that one to be done so I can watch it.
Fascinating.
Yes.
I can't wait for that.
I think I want to be in it, too. Well, I worked with Dante back in the early days of Sports Radio 610 and me, and now we're on 95.7 The Fan. That was before we were FM, by the way.
So how'd you
Long time ago.
How'd you do Thursday night with it? Did you have any Sports Radio 610 flubs?
I don't have to say it on the broadcast.
Oh, you don't?
We're doing a play-by-play thing. But you know how I let off Friday's Texans All Access. We sound deeper and better on FM. We do.
It does.
And so does In the Loop. They're next. But we have another segment to go. We usually do Smoking Hot Players of the Game. We might do Smoking Hot Players of Practice and the game because we had 2 big practices over the weekend. We'll have that final thought for you next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, and Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages awarded grants of up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the 2025 Inspire Change Grant. These incredible nonprofits are breaking barriers, driving social justice, and creating new opportunities in our community. Meet the winners and learn more about their inspiring work at HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. That's HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. Let's celebrate their success and keep inspiring change together.
There's enough needless nonsense in the world already. Your phone plan shouldn't add to it. Verizon's new Simplicity plan cuts down on the nonsense in your life. Now there's just one plan, one price, $30 a line per month, even for a single line. And everyone gets our best 5G network. It's a phone plan designed to do exactly what a phone plan is supposed to do. Isn't that a lot simpler? Switch today at Verizon.com or at your nearest store. For new customers, $30 per line includes auto pay and switch discount. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply. Unlimited data is restricted to on-device smartphone usage. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Thank you guys for all the entertainment, not just you guys, but everybody. Looking forward to hearing it on 95.7 The Fan now. Clear signals, no static in parking garages. Just congratulations. Congratulations to everybody over there on your great work, and thank you for all the great years of coverage and many, many more to come.
No, thank you, JJ. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. More Texans Radio is on the way.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the victory dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, Dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
At Amity Bank, we believe in customer conversations. You'll get a dedicated banker and their phone number so you can keep their personal guidance close. Give yourself a head start with a gold checking account, Amity's gold standard in personal banking. Just visit amitybank.com/gold or stop in a local branch and speak with a banker to learn more. That's banking that banks on your future. Amity Bank. Here, you grow. Please refer to the deposit account agreement, account disclosure, deposit rate sheet, and personal account schedule of fees, or speak with a banker for more details.
A little sweet, a little heat, a whole lot of flavor. Whataburger's coming in hot. Not too hot. With the new Hot Honey Crisp What a Chicken Sandwich. It's got a tangy red pepper cheese, topped with our new crispy chicken breast, and drizzled with sweet hot honey. Here for a limited time. Don't say we didn't warn you. What a burger. Come one, come y'all.
Let's play football. Kids ages 4 to 15 can get in the game with the Houston Texans Flag Football League at the YMCA, presented by Texas Children's. Parents, introduce your children to the exciting world of flag football youth leagues where programs focus on skill development, teamwork, and having fun in a safe, non-contact environment. Games begin on October 31st, but registration closes October 23rd. So don't wait. Spots are almost full. Register boys and girls now at HoustonTexans.com/youthfootball.
Now, more Texans Monday.
One back, Lance under center on 2nd and 5 at the Houston 39-yard line. Now backs shift into an I. Lance with another toss. Texans trying to string it out wide, and a nice tackle, open field stick, as Houston got J-Rock busy on the ball carrier, holding it to a 1-yard pickup.
Yeah, very nice string out play by the defense. All right, that's it for the highlights from Thursday night. I think we've exhausted everything. We just didn't have a lot there. But it was a 20-point loss. But, you know, I hate calling a preseason game a loss or a win. Well, actually, I like calling it a win. I do. Yeah. I got to admit it. I always say this with preseason games. The media is going to say, Texans lose, Texans win. But that's really never the headline of a preseason game. It should be, starters look okay, starters look great, right. This happened, that happened. What's the theme? But you don't have time for that in your average sports cast, if Correct. You will. Sports report. So you're going to say who won or lost. That's the headline always in the land of sports media. So I get it, but it's just terrible because it's preseason and it doesn't mean much. You look at some of the lopsided scores. Look around the league this week and you look at some of the scores. And who's panicking, right? Who's panicking about their team? Now the Cardinals should be panicking because Jeremiah Love got hurt, right?
Yeah, I don't know why he was in the game.
Baby LaFleur. You told me this, that he's taking the heat for it.
14 carries.
14 carries, Johnny.
14
You already know he's great. Listen, I don't know anything. I'm over here in Houston. I'm barely following it. I saw he looked great.
Mm-hmm.
Pull him.
Yeah.
You know what you got.
What do you say? Put him in.
Bubble wrap.
Yes.
Bubble wrap Jeremiah Love.
He's the best offensive player you have.
And get Carson Beck healthy because you might as well have a look.
Yeah, absolutely.
You might as well have a look. I didn't realize Minshew was on the team.
Yeah, Minshew.
Why were they panicking about Brissett when you have Minshew? I'd rather have Minshew than Jacoby at this point of his career. I don't know.
I don't.
Who are we keeping the seat warm for? Not Beck. I know Beck is a flyer anyway, but he looked good in the Hall of Fame games. So you might as well play him.
He's a flyer, so you might as well find out.
Yeah.
Find out if he ends up being who won the third round, your Brock Purdy, or maybe your current day Jacoby Brissett. You find something out about a guy, but you got to let him. Now he's hurt, so there's that. But
he's got ribs. I think he's back, though.
Yeah, I think he's coming back. So we were talking about Fernando Mendoza in the earlier segment.
Yeah.
I don't know if I told you this. This summer, I flew out to L.A. I had to do moving. So I had to drive my wife's stuff that she had in my daughter's apartment from L.A. back to Houston to our new house. But in between, we ended up taking a couple-day sojourn to Las Vegas because we went to see the Wizard of Oz, the Sphere, which was unbelievable.
Yep.
Like dumbfounded. My wife, the first Wizard of Oz credit they put up there, my wife was in tears. I mean, it's her favorite show. We just had a blast. So as we were driving in on I-15, I just saw this billboard, this big black billboard, and it just said, Fernando. That was all it said. It didn't say anything like,
beautiful.
welcome to Vegas. It just said, Fernando. Yeah. And I started laughing as soon as I saw it. And everybody was like, what are you laughing at that? So I had to explain the whole Fernando Mendoza thing. And the Raiders have got that. There's a font. The Raiders have a font. Like, know it, you see it. And it just said Fernando. And I was like, that is so cool.
That is
it's
cool.
Just his name.
We're going to see him tomorrow.
Fernando. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Yeah, they'll be flying in tonight, and then they'll be ready for practice tomorrow. And that'll be a good look. I think it's going to be a good look for the defense. It's going to be great for Fernando, for sure. Whether he gets looks against the ones or the twos. He looked good in the preseason game.
What would you do?
What?
You're Clint Kubiak. You throwing him out there versus the Texans ones? I don't know.
At some point.
At some point.
Maybe it's just 7-on-7. Maybe it's just team. Yeah, I'm absolutely putting him out there against the Texans ones.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay.
Because he's not going to get hit.
Right.
And he's going to have to make decisions quick. He has to see those defense. I mean, look, nothing compares to our defense, but there are going to be some he's going to face that are kind of lurking as far as being good defenses. He's got to get used to seeing that. He's going to have to face the Broncos at some point.
Right.
Chiefs have a decent defense. He's going to have to face them. So, if I want Kirk Cousins taking all of my reps for the most part, but I would just like when Deshaun Watson, I remember we had joint practice with somebody, and I remember Bill O'Brien threw Deshaun Watson out there against whatever ones for that. Yeah. And I think that's the way that Clint Kubiak should handle it. Find out, but I think he should get some reps against the Texans one. I think if there's anything I want to get out of this joint practice, it is getting Fernando Mendoza up to speed against a really quality NFL defense.
Yeah, so that's the Raider perspective. From the Texans perspective, and we talked about this earlier, offensive line, we still can't safely predict. We cannot, with any certainty, predict the offensive line. We can come up with our plan, but as we said earlier, Ursery at left tackle.
Yeah.
That's a lock.
And Rutledge is somewhere.
And
that's a lock.
The rest of it is not a stone-cold mystery. I mean, it's right tackle. You would figure either Trent Brown or Braden Smith, but Blake Fisher's been getting more looks than you would have expected or anticipated.
And because he's played very well. I think it's the whole competition thing. You play well, you get opportunities. You get ops.
I think Ed ends up starting at right guard. I think that's a pretty safe one as well. I can't lock it in.
Don't lock it in.
I think it's a pretty safe one.
Well,
but you're right. Rutledge and then the mystery at center. Still a bit of a mystery, but we'll see. In the Loop's probably going to talk about that among many other things today because those guys are awesome and they sound better on FM, don't they? Everybody does. We all do. Byron produced today. Thank you, Byron, for doing a great job for us. We'll be back at 6. Kellen Bullock will be on either today or tomorrow. We'll let you know. We're going to have a lot of good guests this week in advance of the game on Thursday night. Can't wait. Texans, Raiders, Thursday at 7. Have a great day, everybody. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on 95.7 The Fan.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing...
Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Would you rather be single and sit across the table from Joy Taylor at a wedding or get free tickets to the World Cup final? You don't have to answer, Reggie. I know yours is tickets.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Lopez, I've never considered whooping the ass of my elders.
I don't blame you either, man.
95.7 The Fan.
Happy Monday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. The whole gang's here, as usual. That's the OG John Lopez.
What's happening?
In a very nice, mind the way, 95.7 The Fan, hey. Zip up, quarter zip.
Figgy, you know, sometimes you look in the mirror in the morning and you go, damn, that looks good.
Yeah.
I did that this morning.
Is that why you got to zip down and we can see your chest hair?
You don't see some more?
No. And I should remind you that you can see our smiling faces and maybe a little bit of John Lopez's chest hair right here on our.
It do look good on you.
I
though,
know.
Man.
Sometimes
that's a good color too.
Sometimes
man.
I just put a shirt on just because I need a shirt.
Well, you didn't put on a shirt. You put on a quarter zip with no shirt underneath.
Okay, way to be technical.
713-572-4610 is the number to text. Let us know. Fair or foul? Quarter zip with no shirt underneath. Because I'm very much lodging my first vote for foul.
No, everybody's no one's worn it with a shirt underneath that I've seen.
Figgy.
I usually wear mine with a shirt.
It's
usually a thin shirt.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sometimes you have people with the collar, like a polo shirt with that over. I think that's a little too aggressive.
We're missing the point here. Sometimes I just wear a shirt, as utility and not necessarily style. I put this on thinking it was just for utility. I looked in the mirror. I said, damn, that looks good.
Okay. All right.
That looks good.
All right. I'm Reginald Atatula. I didn't get but one name into the shot. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy is on the ones and twos making it sound good. And you rolling with us in the greatest city in the world. There's a few different ways that you can get at us. There's the text line, 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mo Kerriman Jewelers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is is 95.7 The Fan, as is the Twitch chat, and already on the YouTube page. Foul from Sean. Donna says shirt definitely. Undershirt, maybe a V-neck.
It got to be a light shirt. It can't be nothing heavy, like a heavy shirt.
But haven't we established that this looks good?
Yeah, I feel like Lopez do whatever he wants, so we can't even complain. The brother don't even own a pair of socks.
Honestly, that is the best argument that you can throw up here, which is when you get to a certain age.
No,
not even Lopez. When you get to a certain age, you are beyond reproach, right? Yeah. The old dude that's walking around that wants to do what he wants to do, you let him rock. Mm-hmm. Like you just let him do what he wants to do.
I feel like I got to that age where I could wear like slides with no socks.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm just at that age, like I don't care. But back in the day, I used
not to work, but yes.
Yeah, no, I used to just I had to have on socks. Mm-hmm. Now I'm just like, man, I just be barefoot. I show the toes.
Yeah, man.
Like I don't care. I ain't trying to impress nobody.
Yo,
some people pay extra for that.
What am I supposed to say to that, John?
They do.
Technically correct. And I appreciate all the people coming in. Quarter zip with no shirt is diabolical, especially since we're not outside.
But diabolical,
right? If we was outside, no. When is diabolical good?
Yes, that's diabolical. That's good. So I'm taking that.
Did that sound good?
I'm taking that as a compliment.
Again, 713-572-4610. Y'all can hear us clear now. Did that sound good?
To me, this is like wearing a jacket with no shirt.
Agreed.
Like just a light jacket with no shirt. Yeah.
The only time
just imagine wearing the starter jacket with no shirt under.
Actually, that's perfect. Thank you very much, Figgy, because I qualify the quarter zip as overwear, much like a jacket, a coat, a sweater. All those things are like overwear, which means I need to have a regular shirt underneath.
Yeah. It's 187 degrees outside.
Not in here.
Whatever the hell you want.
Not in here. Not in here. And I know you drove here. I know you were outside for 0.3 seconds today.
This is true. This is true.
I don't know why I started here. Let's talk about the Houston Texans.
To be fair, I took you there.
Yeah. But yeah, the Houston Texans practiced all weekend long after their first preseason game on Thursday, which they technically lost, but nobody cares about that score. What we care about is how the team looks. And over the weekend, I can't say it was, again, more give and take. The question that I think comes up is, Does that mean that this offense is better in your mind, Sean?
Give and take to me is good, right? It was mostly give last year and the year before, or take, however you want to, describe that. But I'm looking at, the last, intra-squad scrimmage they had on Tuesday last week, and then looking at the weekend, and there were some struggles. Absolutely. There was some great plays made by the defense. There was some bad plays made by the offense, but not nearly as many, and there were maybe as many or close to as many good plays done. To me, look, we're in the business of baby steps right now with this offense. To me, those are good baby steps, period. I think the offense, we can safely say, has shown some progress. Would you agree? You saw it.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that that's the case. There's still going to be there's still bad plays out there, and I think that, not to say that you wipe them away, but you give them a little bit of grace because you always come back to it. Say with me, one of the best defensive units in the league that you're playing against or practicing against, but you're seeing them be able to get some over here and there. I mean, I even saw a trick play this weekend that worked out pretty nicely and preyed on the fast and physical nature of the defense, and so. You're seeing them fight back a little bit, right? On Friday, I shout out to Bayou Productions, went out to Sugar Land to watch a little bit of fighting, and it's reminiscent of this, right? We've all seen a fight here or there, particularly ones that are like sanctioned and professional, where you go, "Hey man, fight back,
yeah.
Hey, have some pride,
throw
man.
A punch.
Throw some punches."
Yeah.
It feels like that's what we had been watching for years with this offense. It's like, hey man, fight back.
Yeah.
It feels like there's some fight back here. Like, I don't think they're coming out as the undisputed champions of training camp, but you could definitely see them fighting back, and you could see them having a little personality in the way that they do it. And that I think is encouraging, but it's why I so desperately need, right, both this preseason game that's coming up and, more importantly, tomorrow's joint practice versus the Raiders, because those are better metrics, I think, when you're starting to try and gauge what this thing can look like over a longer period of time.
Oh, absolutely. I think, we talked about it a little bit before the show even. I think those are the two most important days for this offense. I won't even say this team. We know what the defense is. I think those are the two most important days for this offense until we get to the regular season, September 9th or whenever it is. These are two big days. Let me ask you this, though, for the weekend that was with the Texans.
Yeah.
By the way, those afternoon practices. Ooh, baby.
It's a little hot out.
Ooh, baby. And, I went back and looked because part of me was thinking, I wonder if that has anything to do with D'Amico talking after the game Thursday night about how he didn't like the physicality of this team, that the Chargers out physical. I wonder if that was his way of saying, all right, we're going to get out there in the afternoon and do it. But I went back and looked. They actually scheduled these at these times. I knew they had the days scheduled, but I was like, I wonder if he changed the times just to kind of get them going, like running laps, so to speak. He didn't. No, they were scheduled like that. But tough afternoon practices. But what was the most encouraging thing you saw from this? If we're saying they're taking baby steps, and I think they are, and I think you agree, and Figgy agrees. If we're saying they are having their moments, they are getting marginally better. What was the best part of that?
Ooh, okay. I'm bad at favorites and bests. I don't know if we've talked about this before, but whenever I'm hey, what's your favorite? I'm like, all right.
Let me start you off then.
Here comes a long conversation. But one of the things that definitely jumped out to me, and I don't know if I want to say it's the best, but it's one that absolutely stuck with me, is I am seeing very tangibly, and I know I've said this before, but I think that there's gradations to this, right? There's different levels to what I'm about to say. I can very much feel the command at the line of scrimmage when CJ is there. Like, not even just, hey, I'm IDing the mic. Not even just, hey, I'm seeing that this blitz. He called out a blitz before it came, and I don't know how much of that is a familiarity with this defense in particular, but regardless, right? I would hope that he has some level of familiarity with any defense he's coming up against due to advanced scouting and in his prep work. And so he's able to see, all right, that dude's about to come. And I'm sitting here, admittedly, nobody's like quarterback and ID expert, but I'm listening and I'm like, I don't think that the linebacker demonstrated and showed very, very strongly that he was going to come. Like, this is a level of, okay, being able to see what's happening. And I'm seeing him can stuff. I'm seeing him check to stuff, or at least what it appears to me as that. I don't know exactly all the ins and outs of it. But that is one of the things that people have talked about. That is the thing that they've given lip service to. That's the thing that I think on the outside, there have been enough conversations about can he do this and demonstrate that capability, sometimes questioning his aptitude, his mental acuity. And I'm seeing that happen, which Again, I can't really extrapolate that, or I'd be remiss if I did that because you know that might be a little bit of a leap. But I'm seeing it, like I'm absolutely seeing it in a tangible way. So that was cool. On top of that, I feel like one of the questions I have with this offensive line is how is that pass pro going to stack up? Because this was actually an offensive line that was put together in order to be able to run block, in order to move some move some people. And even still, we're wanting to see more from that. But I don't ever want to forget the fact that you need to be able to protect the quarterback. It feels like that is happening to a little bit of a greater degree as we continue to go.
So while I agree with you, and I said this last week, it's very important that C.J. Stroud and all the quarterbacks have that command, and they can get in and out of the huddle, and they can do recognition with their centers at the line of scrimmage. I reached the point midway last week where I don't want that to be the bar. Hey, they're good at the line of scrimmage. Hey, they can get out of a huddle.
Yeah.
To me, it needs to be more than that. And I'm not saying – and again, I don't diminish the importance of it. But the bar needs to be higher than that.
And I don't think that's – I'm not talking about just getting them out of the huddle.
And the recognition at the line of scrimmage. And
because that's the thing that, like –
command the offense.
I hate to always come back to Tom Brady here, but it's very much the place where I go, in particular with this thing, which is Tom Brady, you've seen him on various different platforms kind of lament the modern quarterbacking play because it's like, hey, man, you saw what that defense was going to do. You know that that's there and that your offense isn't compatible. Why are you not making the adjustments? Mm-hmm. Making the adjustments at the line feels like the ways that the quarterback can help make sure this works, and it feels like that was happening.
But what I'm saying is, while that's all true and very important, to me, the big weekend was seeing different receivers. I think that he had an array of different receivers that were almost well, I know they're scripted, the plays for practice, but I'm saying it was almost like part of the plan. Like, we need to find out on all these guys against this first defense, being able to spread the ball. Because keep in mind, even last week during the joint the intra-squad practice scrimmage, where the offense looked really good, maybe the best it had looked all preseason, the biggest plays were just Nico Collins. It was, I think, 2 big Nico Collins plays. And what I liked over the weekend is more recent. You saw some Xavier Hutchinson get involved a couple of times. You saw, various. To me, that was it. It's like, okay, now we look like an offense here.
To that end, because you didn't mention one that I thought you would, and I feel comfortable saying this because the Texans social media actually put this play up. Mm-hmm. There was a deep post to Louis Bond.
Yes, that one too,
where he runs away and just well placed football. And
that was 7-on-7, I believe.
I can't recall that. That might be the case. It might have been 7-on-7. The question I have is, are we really doing this with Louis Bond? And I don't mean just in a general sense.
Putting him in those routes?
Yeah. This has been something that I kind of talked about, and I didn't know to what level this is actually important.
Mm-hmm.
But he's getting a lot more routes that are like downfield and stretching the field and, throwing it up there type routes. And that is just not what I expect of him as a player. And I wonder, is this really going to be a part of the offense, or is this just one of those things where everybody gets all variety of routes in order for us to get a feel for what they do?
Seems like he's getting more of them.
Yeah.
It really does.
Because if you were power ranking dudes that I want to send downfield to get the ball, where does Louis Bond come in? Right, Nico Collins is high up there.
Jaden
Higgins is high up there.
Jalen Noel, there's 4 right there.
And that's just receivers. When you get into tight ends, I think that Marlon Klein is absolutely in there. I think Dalton Schultz probably in there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're getting to 6-7 before we even start throwing it up there. I think I might like Hutchinson a little bit more for that. Maybe I'm just body shaming or whatever the right word or phrase is there because he is taller and maybe has done that more. I'm fascinated by the ways that they're using them, but I think that also leans into something that I have said is a good thing, and it would be bad for me to try and sit on both sides of the fence here. They're using guys in different and unexpected ways, which I think is necessary for this offense, because last year it felt like everything was far too expectable by defenses.
Yeah, and to me that's why I thought the big takeaway from the weekend was being able to see that whether it was Louis Bond or Xavier Hutchinson, Jared Wayne again. I mean, it's like every day he makes a play. He's going to make things difficult on this team. I like that a lot. Still not quite sure on the run game. It seemed as if there were still some plays where you're like, because they don't take them all the way down to the ground.
Correct.
It seemed like there were some plays where you're just not quite sure. But we'll find out on the run game, but I think the passing game and distributing to receivers was pretty important.
Yeah, the thing that I was thinking about in the run game this weekend as I'm watching at the Houston Methodist Training Center, one, I could definitely see some plays that are executed well.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think, as you're mentioning, right, not going to the ground raises a question where you go, would that have been a tackle? Or actually, I know he was there, but is it possible that tackle is broken, right? Those are questions that have to pop up, and all I can do is make my best guess and best assessment. I also think that the way that the Texans defense, and I know, here we go talking about the defense again, but it's not even just about quality, it's the way that they go about it. Like, they stop the run in a different style than I think a lot of defenses do. And Seth Payne can talk about this better than I can, but in talking about it, it feels like they kind of funnel guys in, and they just this is what allows the linebackers to be able to just hit those gaps with a level of fervor and almost in a maniacal way, right? The way that you see Henry To'oTo'o just
even
flying
the
down
defensive line, as much as they held their blocks and take up blockers and all that, that's not where they stop, and they penetrate, try to get a hand on somebody and all that.
No, for sure.
Yeah, they do that really well.
But you think about it, it's rare the guys are running to the outside and just getting out there.
Yes.
We're funneling you back into it so the linebacker can light you up. And I do wonder how that works for other teams when you're running up against them. I don't know that I want to say that it's entirely unique, but I do think it's different than a lot of teams. And so when that is the style that you're running up against, does this translate better against other teams is a question that I have, especially when you're running more of your top end as opposed to the Chargers game, where I guess admittedly you did put your first line out there in that first on that first drive, but you also moved the ball decently.
Let me ask you both this. Just a thought that I had. I'm still not even sure how I feel about it, because I'm the guy that always says, don't play scared. But don't ever play scared. Attack no matter what, all that stuff. And yet I say that for games that matter. Did it hit you in a funny way, the fact that they're going to go joint practice with the Raiders, ones versus ones, and then D'Amico Ryan said anybody who's healthy is playing on Thursday? Did that hit you as a little risky?
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
It was risky to the point I felt like he might have been lying a little bit, man. Like,
you want me to put it in buy or sell? Well, we'll find out Thursday.
It wouldn't surprise me if game day, then you won't see a lot of the start. I ain't gonna say all, but I still don't know if you're gonna see like a Will Anderson and all that type of stuff.
It hit me as a little, I guess maybe because of the Jackson Dart thing, the Jeremiah Love thing,
right?
The thing that a lot of teams are experiencing with injuries across the league for games. I always say don't play scared, but that's for games that matter. This game does not matter at all.
Yeah, but I mean,
especially after I want them to do the joint practice. I think that's the best gauge you can get, but it's also a little more regulated.
Yeah, but I think this seems like it's going to serve as the dress rehearsal, right? Like this is the opportunity to get everybody into that flow and go through it properly. Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm bouncing back and forth because I think it's also in very close proximity, right? How often do you have game-like environments in 2 days apart?
That too.
That's the bigger thing for me. Where because Tuesday they're going to treat it in game.
Oh, they're going to do kickoffs and punts and everything. Yeah.
And they're going to rep those big time opportunities with a lot of the ones, and then the ones will play again. To Figgy's point, I don't know how long, but the ones will play again. Health willing on Thursday, right? That's 2 days separation from that level of competition. That's the only thing that comes to mind. But also, there is an adage in my community, John Lopez. I believe it filters over to yours as well. Maybe it's just a general adage, and I have not given that enough consideration. Scare money don't make none.
Right.
And so I do think that, like, in this circumstance.
And again, I always say don't play scared.
Right.
But this game doesn't matter at all. Zero.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is one of those where I think we're going to have to play the result on it. And I know that it's not good to play the result, but ultimately, if they get out of it clean, it worked out.
It worked out.
And if you end up with a Jeremiah Love type situation, then we get on these airwaves and act like we all knew that this is the way that they should go. But yeah, that's a fair point to acknowledge. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan, just getting going on a Monday. Coming up next, let's talk about the Astros. They lose a series, and this division, again, is tight all the way, at least amongst the top three teams. But it's also still the worst division. How would a division title actually make you feel about the Astros as an organization? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Thank you guys for all the energy.
The Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan, as the big voice man said. On the text line from the 713, should we take a stab at Richardson as QB3, as he could also help us practice against running quarterbacks? Friend, be for real. Like, be really real right now.
I think they were.
We over here playing Madden, man.
Be for real. I mean, the Colts would love that. It feels like the Colts feel like with Anthony Richardson, like he's the sofa that they put out on the curb, and they're just like, please
take it.
Someone take this. We bought a sectional.
Did he play the whole damn game? How long did he play?
I don't know. I don't remember.
They probably want him to play all the preseason, every quarter.
Yeah.
They
don't have the energy to take it to the dumpster. Just please take this.
They might have to slap a draft pick on him to get rid of him, man.
It's like I was a little presumptuous. I saw the sectional. It looked cool. Yeah. Apparently, it does not fit my living room. Mm-hmm. Somebody please take this.
By the way, I put it on Instagram, and I did tag you fools, you young bucks that are mocking me.
Oh, the quarter zip. The quarter zip with no shirt.
Fair or foul. I put it on there.
Yeah, no, that's...
I just think y'all don't know anything about style.
Yeah, because that's often been said about Figgy Fig. I'm not even putting myself in this. Yeah, everybody's like, yo, Fig, that dude has zero style.
I'm not even mad at you for it, man. I feel like at your age, you can do whatever you want, man.
That's not a compliment.
No, for real.
That's not a compliment.
Seriously, man. You don't wear socks. Yeah. I'm mad at you for not wearing socks all the time.
My feet are lovely.
I don't want to test that one bit.
Yeah.
You said that's not a compliment. How does winning the AL West in the year of our Lord 2026 sound?
It's not a compliment.
Okay.
That is a great, you work hard for those transitions. You really do.
That's an A+, right?
I mean,
thank you.
I mean, he fights.
Appreciate you.
He fights for his life sometimes working on those transitions. But that was a good one.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So if the Astros win the division, that's like wearing the
quarter zip with no shirt
under.
I don't know if I'd go quite there, but I mean, we saw another series of this division up close and personal at Dyken Park this weekend, a 3-game set versus the Seattle Mariners, and it didn't go the way that you wanted to. You ultimately allow them to win the series, and really, I mean, you required a little bit of magic just to make sure that you weren't swept in this series. And so, I mean, the Mariners aren't on your keister by any means, but what is it? 4 games?
4 games. I've seen crazier things than that.
Fair enough.
8 games.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But I mean, even still, right? I think the Astros still are atop the division. But what does this actually mean? Like, let's take a step back, because obviously, in the immediate terms, you want to see this team in the playoffs, because they're putting enough forward and they're trying. And so if they're trying, you want to see them succeed, I think, as a fan. But in the longer term of the Astros organization, how would an AL West title actually make you feel?
I'm glad you asked, because I'd rather they win the division than not. I'd rather they make the playoffs than not. I don't think any Houstonian, any Astros fan would think otherwise. Of course you would, right? I mean, you'd rather they make the playoffs, 100%. Rather they win the division, 100%. I'm just not sure if it changes any. I'm not sure if we're not having the exact same conversation we had during spring training and early this season next year that we had this year. And is that good? Like, is it just sort of, is it spinning your wheels? Is it denial? Because I don't know. They're not going to be any better, no matter what happens, unless they win the World Series. All right? They're not going to prove to have been any better going into next year than they were going into this year, even if they win the division.
No, I mean,
right?
I'm gonna be honest. Winning this division is a means to an end for me.
Mm-hmm.
I recognize a banner is a banner, right? This one, if and when it hangs at Dyken Park, it's not going to feel the same to me.
I agree.
It is, and when I say it means to an end, the end is making the playoffs. It is simply, this is the way that you have to go to make the playoffs, because ain't no wild card available to you, and thankfully the rest of your division is not very good. But it's simply a means to an end. Like, this does not equate, or seeing this one lined up to the other ones, right? All the other ones. Shout out to the Astros, who have a number of these in recent years, but lined up next to the other ones, this does not do anything for adding to the excellence of this run to me.
Right.
We do this all the time in sports, whether it's looking at a player's, reference page and going 4-time All-Pro or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And the number of those speaks to the excellence. Adding another division title here does not.
Yeah.
Because there's no excellence within it.
But even more important than that, does it speak to progress? See, that's where I am. It's like they're not going. It's like, hey, they're starting to get back on. Back to the old Astros. Are they?
No. And I think I don't think that hurts me.
But
as
you want to
bad.
see something.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. I think that the real, I guess, oomph in this question is not in the, what does it mean on the high end? I think that it points to this, because this text that comes in on the text line from the 713 says winning the division would be like we're just prolonging mediocrity and accepting it. And that's the thing that I question. Yes. Is it possible? I mean, we're in it now, right? Like you can't go back on this, but is it possible that winning this division actually further cements the Astros in the kind of purgatory that they seemingly are in right now?
I think that's why
the thing I hope not.
I think that's why we're having this conversation. I want it. I love it. Who doesn't? Hey, winning is what you're playing for. But purgatory is the perfect way to do it. To say it's like I don't know if I'm going to feel any better. By the way, I mean we can talk about this series too.
And that's what I'm saying. We can't ignore the series because that's what brings us here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the bigger thing about that is I look at the pitching and I go, oh, there's not starting pitching.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This was a series that, especially if you wanted to take a relatively negative view on this, you look up and you go, damn it, Dana. Right? Damn it, Dana, why did you not make sure to get an arm at the trade deadline as opposed to a Dalton Varsho?
How's that trade working out for Wesneski and Blanco?
So the trade acquisitions. Hey,
I thought you were about to talk about the real trade.
No. He said they essentially got a trade.
That brother struck out last night, looking awful.
Saturday was not a good day for him. He said it. He said it's like a trade. How's that working out?
Yeah, I mean, for a period of time last night, I was like, damn, do you have a single starter that you feel really good about? Now, Hunter Brown, being Hunter Brown, found, got through a tough inning and then ultimately dialed it back in, and you saw, okay, there are the embers of what you typically expect from Diesel. But even that still, like, he has not been able to put it all together since he's returned from injury. Yeah. He's not been able to put it all together since injury. There's clearly a lack of belief in Christian Javier and Tatsi Imai, rightfully so. Right? Like, do I need to roll down the entirety of the roster here? And that's absolutely necessary. And I see you on the text line saying, well, if they go to the ALCS, y'all won't be happy. No, absolutely, I'll be happy. Like I said, this is a means to an end, and I still want to compete. But in the larger span of things, I look up and I go, damn, that feels less viable, even in the midst of you still being the top of the AL West.
What would make y'all feel better? Like if they made the playoffs and let's say they go out in the wild card or whatever, what would make y'all feel more confident?
If they go out in the wild card?
Yeah, let's say they make the playoffs, they went out in the wild card. Let's say they make a little run, make a little noise, get to the wild card, they get knocked out.
I don't think
what would make you feel.
That wouldn't make me feel good.
What's that?
No, not that part, but just going into next season.
No, that's what I'm talking about. That's kind of the purgatory I'm talking about. If they make the playoffs, which it looks like they are, it's a close race, but they're leading, and they're out in the wild card round. How would that make me feel any better, optimistic, or
no, I'm just thinking. Let's say Imai start clicking. Let's say he get back in the rotation. I don't think he is, but let's say he get back in the rotation. He start clicking, and then you got Blanco. He started putting it together. Wineski, he started putting it together, but they just get bounced out. They, just have a bad series in the wild card. Would that make you feel better going into next season?
The pitching might be the only thing, Reggie, right? If you start to see something, but even then, I mean, the clock is ticking. And here we are, August 17th.
Yeah.
Could that even happen?
Because I'm with y'all. I would feel bad if they just kind of drag ass into the playoffs.
Yeah.
And you had like the people that's probably, Altuve might turn it up a little bit and they just get knocked. That wouldn't make me feel good until next year.
I think the only thing that would make me feel good, more optimistic than I was this year, which is the conversation we're having, is new manager, new general manager.
Which I'm not certain that we're not headed to that. That's why
we are. I mean, 100%. Joe Espada, what are you doing?
Can you say 100?
What are you doing?
Are we talking about taking Yordan out? and pinch running Cam Smith for him?
When he did that, I was like, maybe it's the reason I'm not the manager. I wouldn't.
Well, I can say that is the case.
I'm like, I wouldn't have did that.
No, you wouldn't have.
And then I start seeing everybody else talk about it. I was like, okay.
Dude, it was the 8th inning of a game that had all the markings going to extras. And even if it didn't go to extras, was he in the hole? He was third up when they made the final out?
He would have been fourth. He would have been fourth.
No, when they made their final out, he was second or third up. I mean, his spot in the lineup. What are you doing? Yordan Alvarez, have a seat. We're going to pinch run for you.
I think
what in the world?
They even mentioned it on the broadcast.
They did. They did.
Yeah, and it was both Anthony Rizzo and Blummer who was on this broadcast for NBC, who were like, "Yeah, I don't typically like taking your best bat out of the lineup," and I hear that. I understand. This is the ups and downs of a manager who likes going to his bench and saying, "Hey, the 8th inning is it feels like my best shot at actually getting a run across, so I'm throwing everything out of here."
Oh boy, yeah, but I get it. His character is such that he's going to go to the bench. Somebody needed to kind of hit him with their elbow and say, "Yeah, but that's Yordan. That's Yordan. That's all we got."
Is there anything in there that gives you a little bit of pause? Because not only is it Yordan, but now you have Yordan on the base paths and in a situation where
he had already run through the wall once and he was fine.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like he had run through the wall once, and I think you can look at that and go, "Oh, we made it through something. Phew.
Yeah.
Let's not put him in more danger." Just like you're like, "Hey, this is his day."
Under no circumstances do I pinch run for you.
I would understand if the game was out of hand.
Yeah.
Like on either side. But this one, it was a close game. Like
and he can run. We've established he can run. I get it. There's always injury risk, but what did I just say last segment? Don't play scared, man.
Well, that one is a little bit less scared and a little bit more. He is the entirety of what we're hinging this thing upon.
Well, it's both. Yeah. You're taking him out?
And this is a very important series, too.
And by the way, to a lesser degree, although I wasn't quite as upset with this, pitching Hader down a run, for two, would have been 2 innings. I don't know about that either. But I wasn't quite as mad about that.
He did it twice, too, didn't he? He did it twice.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And yes, Ethan Petco does seem like he's coming up to the majors sooner rather than later. So, that'll be helpful. But I don't. There's that. Somebody else goes, "Why are we pretending like you can't sign arms in the offseason?" And again, how has that gone for you recently? And I think you have to sign into something. I don't think you can build this wholesale out of whole cloth out of free agency. You need to have something there. And I think that's ultimately the question that we're having with all of this, even as the division continues to be wildly close in the AL West. All right. You're in the loop. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, inspired by one Pat McAfee. Did you know he has an album out? What endeavor or project would you do if you were just rich? 713-572-4610. We'll do it next on 95.7 The Fan.
Texans 2026 preseason kicked off with a loss. Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We appreciate y'all getting involved and letting us know, your goings on, being out and about in the greater area from the 979. Just got into Louisiana. Still a strong signal. Headed to Mobile for work. All right, drive safe. And obviously, we will side saddle with you.
Good fishing outside of Mobile.
See, I knew he was going to talk about fishing somehow, some way.
Good stuff. A couple of good things. Point Clear, Alabama, baby. Caught some good fish there.
Head over.
I'm happy for you.
Hey, to that listener, head over to Bessemer, Alabama. See if you can see D'Amico Ryan Street.
That's right. There
you go. All right. Let's get to the question of the day here, because I don't know if you know, and honestly, I would not have known if not for one Seth Payne going, "Hey, did you hear?" Headed into the weekend, but Pat McAfee. Yes, former punter for the Colts and now ESPN personality, actually all over ESPN, whether it's College Game Day or his own named show.
ESPN God at this point.
Yeah, maybe so, because he's making all of
they're
the money.
all lapping his shoes over there right now. They're all lapping his feet.
Well, he added something to the multi-hyphenate, which is apparently recording artist. He put out a record last weekend or this past weekend, and I actually tried to listen to a good amount of it.
As you would. I heard a little bit, to be fair, just because I was curious, morbid curiosity, whatever it was. Here's where I am with that. I don't know. I don't think it's real good. I don't think it's necessarily awful. He put a lot of money into it. It's very clear. He had writers and producers. I mean, it is done well. I just can't listen to any of those songs without seeing Pat McAfee in it, and it drives me nuts. It just doesn't feel right.
Get ready to see Pat McAfee here in a second. But you mentioned it. He clearly put a lot of money into it, and these are the types of things you can do where you just got money to blow, which apparently ESPN and Disney is giving him plenty of. So question of the day, what endeavor or project would you do if you were rich like Pat McAfee? Let's take you to a little bit of this Pat McAfee here as you text in, because the album, I think track number 1 is called Pitbull in a Mugshot, which, beautiful. And you could tell exactly what's happening with it as soon as you hit play, which Fig, if you could.
Rest in peace to the greatest dog of all time, Valor. Wake up in the morning, smoking coffee, no cream. Scroll the feed, see some tweets on some crazy ass scenes. Trying to get to some money with our Powerball dreams. Cause when bills start stacking, we all feel the heat. We all hate the same folks, mostly lame bros. All the ain't Karens need go back where they came from. Cause we living, baby, we gotta get it daily. Wish we'd all spark up and light up all the shady. Yeah, I got a pit bull and a mugshot.
You get a feel for it, right?
No, yeah.
You can pull it down a little bit, Fig.
I have questions for you, Figgy, because you know a lot more about this than I do. First of all, what kind of music is that?
You know what I called it?
What genre?
It sounds like pop country to me.
Okay.
That's where I got from it. I could hear this being played on 100.3 The Bull.
Yeah.
You know what I said? And this is just one of the songs. Like, obviously, there's 14 songs, which I did appreciate that he didn't go overboard and do like, here's 22 songs. It sounds like he's trying to make music for ESPN to use throughout their college football broadcasts. Like, it's SEC on ESPN fodder in my mind.
You know what? That's good. Yeah, that's good.
Like, it very much sounds like that to my ear. Now, there's people, I don't listen to this genre a ton, so maybe, unless I'm watching college football. Yeah. So maybe somebody else in our listenership has more of a feel for it. But I was like, yeah, this sounds like something that they're going to break because Texas A&M just scored on South Carolina, and we're coming back with the score of 14-7 on ESPN.
To me, and I know a lot of listeners probably can relate to this, whenever you hear something like this, and like, that's that poppy country. Yeah. I like some old school country, not this poppy type stuff.
So my second question for you, like as I mentioned, it just drips of this guy put a bleep ton of money into this to make it sound good. But is it good?
I have a hard time. Good? This is the thing that I put on my my pseudo music critic hat. I was trying to give him the best, like as fair of a read as possible, and the music isn't bad. It's just not particularly interesting. And for him, he ain't a singer for real. Obviously, you could tell they even kind of auto-tuned some of the stuff to make it go.
Yeah.
And his lyrics aren't strong enough to where it's like, oh, there's a great story happening here. There's some instances where you can see he's getting into something personal, but he never digs really too deep into it.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's revelatory. And then you come back to the music itself is not so interesting that it then makes up for those things. So it's just a whole bunch of, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like somebody said it's straight AI. And I don't think it's AI, but it gives you that feel because there's nothing that's particularly interesting about it.
Yeah, I think this is my first time listening to anything like this from him. And I feel like, and I'm grading on the curve, I feel like it's decent enough because we hear a lot of athletes trying to rap and all that stuff where you just have to turn it off.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like I had to just straight up turn this off. I feel like it's okay.
There's enough interest.
Especially the knowing the type of person he is.
Yeah.
Where you like, oh, you put that together. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. And this ain't anything I'm saying this need to be on the radio or something like this. This to me, this just seemed like a cool little thing I did and it sound clean and crisp.
All right, so you have more money than God. What endeavor, what project are you going to do?
Fig, is his with barbecue or fishing? I can't tell. I feel like it's probably fishing. I think he gets himself a big old boat.
Yeah, I'm going to say fishing.
He's going to go get that marlin.
Neither.
What?
Neither.
Oh, man, what is it?
Because, I mean, those I could have, but those are layups. You know, I barbecue and I fish. You know, the one thing that over the last 5 to 10 years has really bothered me, really, really to my core bothered me, is quote unquote documentaries.
Oh yeah.
Every documentary that comes down the pike right now, if you look at the credits, 90% of the time, if not more, it's produced by the person, the document, or the thing that people who are involved in the thing that the documentary is about. That's not a documentary. That's a bio. That's a public relations, show. I want to do real documentaries, not fluff pieces, not any biases. Just like what's a good documentary recently, or a documentary? I won't say good. A documentary recently that you clearly could tell those people, like the WWE or one of those things. You know, they're putting on a commercial. It's a 4-part commercial for themselves. I want to do documentary. I would love to. If I had more money than
the Tom Brady doc,
like anything like that. Like, pick a documentary, like just any documentary. I guarantee you, the people involved produced that thing.
At least in the last
I think
half
about
decade for sure.
the Jordan doc.
Yeah, I think he started a lot of this because he had editorial control in there. So once you give that up, you lose the journalistic side of documentaries that I think honestly make them more interesting.
Yes, I want to go in and do a documentary on something, and everybody knows, I'm doing it.
Yeah,
there ain't no biases, ain't no fluff, ain't no turning, twisting of the facts.
Yeah, and ain't no person. The person that the doc is about.
Yes,
he ain't the EP of the doc. If that makes sense.
Right.
So we're putting together a production house to make documentaries. Is that what we're doing?
No, actual documentaries.
But
they use that word as if it's real. It's not. It's a fluff piece. It's a puff piece.
Madison said, "Here goes Lopez taking the fun out of the hypothetical." Fig, what you doing with your unreasonable amount of money?
So I'm gonna go full blown Pablo Escobar. Let me explain.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah. I don't think you should say that on air. They can hear you right now.
No crime, no anything like that. Remember when Pablo Escobar put on like a soccer match, and he just flew out all the big time.
That's good.
Like the best all-stars or across the world, or whatever, just to play in his backyard.
Yeah,
and he played with him. I would do something like that, man. I would probably do it with like basketball or something like that. I'm not a soccer guy, but I would probably, fly out LeBron, fly out. I mean, I know Jordan ain't really playing, but I would try to fly out all the biggest stars in basketball and just play in my personal gym or something like that.
Somebody said it sounds like a Kid Rock wannabe. Damn, y'all are going real hard about Pat McAfee on here. Let me see. There was one more. Somebody said they were making a dinosaurs doc with Morgan Freeman narrating it. I missed another one. Someone had said something. I'm going to lean all the way into the bit here, John Lopez. What is that stat that you make up that you say that is like when you're trying to make fun of me for naming a stat?
Oh, 57.6% of all stats are made up.
Yeah, you go like the elemental P whatever.
Oh, that. Oh,
I'm hiring the best data analyst and I'm making it for real. I am actually making that stat just to annoy you.
What's the QXWV of
Yeah,
that,
I'm making
player?
that stat for real. I'm getting people to be like, no, I need you to get me this stat. Make it for me. That's what I'm doing.
No,
In fact,
it's QXWV plus.
Yeah, I'm hiring a crack staff to make up stats whenever I want to know something. I'm like, hey, I need to figure this out. Make up a stat so that I can check this out.
And make sure it has a lot of letters.
What's the percentage of quarterbacks that roll out to their left, complete a pass?
That's too easy. I need to be real on a Tuesday in the sun, direct sunlight only. Please and thank you. I need that stat by 3:30. That's the way that I'm doing this. 100%. Somebody said they would get a hostile and possibly violent buyout takeover of local Fox 26. Huh. That is very particular. What did they do to you?
Fully staffed 20-acre animal rescue. No kill. All animals go to heaven.
That's nice. I like that. That's cool. Send them some more of the things that you guys would do when it comes to just an ungodly amount of money just to do what you want. Because clearly that's what happened with Pat McAfee here, right?
Clearly.
Yeah. Clearly that's what happened. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where you actually mentioned one of the things I want to talk about, which is how much is too much preseason, because it feels like the Cardinals might have found some of that. Ooh. We do that next.
95.7 The Fan has officially taken off.
love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, 95.7 The Fan.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on 95.7 Fan. Mind you, it's KIKK-FM, KLT-AM, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Man, y'all are harsher than I thought I was on the what's my guy's name? Pat McAfee. I almost called him Jake Paul. You'll hear why in a second. On the Pat McAfee album, which, mind you, on his show today, he has the vinyl sitting right in front of him, which, buddy, I think he wants us to criticize him. I think he wants it. I think it's a different way
I got no problem with what he's doing.
Building the PR. Spell the name right. I get it.
He's got a zillion people watching him. I'm going to put that album right in front of me. I have no problem with that. That's called, getting it out there, man. Getting it out there. I have no problem with that. But I will say, we were talking about this just to kind of put a bow on that discussion during the break. When you're a man of that stature and recognition, to be able to have the courage to do that, even if it's dumb, if you think it's dumb, I don't. People are predisposed to, I'm going to criticize it. Mm-hmm. It could have been freaking. Well,
that's why he's a polarizing figure, John.
Oh, God.
The Diary of a Polarizing Figure is the name of the album.
I mean, it could have been Led Zeppelin 4, and people would have found a reason to criticize it.
Yeah, that is assuming that he actually did this as a passion project and not just as like a PR stunt. Mm-hmm. I tend to believe the former, that he did this as a passion project. And so shout out to him putting that in front of the world, because I don't know if I'd be bold enough to do that. Speaking of bold, the question of the day was, what would you do with a whole bunch of money? What would be your passion project, basically? 979 said he would send Jake Paul to Mars on a one-way ticket. That's the kind of hate that I appreciate. It's like, no, you in particular, get out of my orbit.
Why him? Of all the people you could send on a one-way ticket to Mars,
that is fair.
You know what? I'm sending Jake Paul.
We could probably do even more good in the world, but that is the level of annoyance that person has. And then somebody else said, and this is real hatred, right? This is what I wanted to highlight it. They said they would buy the Jags franchise and just ruin it from the inside. I like that. That's a lot of money to be thrown away just to make sure that your enemies never smile. Yeah. And I appreciate that. I really do. All right, let's go around the NFL, where we go from sabotaging another team to possible self-sabotage. Mm-hmm. John Lopez, as rookie running back for the Arizona Cardinals, Jeremiah Love, big-time draft pick. Everybody is really looking at him as possibly the rookie of rookie of the year on the offensive side of the football. Apparently, he's dealing now with a high ankle sprain, and it's unlikely to play for the remainder of the preseason because of seemingly all the usage that he got. I think he got 14 snaps, 14 carries, I should specifically say, in their early portions of their preseason. Mm-hmm. And this has raised the question for some folks, like, how much usage is too much in the preseason, especially for a player that you anticipate having a lot of load during the course of your season?
It's the biggest thing. It's the biggest reason that I feel everything is so the games are unnecessary in the preseason. This is going to affect them all year long. High ankle sprains, we know the drill. He might be back by the opener. That seems to be the thing. These things tend to linger, and they have lingered for a lot of players. For what? What'd you get out of those 14 carries that you didn't already know and see in training camp?
Well, this is what Matt LaFleur, there we go, the head coach of the Cardinals said, quote, "It's a rookie that hadn't played, knowing that, not to share too many of my secrets because I hadn't said it with the players yet, but knowing that it was about what it was going to be in terms of how many games these guys were going to play for what we were looking for. So, yeah, that's what we thought. That's what the thought was." Yeah. Close quote.
I mean,
I don't know what that means. Sorry, I started reading and I was like, there's a lot of words in here, and I'm very confused as to what you're saying,
Matt LaFleur or Mike?
Is it Mike? No, Matt's in Green Bay.
Mike, Mike.
I just got a new Jim and John Harbaugh.
No, it's all good.
That's all this is.
Yeah.
The LaFleur in Arizona. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm just going. Yeah. Especially, they got the same starting letters too. Why did their parents do that to me? Why did they do that to me in particular? Clearly, they were
thinking of you.
100%. They wanted me to
make it hard on Reggie.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Clearly, that's what happened here. Yeah. I know you want to get him acclimated, but especially for a player like that, like a player that I already know, much like Ashton Genty last year, he's just going to get an ungodly amount of carries.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's doing this behind a great offensive line. Now we're playing the result. It's easy for us to go in hindsight and say this, but it just feels like you don't need that much usage. But at the same time, then are we doing the thing where we go, you know you're going to use him a lot, so this could have happened in week 2 as opposed to the preseason.
Well, you say it's easy in hindsight, and it is, but the premise, a lot of us don't do it in hindsight. You know, I would have said if I
before,
if I would have heard, hey, they're going to give Jeremiah Love 14 carries in our preseason game, I would have said, why? It's not. It is hindsight now in this particular case, but you got to play like I wouldn't want. You know, I know Fernando Mendoza at the quarterback position. You know, he has to get some reps and all that. I don't want him out there for 2 quarters. You know, and you know, I don't know if he's going to get hurt or not. Who knows? But I don't want it right now if I'm a Raiders fan.
Especially a running back.
Especially a running back, yes.
The question I ask myself, and maybe this is moot because the preseason games are on top of all this, but I always come back to the idea that kind of football is football, right? There's not really a lighter form of football unless you're just walking through. Like even not going to the ground that we've seen out there, they're thudding up as well. He's getting these carries on the practice field and in joint practices eventually once they're doing those. Like, what is the real distinction there? Are we doing a lot based off of just a happenstance instance where it just happened in this game and then working our way backwards from that?
Yeah.
Or is this something that we really need to curtail when it comes to, or when I say we, like obviously it's individual coaches that have to make these decisions, but is that something that in the league that they need to be more considerate of?
Well, skill position players, one of the only reasons that you play them in preseason games, let's be very honest here, is because you want to see them be taken to the ground, because they all are. And my answer to that is why. We see it. We've been out there. You know, they get their reps. They get popped a little bit, but the defender kind of holds them up. Why do you necessarily need to see them be taken to the ground in the preseason? You're going to have plenty of time for that. They're still going to have the full speed. They're still going to have the thump at practices and all that, but they're not going to be taken to the ground where bad things can happen.
This feels like this is only further pushing us towards a place where the actual preseason games themselves become even less, I guess, important for the average fan, more so for the teams as they're making decisions down the roster and they're filling out a 53-man. But that's it's gonna rage on, especially when you have a big time player or a big name. Then in the circumstance that you all have here with Jeremiah Love in the high ankle sprain. Speaking of big names, let me start by saying, condolences to anybody who has Cowboys friends and family members, Cowboys fans, because I don't know if y'all got a call like I did yesterday, where I get a call from my friend and he's like, "Oh, we back, baby.
Oh, God.
It's going to happen." And why is that? Because Von Miller, noted DFW native,
DeSoto,
finally making his way back to back home. He's going to sign a 1-year deal with the Cowboys to, bring his periodic rushing to the team. And it's not like I don't want to minimize it too much. I think he got 9 sacks last year. Was it 9.5, something in there? 9 sacks last year for Washington. And so he brings that to the Cowboys, who do need to up their defense. Like last year, they were atrocious, and it just completely was a weight around the neck of the offense last year for the Cowboys. And so this is absolutely a help. But I got my friend called me up, and he was like, "Yo, they're going to do it." And I was like, "Hey, buddy, I'm going to need to see that what he's being added to is something that is worthwhile." I do think they're going to be a lot better this year defensively, but we're not going to do this already. Did you get anybody that did this for you?
Yes, and it's funny because a lot of my friends that you follow on any social media platform, you see it. Like, oh boy, here we go.
They had been kind of reasonable. Like to give them a little bit, they had been kind of reasonable.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Von Miller comes in, and now they're doing that thing again.
Yeah. 1995, right?
What?
Last time they won a Super Bowl.
That is correct.
Yeah.
A little bit of a jerk thing to do, but yeah, that is correct.
31 years, right? Huh.
How much of an impact does this feel like?
But this is going to do it.
37-year-old Von Miller again. He joins in with a rush group of Rashawn Gary, Donovan Ezraku, Malachi Lawrence, who was just drafted. And then they push some of these other edge rushers down that maybe were more questionable. Does this at all raise the alarm for you on the Cowboys in particular, but especially seeing as they are one of your early season opponents?
The only thing that worries me about the Cowboys is their offense, and I like the Texans' defense against anybody. I think this will make them marginally better, but if you're saying, okay, problem solved, Super Bowl, here we come, then you're one of those Cowboys fans.
And especially because even if their pass rush gets a little bit better, maybe a little more consistent, which I'm not certain that I can say that that's the case because he's still, I mean, he drops in, and if you're talking about consistency, he's still that. Like Rashawn Gary is the guy that you look at and you go, maybe he gives you that. But the best pass rusher that they have, the most disruptive player that they have is on the interior with Quentin Williams.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm still not sold there. And then their linebacker core is just bad right now. So
That's what I'm saying.
So yeah, I told him.
Are you quivering in your boots?
I'm not.
Yeah.
And I told him, hey,
Yeah.
pump the brakes. Now,
Yeah.
you could get to a point, you could get me in week 4 where I go, oh, okay, this is much better than I thought. And maybe you put together a Dallas Cowboys argument that makes me go, okay, I'm listening. Right now, it's like, hey, man, don't do all that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
again, condolences to everybody who has Cowboys fans in their lives because I know that they're doing. If my friend is usually pretty reasonable too, and he did that, I was like, oh, I know people around the city are just having to hear it for no good reason, right? I'm sitting here looking at the Houston Texans consistently, and Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. Von Miller comes back and they talking crazy to me. I'm like, please stop this, please
We
stop.
them boys.
Yeah.
It happened immediately. But
how about them Cowboys?
all right. Some other things around the NFL. Speaking of doing it again, did you see that for yet another day, retired Aaron Donald has been working out with the Rams as a workout, as a tryout,
Another
whatever.
official workout.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can they just do the thing?
Why are they not?
That's the curious thing. Like,
Is there a question about his health?
I don't think it's a question about his health. I feel like it's got to be a him thing. Like, this has got to be on his side,
but
right?
my point is, why work out again? If it's a him thing, he wouldn't have needed to work out
It
again.
is a tryout.
Yeah,
is
or
what
tryout.
they,
or
in
whatever.
order to skirt the rules of the
That's
NFL.
why I'm like, is there an ankle, a shoulder, or whatever it may be? Because he had his quote tryout, workout, whatever. Now it's on him, and I'm with you. I think it's just, does he really want to do this? Why work out again then? Why?
This is the
this
question
like
I was
his
trying to
ramp up or something like that.
I don't know.
But I feel like he can sign a ramp up.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah.
This is.
But that's the thing. Maybe he don't want to sign and then kind of change his mind. Maybe he want to kind of like
sure.
a second interview
Yeah,
or something
make
like
sure,
that.
yeah.
I have no idea. I'm just guessing.
So, if you had to put a percentage chance on it, I know that you guys were both very high on the idea that the Aaron Donald thing was
damn
happening.
near 99.
Where is your? I see what you did there. Where's your belief now that Aaron Donald does make his way back to the Rams because he's still out there practicing with the team, right?
It's got to be lower. 80.
I mean,
that feel about right?
You said it as a question mark. It is your feeling.
I still think it's pretty high. I know 80 is high.
Yeah.
But I still think it's about 95%.
That whole second tryout workout thing just had me wondering. It's got to be some health thing, physical.
I don't think so. I think it's still. Do you want to do this? And
Yeah.
when you're ready to do this,
But you don't have to try out again if you're asking him, do you want to do this?
The tryout is just technical for him to be able to get out there. I think he's just trying to feel his body and see how he. But even still, looking at the way he is built, you would imagine that he could jump back out there. I don't know. I don't get it. But we have to continue to watch the space because this, honestly, I know the Rams are not going to be a team that the Texans have to face off at all against regular season until you get to like postseason. It would have to be literally the Super Bowl for this to happen. But I'm still looking at this and going, that's a huge difference between what the Rams already are, which is very talented, don't get me wrong, but what they could be if he does make his way back. It's just kind of wild that there's this will they, won't they continuing to happen there. And then one more thing here around the NFL. Did you see Baker Mayfield's going to play in the Bucs' second preseason game, which I know you're going, who cares? I care only because I will be watching that preseason game. You remember why?
Because you hate Baker Mayfield?
No, that is not why.
But it is a factor.
No. You remember that's the preseason game that will be called by one John Gruden.
Oh, that's right. Play-by-play.
I believe so.
Yes.
Like this one feels like, yes, please put Baker in there so I can hear him say some quaint folksy stuff about Baker Mayfield, right? Like, I'm just so happy that this is the one that happens. It's going to happen on the 22nd, which I believe is what, Saturday? Yes, this Saturday. And now I'm just all in. I'm all in on this game.
I think I'm with you. I
Me
know
too.
you are, Figgy.
Yeah, no, me too.
I know you are.
I also think it's going to be a train wreck. Like, I don't think he's going to be good.
I don't know. I again, there have been some coaches and former players that have been really good at play-by-play. I'm just curious. I'm not thinking it's going to be bad.
I just want to hear it.
Yes.
I just want to hear him do first and 10.
Salute to Brett Rippon, who is the quarterback that the Texans signed after losing Graham Mertz to an ACL. I mean, he was out there throwing the football this weekend. He jumped in quickly, according to D'Amico Ryans, has picked up quickly. kind of expected for a dude that's kind of bounced around the league, a solid arm.
Yeah.
And then also salute to Bryce Hall, Breece Hall.
Bryce Hall.
Who is a cornerback that the Texans signed today, 6-year guy out of Virginia. And I'm just like, all right, cool. So they added depth, right? Like this is just a body, right, for camp?
I think so. I think they're gonna run their frontline players tomorrow and Thursday, and then they're gonna have guys like this playing the final preseason.
I know that threw everybody off. Bryce Hall,
it's like
former
for
Jet.
Sure.
It's like, that's not how you spell Breece.
That's right.
Oh, this is a fair point to make. If Aaron Donald signs and then changes his mind, doesn't he still have to wait an extra 5 years for the Hall of Fame? Yes. That is a fair point.
Oh yeah, that's probably why.
Mm-hmm.
Just decide already, dude.
I know.
All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. I was close. I was very close. Coming up next, a question was asked earlier that I kind of want to go through with you. Do you have concerns about a slow start again for the Texans? We'll talk about it next.
J.J. Watt is a fan of the new frequency. accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I just want you to know it's taking everything in me to not sing along to this song. It won't. But yeah, you are indeed. No, I'm not going to do that to you. And it's not even about subjecting you to bad singing, because I'm all right. I can hold a note. But then I get to the point where I'm the karaoke singer where everybody goes, all right, bleep you, dude.
Why?
I think a lot of people, and text in if you agree, there's a lot of people who, if they go to karaoke, if you were, like, there's a sweet spot of being just good enough but bad, where people are happy. Where if you're too bad, people are like, all right, I don't want to listen to this. And if you're quote unquote too good, it's like, all right, you're showing off.
Yeah, now he's just showing off.
And I am nearing
You're that guy?
I am nearing the you were showing off.
Now we got to hear. Now we got to hear.
Can we do a 610 karaoke night?
Depends on the songs, because I'll be in on a certain
Whatever
song.
song
you mean
want.
the fan karaoke night?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Boy.
That's right.
You're good on that one. I think that's fine.
The only one who has not screwed up.
You don't have to say it ever. That's why.
What?
You export all this to me.
Thursday through Sunday, Bite Me outdoor show and fishing show.
Bite Me what?
Bite Me fishing and outdoor show.
Look at him. Struggling.
Yeah,
but yeah, we should. I'm with it. Is anybody?
What's your go-to song?
Green
I know Lopez is easy like a Sunday morning.
Damn straight.
I think this should tell you a lot. This John Legend, Green Light.
Really?
Yes. If it's not that, it's you don't have to call by Usher or Usher, if I say it the way that I like to say it.
Yeah. Okay.
So both of those, ambitious.
One I've never done in public that I've done in private.
Ooh.
No Diggity.
Really?
Hell yeah, I love that song. Love that song.
Not what I would have expected.
Don't expect that to ever happen, by the way. But I do love that song.
Now it has to. You can't just put this out. You can't show this to me and tell me I can't have that.
I just did.
All right. Karaoke night soon come. We got to put that together. Yeah. But more importantly, opening night soon come for the Houston Texans. They're, we're moving quickly. There's only, 2 more preseason games, a couple of joint practices, and we are headed towards the regular season, man. And it's exciting. What is it, 3 more weekends until we get to college football? And is it 4 until we get to, regular season NFL play? How do we feel like they're going to start? Because this is something that actually, quiet as it's kept, has been a little bit of an issue for the Texans under DeMeco Ryans. Is slow starts.
Last year.
Right? Last year was a pure 0-3 start, which left us head scratching. And I know C.J. Gardner-Johnson would like you to know that it wasn't just his fault. But are you at all concerned about a slow start this year?
Sure.
713-572-4610.
I mean, you're always concerned about your squad,
but outside of like the average general concerns that you have.
Outside of the general anxiousness that we all have as sports fans.
The Texans really never start off hot.
That's why. That's why. And maybe I think we have seen some things in training camp and how they're operating that are sort of leaning toward. They have changed some things about how they've prepared for this season, from doing a lot more stretching and other stuff inside the bubble to how they're operating in these preseason games. They put the first team offensive line out there against the Chargers. They're going to put the first team, if you're healthy, as DeMeco said this weekend, against the Raiders 2 days after after playing this joint practice. And then I think that's it. You said, we have a month until the season begins. I think their full-on preparation, at least from what we're going to see, ends this week. I think the next 3 weeks are going to be mostly just reps and getting guys ready and making sure they're healthy and all that. So I think they're changing the way they're getting ready for the season.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I think that's a fair point to make. Even this week, right? The way that they've gone about, I guess, this weekend of practices into the joint practice. DeMeco Ryans this weekend was talking about how they are on what is going to be like their regular weekly schedule to help guys acclimate to that. It feels like so much of the changes that, as you've noted, are geared towards we want guys to be ready to slide into the regular season in a way where we hit the ground running as best as possible.
Yeah.
But I think that when we talk about starting fast, I don't know that I'm pointing to those things.
Will it make a difference?
I don't think I point to the schedule and some of the preparation and training camp as the reason why they started slow the last few years. Right? That's not immediately where my mind went. Would you agree?
Yes, but this year I think the schedule is a big factor. I think the first 4 games in particular are an enormous, cause for anxiousness.
Those games, just to be clear.
Yeah.
September 13th, noon versus the Bills, which here at Reliance Stadium, which the Bills have not played particularly well, but it's still the Bills with Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Week 2, another Sunday afternoon game. You got the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, Joe Burrow, if he's still out here playing preseason games, we'll see if he makes it. But, jokes aside, week 3, you go on the road to the Colts, and then you get the Cowboys here week 4, which, again, 3 of those teams have had incredible, actually 4 of those teams, especially if you only consider the first half of last year with the Colts when they still had their starting quarterback upright, had really, really good offenses.
Yeah.
I think those overlay really well with the defenses. The question that I think this ultimately comes down to is how does the offense look, right? Because I think the defense is something that we feel is a known commodity.
Yeah, the 2 things that would make me anxious about a slow start are opponent. Actually, it's 3 things. Opponent.
Okay.
Opponent's health.
Okay.
Particularly Joe Burrow. And then your offense. This offense has been bad. It's still going to have a rookie starting center. It's still going to be the first 4 games of this iteration of the offensive line playing together. It's still going to be questions about C.J. Stroud.
Okay, so you're doing all that. I was going to say, you want to make a pros and cons list? My mom always
gave you 3 pros and 3 cons.
Yeah, let's make a pros and cons list on pros or like things that make it seem that they will start fast and things that make it seem like they will start slow.
The first pro on why they will start fast is defense. The second is defense.
Okay.
And the third is you play 3 of those games at home.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not dealing with because I think that with home and away, sometimes we make it a big deal about sleeping in your own bed, which I'm sure that matters. I think, or actually the fans in the building, I think it's the routine and being able to slide fully into your routine, not having that extra travel day that takes away from your preparation. So I do think that helps a good amount. The idea of starting fast is, and I know that this is cliche and it's been said a lot, which also adds to it being cliche, but the idea that they are in year 2 of this offense, it feels less like a platitude the more and more that you're out there at practice and getting a feel for, okay, it seems like guys are moving with confidence, especially the guys that were here last year, and how they operate and how they ID. Like, I'm actually seeing that. Now, how does that show up on the field during a game? I think that the joint practice tomorrow and the preseason game on Thursday will help a little bit in making that even more clear. But it does feel like that is the case to where early on, it felt like they were still figuring things out well into halfway through the season. I don't get the feeling that they're going to be in figure-it-out mode, which absolutely should help them be better.
Yes. So the cons, I would say, for me, would be you have a rookie starting center. I don't care how good he is and how impressed we are, and we are both.
Just learning curve type things?
Learning curve, especially with the kind of a new offensive line altogether. And then there's the C.J. Stroud / Nick Caley factor here. What is this offense going to look like? Not just in terms of how C.J. Stroud plays, but how Nick Caley calls plays. And then the third thing is one of these teams you're facing in the first 4 weeks is a legitimate Super Bowl contender, at least from where we're sitting here in the preseason.
Wow, that's high praise for the Colts.
That's the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, okay.
2 of them think they are in the Bengals and the Cowboys. And they are.
You don't think the Colts think they're Super Bowl contenders?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Not in their hearts of hearts.
They know for real.
But 2 of them think they are and have real good offenses in the Bengals. You could argue those are 2 best offenses they're going to face all year, and I'm not even including the Buffalo Bills.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
Bengals and Cowboys.
That's absolutely a fair point.
And then the other thing, the other team is the Indianapolis Colts, which you never know what you're going to get with
division game.
Yeah,
on the road.
Yeah.
Can I add something on the reasons why they might start slow?
Mm-hmm.
Dudes that you're expecting to impact this team are banged up.
Such as?
Tank Dell and Jalen Noel. Jalen Noel just yesterday, he's still out here in shirt and shorts. Now he's standing around with stuff and like he's, how sometimes a ball will be thrown and they throw it back in so the it's back there in the bucket for the quarterbacks. He was helping catch some of those passes as well.
That doesn't mean anything.
Again, right? If we're talking about a finger that's injured and him coming back and then since he came back to the field to play, then being shirts and shorts in like the week afterwards, I don't know where he is, and he's supposed to be a big explosive play guy on this team and help I guess contextualize everything you're doing. I go, how much does that factor into what you're doing here? Talk less of what you're trying to figure out with everything else. So, and then obviously Tank Dell, I'm not certain that he's going to be ready for the start of the season. He did get involved a little bit in team
yesterday,
which was cool. But he didn't do a ton of it either. And so Or was it yesterday? Or was it Saturday? Those days are running together.
I thought Saturday he didn't practice.
I can't recall. I'll be honest. I'll have to look back in my notes. But he's taking small steps forward. But do we have a confidence that those small steps will ultimately get you, if you draw them out, to ready for week 1? And then are you back in the spot where you were when you were a little bit slower, where it's Nico and Higgins, admittedly a Higgins that is more tapped in and maybe more assured of who he is in the NFL.
Yeah.
And then who else are you getting the ball to? Dalton Schultz in the kind of known commodity ways. Is it Xavier Hutchinson, who is getting better but is still kind of more average when it comes to pass catcher? Like, are you in a place where then you can make real impact on the way the defenses look at you just personnel-wise?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And if you do, I mean, heaven forbid, but if you do start slow again, I just hate the fact that you're going to have to. We're going to be there again. You have to just play catch up. And all of a sudden, make some hay and get on a big win streak. That win streak last year was huge. I mean, and there was still, they still didn't win the division. And so it was huge for them in terms of momentum and such. But are you going to bank on that again?
Well, I mean, you can't bank on it, but I look at a stretch where I go, you could probably do it again, right?
Titans, Jaguars, Giants.
You were looking at the exact same place I am, right?
Titans, Jaguars, Giants.
Chargers, Browns, Colts.
Yeah.
Like, that feels like a place where you could go on a run. But the only other thing that I would say in there that gives me some concern on starting slow, and I kind of buried the lead because I think this is the biggest one, how consistent is the run game? Because they've talked about wanting to run the football. And yes, it does feel like the passing game is better, but I don't know that it's in a place where it compares with any of these offenses that we're talking about, whether it's the Bills, the Bengals, the Cowboys. They feel like they can subsist even if they don't want to be just throwing the football. I don't know that the Texans are there where they go, if we just want CJ to drop back and throw it, that's how we can subsist. They need to run the ball more consistently. And that's the thing that we're still asking our questions about right now in camp is, they can break one here and there, but can they do it consistently? Are you having, left to right across the offensive line, really good reps where we're hat on a hat and exactly where we want to be? You're not seeing that enough yet for me to go, this all works in concept and on the field as what they're trying to do. And so that's one of the big things as well. So I don't know how that ultimately stacks up to whether or not they'll start fast or slow, but we continue to watch that space to see, because they can't afford many more of these. Like, they can't afford to keep doing
it's just,
the slow start.
You're playing from catch up again. It's just like, why? You got to avoid that at all costs.
All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including we have our first AP poll in college football. What does that look like? We'll talk about it next.
Texans 2026 preseason. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. 95.7 The Fan Style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's poppin'?
All right, let's get into what's popping here in Loop on 95.7 The Fan. We start with the Astros. They lose 2 out of 3 this weekend versus the Seattle Mariners. Still sit atop of the AL West, but needed a little bit of magic on Friday as well to make it happen. But boy, can we talk about that magic though? We should not let it pass without appreciating though what happened on Friday night.
Yeah, that was a near miss. Otherwise, you'd have been swept by a team that just a bizarre thing going on in the AL West with. What do they now have, a 9-2 record against the Astros?
Correct.
And the Astros have like a 10-1 record or 10-2 record against the Rangers.
Yeah,
then the Rangers have a similar record. I forget exactly what it was against the Mariners.
Yeah, it's a rock paper scissors type thing.
Exactly. It's like if everybody's getting damn near double-digit wins against the other team.
Yeah,
bizarre.
It's a very weird division. But shout out to the Astros. For that very particular Friday night game, in which, I mean, crazy to go down to first and foremost, the way that this one felt, like it was just a pendulum swing of emotion where when Isaac Paredes, scores on, or, he gets the single that scores Jeremy Pena, Vasquez, and Altuve, or moves Altuve. You go 5-2 in the bottom of the second. I'm like, all right, I kind of think this is over.
Feeling pretty good.
I'm watching this one at a boxing match. Like I'm at the boxing match. I kind of got it on my phone, at least the box score. And then I just check back in later, and the Mariners have tied it up at 5. And I was like, oh, what the hell happened here?
Yeah.
Then you get 2 extras, and the top of the 7th, or top of the 10th rather, the Mariners score a couple more, and I was like, all right, so we're cooked here, right? Nope.
Yeah.
Like just
little walk-off action never hurt anyone.
But it feels like, especially when it's Christian Walker, right? Just 405 feet, just smoked it.
Yeah.
It feels like that was all the pixie dust that they had. Like that's the thing that gets me about the Astros now. It feels like they have opportunities where they can give you this big swing now, and then you kind of lose that for the rest of the weekend.
You do, because the Mariners, even in that game that they ultimately lost in extras, had their starting pitcher go a little ways. Then, of course, on Saturday, I think their starting pitcher went a good 7 innings, in that game. So ate up some innings. And then yesterday, their starting pitcher went, again, a full 6+ innings in that one. So they had their bullpen on Saturday and Sunday to just shut the door. And that was the difference in the series.
Yeah. And that was with what we talked about as your 3 best starting pitchers that you can send up to the plate against a Mariners team that, again, their offense has not been all that good, and they got some runs across. I'm not gonna make it seem like they were out here just putting you in the dirt or anything, but they got some runs across. And so this remains the question that I have, and especially more so once you get an off day today, but you're back with a 3-game set Tuesday to Thursday versus the Angels, and I don't know who 2 of your pitchers are.
The TBD, and Peter Lambert are the pitchers.
I don't know who 2 of your pitchers are, and so yeah, man, this is the question that I think is front and center. Thank you for the Astros this week. Is what does your rotation look like right now? Especially as you mentioned Lambert, who is literally the only known commodity, not in a colloquial sense, literally the only known one.
The only one listed.
He has a lot of innings on his arm right now, and so everybody, top to bottom in your rotation, there's questions about what it looks like for them right now.
Yeah, it really is. Pitching in general has been a question. We can go back to yesterday. Hunter Brown, boy, in the 4th inning, I shouldn't say ever, but I can't remember the last time I saw Hunter Brown actually looking lost. Because the one thing he has is confidence, and he goes after folks, and he's unafraid to throw his best pitches, no matter the count. In the 4th inning yesterday, he looked lost. He gathered himself, pitched a little better in the 5th.
He was leaning a lot on Yiner.
Yes, he was, but he walked 5 dudes. Where is your starting pitching right now? Is it Peter Lambert that you can feel pretty good about? And he, as you mentioned, has a lot of innings that he's been, he's put on that arm.
I was going to say we'll find out, but will we? Like, hopefully we'll get some level of answer as we continue on through the weekend. Just a general baseball story. Did you see that Tommy John himself passed away at the age of 83 this weekend?
I did, and I absolutely someone whose surgery. I did hear a backstory on this. I don't know if you heard this one or not, that I never had known before. The Tommy John surgery, which of course is replacing the ligament in the elbow.
Is it the UCL?
The UCL ligament in the elbow was actually his suggestion.
Really?
Yeah. Like the doctor, whoever did it, gets credit for it, and whoever experimented with it and refined it and perfected it and all that. And now you have guys coming back from Tommy John surgery. Apparently with this surgeon, Tommy John himself actually said, if you can do heart transplants and you can do these other transplants, whatever it may be, why can't you transplant a ligament? And it was one of those moments where the doctor said, well, people have talked about it and all that. Let's see if we can do it. and they did. And that's that. Isn't that incredible?
That
it was actually
is
Tommy
incredible.
John's suggestion, according to lore, anyway. So, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to go look that up because that sounds like one of those things that you get told at a party and you're like, I'm not sure if that's actually the way it happened, but it sounds really good.
The source was a baseball guy. I forget who, but I'll look it up too. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. We will let you know. We'll come back around and let you know if that's actually the way that it went. Congratulations on the Hall of Fame weekend for Alan Ashby and of course the family of Phil Garner, as they went into the Astros Hall of Fame. That deserved to be shouted out as well. Also, shout out to Jaden Daniels, who is now actually really more shout out to CJ Stroud because he got let off the hook.
Man,
this Jaden Daniels thing has exploded in a way that I guess a lot of people should have been able to see. I think Fig, you kind of called this this is coming because everybody is hitting him. If there is a 5 on a scoreboard or somewhere,
dude,
they shouting out Jaden Daniels. If there is not a 5, if it's a 4, they're like, nah, they stopped at 4 because they wanted to honor Jaden Daniels. But
all
he
of
is
these
getting
baseball
drugged.
accounts is doing that.
Baseball
man.
is taking it and embracing it like crazy.
Goodness gracious!
I think the term is drug, correctly?
Yes, or drag, either way.
Dude is getting drug. My favorite one I put on the doc for you guys. So apparently the Minnesota Twins have a new player called up. I shouldn't say that. They put it on the scoreboard. Ryan Kreidler, on his bio it says currently number 5 unless he receives a cease and desist letter.
How quickly before this gets annoying? I enjoyed it
It's
this
not
weekend.
annoying yet. I'm loving it so far.
I enjoyed it this weekend, but this is one of those things that gets
Yeah.
old really fast.
Yeah,
really fast. But for the time being, this is real rough.
And he's just got to be humiliated about this whole thing.
Does he?
God, yes. It's crazy.
Yeah, the season desist is real nasty.
Yeah, you don't want to get laughed at, especially on
by
social media.
everyone in every sport.
Yeah,
pretty much every sport.
Yeah. Real nasty business. I maintain. I think that his sentiment is fair. I think that his sentiment is fair when you look at the other Heisman winners in LSU not having their number in circulation. Some other things that are popping. Shout out to the AP poll coming out.
First one.
The very first one, which is funny because we've had coaches talking about it and kind of now asking how valuable the AP poll even is, or any of these polls are on the front end. And I think that there's value in that argument. But whenever I look up and I see teams that I like getting some love, like this is one of those confirmation bias type things where it's like, if it says something good, I appreciate it. And if it doesn't, I don't think it matters.
Totally unimportant, but totally cool. I mean, it's something that you always get sucked into. And by the way,
shout out to both Texas teams. 3 Texas teams, actually. 4 Texas teams. 5 Texas teams.
Yes.
I should be able to do the math before.
5 SEC teams in the top 10.
Okay.
The Horns are number 5. The Aggies are number 8. Texas Tech number 12, SMU number 19, and how about U of H number 23?
I do love U of H getting a little love
in the first AP poll. It's very cool.
Am I scarred because them getting a little love? I'm like, I love it, and then the next thought is, now there's expectations. Don't disappoint me. Don't embarrass me in front of everybody.
It doesn't matter what you say. There are. There are.
Stay low and build. Stay low and build.
Nope. Too late for that. There are expectations right now.
But I think that's good. Willie Fritz always builds a program in such a way where, all right, now we're going to reach this place, and now it's time to compete. And what is this, year 3 for him? So yeah, this is about the time when, all right, Willie Fritz, let's see what you got.
Oh, by the way, number 1, we didn't say that, is I think they spell it OH something.
I-O.
There he goes.
Okay.
There he goes. Oregon comes in at 2.
Yeah.
Georgia at 3. Notre Dame at 4.
That seems about right.
They're just never going to fall out of this.
They never will.
Their schedule is now if they fall up in the funniest way, they're going to tumble because of the way the schedule looks. But
yes, they are.
They're not. They're going to be there for the whole season, aren't they?
Yeah, they will. Until they get to BYU, see what happens there, and they still get into the playoff. BYU, by the way, number 14. Indiana, defending national champs, number 6.
Yeah. So, salute to all the schools that are there on this thing that really means very, very little, all things considered. Should we do the thing?
What's that?
The Yordan Alvarez check.
Yeah.
The Triple Crown check.
Close on home runs now.
Yes, he's only one shy of the NL leader, Kyle Schwarber. He is ahead, obviously, of everyone in the AL. When it comes to RBI, this is where he's still at the tops of the AL, but the hopes for us to get him
MLB,
the MLB Triple Crown, which again hasn't happened since the 50s with Mickey Mantle. He's 3 behind C.J. Abrams, who leads, and Sal Stewart. One of the Nationals, one of the Reds. And then, of course, when it comes to average, he's still well above everybody else. A good 6 points ahead Luis Arraez of the Phillies. So Yordan still holding it down for the AL, but the hopes for doing the thing that hasn't happened in like 70 years, we're still holding out a little bit on that one just this moment. And it will not change today as the Astros have an off day. All right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, there was practice yesterday at the Houston Methodist Training Center. I had an opportunity to talk to some of the assistant coaches for the Texans. I wanted to highlight how the coaches themselves are viewing a couple of the rookies that you have on this team. We'll hear that next.
All right, we're talking about all this, and of course, season bearing down on us. Time for those predictions. Time for Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. And you can trade those predictions in a live market, whether it's division, playoffs, hoisting the trophy. You can do it all on Kalshi, such as...
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Hope you're having a good Monday. Shout out to Ocho who said he overslept. Can you start the show over? Unfortunately, not going to be able to do that for you, big dog, but thankfully there's a lot of different ways for you to tap in with things that we've already done. The podcast page always available for you. The Odyssey app is great for that as well. And personal favorite, just get on that YouTube and roll that thing back a little bit,
yeah,
man. That's there for you as well. A lot of different ways for you to tap in with your Houston sports leader. All right, let's talk about these Texans because, went to practice over the weekend. They practiced both days this weekend, mind you, after having an off day after the preseason game on Thursday. And, some good work out there. As you mentioned, afternoon games, so the afternoon practices. Mm-hmm. So they was out here in this heat, which notable. I will just say that. I
would say so.
Just notable.
Notable's one way to put it.
That's right. And I kind of felt bad because after practice yesterday, the assistant coaches, the position coaches, all stopped by and allowed the media to ask them various different questions. So we kept them out in the heat a little bit longer. But appreciation to all of them. I talked to two in particular because I wanted to get the actual coaches' perspectives and their expectations from a couple of rookies, two that I think are notable. Obviously, Keelan Rutledge is one of the big ones, but he actually is not the one I went for here, John.
Who was that?
Marlon Klein, the second-round pick, and the other second-round pick, Caden McDonald. I wanted to get a feeling for what the expectations were for them, how they're being viewed by their actual position coaches. We hear from D'Amico, we hear from the coordinators, but I want to hear from their position coaches. So we start with James Ferentz, who is the new tight end coach on this team. This was me chatting with him after practice yesterday.
Coach, it's just pure curiosity. It's like one of those things that you hear in football is that tight end is one of those positions that has a very high or steep learning curve for a rookie. Do you think that's true in first? And secondly, if it is, what makes that the case?
Yeah, you're talking about the tight end position in its most fundamental core. We're going to ask you to play tackle, we're going to ask you to play fullback, and then we're going to ask you to play receiver. Not just receiver, we're going to ask you to play slot, we're going to ask you to play the X. You're talking about outside of the quarterback, a guy who has maybe the most volume. So for a young guy to step in and try and absorb all that right away, it's really difficult. You're still drinking from the fire hose however many months in. So for a young guy like Marlon to be able to just say, hey, there's a lot of stuff out there, honing in on maybe one particular thing each day, it's really easy to say to do that. It's really difficult for a young guy who wants to help the team do the right things. So again, it speaks of his character. That's what draws you to guys like Marlon, like Cade. And then you even look even further. I could put Brev in that. Brev's had a hard road here where injuries. And then he had a little hiccup here the other week where he's working through something. But he's still in the meetings. He's still taking the coaching. It's a really good room where it's just high character guys. It makes my job really easy.
With Marlon in particular, where is he stronger at it, picking some of those things up on the NFL level, and where does he still maybe have a little room to grow?
Yeah, I think that for him in the route running, he's trying to figure out, okay, where do I fit in? He's not like Dalton. He's not like Foster. He's not like Brett. They're all different. So it's hard for those guys to say, okay, hey, just run the route like him. That's not necessarily always the case. So he's got to go out there. He's got to rep it. He's got to be making a mistake and then be willing to come back and try something new, which is difficult, especially on a big stage like an NFL training camp. And then the run game, it's all foreign to him. It's been very new. He's never played in a Mike Point-driven system like this before, so every day is a learning experience for him. And again, he does a really good job of taking the coaching, watching veterans, taking input from veterans, and then again, most importantly, he listens to the coaches.
As far as routes, how do you get him to work on that? Is it just reps, or do you have any particular other players that have played in the league that you get him film to kind of emulate?
And that's the thing. You try and show him okay, hey, maybe a bigger guy, uses his body to create a little bit more separation in some of these routes, okay? Now look at these guys who use their savviness to get open, right? You don't always see the fastest guys, getting open with speed, but Marlon has this interesting ability where he can use speed, but also he has size where he can body someone up and create a little separation. So he's got a unique skill set. He's got to watch other guys' games, take from them what might work for him, and then at the same time, if it doesn't work for him, he's got to go ahead and throw it out and try the next tool.
Are there any ones in particular that you pointed out for him?
For Marlon?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a gamut of guys. Like, I like him watching Dalton, but then you put on a little Jason Witten film. There's some savviness in the way Jason Witten set up leverage on defenders. Then you look at Rob, like Gronkowski, right, using his size on guys, right? And then you look at someone maybe like George Kittle, who's not exactly like a blazer, but he's kind of like a bully in his routes. So it's like, okay, Marlon, this works for them. I'm not saying it's necessarily going to work for you, but just how everyone adapts the game to their style.
All right. A lot of things right there. First of all, really good stuff. I'm glad you got him because Marlon Klein is like one of the stories, right now in Texans camp. So that was really, really good on you to do that.
And just for anybody who was just tuning in, that was James Ferentz, the tie-in coach for this team.
Really good by him. Very candid, like very direct and candid with his answers. To be fair, I didn't like the 2-part question, but I don't like those anyway. But that's okay. You made up for it. That was really good stuff.
That's crazy. He's like, before I get into anything about what happened there, you messed up.
No. Let's get into what you because I really appreciated you doing that because that's the story that is a big part of what the Texans are going to be. A couple of observations just in his answers because he was very candid. Clearly, very high on Marlon Klein. Very, very high on Marlon Klein. Well, I found it a little bit interesting, and maybe I'm just reading too much into it. He said, even Brevin, when he started going through all the tight ends.
That does make it sound like the top of our tight end room and the bottom of our tight end room.
Even Brevin, I was like, ooh.
Does it strike you as bottom of our tight end room or just he's not with us because of injury right now?
Well, I don't know about.
Because that's how it hit me when I was listening.
I don't know about top or bottom, but clearly not front of mind now for what they're doing. And so you want to you want him to watch Jason Witten, Rob Gronkowski, and Kittle, huh? That's
and
it?
Dalton.
Just those three?
No, Dalton's in there as well. He fits
Witten,
in, right?
Gronk and Kittle.
And Dalton Schultz. Come on now, quit leaving him out of the group.
Now we have a standard. Now we have a goal.
And this, I realized when I asked, I was like, I'm doing the thing that I hate so much, especially in like draft prep, which is comps, because we're not gonna do this right. We're not gonna take the intended purpose. We're just gonna go all of them.
And again, giving you credit here, except for the 2-part question. But we're giving you credit here for is there any film that you like him to watch? That was good, and I feel like just the broad takeaway, they are really high on Marlon Klein. It's not just us hacks looking at him make a play and a few blocks and other things, thinking, all right, maybe there's something there. Clearly, he knows there's something there.
Yeah, 100%. And I asked the guys just so that we could get a feel for what are they hoping, not just where is he at, because he was, we know he was pretty raw and we know that he didn't get a lot of opportunity to do these types of things at Michigan. So I really wanted to get a feel for what types of things are they gearing him towards. And hearing Jason Witten, Rob Gronkowski, and Kittle. It wasn't even just like the heights that those guys reach, but the style that they have. And I was very intrigued when he's talking about, it's the route running and making sure that finds a different, because I've seen it. I have felt like, okay, this feels a little unpolished, but hearing it from them and seeing exactly what they want it to look like is very intriguing and it maybe gives us a little more insight into how specifically they might want to use him going forward.
And, when he started talking about all the details of what he's going to be expected to do, whether it's tied to the line as a blocker, a tackle as he called it, or off the line or in the backfield and all these other things. It's also sort of a window into the world of how the tight end's going to be used in the offense, just in general.
Yes, but that was something that I realized afterwards. I was like, damn, I wish I would have asked for clarification. How much of that are they expecting from Marlon himself?
Sounds like they're asking him to do it all right now, and then maybe they'll sort of filter through that afterwards, depending on down and distance and those types of things and how advanced he is. But no, that was really good.
Because when we talk about guys in the backfield, I think of that more as a Cade Stover.
And he mentioned Stover
because I think Stover is more of a backfield. Like he feels like he's done more of that. But because Klein feels like more of an inline or get him up down the field, and so I know that they want him to be able to do all of it, but I'm wondering exactly how they get to all of it. But it seems like there's very clearly big expectations, but also I don't want to ignore the first part of that, which is this is a steep learning curve and there's a lot for him to take in. And so they're not hitting him with all of it right now. They're hitting him with small pieces. So I think even through the remainder of training camp, through the remainder of the preseason, and honestly the early portion of the season, I think you'll continue to see him leveling up as we go.
I think they're giving it all to him, and they're going to try to see just how much he can master and be able to do.
Yeah, so I am gearing myself up, and tell me if you think this is wrong, for Marlon Klein increase in impact as the season goes.
Yes, I think that's their whole idea. They're flooding it right now. They're going to see what he can use as the games get real on September 13th, and then just continue to add.
So there you go. That's one of your second round picks and some of the thoughts and expectations from his position coach. How about the other one, Cade McDonald, who honestly, I think if we're talking about sides of coins, Marlon Klein is the stock up. Cade McDonald, with all due respect, and I know this is not the right connotation, is a little bit more of the stock down. I think that, at least for me, I don't want to speak for anyone else, it felt very much like he was going to be drop in, plug and play, and then everything else you figure out. And it hasn't quite been that. But this was Rod Wright, who we talked to earlier in training camp. I had to circle back around and get his feelings on where Cade McDonald is and what the expectations are.
Let's talk about the rookie, Cade McDonald. We talked about him as well. But from watching from my perspective, first and foremost, it seems like at times he can almost be in his head a lot. Is that how you're seeing it? Is that what you're working on with him?
Well, the biggest thing with him and the beauty behind our front is we're attacked. So he's coming from a read front where he's reacting off of what they do. We're here, we're getting vertical, we're knocking back, and we're bringing a problem to them. And so a lot of times, like certain plays, he plays well. Certain plays, he kind of reverts back to what he used to do. So at the end of the day, like the key word for him is strength. Like we want him. You're a big body, man. We want you to be for the 3-4 plays you in there, man. Be an absolute maniac. Go hard. Run to the ball, run sideline to sideline, knock back. All those other guys are around you. So you're not doing it by yourself. So that's level 2, game 2 for him. I'm looking for strain. Like anytime you get a chance to do something that makes you tired, do it. And then get off and drink some Gatorade and come back out there and do it again. So, man, when you're learning this game, like these guards aren't going away. These centers aren't going away. And in college, you knock a guy back, throw him over the fence, and then you're going to make a play. Here, you try to throw him, and they ain't going nowhere. So he's got to learn, like, hey, everybody here is strong. Everybody here is physical. So at the end of the day, you're not the biggest, baddest dude, all right, unless you have the biggest, baddest technique and the biggest, baddest strength, all right? And he can have that. He's just learning how to do that, and he's right where he needs to be.
Is it the havoc? Is it just like, hey, focus on the havoc and everything else will come together?
Absolutely. Like, don't focus on this and that, man. Just, one play at a time. Did I do that right? Next play. Like, don't focus, don't zoom out and look at everything. Zoom right into that one play, knock that out, and move on. And I think that's the biggest thing for him.
What's the way that, because I know D'Amico is big on making sure you meet guys where they are. What's the way that you get that message to them? Is it as simple as just saying it? How do you get to them?
As simple as the word I said, strain. I don't tell him a whole paragraph of things. Give him one word. Yeah. Right? And just stick to that and grade that. How was your strain on this play? Technique obviously is there. We're talking about stance and alignment. But like, hey, the times where you play well is when you strain, when you go to the echo of the whistle. Yeah. Those times that you kind of get your hands on and you kind of stop, that's when they get you. So it's just continuing to strain, work hard, and press his body as much as possible to the end.
They're just immersing him in culture. That's what I'm taking out of that, because the culture is attack. As he said, strain a couple of times. And they're really not necessarily breaking him of bad habits, but breaking him of the habits that he was, accustomed to, reading and et cetera. I love this. This is basically like, those kids that go to Spanish immersion. This is a swarm immersion, is what they're doing, and they're in a place where they can afford to do it and still have expectations for him.
This is a motor conversation.
Yeah, it's culture. They're immersing him in the swarm culture.
Yeah, but yeah. I was fascinated to hear, because it makes sense when you actually hear him say it. Mm-hmm. But it feels like at Ohio State, he got over sometimes by just being big and strong.
Yeah.
And the reminder here is, no, big and strong is not going to get you over. As you mentioned, the swarm is necessary, but for you in particular, just empty the tank every time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of interesting that is something that has to be said explicitly like that. But that's and all is going to be unfair, because I know Rod is asking for more of him and more detail. But it seems like the objective number one is just dump out the tank on this play, and we will rotate other guys in to keep you fresh. but dump out the tank when you're out there. And it's interesting because Kay McDonald seems like the guy who would do that. So it's kind of fascinating to me that he needs to be coached it.
But I think part of that is he's not at Ohio State anymore. And even though, big time programs like that do rotate defensive lines, Kay McDonald he was one that was out there a lot. And what he's telling him right here is you're not going to be out there that much. No reason to pace anything. You're not going to be out there as much.
Take the governor off. We'll take care of you on the sideline.
Yes, exactly.
You don't take care of yourself.
He said, have a drink of Gatorade, and then we'll get you back out there. But no, even Ohio State, and Figgy, you watched Ohio State every Saturday, but he didn't come out. I mean, he came out, but not that much. That's going to change once he gets to this team.
Yeah, and it should make it easier for him, man. Like it's not a lot of pressure to be the guy and all that stuff.
Yeah, that was the thing that was interesting is I felt like the Caden McDonald, knowing that he is he's a big dude, like he is a trash can full of dirt, difficult to move. I would have imagined, right, that the thing that you're trying to add to him is you're trying to add the pass rush to him. You're trying to add these things. So I figured it would be more of a detailed perspective of coaching him. And it seems like it's the complete opposite. It's like, no, we just want you to go.
Yeah.
Right? Literally the watchword. And he says, you heard it there, right? It's not even just I'll talk to him and remind him. It's just we come back to the same watchword, which is strain. Which is just, push yourself to the max. Be a maniac was the words that they're looking at. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Coaching in the NFL, man, it's different than you think from the outside, at least from what I think. Sometimes it's as simple as just reminding the guy, dump the whole tank out, man, and you'll be better. So like this is the expectation from him on this side. Yeah. And it's kind of interesting to look at the other side of the coin where Marlon, it feels like the expectation is refined.
Yes.
It feels like the expectation for Kay McDonald is just lay it out
just
there,
go.
Big fella.
Just go.
So there you go. A little bit of the expectations.
You did good. I like
from
those.
the coaches.
I like those a lot.
Thank you. I had to try and ask some questions because I got a little bit of criticism for not asking questions on Saturday in the press conferences. Fairly, mind you. All right, but there you go. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next is when we do our lunchtime confession. So we will do that next.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency. Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on 95.7 The Fan.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I don't even know if I am in the minority here. I mean, I know I'm in the minority, but you know what, I'm in the minority with this take.
All right.
Here.
Okay.
Tell me if you guys are the same, because I came to this conclusion, this confession last night. I think I enjoy national broadcasts better than local broadcasts. Is that
just generally?
Just generally, I think I do.
I've always been there, to be honest.
Have you?
Yeah, especially when it comes to baseball and basketball like that. Like, I just, I guess because we listen to so many home calls.
Right.
And then when they finally get a national game or something like that, I always watch the national broadcast.
And it's not like I don't appreciate the local broadcasts because I do. But I think part of it is last night, Jeff Blum was on with NBC. And that Australian dude was pretty funny, Roland Smith, and all that. I thought Jeff Blum,
Roland Smith?
Yeah, I thought Jeff Blum was actually, I appreciated him more on the national broadcast than the local broadcast.
With all due respect to Todd Callis, I think Jason Benetti is one of the better dudes doing this. I think that him being the staple in that NBC booth, because if you're not familiar, NBC, who is just downright dominating Sunday night sports, right? They've got Sunday Night Football, which is a classic. Obviously, they added basketball, so they do the Sunday night games there, and now they're doing Sunday night baseball as well. They've decided they're going to have Jason Benetti as the play-by-play always. They're going to now. I think they moved to one from each team, one analyst from each team, which I like.
And Rizzo's in the dugout.
And then I don't know if it's always Rizzo, but I know
he's
that
he's going to be doing it again next week.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And then Anthony Rizzo, and it just feels like baseball guys hanging out.
Yeah,
but in the smartest way possible. And Benetti does such a good job of making it very clear that, or making it very at least appear that it's not just disparate parts, not random dudes coming together. These guys all feel like one team, even though they're all coming from different places. Almost like a special teams coach gets all these different dudes from different positions and makes them work together. And then on top of that, they're all experts on some part
of one of the teams or whatever.
Compared to even a local broadcast where you're an expert on the home team but not on the away team, or a national broadcast where sometimes it feels like they're not experts on anything.
But even at that, you're right. But I think part of it for me, Figgy, is I don't realize, as much as I listen to the local Rockets broadcast and Astros broadcast, and really the Texans just preseason and radio, so it kind of doesn't really matter as much as this might. No, I'm talking about on television.
Mark, you hear that?
I don't realize they do a good job of trying not to be too homerish, and I'm giving them a compliment because but I don't realize how it still kind of gets in there, whereas the national broadcast is just completely straightforward. And I know they're going to think I'm insulting them. I'm not. Like, they work for the Astros.
John P. Lopez.
I mean, they legitimately work for the Astros. I would be doing the same thing. Yeah. I would be doing the same thing if I worked for the Rockets, et cetera. All I'm saying is you don't realize how that influence still gets in there. Whereas when I listen to a national broadcast, I'm like, this is good. This is fair. It's both sides, et cetera.
Yeah, and that's what I like about it. And to be honest, like, I'm fine. I don't have an issue with the homerism when it comes to, like, the Rockets and stuff like that, especially if I'm listening to their broadcast or whatever. But sometimes I just want to hear a game. I just want to hear fair on both sides.
Right.
And it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to be that way a lot of times. Also, and this sounds stupid, it just feels bigger.
Yeah,
national broadcasts just oftentimes feel bigger, and maybe that's just the resources that they have. And then also, like, sometimes they have the better technology, whether it's like the nicer cameras. NBC usually has like really nice cameras as well. Yeah, a national broadcast often feels bigger, especially when the people on the call actually know what the hell they're talking about. And the NBC broadcast definitely brought that, which was really cool.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I think I got caught up in the moment this weekend.
How's that?
Guys. Shout out to Bayou Productions, who put on the fight nights, a fight under the lights, rather, that happened out there in Sugar Land Constellation Field. got out there, 4th row, mind you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, man. Ringside 4th row. It was real nice to be able to watch the fights. Some nice young cats getting active out there, and some good boxing in the under the lights. But in all of this fun, I got to catch up with our boxer on In the Loop, Darius Fulgham, who was out there watching the fights. And I told him, I was like, hey, man. He was like, let me train you. I was like, all right, cool. So at some point, I'm going to get in this boxing gym. I think I'm going to die.
You should do it.
I am.
You
I'm going to.
absolutely should do it.
That's some of the best training ever, though, man.
That's what I'm saying. Is I just recently got better at doing the rowing machine, which is like real cardio work, real full body exercise, and not feeling like I was going to die. Like I just got there and I got confident. I was like, I see this boxing. I can get out here and fight with them. And I just know the very first time that he takes me into that gym, I don't know whether it's the cardio, if there's going to be any sparring, but I am like now come down from the high of being in the boxing environment. I'm like, that feels like I'm going to regret that decision.
Just don't spar. Just don't spar, at least not yet. Heavy bag, obviously the conditioning, get into the ring, footwork. Dude, you're going to love it.
That heavy bag is tough.
That heavy bag is a monster.
Because I did a certain type of workout. It wasn't boxing, but it was like some of everything.
Yeah.
I think it was some type of training. I forgot the name of it, but it was some type of training that like NHL players do or something like that. And one of them was
cross-training kind of thing?
Yeah, one of them was hitting the heavy bag.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, this
you
is
have to
killing
do it.
me.
You have to do it.
I was like hitting a brick wall, man.
Just tell him I'll do anything except spar, at least until I feel comfortable.
I'll do with the game. Like I'll go with the flow.
Don't spar, because sparring is what's going to get you kind of off kilter. Do the training for a good month and a half, and honestly, then see what you feel.
I doubt he would start me with sparring anyway.
No,
he would want me to get in shape.
He probably gonna give it to you light a little bit.
But here's the thing: like he is a professional boxer. He's not gonna be here for any of my. I'm tired. I think
that's the point.
I know.
That's the point.
I know.
You think he gonna take Reggie seriously? Like, is he gonna really?
I
do
think
the
Reggie's
workout?
in good enough shape. He will.
That's the thing is you think that. I don't think I actually am.
See, the thing, some boxers might take it so light, and then they might see you struggling, be like, "See, I ain't even doing nothing yet. This ain't even my real workout."
That's what I'm worried about.
So I wonder if he gonna take that approach, or he gonna take the Aaron Donald approach.
Honestly, I've seen him go to boxing gyms because boxing gyms aren't just pros. Sometimes there's kids. Yeah. I've seen him working with kids. I think I'm gonna get the oh, look at the kids. You see the boxing gloves? You see? I think I'm gonna get that treatment if I'm not careful.
These are my confessions.
All right, so this weekend, I didn't get a chance to go to the Dynamo game. It looked a lot of fun, but I did watch it. I pulled up my Apple TV and I sat there and watched most of the second half. But I gotta confess, man, I think I was still on a high with World Cup and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and I'm rocking my Dynamo jersey too, by the way. But I was still on a high with World Cup. But watching this Dynamo game, and this is definitely no disrespect to them, because they got the win, and I want to say this was their fourth shutout.
They're in first place in the West now, man.
Yeah. They was getting a lot of high praises on the broadcast, but I can see a clear difference in World Cup play and MLS play, where I was sitting there, I'm like, dang, they kind of playing sloppy a little bit, and I'm like, dang, why would we pass the ball that way? It was just, I could see a clear difference, man.
Soccer fig.
I was just going to say, I think that is actually a compliment to you. Your knowledge of the game and what you're looking at has elevated.
Fig knows ball.
Yeah.
Because like World Cup, it was so fast paced. It seemed like everybody was on, the same page and all that stuff. This one, I'm like, man, why would he throw that little pass? And I'm like, oh, that should have been a goal right
I've said
there.
this multiple times.
Why you turning over right
And I know I said it before the World Cup, and I think what you're talking about is exactly this. The biggest difference between really good soccer and world-class soccer is the passing. The passing is incredible at that level.
Man.
It's always on point. It's always exactly where it needs to be. I mean, and whereas the Dynamo are playing at a very, very high level. Yeah. But the passing is just a notch below occasionally. Just a notch below.
It wasn't the Dynamo. I think it was the LA Galaxy player. He threw a pass. I said threw a pass.
That's fine.
He had the pass. And it was like right close to the box where I'm like, man,
what are you doing?
They could have scored right there. If it was Messi, he would have scored that with his eyes closed.
Hey, man, you're coming along.
Yeah.
Soccer figgy.
Yeah. And look, I still enjoy the game. I'm glad they got the win. But I'm like, okay, I see the difference now, man. I can't get mad at y'all when I'm like, how y'all gonna be talking about this game and not the Dynamo game? I'm like, okay, I kind of see the difference now.
Yeah, 1-0, and there were some real cool pictures of the 2006 MLS Cup team. You know, they were doing the 20th
it was a good
anniversary.
weekend, man.
Good weekend. Shout out to our
Sold out
guy.
crowd too, man.
Yeah. Which I do think that's the effect of the World Cup bump as well happening there as well. So in fact, 323, we got a text in that said they were at the Dynamo game. It was fun, but then supporting you, they said it did look like some uncles out there.
Some uncles. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah,
Come on, let's calm down. More respect
I don't
than
think
that.
it was that bad, but I will say I see the difference, man. I see the difference.
I do want to throw this in here because this is a confession that comes in from the text line. They said, guys, can't make this up. My girl thinks that somehow I switched 610 to her favorite station, 95.7. She thinks I did a trick on her car.
That's awesome. What did you do? I know you did this.
That got to be the worst, man. Just imagine.
I didn't do anything.
Your lady already don't like sports talk.
Yeah.
And her favorite station, 95.7.
It's like,
and
I know
now
you
she
did
get in
this.
the car. What? You know I hate this station.
That's great.
It's not your fault. Hey, tell her Reggie and Lopez did it. Like, it's our fault.
I'll take the blame.
She could be mad at. We're used to significant others getting mad at us.
Sure.
Whenever we're like, it's meeting a listener. They're like, this is my wife, and they're like, so you're the person who's listening to.
I used to get punched in the arm at events. Oh, you the guy I'm always forced to listen to.
Oh man.
Always.
Somebody said Figgy's going to become Fitzgerald Fig with the way he's talking about soccer.
He's going to have,
getting
have that British accent.
Hey, I don't know if I'm going that far.
You're going to have a British accent for
what an amazing match this is.
So bad. All right, there you go.
Start calling it the pitch.
That's right. It was a 0-0 game. 1-0 victory.
1-0 Dynamo.
Okay, he's
With a
picking
perfect match.
He's picking it up a little bit. There you go. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions.
Soccer
here
Figgy.
in the loop on 95.7 The Fan. You hear that? 95.7 The Fan. It's not Sports Radio 610. Your
boyfriend did
Your boyfriend didn't do that. It's not his fault.
It's his fault.
All right, coming up next, let's do some winners and losers of the weekend. Who won, who lost on the weekend? And there's a little bit of big news that happened over the weekend in the world of contracts that I think you could bring back to the Texans. We'll talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about your trees and making sure they are good.
Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetua.
That's right, you are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. John Lopez, to my right, the OG, newspaper man himself. What is it, 30-some years?
What, in Houston?
Yeah.
36?
36 years,
Yeah.
either in newspapers or in radio here in the great city of Houston. I'm Reginald Atatula. Not as many years. I'll just say it like that, figgy fig, on the ones and twos rolling with you. And you. Somebody said they just verbally abused their Alexa for playing some other sports radio because they were using the old name of the station, the legacy name, Sports Radio 610, instead of letting them know that they wanted to listen to 95.7 The Fan.
Yep.
It's preseason for all of us. We're going to get it right. We're going to get together. We'll be ready for regular season. It's going to happen.
Yes, it will.
That's all right. Let's get to some winners and losers of the weekend right here. 713-572-4610. Was anybody a winner or a loser from your book over the weekend? I feel like I want to start here. It's the one that I think ties back to the Houston Texans. Did you see Devon Witherspoon, the cornerback for the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks? He got paid.
Big time.
Big paid. He is now the highest paid cornerback in the league. 4 years, $132 million. That's $33 million on average annual value. And he's now the highest paid cornerback. So then that number keeps ticking up. He leaps over Denzel Ward, who got his contract this year. Trent McDuffie, who got his contract this year. Obviously, both of those guys are above Sauce Gardner and Derek Stingley, who got their contracts last year. Like, this is the way the corner market is going at the very top. And he has, 3 Pro Bowls under his belt as of right now. The question that this brings to mind for me is this inching Kamari Lassiter further and further away from returning to the Texans once it is time for that second contract? Because
it's more than inching, isn't it?
Kamari Lassiter,
little, almost like a little shove in the back, just sort of like, hey, we love you. But you always talk about percentages.
Yeah, that's the thing. I need to pull up what the percentage of the cap is.
What the percentage? Well, I'm wondering what the percentage of the cap would be for 2 cornerbacks if you tried to sign him, like at this level. It would be outrageous, right? Stingley and Lassiter to be that big of a chunk of your cap.
It would be a lot. Now, of course, I was about to say Stingley's deal was signed last year, so by the time you're getting to where you need to deal with and figure out what's happening with Kamari, it's going to be a little bit less of a hit. But, I mean, even still, you have so much of this signed up for such a big number. Like, you got to make a decision somewhere. Maybe they can find a way, but the buck stops somewhere eventually. And I know that the salary cap continues to climb, but at some point you can't fit all of these big pieces in here. And that number also continuing to climb there for Devon Witherspoon, who, again, 3 Pro Bowls. I could easily see by the time you get to the end of Kamari Lassiter's rookie contract.
Easily.
If you're not in a place where, actually, Kamari Lassiter was a second-round pick, so you probably need to do that contract a little bit sooner. But you're getting close to where he's going to have that kind of Pro Bowl numbers as well. Now, you won't have the Super Bowl championship, or maybe he will.
Maybe he will.
Okay, very good. I was wanted to see if I could get. I want to see if I could get J-Lo to be like, no, they're winning it this year. But yeah, those are the accolades we're talking about on top of. What is it? A half sack and some interceptions. Like, what was it? How many interceptions did he have this last year? Devon Witherspoon, he had 1 interception last year?
Is that it?
That's surprising. I thought he had more than that. But, I mean, he's a great cover guy, so don't get me wrong. But, I mean, Kamari Lassiter gives you picks. He has that same kind of coverage, and I think that he's going to be notching those Pro Bowls.
I think you're absolutely right. And look, you want them all. And one thing I always say is I don't worry too much about the cap management simply because they always can find a way to figure that out. But part of figuring it out is you do have to make some decisions. If you're going to make a CJ contract and you did the Stingley and you have all these others that you're doing, and Nico got we know the list. Then you do have to make some kind of sacrifice.
Will it make it easier? And look, I ain't trying to create no drama, but will it make it easier if you didn't have a a CJ contract. Let's say you roll with somebody on a Davis Mills contract.
Oh, look at what Figgy's doing right now.
I just told you.
It's the both of y'all.
You put it on me last week.
It's the both of y'all. That's what I'm saying. It's both of y'all.
I told y'all before I even made this statement. I ain't trying to create no drama.
It's the both of y'all doing this.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Because I feel like we feel Kamari probably is going to be tough to keep him because, you can't pay everybody.
Yeah.
But I feel like you could pay him if you didn't have to pay
the answer
a
is
quarterback,
absolutely
right?
yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you're 100% yes is the answer.
Because I say that to say it's not as crazy.
Right.
If you didn't have to pay the quarterback.
No, 100%.
I mean, and there's other ways you might be able to get creative with it, but just in the most basic sense of things, you go
find some money somewhere.
That's what I'm saying, and it's becoming abundantly clear. Not that you didn't know that, right? You knew that in theory, but you see the numbers continue to go up, and you go, okay,
yeah.
So shout out to Witherspoon, though. I mean, gets to top the market, and honestly, definitely, I guess deserved is the word I was looking. All right, how about this for winners and losers of the weekend? And this one is a little bit tough on the weekend because it just happened today, but I'm going to put it in here. Kawhi Leonard and Steve Ballmer, big winners of the weekend, or I guess the day, as the NBA has finally concluded their
Oh, did they now?
Yes, they've concluded their inquiry into potential malfeasance and bad dealings when it came to cap circumvention, paying Kawhi Leonard outside of the salary cap. They have said that they did not find enough evidence to be able to substantiate the claims that Steve Ballmer was funneling extra money to Kawhi Leonard outside the salary cap. So I imagine that this means that Kawhi Leonard will be able to go off on his trade to Toronto, and none of these things will happen. However, it feels like there was a lot of at the very least circumstantial evidence that Pablo Torre had pulled out to where I felt pretty confident that this looked like a cap circumvention.
Less than 4 minutes after that tweet was made.
Was there a new Pablo?
Pablo Torre tweeted less than 4 minutes later.
Goodness gracious.
When the time is right, I am extremely, extremely excited for our episode about this.
Man,
he ain't blinking.
Somebody need to protect him.
He ain't
somebody gonna try to off him.
4 minutes.
Man.
4 minutes after it.
Is Pablo the new Don Van Natta?
He's yes.
Because that's the thing I always say. Don Van Natta. When Don Van Natta comes around your team, something is going to give.
He said extremely twice.
Man, yeah, somebody gonna try to put out a hit on him, man. Like, dog, why does you keep bothering us?
It's crazy, and I don't understand this part of it, Reggie. NBA spokesman Mike Bass also tweeted not long after all this broke today.
Sure.
ESPN's article regarding the LA Clippers investigation, for which the NBA declined to cooperate, contains numerous and significant inaccuracies. The results in this matter will be made clear once the investigation is concluded. I mean, what do you make of that?
They're protecting the owners. One of the things I always try and remind us as we talk about leagues is that leagues don't work by themselves. They're not independent entities. They operate on behest of the ownership of these teams that collectively make up the league. Steve Ballmer is the richest of these. Not to say that means he's the most powerful or even the most liked, but he's a part of the fraternity. And there's times where you don't want one person to get got because then everybody's dirt in the closet might start coming out. I wonder if this is some of that, but also the NBA goes, is this good for the league itself if now we have this substantiated? And I'm not saying that it's right or wrong whether or not it's actually been done or not, but let's assume that there actually has been some level of cap circumvention. Them getting out and saying this, how does this actually help the league at large? We know this up close and personal when we come back to the Astros and the sign stealing scandal.
Yeah.
Right? Manfred tried to do right by, hey, what is the letter of the law? And ultimately, it only served to hurt baseball in general. So I feel like these leagues, not that it is right, I think that they are making a decision where they go, why would we hurt our product by coming down hard in public about this and making everybody question the validity of what we're doing here?
I get it, but there is still going to be some Pablo Torre, bombs out there that may make them look even worse.
It'll make them look bad,
as in cover up and Adam Silver, brown nosing and all this other stuff.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
but I mean, they still winners here because
For now.
What you're talking about is PR stuff. The actual things that can affect them is whether the league brings down anything, because I don't think this is going to rise to the level of I don't think this is going to rise to the level to like criminal or civil suits, right? If it's staying out of court and the NBA isn't punishing them,
then they're good.
They're good.
Yeah.
Some other things, some winners and losers. How about this as a loser of the weekend? Kyle Tucker, now a Dodger. Did you see him get booed?
Yes.
Booed after failing to make a catch at the wall in right field, and he did not get a hit during their 7-game homestand. Like
0 for 19?
He is speed running, being hated by teams in a way that I did not anticipate.
It's a disaster. I mean, even before going 0 for 19 and getting booed this past weekend, he has been awful. Awful.
Very quiet.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's that. This is definitely a winner on the weekend. Are you familiar with Joshua Baez?
Joshua Baez.
Yeah, Joshua Baez. I understand why you wouldn't know who he is. He's 23 years old, and he just made his debut. And in his debut, he made Major League Baseball history.
Is that 3 home runs?
3, count them, 3 home runs in his debut. Never happened before in Major League Baseball history.
I thought, when I saw that at first, I thought, oh, you mean 3 home runs like in the first week?
No.
No.
Was it the first 3 at bats too?
I don't know about that.
I don't recall if it was the first 3
his first
at-bats.
game. Yeah. I was like, well, it hadn't happened before. I was like, no kidding, it hadn't happened before.
How am I supposed to top this?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how do I? Like, you got to be a great player, because then you will always be, oh, that dude that had 3 home runs in his debut and then turned into
and
nothing.
then was very average. Yeah.
Like, maybe this is just my problem with anxiety, because that would hang over me. Like, you do have that cool moment though. Like, nobody will ever be able to take that away from you. Yeah. But I'm just like, all right, now we gotta follow that up. We gotta keep doing this.
Yeah.
How about this for a winner of the weekend? How about Terry Blacks?
Terry Blacks. Shout out to Terry Blacks. I know shout outs are what Figgy likes to do and will do in about 30 minutes during the mixtape. Dude, this came out. It was a surprise. And
when you say this, what do you mean?
So Friday afternoon, get an email. And apparently they tried to email before. But anyway, get an email. Hey, we want to come out to Terry Black's. We're going to do a little VIP, sort of preview, because they opened this past weekend, I guess.
Yeah, if you're unfamiliar, Terry Black's is a big time barbecue spot. It has it traces back to Lockhart in the 30s,
1932,
and
the original Black's barbecue. And then
they've got locations in Austin, Dallas, some other places in Texas, but they didn't have one in Houston, so they're opening one over in the Heights.
And you got the invite as well.
I did.
And they said, hey, you want to come out and try some barbecue and whatever. And I thought, oh, they're going to give us a glass of wine, maybe a couple of little pieces of brisket, and then you move about your way.
Yeah.
I even went so far. I took my wife. I even went so far to tell her on the Uber over there. I was like, hey, we'll hang out here for a little bit, say hello to the right people, and have a little barbecue, and then we'll go eat dinner. I was planning on eating dinner afterward, because a lot of these things are just very little, like, samples.
Yeah.
Brother.
Full plate. Full plate.
I mean, it was every piece of barbecue you would want. I saw guys in front of me. I was telling you, I'll have 2 of those beef ribs. Give me some of those pork ribs.
Wait, you don't even have to go
brisket.
Wait, press pause. You went and started listing all the plate. Figgy, what do you say about somebody who goes, give me 2 beef ribs?
Yes.
What do you mean 2 beef ribs?
Yeah, they're giant. All the sides. I was like, so shout out to Terry Black. Like, man, they did it right. Right, Figgy?
I guess I got to take your word for it.
That was real nasty.
Yeah.
You didn't have to do that.
I'm Isaiah Thomas over here, man.
You didn't have to do that.
I wasn't selected.
Said I met the criteria.
Yes.
But I wasn't selected. Nah, I appreciate them letting us come out and see the new spot. I think they open up tomorrow, interestingly enough. So,
is it tomorrow? Yeah.
That was cool. Somebody said random text. KD was ranked as the 10th best player on 2K27. Is that considered a win? Sure.
I guess.
I think so.
I mean, he's still that guy, assuming that he stays healthy. And
I would be curious to see where Steph Curry, LeBron, just the people like that. I want to see where they rank too.
How much do people care about where guys rank in these games? Because I know sometimes we'll bring up like the Madden ratings.
I don't know how much, but they do. Yeah.
Yeah, I realized that I have aged out of these games. Like these were the games that I loved. I realized that I've aged out of these, man. I can't get myself into playing these games no more.
Yeah.
And it's a very sad realization. It used to. think about those, especially like basketball and baseball, where there's so many of these games, and then you're just watching the game. You're like, this one isn't all that fun.
Mm-hmm.
Just pop up that game and go and win the game yourself.
Yeah,
I don't do that no more, man.
Yeah,
I'm losing some of the whimsy of childhood, John. How do I get this back? How do I get this back, John? More. Honestly, this
you have to mature, but you never all the way have to grow up.
Yeah, and you would know, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would.
No, but
I have very much matured, and I've in many ways still not grown up.
In a very serious way, honestly, I think a loser of the weekend was considering mortality because Hayden Panettiere.
Panettiere.
Okay, thank you. She passed away at the age of 36. I think a lot of people think of her. Whether it's from Heroes, I saw a lot of people talking about Remember the Titans.
Yeah, that was the original one.
And it's like it's weird because it's a little bit of a parasocial relationship at times, and it's like people die young all the time. But I think that there's a kind of a generation of people that felt like they grew up with her.
Yes.
And I think that seeing someone like that, who honestly, quote unquote, is not supposed to die young, if for whatever that's worth, seeing them die young, it's just like, oh snap.
Her catalog is amazing.
It is a strong catalog. A good actress.
Remember the Titans, Bring It On, Scream. Just go down the list. What am I? There's the big one that I'm missing. Oh, the Nashville, right?
Yeah, Nashville,
yeah.
And I know that she had struggled with I think it was mental health things as well. It's seemingly they're pointing towards possible overdose as the answer there. But no, very, very sad to see that happen. So that was definitely a loser because I saw a lot of my contemporaries trying to deal with that. And I was like, why does this hit us this way? Because again, people pass every day, not to trivialize it, but sometimes some of these just make you kind of reckon with mortality a little bit different.
Yes, it does.
All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, it was still a work day for the Texans, a little bit of a walkthrough, so we do want to hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans. Let's do that next.
All right, let's talk about Low T Center right now. If you're into your early 40s, maybe even late 30s, you're probably noticing at some
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Thanks for joining us wherever you're listening, however you're listening. Thanks for making us a part of your day. And that answer to that, wherever you are and however you're listening, just continues to grow every day, doesn't it?
It sure does.
And it's really cool to have all of you rocking with us under the sound of our voices, clear, solid, strong, all that. And so hopefully you're having a good time. We are as well on this Monday. In about an hour, we'll hand things off to the fellas of the drive, let them keep you going. But don't forget, today is still a work day for the Texans. They still got work to do to gear themselves up for the 2026 football season. Today, a walkthrough. Tomorrow is the one that I think we're all looking forward to, a joint practice with the Raiders. And then Thursday, a actual preseason game number 2 for the Texans versus the Raiders. Excited for all of that. But when you get a practice, even a walkthrough, it's always a great opportunity to talk to the head coach of the team. This was D'Amico Ryans today.
Tomorrow, we're trying to accomplish 2 good teams going out competing against each other and going against some different schemes. That's the biggest emphasis, like being able to see some different things, tendency-wise, play-wise, going against different players. They have a lot of good players there, starting with the defensive end. Max Crosby is going to be great for our guys to go against him at the quarterback position. Having Kirk Cousins and Mendoza, 2 really good quarterbacks. So we're excited to see our group going up against those guys. Can't forget Brock Bowers as well, one of the best tight ends in the league. So personnel different, right? Scheme different. It helps us to continue to develop and grow our team throughout training camp. With Tank, he's on his own plan. So however that looks, whatever it entails, it'll be all geared toward what's best for Tank Dell.
Moments where you have to kind of sift through some practice stuff where it's like, hey, don't make this play because you're familiar with it. Like, make this play because you see it as the play is happening. Because you guys go against each other enough. So I think sometimes maybe it doesn't become familiar for the guys. They try not to have that be a disadvantage for a rep.
We have a lot of variety to what we're doing offensively and defensively. So it's never one rep that's the same. Guys have to be on it. You have to be deliberate in what you're doing. You have to trust your eyes, trust your techniques, and be where you're supposed to be. I think we had, a couple plays where, like one play we had yesterday with Huzzy playing the nickel position, right? He's gotten better. He got beat on a similar route a couple times, and yesterday he was able to play his technique a little bit better, a little tighter. He was able to step in one and make an interception. So that's the type of growth you see. Although it may be a different route, different look, different formation, can you just trust your technique, be where you're supposed to be, and make a play? And Huzzy was a good example of that yesterday.
When it comes to winning a job, a lot of times we look at the preseason game like this guy's ahead of the job. What percentage would you say when it comes to like practice in the preseason game is what decides that?
There's no percentage to me. It's all, I take everything into account, right? And it's not just one is heavier than the other. I just look at how guys are working every single day. How are they improving every single day? That's what I'll take into consideration. And also you get, towards the end, you're talking about backup guys, role guys, like, how many things can that guy do for us? Right? Where is his versatility? And versatility helps a lot when you have to limit the roster. You need guys who can do multiple things on game day, so that definitely helps.
The value for somebody like CJ with these practice reps against the Raiders, and also perhaps if we see him in a preseason game, what is the value for him at this point in his career against these new faces and different looks?
Yeah, the value for CJ is you get to see, again, different coverages, right? You get to see different players and how are they responding and reacting to your movements, right? Are you disciplined, keep your eyes down the middle, being able to move, hook players to your advantage, like can he go out and still execute his discipline, his techniques the proper way? Really, for him, it doesn't matter who you're going against, but it's also like, are you trusting your process every single time that you go out? So he's done a great job all camp, and I don't expect anything different on tomorrow. I expect him to come out and have a good day.
Coach, speaking of trusting the process, how do you help a player balance out that fine line
For me, consistency is key. You want to be a really good player, the great players in this league. One thing you can say about all of them, like they're consistent. They were consistent in what they did and the plays that they made. It wasn't about the wow plays, but they make the wow plays because they're consistent. And you add in great instincts and anticipation with being consistent on your technique. That's when you become a really great player. So it can get monotonous and boring at times just by an O-lineman, for instance, just being able to stay inside, right? Protect inside out, inside out. You may hear the same thing over and over again, but the one time you don't do it, then disaster happens, for the play. So you just have to remain consistent. You have to remain confident in what the coaches are telling you, like is right. It works when you try to do it the right way. So consistency is key.
When looking for a team to practice with, joint practice-wise, how important is for you, how much value you put on finding teams that have very different structures up front, how they line up defensively, things of that nature, even offensively, to go against to prepare you for what you could potentially see, just from a front structure standpoint throughout the season?
Ideally, when I'm going through and picking a joint practice, it first starts with our scheduling, and we don't get to pick our schedule, but it works out a lot of times in our favor where offensively we're consistently going against a 4-man down front, which we run defensively. So if I could get the opportunity to go against teams that present 5 down fronts and different structures, different coverages, that works out great for us because, again, it's developing our offense to make some different calls, different communication checks up front, making sure they're on it because we know we're going to see a ton of 5-down teams throughout the season. So if we are able to get that work early on, right, in August, that definitely prepares us for the season.
How much harder does it make it to evaluate your roster? The quarterbacks that's always in here a couple of days as you get down to the last 2 games, getting in the system and the third, fourth string receivers that have to have a ball on time or where it should be, and the quarterback that hasn't been here.
Brett's played in this league. He's done a really good job. He's won a couple games in this league, so he has the experience. So I'm not worried about that from an evaluation standpoint. His track record has proven that he can go in. Smart guys, picked up the offense already, done a great job with the plays that we've given him. So no worries there at all.
When a young player proves himself and does something well, and you can kind of envision him perhaps helping the team, is that when he gets opportunity to do other things like maybe kick return, punt return, special teams? Do you kind of earn the right to have more responsibility?
When it comes to the responsibility piece for all of our guys, it goes to whether you're a young guy, old guy, like how can you help us on game day? Right, we only get 48 guys on game day, so who can go out there again and do multiple things? So if you're a receiver, you can't just line up and be a starting receiver. You have to be able to provide something for us special teams wise, whether that's returning or helping out in some of the other phases. So the more you can do, the better.
Coach, when you have a joint practice, do you ever have conversations with the other coach about things you both want to work on and kind of coordinate so that you both benefit from that, or are you just going out there and competing?
With the joint practice, we definitely communicate with the other coaches, myself and the other head coach who communicate. Also, our coordinators are talking. So, you want to try to get some things schematically that we haven't seen a ton of, so we can do that. We want to work that for sure. And then, from my mindset, it's put the ball down and let's go to work, right? It really doesn't matter. Like, throw your playbook at us. Let's see how our rules and things we're teaching our guys, how do they hold up? So it's not a lot of coordinating. Hey, I want to see this, want to see that. There's some one-offs here and there, but for the most part, man, we want to see our guys go out and just compete. Let's go against a really good team.
From your perspective, we know you guys really value defensive back that take the ball away. Is ball skill something that you can really develop, or is it more like something you just have to have? It's kind of innate. From your perspective, how do you think that can be developed, or just flat out innate?
From my perspective, when you talk about taking the football away, in my short history of doing this and coaching, evaluating guys who have taken the ball away in high school and college, they tend to take the ball away in the NFL. Kalen Bullock, for instance, he's done it at a high level in college going up, taking the football away. Of course, I think his baseball background has something to do with that, playing center field, being able to track the football. I mean, he's has really great hand-eye coordination and confidence in his hands. Derek Stingley, another guy. We're doing our ball meeting a couple of years ago, and Coach Dino pulled up an old high school clip of Stingley, picking the football off, and he picked it off exactly the same way he picked it off versus Denver, overhead, going up, picking the ball. So did I coach Stingley to do that? No. It's this God-given great ability that God has given him, that he has a knack for going and taking the football away. So I'll try to find guys who have production in their history, high school, college, and it will definitely translate to the NFL. Same way, if a guy hadn't caught any in college, I can't give him too much of a hard time when he doesn't catch one here. Yeah, when you take the ball away, you know. You have to have that confidence. When can I step in front of a route and really take the ball, or do I just need to play it safe and just bat the ball down? So there's fine line for players, and you just know in those split seconds. That's why these guys are as great as they are, because they can make those split second decisions that only they feel in their mind that they can make. Like you talk about taking the ball away, I'm thinking about Stingley last year versus Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, he has a shallow route. He's chasing him backside. Most players are probably just going to try to, hey, I'm kind of behind the route. I'm kind of just going to play the ball. But Stingley, and trusting his hands and his ability, he goes and snatches that ball with one hand, one of the best plays I've ever seen. All right. Thank you, guys.
There he is, DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans, talking. After a walkthrough day, some interesting things as he, obviously gear up for a joint practice that's coming. And, a fair point that I guess should be more front of mind is an opportunity to see this offense not just against different guys, but against like a different front, a different style of offense to get, to see how they manage and handle that as well.
Yeah, and that's the best part of these is, and he sort of, I don't know if downplayed is the right way, but he didn't overstate the fact that, the coordinators talk to each other too. Before games. In other words, the Raiders and the Texans offensive and defensive coordinators talk to each other because they want to see, all right, hey, this is something that maybe, we don't do a lot of with our front or with our defense. Can you show us some of those things? And that to me is where you get the real value out of all this.
We probably do need to stop down and see like what we are exactly looking forward to and hoping to get out of joint practice number 1 for the Texans tomorrow when they face off against the Raiders. But excited to see that. Also, shout out to NFL coaches always giving deference to other teams. There was at least 2 or 3 times where DeMeco talks about a really good team. And I was like, the Raiders? Las Vegas Raiders, huh?
Their defense is pretty good.
All right, bud.
It is.
All right.
It is.
You're in the loop here on 95.7
He also said Tank is on his own plan.
Which is that is stock answer. That is stock answer. He's on his own plan. And he's on a plan that is best for Tank. That is whenever you start trying to ask, and I could feel it through, feel it through the audio. The person who asked it was like, "Damn, all right,
I know what's happening."
Had to try.
Yeah.
Any update? He's on his own plan. All right, okay, thank you, appreciate that. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, about that time where we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, brother?
Yeah, so I got 2 local stories. One is a great story that describes Houstonians, and the other one I'm not too fond of. I think this one kind of describe, I guess, people in Texas.
Oh, okay. All right, let's see the 2 sides of the coin next.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency. is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On 95.7 The Fan.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the loop on 95.7 The Fan, presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers. Hurt in the accident? Don't face the insurance companies alone. Put the Sheriff team in your corner. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So, do y'all want to start with the cool story, or do y'all want to start with the wild story?
What do you think?
This local story.
Get rid of the wild?
I don't know. I feel like I want to start with the cool story.
All right, let's start with the cool story.
Cool story. All right, I'm going to get to the cool story right here. It's a local cool story. And y'all know I love the good people of H-Town. Houston has some of the best people in the world. Here's a guy by the name of Ben Smith who went viral for helping the people over on the Northwest Side with something that been causing a lot of issues in that area. And here is Makina Earnhardt of Fox 26 News with this story.
If you drive down Pinemont Drive on the Northwest Side near Acres Homes, you already know this railroad crossing can be a complete nightmare. And one guy actually went viral over it.
Hey, y'all see me? Houston, Texas. We hold it up.
People out here tell me this crossing arm at Pinemont near Antoine breaks down at least twice a month. Gates stay stuck down, traffic backs up for miles when there's no train in sight. Now, last week, Ben Smith, he just got fed up. He got out of his car, manually lifted the 40-pound crossing arm, and held it over his head for 2 hours so drivers could get home.
But the time it went down, people were trying to go to work, trying to pick up their kids from daycare and stuff like that. So that kind of gave me like more motivation to lift it longer, because I didn't want them to have to cancel or be late to anything they were doing because this thing was down.
People were bringing him Gatorades, tipping him cash, and his TikTok got over 2 million views. Now here's the kicker. When drivers call the number on this box to report an issue, they're quoted a 5-hour wait time. I reached out to BNSF Railway today. They told me their gates drop as a fail-safe for safety and warned people don't touch the equipment, telling drivers to find an alternate route. But they totally dodged why this happens twice a month or why the wait time takes 5 hours.
Crazy. But salute to Ben Smith, man.
Shout out to Ben Smith. That's big time.
This is the type of stuff that makes Houston unique, where it's just like, okay, you got people like that that's willing to hold up an arm, and that arm ain't light.
Yeah, and especially I don't care if it was 20 pounds, much less 40. You're holding it up for that
2
long.
hours.
Yeah, you're holding it up for that long.
Yeah, and the quiet part that we all know is it's not like he's holding it up here in beautiful weather.
Yeah,
my man just standing in the heat holding up an arm.
Yeah. So salute to him, man. These are the cool stories I love. Unfortunately, I got to get to the other story. That's a local story, and like I said, I'm gonna say this again. I love the good people in Houston. They are some of the best people in the world, but sometimes they be out here wilding.
Oh no!
So here's a man, a Houston man, who is facing felony charges after being accused of threatening the governor's office. And this audio is from KYTX 19 in Tyler.
A Texas man is facing felony charges after being accused of threatening the governor's office. It was all over an age restriction state lawmakers put into place on his favorite anime platform.
Joseph Osment likes to watch anime on a website called Crunchyroll. He logged on a few weeks ago to watch a show, but was met with this age restriction. Osment says he tried to verify his age, 35 years old, but the restriction wouldn't go away. That's when court documents say he allegedly called the governor's office.
I had a mental breakdown at the end of the day. I allegedly left the voicemail. I don't even remember what I said.
I don't even remember.
In the last couple of years, Texas has passed a number of laws restricting access to adult content. SB 20, passed in 2025, was meant to cut back on animated and AI-generated child pornography. Critics worried the broad law would impact anime websites like Crunchyroll, which Osment says is not an adult website. According to a Travis County arrest warrant, Osment left this short but expletive-filled voicemail on July 25th. in which he allegedly said he would stab everyone if the age restriction was not removed.
To be honest, I don't even feel like that was the exact words that I said. I don't know. I'd have to listen to the recording over again.
The arrest warrant says an employee in the governor's office notified law enforcement because they were alarmed and in fear for their safety. Osmond says someone tried to call him about the voicemail, but when he didn't call them back, he was arrested at his home in Houston.
I kept asking over and over, what is this about? What is going on? Why are we even doing any of this?
Osmond was booked into the Travis County Jail, charged with impeding a public servant, public fear of severe bodily injury, and influence of government, a third-degree felony. Osmond has bonded out and returned to Houston, where he says he feels the state overstepped.
I'm not saying it's justified, but two wrongs don't make a right.
That's a great use of that cliche.
Boy.
That's such a good use of that cliche. It's not going to help you at all, my boy.
Yeah.
But that is hilarious. But hey, man, what you mean you put me in jail? Two wrongs don't make a right.
But a lot of conflicting things going on here. On the one hand, don't ever do anything like that. Obviously, they will arrest you.
He called them direct. He had to find the number.
I would stab everybody in here.
I'm gonna
If you don't
stab
give me
everyone.
Access to Crunchyroll.
He said he had a mental break, brother. I couldn't tell you what the line to the governor's office is. I'd have to go on the internet and find it.
But still, at the same time,
you knew what you was doing.
At the same time, like, yes, don't ever do that. Stupid, you will get arrested. But at the same time, you know this kid was a kid, 35. This man.
I think he's a kid. As someone who's 34, I also believe he's a kid.
This man was just like out of sorts. He even said, I don't remember what I said. I may have.
He said, I might have to check the recording.
I got to check the recording.
You know
on
what
that.
it makes me? Tell me if you think that this is a fair comparison.
Yeah.
It feels like when you got some leftovers in the fridge and you were like, man, I can't wait to get to them leftovers. And then you open the fridge and they're gone.
Yeah.
And you just end up in a blind rate. That's what it felt like. He was like, I can't wait to watch the new episode of my show. Let me just load up this Crunchyroll. Why is it not letting me in?
Well, and then that's the other, like so many different things going on at once here. Then I feel bad saying this.
No, you don't.
I really don't. But like they went after him with felony charges and all. I know they can, and I know you will get arrested if you make any threat like that.
That's the law, Lopez.
But I know. But that's why I feel a little bad doing this. Not really. But you know, they knew immediately. This is just
there wasn't an actual threat here.
Yeah, this is just some dude that loves his anime and lost his bleep and said a few things, and yet there's still 3 different charges, including a felony. They should have just said like, hey. You know, we could do this, but we're just going to give you this.
I do wonder at the governor's office. I wonder if they listen to this and be like, man, I wonder if they was laughing at it like, look at this fool, man.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's pay him a visit.
Right, but
they tried to call him. This is the thing.
Well, that too.
And this is the question I have. Do you think that we go full extent of the law?
Sounds
on
like
this
it.
one?
The charges are there.
No, but I'm saying, do you think that they go all of that if he answers the phone or gives them a call back? I'm not sure if the answer is yes, or rather, if the answer is no. Like I think that it's a possibility that they go ahead and do this whole thing. But the fact that they called him and he was like, I'm not calling them back. Do you think that that's what set them off? Where they're like, well, all right, we could throw the laws at you.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think it's possible.
Yeah, that's like a cop. If a cop got to chase you, you go on to jail.
Yeah, because they're not doing
you
paperwork
making
for
me
nothing.
run.
Yeah.
Nah, you ain't about to make me come all the way over here
and then let you
off with a slap on the wrist. You get one of these felonies.
That's right.
It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop 95.7 The Fan. So I gotta give a special shout out, Lopez. You mentioned how I like to do shout outs in the show. I gotta give a special shout out to Stephen A. Smith.
What?
He won the Thumbs Down Award at the National Association of Black Journalism.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was in Atlanta this weekend.
Yeah. And here's how it went.
Stephen A. Smith, sports analyst and political commentator. Smith has established a recurring public pattern of disparaging commentary directed at prominent black women across politics, sports, and media. Such commentary reinforces harmful narratives, undermines the fair and respectful representation of black women in public discourse, and stands in direct conflict with NABJ's long-standing commitment to accurate, responsible, and inclusive portrayals of black communities.
So congratulations to Stephen A. Smith, man. I didn't even know this was an award.
I didn't either,
man.
I didn't either.
I can't tell you how hard I laughed at this. I'm like, is this real?
I'll need to double check because, I have NABJ associations. I did not realize this was a thing they gave out, and I'm like, when did this start?
Yeah.
Because it's even better if they started this up just to give it to Stephen A.
Just for
Smith.
Stephen A. Like, hey.
I don't think that's the case, but I would love if that was the case. There's like, Stephen A., you're so annoying that we gonna create an award, and it's called the Thumbs Down Award, and you are the recipient. I've got to say, I think this one probably smarts for Stephen A. Smith.
No way.
I think so.
No way. He's already come out and tweeted about, I'm going to have my response. You're giving him more.
No, I know, but
he's getting more.
The reason why I say that is, did you see the back and forth that he had with Mike Wilbon?
About journalists and all that stuff?
Because he respects Mike Wilbon, and he should. Mike Wilbon, well-respected journalist. Wilbon got out there and was like, Stephen A. Smith isn't a journalist.
And to be fair, Wilbon said, I'm not anymore either.
Correct.
Yeah.
But him, it is Wilbon, who I think Stephen A. was like, you can't call me not a journalist unless you've been a journalist, and Wilbon has been.
Yeah.
And so it's smarter for him because that is and you know this, having been a journalist, that is, you guys view that highly in yourself. It's one of the reasons why I do not claim to be a journalist, because I have not been, and I know that it is something that is honored and respected. And so for him to get that one to the dagger to the chest like that, I know that hurt. And so this is a whole journalism organization being like, boo, you stink, boo. That's essentially what they did. Boo.
You're giving
I think that hits
more.
him.
You're feeding the beast is what you're doing. That's my take on it anyway. He's gonna take it and run. And
can we make it clear?
More.
He hasn't been a journalist for a long time. Like this, he's been an entertainer for a long time.
Yeah, I think he made Michael Wilbon's point, to be honest.
Yeah, he did.
Because like these shows, and even like this show right here, like, it's a sports entertainment show, and I know a lot of people get it confused with, y'all ain't doing good journalism, that type of stuff. Like, one of our jobs is to entertain.
Correct.
It's not like being on the beat or something like that. This is a little bit different. You kind of in the middle a little bit,
right?
So I think Michael Wilbon made a good point, and Stephen A. is the show.
I can't wait to hear his response.
I think he's supposed to respond today.
Yeah.
You're gonna go listen to his response for real?
No, but I will find it. It'll be out there.
This is clip worthy.
Yeah.
Just show me the clip. I ain't about to go to his YouTube or nothing like that.
People have come at Stephen A. and come at him, and he always just thrives.
And by the way, it's one of the reasons why he's no longer a journalist, because you getting in tit for tats with the people that you're supposedly covering.
Yeah, I mean,
that's not something that journalists
and
does.
all these others.
Yeah. So congratulations on that thumbs down award.
Thumbs down.
Yeah.
It's not. They didn't even come up with a clever name for it. They might as well have called it the Boo Award. Boo this man.
Boo.
Yeah. And to be honest, I think they had like 4 other people in this category too.
Oh, really? Let me go look that up.
I think he was one. I ain't recognize the other ones, but he was the one in there. I'm like, damn, that is hilarious, man. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So first and foremost, shout out to the Powerball winner, I guess.
Yeah.
So it wasn't you guys, huh?
Yeah.
No,
you guys didn't win.
Yeah.
No, I was not in Quincy, Illinois.
Damn.
Which is where the winner is. I guess got the winning ticket.
Yeah.
And I guess this is a cool thing, because a lot of places don't have this law where you have to show up for a press conference and all that stuff. Illinois do not have that law.
Yep.
So he will be gone in the wind.
It's honestly,
Texas is like, you don't have to say, you can refuse, them identifying.
Is Texas
it.
one of those too?
Yeah.
Okay.
You won't be made public if you don't want to.
And I've seen people in those states where you do have to claim it, pay someone off to claim it for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that their identity does not have to be public, which just makes me think, you got cousins you trying to hide for them, huh? You got cousins.
I think people just don't want to be out there.
Yeah,
like
I definitely don't.
All of a sudden,
be
you become a target.
Yes,
whether it's scammers or criminals or whatever.
Yeah, somebody set
or
you
family
up.
Or family.
Yeah, most likely be family. Yeah, so
cousin.
Yeah.
Let me hold $20.
Somebody be holding my dad hostage.
That's right.
Like, I need $250 million.
Been real, Dad.
Wow. What? That's crazy, J-Lo.
I would never do that. Oh, my goodness.
All right. Since he's taking us to this place.
There is a number.
What's the number? What's the number where you're like, I can't do it?
$250 million, Figgy. You win $1 billion, and they ask for $250 million. How old's your dad?
70.
Why are we doing this?
Because you started it.
To be honest, my dad would probably be like, man,
you paid what? You paid how much?
He'd be like, man, I lived a good life,
Yes.
man.
Come on now.
My dad called me Boogie.
Yeah.
Boogie, take the money.
Yes.
Yeah, don't do this, man. I'm good, man.
Let them do whatever the hell they want to do to me.
That's
He's like,
crazy.
I'm good.
So that's
wild.
the number, $250 million. There we go.
Unbelievable. So there you go. That's the mixtape. Another fantastic edition right here in Loop on 95.7 The Fan.
Some people would say 1,000.
Man,
I ain't paying you 1,000.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Sad to say, but sad to say, but yeah.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
You can always hear the program 1:20 p.m. every weekday. Come on. You don't mean that.
No, I don't.
Please. God.
Hey, you better
People
be
going to think
careful.
you're a monster.
Yeah,
What's wrong with you?
Lopez, you got kids, man.
Yeah, they wouldn't pay for me.
I see why. You out here selling them all. All right, at the Figgy Fig on social media, if you see something mixtape worthy, shout him out or let him know. He'll shout you out. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of The Drive. I did want to ask you, because we do have the joint practice tomorrow, what are you looking forward to? What are you anticipating out of the joint practice tomorrow? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
Texans 2026 preseason kicked off.
it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub-to-shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts Industries.
Thank you, Figgy.
95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on 95.7 The Fan. Thanks for rocking with us on this Monday. Gearing up to hand things over, rather, to the fellas of the drive. They're getting ready in the other room. J-Lo, I forgot to mention this. We didn't get a chance to talk about this. Mm-hmm. Did you see Jackson Dart this weekend?
Yeah, I meant to bring that up as well because, and I think it was during the discussion we had about, these back-to-back, games, for lack of a better way to do it, with the joint practice and the preseason game. Does it make you a little bit nervous? Just because, and I meant to bring up not only, are these other guys getting injured, but Jackson Dart took one right to the chest. And by the way, he was complaining about going to the tent.
Yes.
He was down for like 8 seconds.
I don't know if it was 8 seconds, but he definitely took a beat. He took a beat and a half
going to happen?
To have to get up.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, I do want to circle back around to the usage here, because that is something that is very much important to this Houston Texans team right now with the week as you lay it out. But I just settling down on the Jackson Dart, I'm not gonna lie, that alone, with what we know of him, makes me go, I just don't think he gonna make it for very long.
It has all the markings.
Because
it really does.
I mean, how you hard-headed?
Although that was just a flat out missed block, gets crushed.
No,
in the pocket. That particular
getting
one.
hit happens. It's not even that. It is just the cavalier nature that way that he treats his health. I thought that some of that was accelerated by Brian Daboll and his what's the right way of saying it? Like his need to try and save his
cavalier
job.
Attitude.
Right. And I think it just came from he was trying to save his job, so he wanted his best players out there, whether it was Jackson Dart or Cam Scatterboo.
Yeah.
That man is not here. You have John Harbaugh, who they've damn near turned the entirety of the program over to, the New York Giants. And so it feels like he has safety. And now if you have your quarterback doing stuff like this, oh no, it's all squarely him. Like he is going to be the dude that is reckless with his own health. And buddy, you don't need to do that.
Yeah.
You in particular don't need to do that with already your young history in the NFL, but then also just the way that you play. You don't need to do that. Yeah, you got hit. Take your ass to the medical tent. And I understand like there's a level of wanting to be there for your team and fighting through it, but you are not served at all by being reckless. It feels to me, John, a lot like when they tell quarterbacks, when you throw an interception, don't go try and make that play. Right? I get it. We don't want to give up a touchdown. You want to be there for your teammates. You know how you help your teammates?
Head on a swivel.
Being available to throw the football next time that we get on the field. This feels like it's in that same like spiritual realm where, hey, how about we make sure that you're good so that you can get back out here and play quarterback for this team? And it feels like just his general thought process towards it is one that's not going to be sustainable for him in this league.
It feels that way because it sure does seem that way with him. But it does speak to more. And if you weren't listening, I love the joint practices. That's not any breaking news. I've always said that. But when you go back-to-back joint practice and then preseason game with your starters, according to D'Amico Ryans anyway, said they know if you're healthy, you're going to play. That made me a little bit antsy.
Do you think this is the right decision? Because again, D'Amico, obviously the joint practice is where I think you get the most value of anything that any team does in preseason and training camp. It is those joint practices. You get to really, mold your practice to exactly game type situations. You're not playing yourself, so you don't have that question of who's winning. And then, you can control it perfectly. But then at the same time, D'Amico Ryans said on Saturday that if guys are healthy, they will be playing in this game. Do you feel like they should have done this differently where maybe you get your quote-unquote dress rehearsal in game 1 or maybe game 3? Like, do you like that this is the way that they're playing it?
Okay, so those are two different questions in my mind.
Okay.
Should they have done it differently? Look, I'm going to defer to D'Amico. He feels like there's some real value in getting not just the joint practice but also getting the preseason. And we always get these texts when this conversation comes up. It's football. They need to play. I know Clinton has talked about extensively about getting more work. I get all that, but my big thing is when you have a joint practice, it is about as controlled an environment as you can have. They go full speed. They go at it. There's going to be scuffles. There's going to be some real hitting. But at the very end of each play, there is a whistle that the coaches have right before the guys go all the way to the ground. And some of them still do, especially on run plays. So it's a little bit about as controlled an environment as you can to minimize and mitigate, some crazy injuries. In a preseason game, I think that, that the risk is far too much for the reward. I would much rather go, let's do the joint practice, go at it, let's go, let's do it, and then skip the starters in the preseason. Because at what cost? At what cost?
Yeah, especially because it's 2 days in between. I mean,
it's 1 day in between.
Well, 1 day in between. Thank you. It's 2 days just together. And the question I ask is, how long are the ones even going to be out there? Like you imagine that they can't be out there that long. This has to be a play
series.
Just to get them into the flow of starting a game, getting them a series, and then pulling them out, right?
Well, it depends on the logic. Some coaches like to go through the half so they can get the halftime routine down as well. Hey, let's break out in our little meeting rooms. We've got 12 minutes. Let's do this, this, and this. Get out back on the field, and then they don't even play in the second half, but they kind of go through the whole. So it depends on how they play it like that. So we'll see how he plays it, but I want to see him play. I'd love to see, I love the old school, hey, get dirty, don't worry about getting injured. But the thing is, they do. And, this isn't in retrospect. It's not hindsight. It happens every day. It's happened, with the play. I mean, Jeremiah Love right now. Jeremiah Love, might have this lingering ankle thing all year long.
And what's funny is that was against these Raiders, was it not? 14 plays, 72 carries versus the Raiders, or 72 yards rather, within those carries. And you got those 72 yards, but now it seems like he's down for the remainder of the preseason, his rookie training camp. And then you'll get him back for the regular season. It's like, what are you losing in that time to be able to get him up to speed? Honestly, I usually am on the side of, hey man, it's football, it's the car crash sport. There's going to be some level of risk to this. However, it really is just the proximity between the two. Even if it was like a Tuesday joint practice, Saturday football game, I think I'd feel better. I mean, maybe that's silly to put it that way.
No, I get that. Yeah, a little distance between the two of them. Yeah.
Regardless, though, they will be doing that. And tomorrow, big joint practice day. What in particular are you hoping to maybe see, or what are you interested in? Because I think there's a few things. Obviously, there's how the offensive line handles a different front, and especially when that front has one Max Crosby on the end of it. There could be some level of how does the defense handle like Brock Bowers in particular, who, I mean,
that's a good one.
Brock Bowers had a pretty good game. Or no, it wasn't Brock. It was because Brock didn't play last year, did he? It was the game. Was it before or after when they played Arizona? Yeah, Genty had a big game, and then Arizona, you had Trey McBride go off. So it's like how have they handled? How does the new safety in Reed Blankenship handle big tight end? Big pass catching tight end that can affect their will. That's something. Is there anything else, or one of those things that catches your attention for this one?
No, that's a good one. But ultimately, it comes down to: are you going to be able to run the ball? Are you going to be able to run the ball? Decent defense you're facing, good defensive front. And again, they'll pop them, they'll blow the whistle, you'll see, but you'll also get a good feel for just how good they can run the ball. And a defensive pass rush that's not the Texans. How are you going to handle that as just a protecting offensive line?
Yeah, and it's weird because someone made the mention as I was like, hey, D'Amico keeps saying that this is a really good football team, and that feels like a stretch. I will say they were good in run stopping just generally last year. I know that's a different defensive system, or at least a different defensive play caller for them. But they still have similar guys up front, and obviously Max Crosby is still very good at football just generally, and you were not good running the football against them, just point blank period. And so, yeah, I'm with you. Just generally seeing somebody else in the attempt to run stop, how do the ones, especially with a good amount of exposure, not just a first series type exposure, how do they handle running the football, because it's supposedly foundational to what you're doing here.
And somebody said if the starters were not playing, y'all would have been complaining about that. Absolutely not.
Do not believe that.
Absolutely not.
I do not believe that John Lopez would. John Lopez is trying to throw preseason games into the garbage right now.
I really am. And I've been doing it for years now, and I'm the old guy, but I just think that the value, the cost is far outweighs the value in them, especially when you have joint practices change the game for me. I saw them up close and personal, and this started probably a good probably a good 15 years ago now, when they really started joint practices. And you can just see how the coaches control everything, and they control matchups, and it's ones versus ones. You see more ones versus ones in terms of reps in joint practices than you do in a preseason game. If you think about it, like they have a 3 and out, and then you go to special teams, and then whatever, maybe they I'm talking about in a preseason game, they switch out a player or two here or there. But in joint practices, it's just like, nah, man, we're doing this, and we're doing it for 10 reps, and if it goes bad, we can do it again. No, I have, at least in the last decade, never complained about not playing in the preseason game.
No, that's fair. That's absolutely fair enough. Obviously, the one that I want to mention, just because it feels like you have to, how does the offense just in general, how does it move, how does it operate, and how good are they at making sure that they identify, fronts and stuff like that? Because it is a different type of front, and it's not one that you're as familiar with as this defense. When we have all this conversation about, oh man, these guys have gotten better at the operation and IDing what's happening, this will be a good test of that outside of the Chargers game where you did not have CJ under center.
How big of a thing is, because clearly, as we all know, they're not going to, spill all the candy in the lobby here, but how big of a thing is Nick Caley's play calling in the preseason game? Just operation and getting crisp, moving the chains, even though you're not spilling the playbook out, but you still want to be able to have success.
It's not insignificant. I just don't know how to measure it. And I'd be interested in getting how these guys feel as we welcome in, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing for the Crosstalk, the fellas of the drive. I'd like to remind you, listening to KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. It feels like that was a big thing as well, like being able to get that play in, give them opportunity to get to the line, especially if it's going to be an offense where you need to get there and ID what's happening and make sure that everybody's pulling the right direction. As you heard James Ferentz make mention of when we heard from him, it's a mic point system, and so much of what they're doing requires you to make sure you identify your mic, and then make sure everybody's on the same page. You can't do that if you're getting up to the line too late, and if they're shifting and doing things defensively that's weird and wonky. I just don't know exactly how to really quantify that.
I mean, they want to see something
outside of just it feels like they're getting to the line in right time. Does that feel right for you, or is there something else that you want to see when it comes to Nick Caley getting this offense together?
Yeah, I mean, I just think the operation stuff, because I mean, I would assume, hell, I was surprised they gave us a wide receiver run.
First play.
In the first play of the game. So I don't expect to see much. But I think all the operation stuff, and that's why I'm like, why I'm surprised about y'all. And I've been thinking about that since I was on the treadmill. Yes, I was. Since I was on the
Well, you think somebody was
down? I was laughing at your comment. I was laughing at your comment on it.
Damn hard there, John.
I just wanted on the record. I did not chuckle because I believe you.
I was laughing at the yes, I was.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that before he rolled out. But I was on, and I was listening to y'all about, like, I heard you and Figgy talking about maybe it was risky and almost so risky that you didn't. Like, I think all of those things, him talking to CJ, I don't love the idea, especially this team who's had issues with that the first time that happens is against Buffalo and at Reliance
But
Stadium.
It won't be. I mean, they did it in their intra-squad scrimmage. They can do it in the joint practices.
Again, to me, I'm with you, and I heard you saying that the joint practices change the game, and the joint practices are good. They can control stuff. But again, even in preseason, a lot of guys that I've talked to, that even is still a different field than practice, and the game's not controlled. You like sometimes it's like you can't just put together matchups and put together.
But that cuts both ways.
Things like that. No, I get it, but that's what I'm just saying. Like the best way to get ready for. Andy Reid used to say this all the time. The best way to get ready for football is to play real football.
That's right.
And to me, I think all of these things help. And I'm not sitting there saying that they need to go play the half.
Yeah.
Right. And again, I will say this. I don't really give a damn what the guys on the other side of the ball do. Right. Like, if he wants to play him, I get it. Like, all right, man, let's get it out here. I also don't want the first time you got it. You're coming off the ball on third down is in real time as against Josh Allen. I could get all that, but really I don't need to see Will Anderson. Right?
Sure.
But I understand his thought of bringing everybody together. But, yeah, I do think, to me, you take advantage of all of it because the preseason games and the whole thing, getting ready, coming into an NFL stadium, it's a different feel and a different thing, and it's not as controlled, which I think is what you will look at during games. I think you got to use all of those and the joint practices. And, I mean, you don't need to be reckless, but I think you got to use all of those.
Sure.
Yeah, my only thing is the proximity between the joint practice and the game and the preseason game, having just that 1 day in between. Does it feel like that is a lot on your starters, or am I just doing too much here, Clint?
Oh, you can't. Yeah, you don't ask me that question. I mean,
I just wanted to hear it. I just wanted to hear it. I just wanted to hear it.
Well, there's just, I mean, I don't care what they do with the defensive side of the ball. There's just, it's the hardest position to play in sports. You're doing it with a play caller that's the first year he's ever done it was last year and left a lot to be desired. You're doing it with a center that's never played center before. We'll worry about load management. We'll worry about injury risk. We'll worry about all those things when we're at a spot where we can worry about those things. Now, I would argue like everything that center touches a football every single snap. And how can I get him as comfortable as I possibly can playing that position? Half of these guys have never heard C.J. Stroud's voice outside of practice, right? I don't want to find out the first time we're on the road and it's a little bit loud that, hey, man, CJ's inflection or voice flexion or whatever isn't just right, and guys can't hear him or there's just so many. There's so many moving parts with an offense. I'm talking about a well-oiled machine that's doing it the right way. That passing up opportunities to get real live game reps is silly to me. Ever. First game, silly. I mean, just the whole thing is the offensive line playing, the quarterback not. It's plum-ass silly. Like it just doesn't. If it's important enough for your offensive, I mean, if it's important enough for offensively for anybody to play, it starts with number 7. I mean, to me personally, like that's just where I'm at. We don't even need to get to the whole, the confidence that needs to be gained with this offense and this quarterback and this play caller and people can poo-poo it all they want. A good practice. I mean, a good practice goes a long way for a quarterback. I mean, even if you're an established guy and I'm the dude and it's my man, I'd go out there and have a really good scrimmage and throw 3 or 4 touchdowns and be complete 60-70% of my balls. I mean, it was a cloud 9. You can't tell me nothing. I mean, I'm watching film different. I'm walking different. I'm leading different. I mean, that is very, very, very real. And to just nonchalantly, just flippantly, we're good. Like that is wild. That's hard for me to wrap my head around. Now, I've never been as talented as C.J. Stroud. I've never coached, obviously, at the ranks of DeMeco Ryans, but that baffles me.
I just think that there's a place between nonchalant and good old-fashioned, old-school. We're playing if we have a chance to play. There is a median there. There is a median point. Yeah, and I think that's where for guys. This is a team that you're hoping plays 23, 24 games.
Yeah, no, and I agree. I agree with you. There is. Yeah. I'll use your alma mater. They're ranked top 10 in everybody's deal. Hey man, y'all can operate a little different. Y'all top 10 ranked team. I mean, yeah, and I don't know A&M good enough offense, defense, or whatever. But I mean, our defense, our defense right here. I don't care what you do. I mean, I don't need to see Will Anderson in pads one.
You're just saying
I don't even need Will Anderson to practice. Yeah. I give him days off of practice. I don't care.
So you're being very specific with this offense, not in
your
terms
Super Bowl chances. You pissed away a chance to win a Super Bowl. I mean, just it was right there for you to take on a silver platter. Hell, on a platinum platter last year. Here, you're gonna get to a Super. You may not have won it, but you're gonna get to a Super Bowl. New England took advantage of it. Yeah. And you look in the mirror right now and you go, we did not take advantage of that opportunity because our offense wasn't good enough.
Yeah. Well, I can get down with that.
And then 4 months later,
a little bit more.
4 months later, you go into camp and it's like, no, I'm good with these little 15, 18 reps a day.
I love how much he hates this.
They have to take advantage of every opportunity you have.
You would think every single one.
You have to not be reckless, but take advantage of. Like I don't know who they play last. Was it the Bucks? I don't know who I don't know who they're Panthers. Like they don't need to play against the Panthers. I got that.
Well, they don't. Depends on what happens this week.
They don't need to. All right, for me, we're getting towards closer to the reckless thing. Yeah. Like, they don't need to play against the Panthers. They got a joint practice with the Panthers. That's fine. They don't need to play against the Panthers right before the season starts. But this one, man, I mean,
yeah,
like that offense could get me a quarter. Like and let's roll. You got to take advantage of all of them.
All right, fellas. Looking forward to a Monday show for you. J-Lo, catch you tomorrow for Tuesday.
Tomorrow it is.
Joint practice day. Again, appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live and in color. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see us all here. You can see Tyler in his full Aggie gear. Still has not been to a game. So
Top 10, man.
Still
preseason
regular,
rankings out.
Yep, still regular T. Still has not been to a game yet. This is
gonna remedy it.
I'm sorry.
soon.
Am I lying?
Probably glad you didn't.
You're
go this
not.
Probably glad you didn't go to this last series.
No. He could have been the missing piece. Maybe Joe doesn't. I'm not. All right. See, every time I start to warm up to Joe, I was about to give Joe. There it is. I was about to get. Yeah, the Drive is live. Reggie think he's going to get away with it. No, that's right. We got recorded.
Drive is live.
Yeah, just keep playing it, baby. Yeah, we got recorded. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it from you one way or another. Whether you're going to do it the easy way or the hard way. We're going to get
We can do this one of two ways.
We'll get to the Astros because I was just about to give Joe his captain status back until he had his 8th inning. I was just about to do it. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later. Yes, we need to get John. We need to get John Henderson in here live. Right? That's what we need to do. And live and send him to the Daikin.
That ain't good enough.
Yeah, he needs to tell.
Is that who that is?
Yeah, that big John Henderson. You remember he used to smack the hell out.
Yeah.
Used to get that guy. His name was Joe. To smack the hell out of him before games.
John's one of them
That
about
one right there.
He's the one about smack me in that Tennessee game.
He said, "Yeah, Joe, that one drew some blood. I like that." But we'll get to that in a bit. But and I'm good with it. You're good with it. And I actually believe him when D'Amico said over the weekend he anticipates everyone who's healthy to go out and play in a preseason game against the Raiders. And that includes C.J. Stroud. They did this last year, the second preseason game. Everybody, I anticipate the defense comes out too, right? I know we agree. I don't care. Like if you're asking me, would I like to see Will and the crew get some run, get a little lather real quick in a game setting, get themselves jersey, get that stuff on, go out, walk out the tunnel, and get that before the regular season? Sure. They give me a series, yeah, whatever. We can roll with that. But ultimately, if they don't play, I'm not triggered. I don't have any issues with it. But I believe D'Amico when he says these guys are healthy, they're gonna go. And is it risky? Hell, anything's risky in this thing. I mean, somebody might do a Graham Mertz. You hope not. But yeah, I think as you have said, the risk to me falls into the need of the work that they need to get and take advantage of all of these situations.
Yeah, I love the fact that the word is that everybody that's healthy is going to play. Let's hope we get to game, which I guess it'd be hard. It'd be hard with just a little joint practice to do too much damage. But let's hope that everybody gets to the game healthy and everybody can play. I just think given again, I'll reiterate. I think anybody that's related to this organization in any way, shape, or form, inside the doors or covering it, you can look at this and say, hey, man, last year with just a competent offense in the playoffs, you make a run to a Super Bowl. I mean, you make a run to a Super Bowl, and then anything can happen from there. The reason it didn't happen last year is because and I'm not even taking a shot at CJ. I'm saying the whole operation was not what it needed to be. Were there some injuries? Sure, but the operation offensively was not what it needed to be.
Yeah, but there are injuries. Those guys behind them weren't ready to go either.
Yeah. I mean that's
which can happen.
Right.
Yeah.
So I just don't know. Again, with minimal contact at practice and what today's training camps are, man, I just second year in a system. In a system that everybody in America knows there's some communication struggles. I mean, you can take just talk about the run game. Just focus on. All right, the Texans have got to run the football significantly better in order for this thing to I guess operate as desired, right? Well, I mean, CJ had the quarterback, not just CJ, but the quarterback has a lot to do with going from one run to the other run, going dummy counts, you go snapping up, using your hard twos and hard threes and things of that nature. That's important, man. You know what I mean? That stuff's important. So, and he's a big part of that. So even if your intentions are just to run it and really get your run game right versus a 4-down line or protections right, I mean it's the communication piece is what we're lacking here. So I just
that too. I was just saying with Tyler, and somebody kind of brought it up on the defense. Have they tackled anybody to the ground yet?
Oh yeah.
maybe get a little run of that to tackle somebody to the ground. I'm with it. I'm glad, and I'm hoping, and I know many of you are hoping. Hopefully, you guys will be out there as they'll play at Reliant coming up on Thursday. That you'll get to see these guys in action, and we'll get a dress rehearsal to Buffalo. And God, hopefully, Clint's wrong. Hopefully, it's not a disaster, and they feel like they got to come back out there and play against Carolina. Hopefully they play.
Well,
they play
I mean,
well
you look, not playing last week, you've put yourself in a spot where it's got to go well this week. You hope everything goes well this week, because the only option beyond this week is the last preseason game before you start game planning for Buffalo.
Yeah,
and that's you pass an opportunity with your starting quarterback and your receivers and your tight ends and your whole starting unit to operate together. That's behind you, and now you hope that this 1 week of the preseason, couple of drives worth of football, you hope that it's enough to convince you that, hey man, this offense is ready to pull their weight.
Yeah. All right. D'Amico did speak to the media earlier today, and he brought up the team they're going to be playing not only Thursday, but they'll have a joint practice tomorrow that should be fun to watch. Here is D'Amico about the Vegas Raiders.
With the joint practice tomorrow, we're trying to accomplish two good teams going out competing against each other and going against some different schemes. That's the biggest emphasis, like being able to see some different things, tendency-wise, play-wise, going against different players. They have a lot of good players there, starting with the defensive end. Max Crosby is going to be great for our guys to go against him at the quarterback position. Having Kirk Cousins and Mendoza, two really good quarterbacks. So we're excited to see our group going up against those guys. Can't forget Brock Bowers as well, one of the best tight ends in the league. So personnel different, right? Scheme different. It helps us to continue to develop and grow our team throughout training camp.
Just felt D'Amico's nose growing when he said two good football teams out there getting ready to play. Yeah. All right, for me, again, like maybe we should, and maybe we will, we should just not just take the defense and what they're able to do for granted. But to me, again, tomorrow's joint practice is going to be a lot about the offense and the expectation that this team has. Hell, we'll talk about this later. We'll play it. Mike Florio has them as the third best team in the NFL. We got people thinking that this team's a sexy Super Bowl team, and we know the offense has to play a certain way. So I'm judging this about certain teams they play. They play against teams like Seattle. That may struggle a little bit, right? And they got to play and take advantage of certain situations. But there are certain teams, Clint, that this offense should be able to have some level of success. We even saw it last year. Arizona, they had some level of success. They should have certain levels of success. When they play the Raiders and when they have the joint practice tomorrow that we're going to be at, Clint, in your mind, what should this offense look like? How should they perform against this Raiders defense that has Max Crosby, Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker, who they got in the offseason from the Packers? They've got some guys on there, but how should they look in your mind?
Well, I mean, no, they should look clean. They should look competent. They should. You're not. They're not going to see like super exotic, calls on either side of the ball. I think you should look. I think from a physicality standpoint, how when you watch our defense, it don't matter if it's a game on Sunday or a practice during training camp. There's a certain level of chaos created. Now, some teams' offenses obviously deal with it better than others, and so, whatever. But I mean, there is a certain level of chaos created. Like, I think on the offensive side of the football, I think the baseline. I mean, the simplest thing that we could expect is for there to be a level of physicality in the trenches with this offensive line, that the way they operate should be borderline illegal. There should be a nastiness. There should be a playing beyond the whistle. There should be just a physicality that is present there that isn't present with most NFL teams. You're going to make mistakes. They're going to get beaten pass rush. Hell, maybe the communication piece is still a problem. But what's been preached to this team for 4 months now. There has to be a level of nastiness offensively that just isn't normal, that we haven't seen as fans and as media, that we haven't seen in a Texans uniform on the offensive side of the ball in a long time.
I think we should come away feeling good about the offense and their performance, feeling good that they got the better of the Raiders, excuse me. I'm not going to sit out here, Tyler, and ask that this Texans offense dominate anybody. The hope is that they get to that point where they'll be able to do that, but I'm not going to step out. But against this team, against the Las Vegas Raiders, who they're implementing a new defense to themselves that they ain't got Will over there. They got Max Crosby. They ain't got Will. They ain't got Daniil. They ain't got corners. They ain't got Stingley. They ain't got Lassiter. They don't have Aziz. They don't have all these guys. That they should get the better of the Raiders. Because teams like the Raiders defense, the Texans should have a level of success. Those should be the teams, Clint, we look at it, all right, they can put up 24 against them.
Mm-hmm.
They should, and you brought up the physicality. This is a game, you look at what they have in the trench. I mean, Foley Falikasi is one of their best inside players. I'm not trying to take anything out from Foley. It took me 6 months to learn your name. But they should have success running the football tomorrow. Like, we shouldn't see them just getting their asses stuffed, because if they can't run it against teams like the Raiders, then this offense is going to be even more difficult than some people think. So I think they should come away feeling a good level of success against this type of team, in my opinion. All right, coming up as we continue rolling through, the Astros, they dropped the series, but the Rangers suck too, so they still have a 2-game lead, but Joe did it again. And this time I was as pissed as Clint is. And we have to ask some questions about the old Diesel. Might have to change your nickname here. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, Orchard, if you're looking to sell your home.
care of injury lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as The Drive is live here on 95.7 The Fan. We appreciate you joining us here on The Fan. 713-572-4610. That's how you can get involved on the show. Also, 713-572-4610 with the phone lines get open. YouTube and Twitch, I see you, Madison. It ain't a damn slow news day, Madison. It must be a slow listener day, Madison. Dwayne, I see you over there, DeRhino. Dwayne said I'd never agreed with Clint before today, but he's preaching today. I don't believe that's true.
What'd I say?
I don't know.
In six
About
or
the
7 years?
practicing, I'm guessing.
Well, how? What do you never agree?
Listen, it's not true. Generally,
agree.
Generally, that is always leveled at me, which is not true.
I mean, this is the 1,570th edition we've ever done of this show.
I love sex. You agree with that?
Boom. Theory disproven.
Well, you can't. There's some people just don't. You're right. No. That's a tough one. I saw the look in your eye, Clint.
Could be asexual, yeah.
I like a fully dressed Corona. Right, I guess.
So did Fromber.
Oh, he did? It's past tense, huh?
Of course.
Think he stopped?
Well, I don't care anymore. He's not an Astro.
I see you, Rob, out there. Joseph in the building. That can't be Cam. I see you. So, where's my man Joel at? Where's Joel over there on YouTube and Twitch? But we appreciate everybody jumping in. Those are the ways you can jump in and be a part of the show. By the way, Baseball Talk on 95.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, Clint, the Astros, they lose this series. Mm-hmm. And really, Christian Walker's walk-off is the only game they were able to pull out there. And it was really kind of disappointing. Your pitchers that you had been rolling from Lambert to Wisniewski and Hunter Brown, those are your three best guys, and you lose this series to a Mariners team that was struggling. The Astros are now just one game over 500 with a day off today. They'll get started against the sorry-ass Angels. But they're 63-62. The Rangers, 2 games behind them, and now the Mariners, 4 games behind them. The Astros, the only team in the division over 500.
Astros just had to keep them.
Got to keep them close.
Keep them alive, didn't they?
Keep them alive. And I'm not lying to you, Tyler. I was this close to stop calling him lieutenant and giving him his captain status back. Damn it, Joe. Like, there have been times that me and Clint have been on the other side of this.
Come on, Joe!
Because I will tell you, man, 9th inning or something like that, like, yes, I ideally don't want to pinch hit for certain guys, but you got to win the damn game. You got to try to win the game. And so maybe you put some speed out there and you try to, when that son of a gun pinch hit for Yordan Alvarez in the 8th inning.
Pinch ran, right?
To win pinch the game. I'm sorry.
The only thing worse he can do is pinch
Sorry,
hit.
I got excited. When he pinch ran, Cam Smith for him, who should have been in the game anyway.
That was a no-brainer.
But when he pinch ran for him, after he got a 2-out single, guys, a 2-out single. I don't know what intuition Joe had in his mind, thinking the odds are we get this 2-out single here, baby. We're going to really make some noise and potentially get something to come around on a 2-out with a 2-out single right here. I didn't feel better if it was 1 out or no outs, where maybe you get something started. No, it's 2 outs, and you took the best player in the planet off the field to then have Cam come in and not even steal the base. Because maybe Paredes is not aware of what we're trying to accomplish here. But yes, you get a hit, but your dumb ass could take a couple pitches so he could then steal a bag. Nah, man. He's the same guy against the Reds when De La Cruz was at second base, who just stood at his position at third base like he was shocked that he was going to try to steal a bag. And Salazar, who's no longer with us, not dead, but just no longer with the Astros, just rockets a ball down the left field line. Anyway, that's the same baseball IQ fella that was down there. But he gets a hit, then the Altuve blunder happens with the pitcher trips, and the next thing you know, they can't get it. They can't get the run to come through. But if he allows him to steal off that knucklehead decision, then maybe he scores and they tie the game. But no, man, that didn't even work out.
Come on, Joe.
And then I was in hope. I was hoping they were getting closer and closer to Yordan's spot to come back up. In that game in the 9th inning. He got lucky that Taylor Trammell couldn't do nothing. But, I mean, close, a batter away. I mean, every time when I just feel that, I just want to give it to Joe.
No, you need to quit. You just
right.
like that
right.
texter said, I very rarely agree with Clint. This is something y'all should agree with me. He ain't no manager, man. That you want to talk about not having a bad offense and your Super Bowl aspirations depend on your offense and not playing them in preseason games. You want to? I thought that was silly. This is plumb ass dumb. This is ignorant. I mean, because here's the deal. Think about what you're saying. Had his plan worked out, one more hitter would have got to the plate in that inning, so Yordan would have came up to the plate. The only reason Yordan didn't come back up, or that spot didn't come back up in the lineup, is because it was 3-2.
Yep.
They never got there. You know what I mean? And that's why.
And then he would have tied it up and had Yordan out of the.
Man. Come on, man. It's just like there is no reason. There is not one. I mean, we can sit here and rack our brains. There's not one reason, one scenario why you would pull Yordan Alvarez out of a game for anybody in an Astros uniform. Period.
I'm
ever.
Sure not the 8th.
Ever. Down one. Let's say it did work out. Now you're 3-3. Now that spot comes back up in the 10th inning.
And Tyler, you know how I feel. I'm nervous. I was nervous every time he ran back to that wall to try to make catches. Every time he was twisting his body back and forth to make catches.
Makes us all nervous.
And he kept looking back at that wall when that ball didn't hit his glove. He kept looking back at that wall like the wall did something. He could make the catch. Clint, I'd have felt better about sending him on a steal.
Who, Yordan?
I'd have felt better about sending him still to take him out and put Cam in. Now, send Yordan. I'd have felt better about that. You can't take him out the game. That was just hell. Jeff Blum said it on the national broadcast. Well, I just don't feel great about taking my best player out of the game.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Jeff Blum knows he can't. He knows who's writing that check. He can't say what he wants to say.
Jeff might want to mute his mic.
Hey, what was that Andre Ware said? Every damn game or every dadgum game, whatever he said about.
Every time with this guy.
Yeah, there you go. Every time with this guy. Talking about Laramie Tunsil. Andre just didn't. He'd been through some things. He didn't give a rip. Blum still. He's still living that good life.
I'm sorry, man.
Every week though.
I know it, Andre. I promise you, man. I thought he started really coming into his own, really playing to win, making some good decisions.
Every week, though, there's no excuse.
Again, I just want to know.
What was Cam doing on the bench?
I don't know.
I mean, he's been hotter than fire. He's been the hottest Astro.
I don't care if he hadn't been.
Why was he even available to be? Why was he even available to be a pinch runner? Come on, Joe. Can somebody explain that one to me? Meanwhile, Varsho's old cold ass is still out there getting. I mean, just plug and play, man.
He's the one that made the final out of that inning. By the way.
There you go.
He
got 5 hits yet with the Stros?
I don't know. He catches the ball though.
Cam Smith got to live and die with every.
He's
got to live and die with it by right-handed pitchers, right-handed starters.
Come on, Joe, man.
These Stros ain't
Again,
loyal.
was there anybody in the dugout that said, "Joe, you sure about this?" Is that gentleman who won the WBC for Venezuela? Is he still over there?
Oh, Lopez? Omar Lopez? Isn't that him sitting over in black rim glasses?
I want to see Omar lay over the train tracks to stop him.
Oh, Omar knows. Omar knows he's close to a managerial position with every one of those decisions.
You think Omar's sitting back over there like this, Tyler? Look at this fool.
Hey, Joe. I got an idea.
What you think here, Joe?
Hey, get Cam in there. Get Cam in there for Yordan, man. See if he can't steal seconds.
Hey, get Cam in there and Isak. Don't even give him a chance to run here, man.
By the way, don't communicate it to your hitter and let him know we're going to steal seconds so we can get in a scoring position with one of our best hitters at the plate.
Nah, he's out there, man.
No, don't do that either.
He's out there saying, no, man, I'm just swinging at the first one I can get.
The most patient hitter you got on the team swung at the first pitch.
All right, wait till you hear what Clint has to say about this guy that he is believed to be a huge potentially huge part of this Texans
One
offense.
of them ships has sailed, Ron.
I'm telling you, you shifted. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about advanced hair restoration. Here's the deal. I know.
Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here, 95.7 The Fan here on The Drive. Clint's in the building, Tyler's in the building, yours truly as well. Clint, I know there is a player that it feels like maybe there's some growing concern. I don't know just from you, but maybe others, that we just have still not really been able to see him on the field. And almost at this point, it would be a surprise. We'll see what happens tomorrow, but maybe it'll be a surprise if he is playing in the next preseason game. Certainly not sure if he is in the spot that I think a lot of us expected him to be. And that is Jalen Noel. The injury has had a lot to do with it. I think now maybe he's even got another injury outside of the finger with a hamstring. But there were high expectations potentially for him. And I think there were high expectations from the team because it didn't really seem like they went out on the market either in the draft or in free agency to try to bring in a slot receiver. They just moved on from the one they had, and then it looked like Jalen Noel was going to slide right in this spot. I don't want to get your thoughts on this because I don't know. We haven't seen him really at all in team stuff. But here was D'Amico talking about this is earlier this month. D'Amico talking about how he kind of sees things with Jalen Noel.
Jalen has a chance this year too, just to, again, like I said about CJ, is just getting more comfortable with what we're asking him to do and what will be the defined role for him. How do we carve out that role to where he's doing that one thing and doing it really well? I thought he did a great job when we asked him to go back and return last year. Made some really nice, productive returns for us in the punt return game. So I'm excited to see him to continue to build on his punt return and also finding that role on offense. Like, how can we find a way to get the ball in his hands multiple times a game?
All right, that's him talking about getting the ball in his hands multiple times a game. But, Clint, he hasn't been able to get on the field. And we are, a few days away from their second preseason game, which feels like the real dress rehearsal. A couple of things within that quote, but first for you, are you growing a concern that Jalen Noel may not hit what we thought he would be offensively for this team?
Well, I don't know if it's concern or just the reality of what's going on. There's no way, and I know there's a lot of people out there that will including, I think the organization may even present this, but there's no way it's true. Like, where I'm going with this, there's no way this organization didn't make more moves from a pass catcher position in the offseason if they knew Jalen Noel was going to be a carve out the offense for kind of guy. There's no. I know everybody likes to talk about Tank Dell. Nationally, people mention Tank Dell. No, I don't believe there were any decisions made, especially decisions not to bring guys in with the thought Tank Dell's going to be here, right? And what we're looking at right now from a Texans wide receiver position is you're looking at a Tank Dell that again is exactly what we thought Tank Dell was, just a major injury, and they're going to take it really slow with getting him back in, and a Jalen Noel with unexpected injuries with a finger and now a hamstring, right? And so you've got Higgins and you've got Xavier Hutchinson beyond Nico Collins, and everything else you got is an absolute crapshoot, right? And so I don't know if it's concerned as much as just the reality. I thought Jalen Noel coming into this year was going to be a part of the offense. I never viewed Jalen Noel after what I saw, right? After what I saw and how the Texans responded or didn't respond to adding more receivers to this roster, I thought there's no way. Jalen Noel has got to be the plan, along with Higgins and along with Nico Collins. And to hear comments like we're going to try to have to find ways to get him the ball, we're going to have to carve out certain packages ultimately to get him touches. Like, I fully expected Jalen Noel to be well beyond a carve-out player at this point. Like, I expected Noel to be a big piece, like just like Nico. You didn't sit around and talk about Nico. We're going to carve out ways to get him touches. We're not talking about Higgins. We're going to carve out ways to get him touches. Dalton Schultz, no, we ain't carving out ways to get him touches. Like, he is still viewed, because he hasn't been able to go and hasn't been able to participate.
Yeah.
I believe he's still viewed as a carve out or a package guy, and I just think it's a missed opportunity.
You thought
for
it was going to be
Jalen
more
Noel.
than that.
Oh yeah, it's not.
And you think that ship has sailed?
I think the ship has sailed.
Really?
Yes, I think the ship has sailed. I think on two fronts. Number one, he's still hurt. Obviously, we hadn't seen him. And the head coach is talking about carving stuff out and expanding on return roles and this and that. It's not – you don't say those kind of things or have those kind of directions or expectations for a receiver that's a big part of your offense, right? And so maybe this was a plan all along, and I just overestimated who he was. But there's two things here. One, he hasn't been able to participate. And number two, I think in his absence, we've seen Jaden Higgins – really get comfortable in that move role. Like, I think Jaden Higgins has proven, maybe they knew it all along, but I think he's proven at this point, hey, load me up, coach. You want me to be the move guy? You want me to line up all over the place? You want me to be able to process the offense and be able to listen, retain, and apply more of the playbook than any other pass catcher? I got you. Throw it at me. And Higgins has not only done that, but he's done it in impressive fashion. He's done it and created some serious chemistry with C.J. Stroud throughout. And so it's a double edge, Ron. If we hadn't seen Noel, he hadn't been able to be there and become a bigger part of the offense. And in his absence, if you will, in his absence, like, I think that role appears to have been filled by Jaden Higgins.
And Hutchinson.
And Hutch. Yeah, Hutch is always going to be an emergency for each of those guys. But it makes more sense coming into the season, one, for Jalen Noel to have been at least anticipated to be a bigger piece of the offense and a carve-out guy. And it makes perfect sense for him to be your move guy, your slot receiver, and really just be part of the offense. And now it looks like we're still in that spot of we're going to try to see how many times we can get him some touches. And that's just not. Again, I'm not concerned because Higgins has stepped up, and I think Higgins is really, really taking a big step forward. But I just thought that another receiver beyond Xavier Hutchinson would have stepped up to this point and really been a bigger part of this thing.
I am hoping this is just a injury situation, and I mean, you would just assume they had bigger plans than just gadget guy and return guy with him. I mean, they just didn't fill the position. You would think they have bigger plans. I'm just hoping this is an injury thing and he comes back when he is healthy and they feel ready for him to be able to have contact, things like that, that he maybe slides back into his role, because I understand Higgins and Hutchinson have been there. But, I mean, he's much more suited for that role.
And it may work out.
Like we saw the first play of the game was that receiver jet sweep. He's much more suited to make something out of that than Hutchinson. Yeah. It's a nice 8-yard gain that Hutchinson got, but he's much more suited. He's much more suited as somebody, Clint, that gets open quicker, that is in and out of his breaks quicker than somebody who's 6'4", 200-something pounds like Higgins, or 6'3" and 200-plus pounds. Yep. Like, I don't know. I hope that this is just an injury type of thing, and when he gets right, that he is still getting his role as the slot guy.
I hope when he gets back, he's obviously sharp enough to where, hey man, they do have confidence to just plug him in, and by a month into the season, maybe he has kind of took the bull by the horns and become a bigger part of the offense. But if the approach is going to be he's our return guy and we're going to carve some things out for him and we're going to do our damnedest to get him multiple touches in a game, that doesn't sound like a guy that is part of, well, the ball's going to go to whoever's open in our offense. That sounds like a guy of like, hey, yeah, we'll get him in there and try to get him some, like you said, some creative touches in the screen game, in the speed sweep game, which I would be okay with. I'd be okay with. But
that'd be a part of him being in the offense.
Yeah, you never take him off the field, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see what happens, but it just seems like the comments along with the injury. I just thought at this point, the biggest, I think, camp improvement and conversation would have been around Jalen. I really
he just hasn't had the chance to be on the field,
and he hadn't been out there.
And I'm hoping that's what it is.
Yep.
I hope they haven't gotten to a point where they said, all right, man, we're going to move past this and we're going to go more Hutch and Higgins, in that role. because he is suited. He is suited for that. All right, coming up as we continue to roll through, wait till you hear. I mean, we have heard a ton of high praise for the Texans coming into this season. But wait till you hear this guy who is on TV every day. You hear him all the time. He is on NBC. Wait till you hear what he has to say about your Houston Texans going into this season. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
Why First Service Credit Union? Well, that's simple, y'all. Are you ready to buy your first car? How about that? First Service has competitive auto loans and first-time
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
The Texans are the complete and total crap storm this year.
95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on 95.7 The Fan. We appreciate you joining us here on The Fan. Ron, the show, Hughley in the building, Clint Stoerner, T. Mill, and regular T is here for you. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you. I see Cornbread, Devil Dog checking in, Donna in the building. I see you. There's Joel. We wondered where you were. There he is on Twitch. Multiple ways you can watch us, you can listen to us. Check the Odyssey app. You want to get involved in the show, you can communicate on both YouTube and Twitch, as well as the text line 713-576-4610. All right, Clint, we have heard a lot of lofty expectations and thoughts about the Houston Texans. Even with the same people having the concerns that they have about the offensive side of the ball, in particular the quarterback, still really, really high thoughts and expectations. This may be one of the highest. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, you see him on Sunday Night Football in America on NBC. He gave his top 10 teams, and he had the Seattle Seahawks number 1, the Los Angeles Rams number 2, and he had the Houston Texans number 3. He had them as the third best team, the highest ranked AFC team. And 713-572-4610. Does that sound right to you? Can we start there? Does that sound, when you hear that, does that sound right to you, Clint?
It's a little aggressive.
It seems aggressive.
It's a little aggressive for me.
I don't need to ask Tyler. I know that.
Who were the two teams ahead? The Seahawks and the Rams.
Yeah.
Best team in the AFC. Even in a rough AFC, I think that's a little bit aggressive. I think that's a bit much for me. Yeah.
Rest of the top 10, he had Houston 3rd, Denver 4th, Buffalo 5th, Chicago 6th, then New England, Philly, Jacksonville, and Baltimore. That was his top 10. So Jacksonville creeping in that top 10, but he rolls with them 3rd. Here is his reasoning. Wait a
minute. Wait.
You want to hear that again?
Wait. I want to hear the AFC teams in the top. He's got 2 teams in this division in the top 4 or top 5 of the AFC. Because you had Buffalo, New England, Houston.
Houston 1, Denver 2, Buffalo 3, New England 4th, and then Jacksonville 5th.
So he's got 2 teams in the top 5 in the AFC in this division alone. Yeah, that's a bit aggressive for me too.
Likes the Jags.
Yeah, likes the Jags. Obviously really likes the Texans.
Yeah. Well, here's his thoughts.
Okay.
Here's what he had to say about why he had the Texans at number 3.
I think their defense is good enough to get to the Super Bowl and win it, and their offense only needs to be a little bit better. I watched what happened against the Steelers, a game that the offense seemingly tried to lose, and they still won the game 30-6. Now it was 7-6 going into the fourth quarter. And I watched the Patriots game, as did you. We were in the bowels, literally, of Soldier Field watching Patriots, Texans. And if C.J. Stroud isn't seemingly intending to complete passes to Patriots players in the first half, the Texans win that game. And if the Texans go to Denver the following week, maybe the Texans win. And if it's the Texans and the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, and that defense is playing the way that defense has been playing, and the offense adds a little something, maybe the Texans not just get to they've never been to the AFC Championship. They could have gotten to the Super Bowl last year. They could have won the Super Bowl, and I think they can do it this year. I think that they are being woefully underrated. They are being woefully overlooked, and they probably would prefer that I not have them as high as number 3.
All right, a lot of it seems to be based, obviously, around the strength of this team, and that is the defense.
Yep. Fair.
Fair, yes. And you know better than I do, you have played and covered this league. I've covered this league. Tyler's covered this league. Many of you listening have watched this league and can understand how things happen. But I would just throw out to all of you, if the Texans defense isn't as good, and I mean just by a little bit, if the Texans defense isn't as good as it was last year, this team is what? Are they still the field of a Super Bowl contender? Like, do you have enough trust that everything else around it will push it to a level if this defense isn't as good as next year? And listen, I understand when you look at it on paper, it looks like these jokers are all in their prime and they're going to be even better. They've added some other guys. But we understand, the league and how things could shift, how schedule can shift, how injuries can be a factor. But do they have to be as good as they were last year?
Oh, I think they do. I think they have to. I think
were historic almost last year, Clint.
But they have to be. Yeah, they have to be as good. I mean, this offense is built totally different. I mean, their whole approach this year. Now, maybe it was this behind closed doors last year, and we were all just guessing because they weren't saying it outwardly. But now it is all about running the football. And less about building around your quarterback. And so, yeah, I mean, the headliner for this team, if they're going to make a run to a Super Bowl, is the defense. Yeah, they better be as good as advertised, if not better.
That's just they were, like I said, damn near historic. and when you look at what they were able to do, like this was not just, a good defense. This was one of the better defenses we've seen in the last 20 years is what the Texans were. And yet on paper, when you look at it, Clint, they look like that. Obviously, like if you go back and look at it, the 2001 Ravens weren't like the 2000 Ravens, right? They were good, but they were top 5, not, I don't know, the best defense of all time, right? Like there's some, like it's hard to try to pull that again. And I think the thought has to be the other parts help meet so they don't have to be that dominant. Because we saw they were that dominant last year, and I know what he is saying about C.J. Stroud and the offense. But, like, God honest, at what point last year did you believe that the Texans were going to go to the Super Bowl? Like, you felt like they were a Super Bowl team. Did you ever at any point feel like the Texans were a Super Bowl team?
No. I don't believe I ever felt that way. If I believed it, I would have probably said it. No, but no, yeah. I don't think I've ever said
and
it.
that defense was great. Like the offense has to be better than this.
Better than what?
Better than what? They have got to get themselves to a situation where the Texans aren't in need for them to have to be historically good again. For them to be able to get where they want to get to. Because, I mean, we saw it last year. They were damn near historically good, and obviously the offense in that game put them in a bad spot. But overall, the offense, they were in a bad spot to have to play on the road to begin with, right? They were in a bad spot in their division where they had to go on the road and didn't host games, right? They were a wild card team a lot because of their offense throughout the season. I just look at this. It looks like people are expecting that the Texans defense is going to be as good or better than it was last year to drag the rest of this team to the Super Bowl. And I think that is a hard thing to ask. I think it makes more sense to say, hey, guys, you guys play your asses off. But this offense is going to raise its level to a space where you don't have to be all time, where you can be good and don't have the pressure of that every week.
There's too many unknowns for me to even let myself think that this defense doesn't have to be as good or better than they were last year. I mean, I would argue that their whole identity on the offensive side of the football is banking on the defense being as good or better than what they were last year. I think every move they made in the offseason, there were no moves made to get more explosive. There were no moves made to threaten defensive coordinators with big plays or big play receivers or pass catchers. There were no moves to bring in guys that could protect the quarterback better. Yeah. Right? I mean, there were none of those moves. Everything about being more explosive, about protecting the quarterback, everything revolves around we're going to run the football better. which makes everybody gear up to stop the run first, which makes play action better, which means you can maybe not max protect, but you can add backs and tight ends to the protection more often. And the only way you're going to get Nico and these guys on explosives is if you get guys to load the box up, take the roof off the defense, get one-on-one, and either run by somebody or get one-on-one and bait a safety down with run action and then throw it over the top. It's everything that the Texans are doing right now. Whether you like it or not, the reality of it is everything they're doing and every layer of improvement that they hope to make is it literally by design stems from run the football better.
Yeah, the hope is with that the offensive line changes additions they've made in David Montgomery are enough, and then obviously CJ and the young receivers are enough to take this offense up some point. Like they can all kiss my ass if they just play average. No, they've got to be better than average, and especially in certain games. Like it is, and I know people hate when I go with these comparisons, Clint. It reminds me so much, just in reverse, of the 2019 Chiefs. That team, the year before that, where they end up losing to the Patriots and Tom Brady in the AFC Championship game. That offense, that's probably the best offense that Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid had. These just 50 touchdowns, 5,000 yards receiving. Tyreek Hill was crazy. Travis was crazy. But they couldn't get past the Patriots because their defense sucked. Their defense sucked. Their defense was worse, probably worse than the Texans' offense has been. And the thought was, all right, the expectation is their offense to be really, really good the next year. But what can their defense do? So they go out and get Tyrann Mathieu. They go out and get Frank Clark. They make some additions. They go out and get Steve Spagnuolo. But their offense was not nearly as good as it was the previous year. It was good, but it was not nearly as good. But their defense stepped up to a point, Clint, where they made up for them, and they were actually a better team. And the thought is, can the Texans' offense do that? That's what they have to be. Because the odds are, even with how stacked they look, that this defense probably in some way takes a small step back. That's what the odds are. The odds are that some teams get to know you better. The schedule changes a little bit. You play the real Ravens instead of the fake Ravens. Certain things, injuries, as you've said they've been really, really fortunate with their injuries. The odds are they step back. But is the additions of David Montgomery, the guys up front, and the growth of the pass catchers going to be good enough to make up for whatever step back they take? And
well, I mean, I would argue they got to be good enough even if they don't take a step back. I mean, the AFC.
That's fair, because they only got to the divisional round.
You're not going to run into banged up teams and win 10 straight every year. You're not going to get to the playoffs and have a run that was available or at your fingertips last year.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it even got worse once New England beat you and the damn Broncos lost their starting quarterback. Like you're not going to. To me, that's the part of the belief, if you will. And I'm sure it's going on in New England. I'm sure it's going on in Denver. I'm sure it's going on in Buffalo. The teams that were involved last year and made great runs last year and had a real opportunity last year, my fear is that we all talk about like how easy it was to get there and how, boy, we should have had it. Yeah, but last year was an anomaly.
That path.
Last year was an anomaly, right? And even if you want to look at it through the lens of the Texans, like winning 10 games, great job. Tip the cap. You won 10 games straight, 9 games straight, however many it was, right? Great job. You're not going to do that every year. You know what I mean? So it's like I fear that we look at this whole thing and it's way too easy to just go, oh, yeah, man, we're going to get beyond that. Or, oh, yeah, man, we're going to win 12 games. Hey, man, that the AFC is going to get, hell, according to what the article or the old buddy you just mentioned, hell, you got a top 5 AFC team right here in your division with you. In the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah. So, I mean, I just think it's going to be a lot more difficult of a path this year than it ended up being last year.
And that's another part to it. Yeah. So they're going to have to.
I mean, I didn't think about it. It was a 7-6 ball game in the fourth quarter last year against the Steelers.
Yeah.
And the Steelers are going to be significantly better this year. Not that it matters. Not that, I mean, you're probably going to see them in the first round maybe, but I mean, that was not a good football team.
Yeah. It ended up being 30-6.
Right.
Yeah. You're crazy. But no, I think it is a slippery thing to count on this defense to be the historic level defense they were 2 years in a row, back-to-back years in a row, that they will have the same fortune that they had from injuries, the same fortune with teams not figuring something out or how they're going to attack them, because there are people now looking at their schedule and looking at the Texans saying, all right, the hell are we going to do with these jokers?
Well, I mean, if you run down this thing, Pittsburgh stunk in the first round. I know the 49ers were just completely decimated with injuries when you found them. The Chargers were beat up with injuries when you found them. The Colts you caught after Daniel Jones. You weren't part of the hot start, right? Is that correct? You caught them both late games, right? Daniel Jones was crippled when he came in here, and then it was Riley Leonard the next time, right? And so, I mean, you start looking, and again, I'm not taking anything away from teams. Yeah, there you go. Baltimore was a mess show, right? I mean, I'm not taking anything away from them. I'm just, the realistic view of last season was there was a lot of things that tilted in your favor. And it would have continued had you handled business against New England, because the starting quarterback for Denver Broncos went down, right? I just don't know that we can bank on another year like that. I think it's going to be totally different in the AFC. It's going to be a total different schedule, and it's there's proof of that right out of the gate with Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Dallas as 3 of your first 4 games.
Yeah. Texan line coming through, you aren't going to lose 3 games to start the season. I would hope so. Now, I would argue the schedule is tougher. Potentially tougher this year in the first 3 or 4 games to start the season than it was last year. But
I think that's a fair point that's a fair counterpoint to my point of it's going to be hard to win 10 straight. Well, you're right. You may not start 0-3 or 5 or something, 3-5 or something like that. Yeah, I hope not. Hope not, because it's going to take another 10-game win streak to get your tail up out of there. I hope that's not the case. I fear that a lot of folks are viewing the AFC and the AFC being down as reality, and I just don't think that's the case.
Yeah,
I just don't think that's the case overall in the AFC. I think last year was an anomaly. Last year was a real opportunity, and New England happened to be the team that took advantage of it.
Hopefully David Montgomery and Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith are guys that can take this thing to the next level, and those young guys to make up for it. All right, coming up, one thing we did see over the weekend during those hot-ass practices the Texans had was something that I think could open some things up for the Texans, and we'll talk about how important it is opening up this offense down the field coming up next.
All right, you want to Nation's #1 Generac dealer, GeneratorSuperCenter.com.
95.7 The Fan is here. The best sports talk around. Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite fan hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Couple of texts coming in. You know, when you have these conversations, Tyler, get it all over the map. Clint, Texans can only play teams that are in front of them. Someone else texts in. Yeah, we know that. Someone else texts in. David Montgomery is the #1 running back. I don't think we have a great running back room. Average at best. Change my mind, please. I think it's better than average. I think David Montgomery is an above average running back, and I think Woody Marks, there's a lot of hidden things there that he could really go up a notch. So yeah, I think they're better than average. One of my favorites here. You can always count on Ron and Clint to tell you, hey, Texans fans, don't get your hopes up. AM to FM, still pissing in Cheerios. Listen. Now, you get to hear that however the hell you want to hear it. And I've long understood that that's a you problem, not a me problem. Now, you can take that and hear that the way you want to hear. They have expectations. I am telling you, for them to reach them, it is a tough ask. And I think Clint laid out other reasons why. A tough ask to think this defense is going to have to play at a historic level again to drag them to get to that spot. And what I'm telling you is it's tough to expect that, and that they should go into it thinking that the offense has to take a step for them to meet it. Now, am I telling you that the offense can't take that step? No. I'm not even telling you how big the step has to be.
Hold on, so.
But they have to take the step. That is what it's going to be. I like the odds would point to that, yeah, this defense is going to be a top 5, top 3 defense. But are they about to just make a bunch of teams in a row score under 20 points a game? I don't know. Are they about to keep some of the best offenses in the league under 21 points? I don't think so. I don't think that's that's the odds of things. So to meet that and for them to still be good, CJ, Nick Caley, that offense over there has to help that. I think they have the ability to do so, but to me, everybody rolling through here with the man, you know, I like the Texans in the Super Bowl. Their defense can get them there if their offense could just be all right. Oh, okay. I just think it has to be a little bit better than that. Now you can. Someone just texted y'all expectations don't agree with that. My expectations is this team wins 11 games and wins the division. And they're hosting a home playoff game. I think they're going to win that home playoff game. We'll see what happens in the divisional round. But, yeah, those are my expectations. I think this team and their offense is capable of doing so. We just need to see it. But to me, my thoughts on the Texans being able to have a great season, a special season, and get places they haven't been, do I think that is possible? Absolutely.
Oh, I mean, look, I'll tell you this. If you want to hear a stroke job, if you want to hear cheer, there's plenty of options in the city to go hear somebody just stroke everybody in the organization over there and tell you they're going to win 14 games and tell you they're going to win a Super Bowl. There's plenty of fanboys out there. You got plenty of options. I think they're going to win 10 games. I think they're going to go to the second round of the playoffs. I think this team, I think the jury is out on what it's going to take, whether this team has what it takes to beat top 6 in the NFL, top 6 Super Bowl contending teams with everything on the line in a win or go home situation. I think we got a lot to prove before we get there. I think we got the same play caller, same quarterback, same system. Same couple of injury prone, maybe superstars offensively. We've got a lot to prove that we can legitimately compete for a Super Bowl. I'm not saying you fan how you want to fan. If you think this is Super Bowl or bust, good for you.
Yeah, and someone did text it, and this kind of gets to where I wanted to go here. Have you all seen anything to get excited about from this offense? Yes, Marlon.
If you listen enough to text in, we have talked about Marlon Klein being one of we've anointed. Obviously, he's great. Nico Collins is a top 5 receiver in this league.
I probably got aggressive with Marlon on Friday.
Well, but it's just.
I made this was Dalton Schultz's last season.
I think you just got aggressive with the running back situation, but it was a good positive time for the drive.
Right
I think you may have got aggressive. You've been really friendly right there.
That's it.
Golly, man.
No, over the weekend though, Clint. One thing that we saw, and I hope we get to see it tomorrow in the joint practice, was there seemed to be more down the field stuff. Right, not all of them worked. Like Stingley picked off C.J. Stroud down the field.
Yeah,
that Kamari Lassiter had some breakups. Not shocking with those guys in the back end, but they made some plays too. Got a deep ball to Bond in this game from C.J. C.J. to Higgins down the field. Like that is one thing that I was hoping to see open up more, and I'm hoping that's the next phase of things that we will see. Because, I understand, and I know you love a really good quick passing game, all of that, and I think that can be really good to go along with the run game to keep the pressure and keep your quarterback from getting hit. But I also know, man, at some point these are some really good defensive minds, and they'll figure out what you're doing, and you have got to open things up.
Well,
so I think it's important, not that they be they be the 99 Rams, but they've got to do some of this to be a threat.
Well, they've got to be able to run the football. That again, that's the thing is, they've hung their hat on. They've got to be able to run the football. If they can run the football, they'll be able to bait defenses down. They'll be which will soften up the corners, which will give you the quick game. If they try to press you up, man, it'll give you some explosive plays. But everything is going to be predicated on them being able to run the football. And the reality of it is we didn't see anything. We haven't seen in training camp. In an NFL training camp, you can't see if offensive line acquisitions are going to pay off or not. Just be completely honest with you. You can't see nothing, right? And in a game where they ran 11 snaps, 75 yards, 3 downhill runs in one drive, tell us absolutely nothing about the offensive play caller, about the quarterback's ability to get you in the right run, about the offensive line's ability to run. We won't know whether what this team offensively is hanging their hat on, which is run the football. We will not know whether that is a hit or not until we see real games. Period. And that's just the reality of what we're dealing with here. I think Higgins has done a great job. We've talked about him like he's Mike Evans over the last 2 weeks. Right? I mean, again, the last week and a half, Marlon Klein, we've talked about him like he's Travis Kelce. Next coming to Travis Kelce or Rob Gronkowski. I mean, it's like there are things that you can see that are promising. We don't know anything about this offensive play caller and the creativity and the ability to get his quarterback and his center to actually be able to execute his offense to the degree that Tom Brady and that group was doing back in the early 2000s. We have no idea. The 2 major pieces, right? Really the 3, because we haven't seen CJ in a game situation. Really the 3, the quarterback, the play caller, and the physicality of the offensive line. There is nothing that's happened in training camp that tell us, yeah, man, this is it right here. It's back. They're rolling. They took the next step. There's nothing. I mean, now we've avoided disaster. CJ didn't come out and have a turnover problem and throw 18 picks in the first 2 weeks of camp. Right? I mean, he didn't. What was that year, Davis Mills, when it was an absolute Davis Mills threw like 5 interceptions on a Saturday.
Saturday practice
where all the fans were out there.
Yeah,
we avoided that. we avoided that. So, yeah, we feel better about it. I feel better about it. But to come in here and oh, boy, it's just everybody's right. Everything's moving in the right direction. Yeah. The physicality's there. I can't get there in a 2026 training camp.
I'm just glad to see that we saw some opening up down the field, because I do think that's going to be important for them. It's going to be hugely important for them to do some of it. Again, not all the time, to do some of it. Text line coming in, Ron. If you think the Texans have an above-average running back room, you definitely need to get your eyes checked and get some new glasses. I do have an eye appointment coming up. And I would like some bigger frame glasses. I've been looking during the breaks. But no, I do. I think David Montgomery, I'm not saying like well above. I don't think they're great, like great. But I think the two of them are above average. I think it's an above average running back. Hell, I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping based off what the hell I've been seeing for the last several years. But they feel like an above average running back room to me. Up slightly above average running back room. All right, coming up, it's Monday. We do our weekend's best, weekend's worst. You can jump in and give your thoughts as well. What was your weekend's best, weekend's worst? We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, before we do that,
801-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. The world of sports doesn't stop just because it's everyone else's weekend. Don't worry, H-Town. Clint, Ron, and T-Mill will get you up to speed. It's Weekend's Best and Weekend's Worst on The Drive.
That's right, Weekend's Best, Weekend's Worst. I see Bill jumping in with his Weekend's Worst. The Astros can't take advantage of the Rangers losing to the Angels. Well, yeah. Tough weekend series for the Astros. All right, I'm going to start with my Weekend's Best, Clint. I'm going to send a shout out to my youngest, young Nicholas. Had a scrimmage on Saturday, Clint. I think I sent you and Tyler some video footage of it.
I didn't see no dusty video.
Oh, man. He just absolutely.
He's big as hell.
He is. I mean, he's the biggest kid out there, and he just.
Hell, there is a video.
He absolutely just demolished this kid, and
Young Nicholas
repeatedly
been eating them Wheaties, baby.
Repeatedly, he just came and just pancake blocked this kid, and almost the kid then about 4 plays in just started making a business decision in the scrimmage every time, and start backpedaling, and he was still going after him, and just putting kids on his butts, and just leading to long scores, and he was relentless on that young man. And I'm gonna give him a shout out. He was a good teammate. Also played on the other side of the ball. I think he pulled the first 4 flags of the game. Didn't even allow the quarterback to get the ball snapped or get the ball handed off to the running back. So Big Nick was on his game, and I'm not gonna lie to you. And I should feel bad about this, Tyler. I do not. It feels so much better being the parent of that kid than the parent of the other kid that just kept getting pancaked.
Yeah, that would be a tough one. The other kid's dad ought to be tracking down a rules analyst and asking what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you.
I mean, what are y'all playing out here? I mean, what are y'all doing? It's flag football and Nick's pancaking folks.
Well, it's a flag here. That Fort Bend football league's a little bit more physical than ever. It's a little physical, and the last scrimmage, man, he lifted a kid off the ground.
It's just not fair.
He did it, Clint. He did that to that kid about 8 straight plays, and that kid just tapped.
Well, yeah, I guess
he turned
so.
around. That man, by the 7th or 8th play, that kid turned around and started running backwards.
Get that kid a juice box or something.
And Nick kept running him down to get him down to the ground.
I don't blame you for feeling that way.
I'm
sense
glad,
of
man.
kind
Poor
of
guy. Nick grabbed him his biceps right about the elbow area, so he had nothing but flappers anyway. Like his little hands, he couldn't lift his arms up.
Man, that's a tough brunch, man. That's a tough brunch to be the other kid's father.
I mean, I got to consider pulling my kid out. We're not just going to sit here. I mean, y'all are playing. What are y'all doing? Y'all are playing flag football in jumbo personnel.
That's right, man.
I mean, what are we doing?
Hey, James Ahedabu, there he is calling plays.
Defensive-minded head coach. That's about right. Defensive-minded head coach goes out there and puts jumbo personnel in flag football.
Derek Williams, too, former Penn State Nittany Lions, on the offensive coordinator over there, just running these kids through.
I mean, did y'all score 50 plus?
It was a scrimmage, so they went 10 plays, we went 10. Like I said, we started on defense. Nick grabbed the flag off the quarterback the first 4 plays, and they did not gain a yard. We scored, I think, 7 or 8 straight touchdowns every time. So shout out to young Nick.
Hey, Nick, all you can do is run the play that they call, Nick. Good job, bub. Good job. I need to talk to your league officials that tell them to call old Uncle Red, old Uncle Dirty. Tell them to call me.
Yeah, we have not run into a game in which he's not the biggest kid out there yet this year. So we'll see.
that poor little fella that got lined up across from him.
God, every time. All right, what's your weekend's best?
My weekend's best is Chase Daniel, the old quarterback.
Oh yeah, Missouri Tigers. Screw him.
I think what he's new in the media, newer in the media game, and is getting a lot of run. Rightfully so. He's really good. But he's he bowed his neck a little bit this weekend on the preseason doesn't matter, folks. It started out with Carson Beck and his performance in that Hall of Fame game. So week 0, I guess you call it in the preseason, whatever you want to call it. You know, people minimizing that. And then I think Fernando Mendoza had a good little outing, obviously. And then I think it all kind of came to a head when Ty Simpson went out there in that Nick Caley offense in L.A. and was absolutely, just surgical, doing his thing. And I think the reason Chase is my weekend's best is because I think he had enough of folks talking about how preseason doesn't matter. He said, hey.
You needed that, didn't you?
Well, he just said, hey, look, I played in the league, 13, 14 years, something teen. It was a lot of years, made a lot of money. He said, in large part due to balling out in the preseason.
That was huge for him.
Yep. Oh, hell yeah, it's huge for all of them. If we're just talking about like Carson Beck right now, Carson Beck could go down with an injury and be traded for a damn second rounder next year. It's
Russell Wilson took what was his name's job. That's what that
Hasselbeck?
guy's become.
Was it Hasselbeck?
No, it was a guy who used to play for the Packers, and they traded for him in the offseason. God, dog, I can't remember his name, but he's forgotten now.
Oh, it was old buddy that wasn't he a Chiefs? Wasn't he a Chiefs or a Patriot? Oh, a Chief or Patriot?
He was from the Packers. He played at LSU. Matt, I can't remember, but they had signed him. They expected him to be their quarterback, and Russell during preseason just took the job from him week 1. Painter? No, that ain't it. I can't remember.
But anyway, just Chase Daniel bowing his neck and firing back at some of these cats that think preseason doesn't matter, and really. He really had enough when it's people minimizing like really, really good performances by quarterbacks in particular after the fact. Like the inability to watch a game and go Carson Beck looked numbers wise may have been very similar to what's Tyler's old quarterback's name that he didn't like, that Haynes King.
Haynes King, yeah.
Right? The numbers game, Haynes King played longer and did more and made more highlight reels, but if you really watch the game, Carson Beck's performance was absolutely one that you take notice. And again, I think Chase just had enough of dealing with. Matt Flynn was the guy's name.
There it is. Yeah.
There it is. Appreciate your time dating over at Armadillo Palace.
Don't worry, we got 100. We got 100 Matt Flynn.
Oh, they got
you.
you.
Start rolling. Yeah, there it is. Matt Flynn. There it is.
But Chase, I appreciate you, man. Tip the cap, man. It's a hard sell for me around here to get people to understand from a quarterback perspective what good outings, no matter when I don't care if they're practice, but damn sure preseason games, what they're actually worth. So tip the cap, Chase. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, Aaron, as well. Matt Flynn. They're going to let us all know here. There we go. All right, my weekend's worst is Jackson Dart. Not only is Jackson Dart coming into the year can Jackson Dart stay healthy and avoid himself from being – well, he got creamed again, and listening to John Harbaugh, that's a protection that 95% of the time should be covered. And they just missed the blitzing corner. But then he laid on the ground, and he looked like he got laid. He was laid out. He got
his breath knocked out.
Yes.
That helmet hit him right in that old soft spot in that gut.
And he laid down, and so, of course, the concussion spotter said, hey, man, let's take him in the blue tent, make sure he's good. Jackson Dart, after the game, said he is still puzzled by it. Still puzzled by he's feeling like every time he gets hit, he has to find his way into the blue tent. Son, you're laid out the hell with your history. Let's ignore your history. You're laid out in the middle of the field Mills Lane had a 5-6 count on you before you came to. Like, of course they're going to come and check you. Of course they are. It looked like there's a thought maybe your head bounced off the turf. That hard-ass turf at MetLife. So, that just, I do not get his frustration to come out to be puzzled by that. You got hit, you lay on the ground like that, yeah, they're going to take your ass to the tent. And now let's bring in your history of at least one concussion, maybe multiple ones as a rookie. Stop.
Yeah.
I have caught off guard.
Now that's ideal. That's part of it's part of the game. Ideally, you'd like for your running back to be able to pick up that edge right there.
Like that, yeah, just completely.
And he didn't. So, but yeah, Jackson's got to understand why he at least got peeked at.
Come on, man. All right, what's your weekend's worst?
I know we're going to talk about this, so I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go into any depth here. But Joe Espada, pinch running. I didn't even see it. You had to tell me about it. I didn't even see it. I turned the game off before I saw it. Something came up. Joe Espada pinch running Cam Smith for Yordan Alvarez in the 8th inning of a 3-2 ball game is absolute dog crap. No excuse. You're pissy poor. It should never happen. No excuse whatsoever. It's arguably the dumbest move. I've argued stupid moves like that with Yordan before in extra innings, but at least that was extras. This is in the 8th inning. No excuse. Unbelievable. This kind of stuff ends up catching up with you, and I hope it does.
Yeah. God, Joe. Anyway. All right, what you got coming up for?
Big shout out to one of our teammates, man. Big shout out to one of our teammates. And most importantly, I think the ship has sailed on a Texans player. I think the ship has sailed on who I thought was going to be an X factor, no-brainer X factor, game changer for the Texans offense. I think it's sailed, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you who that is. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Fielders.
keeps operations running smoothly so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Clint Stoerner. Look at Stoerner.
95.7 The Fan presents
Clint Stoerner is the last man standing. Now, who is Clint Stoerner?
His two strongest strengths, he's competitive and he's smart.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I'm going to put my hands on this bathroom counter and see if I can't twerk a little bit, see what it looks like, see what it feels like.
The Drive is live for Dirties Daily.
Competitive, unhealthy. Smart, he may be a bit off. Never been the sharpest tool in the shed. However, I'll take it, team. Greatly appreciate it. Today's Dirties Daily is powered by OG sauce, boys. We've all known what John Lopez, what that OG sauce is about. About 2-3 weeks ago, I hit up Lopez. I said, "Hey man, where can I get some of that sauce over here on the east side?" He said, well, it's a little limited over there. He said, but I tell you what, I'll bring you a couple bottles. I said, all right. So he brought us a couple bottles. I think you got one, Ron.
I got one.
Tyler, did you get one?
I did get one.
Okay, just making sure. We all got one. I actually got two because I told him I wanted one for my father-in-law. So I took it back. That's about 2 weeks ago, probably. I eased over to the old father-in-law's house yesterday, and he was on that pit, Ron. He was on that pit. And he said, I got some of your boys' OG sauce right here. Got it out. He didn't say much. I said, okay. So I got me some, tasted it, went on. I enjoyed it. I said, well, father-in-law, what do you think? He said, that's some good-ish. You damn straight, he said. And I'm going to tell you, old father-in-law, he don't hand out too many compliments.
Hand them out, do he?
Nah, he don't hand out too many compliments now. He ain't above looking over me and, hey man, tell your boy he needs this, and that. Tell him it ain't quite.
He'll tell it. He'll give him some pointers. No
question. Pointers. He had a little bit of that vodka in him, you know what I mean? So if it would have been anything wrong with it, he said he'd have tore it apart. I said, well, I thought you typically like that old vinegar base. He said, oh, he got some vinegar in there. Just enough. Don't worry about it. He said, that's really good. So, OG, John Lopez, you passed the test, my brother. You passed the test, and everybody out there that's using barbecue sauce of any kind, don't be afraid to grab you a bottle of that OG sauce. That is apparently, my word, I don't have much to compare it to. I like it, really liked it actually. But father-in-law is a connoisseur of fine sauces, and he stands behind the OG sauce. So there you have it. Also, head coach, little D'Amico Ryan in full here coming up.
That's right.
Next couple segments. D'Amico Ryan spoke to the media today after the walkthrough inside the stadium. You don't want to miss what he's got to say. And but before we get there, boys, I got to tell you, man, I think the ship has sailed on one player for the Houston Texans being what I thought and what I expected, and I'll be honest with you, what I hoped he would be. Coming into this training camp, I was dead set, and I'll be honest with you, I felt really, really good about it.
I still do, damn it.
I thought Jalen Noel was going to be the X factor on this offense that took us to the next level. Obviously, you look at it, you go, hey man, this guy is built to be a slot in this league. You see what he can do. You know, we get all good and turned on by what he could do in the return game. And you look, hey man, this is a slot. I'm not saying he can't do outside receiver things. So everybody relax. Oh, sensitive asses. Everybody relax. But he is the twitch, the change of direction, the ability to set up blocks. All of that would be tremendous in the screen game, tremendous in the quick game. A great skill set, play style to be a slot in this offense. And you look at it, you got Higgins out wide on one side, Nico on the other. You got Dalton to do work in the middle. This is before the young tight end kind of emerged. Boy, you plug in a good little slot receiver with those kind of skill sets, with that kind of skill set, woo, you're on to something now. You're on to something. And To start training camp, about 10 days ago, I guess we were a few days in, to start training camp, here's what D'Amico Ryans had to say about Jalen Noel. Jalen Noel was my X factor coming into the season for all the reasons I just explained. The ball just found him. He's got great hands. He's got great ball, like just the tracking ability. I mean, this kid's got it all. I thought this is the X factor. Here's D'Amico Ryans back about, 2 weeks ago talking about Jalen Noel.
Jalen has a chance this year, too, just to, again, like I said about CJ, is just getting more comfortable with what we're asking him to do and what will be the defined role for him. How do we carve out that role to where he's doing that one thing and doing it really well? I thought he did a great job when we asked him to go back and return last year. Made some really nice, productive returns for us in the punt return game. So I'm excited to see him to continue to build on his punt return and also finding that role on offense. Like, how can we find a way to get the ball in his hands multiple times a game?
That was 2 weeks ago, and at that point we had not seen Jalen Noel at practice, and I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I was not out there this weekend, but correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe that we've seen Jalen Noel in team periods, 11 on 11, what we would call full go, ones versus ones. I don't believe that we've seen, if we have seen him, it hasn't been to any degree to have any confidence that he's ready to play. And apparently right now he went from having a finger problem to he hurt a finger, was going to be out the first couple of weeks of training camp. Now apparently there's a hamstring that D'Amico spoke of recently that Jalen Noel is dealing with. And Ron, I don't know how. The reason I play the audio is because we're talking about Jalen Noel being a guy that we're going to see how we can get him a few, as many touches as possible on the offense. That's a weapon terminology. That's a package player terminology, right? When you look at kind of how much time he has left in training camp to be more than just a package player, more than just a carve out this little package for this player on our offense. I think we're too deep into camp. I don't think there's enough time left in camp. I think there's probably 5 or 6 practices and a couple of preseason games left before you start prepping for Buffalo, before you start prepping for real games and having to get reps with whoever you're going to really, really depend on. I thought sitting here August 17th, what D'Amico Ryans just said would have changed significantly. And we've yet to see him get any run whatsoever with the one-on-ones with ones in 11 on 11, and I think that ship has sailed. He was legitimately my X factor on this offense and going to be the guy that took us to the next level. I think we're looking at another return specialist that may or may not get a few touches here or there in the offense.
Yeah, for the Texans offense, I hope not. For the Texans offense, I understand what he said 2 weeks ago, and I hope the reason why it hasn't seen a lot of movement on that is just because of the injury. Because to me, he's one of the playmakers.
Yeah.
Potential playmakers. Now, it's unproven, but from what we've seen, he is one of the potential playmakers there. And somebody, we were talking about it with why Tank is so needed, that can uncover quickly. He seems like he fits the bill for that much more than some of the other guys. So I hope his role isn't being diminished, because his skills that we see in the return game can be used in the offense. Whether that is like the opening play looks like they had against the Chargers. That looks like a play that is made for Jalen Noel.
Yeah, look, I mean, the speed sweep is a play that you may still see him in. I hoped he would, or fully expected, I didn't hope, I fully expected him to graduate from let's see if we can get him some touches in a game to he's part of our offense and the ball goes to whoever open, just like they do with Nico, just like they do with Higgins, just like they do with Dalton Schultz. It's more of a part of the offense that's going to be out there as often as we can, and the ball will find him. Like I thought he would be one of those guys, and for 2 reasons. One, I already mentioned, right? The injury has just not allowed him to be that guy, and while he has been injured, I believe that Jaden Higgins has shown that he can be that guy. I mean, the hope was that Higgins' game would go from a tentative player that was doing a lot of thinking in a first-year offense to a player that could just let loose and play. Not a guy that all of a sudden, I mean, it wasn't 2 or 3 days into camp when he spoke to the media. He said, "Yeah, Kels is moving me around a lot and he has come into camp and let loose and played big time while also being the move guy." While also being the guy that looks at Nick Caley and goes, "Hey, just give me more. Keep piling it on. Change the formation, change the motion, move me around, change my routes. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I can handle the workload," Ron. I think in his absence, and I say in his absence, in Jalen Noel's injury, there's an opportunity out there in this offense, and I think Jalen Noel was best suited for it. In his absence, I think Higgins has become that guy. And so this is not a necessarily.
Is that better for the offense?
Well, I mean, it depends on how good Higgins is, and it depends on how good if you look up now, you've got Xavier Hutchinson playing a little bit more of the stationary wide receiver and doing some things. And so, how much do you really need him? Is Tank a guy you can plug in that role if Higgins is going to be the move guy? Like Higgins gives you a lot of opportunity with his size and his strength, right, to block off the edge on the backside of plays. He's really good at that. So it could be a big positive. Like I said, this is not a Jalen Noel can't do something. This is not the offense took a step back. It's just a simple fact. I thought this guy would be the X factor, and it looks like Jaden Higgins has taken the opportunity and said, "Give me more responsibility. I will handle it," and he's been really, really good in that moment. I just thought we were looking at a offense that best case scenario, your top 3 receivers were Noel, Higgins, and obviously Nico Collins. And I think that ship has sailed in a sense of Noel really establishing himself as a piece in this offense. Again, the same way that Higgins, Nico, and let's call it Dalton Schultz have. I just don't think there's enough time for that to happen.
I just want to see and I understand your time thing. I just want to see how they look at him when he's healthy. When he's healthy and he can be out there. It's just I'm not saying he's this player, but it felt like his role was set, right? And we know when Nico comes back, Nico's going where he is. It felt like his role was set to be there. And maybe he's Wally pipped here, and he loses his job due to injury. I mean,
he's never done it. So, to me, it's one of those, like, when he does come back, do you take reps from Higgins? Do you say, "Hey, Hig, he's going to be our move guy"? And I'm not saying you have to. These guys do not have defined roles at wide receiver. It's interchangeable across the board. But any way you slice it, your move guy's going to be first in the read a lot of the times. He's going to be a guy that your quarterback's looking for. He's usually the guy that you're trying to get him open. You're trying to create opportunities for him. He's a guy that's going to be relied upon on the backside of runs, and even the front side sometimes in this offense. And so that guy is just – it's almost like for 2 weeks in training camp we've chopped wood, man, and we've gotten closer and closer and better. And then all of a sudden, the closer we get to a game that matters, we're gonna take away from that. That's kind of the predicament you're in, and I just don't know that. I don't know that this team's better off doing that.
The offseason seemed like they did not attempt to fill the void of the slot receiver.
Yeah,
because
I think the plan was Noel,
because it was the internal thing, and I don't know. I guess Higgins has shown to be productive there, and there is at least some interest in what will that look like. But I don't know. It's been to a point where it just says, "All right, Noel, you go back to being the kick returner guy, and we're going to change what our thought process was before." I just want that. It might be the case. I just want to see. All right, when he's healthy.
Yeah.
And he's able to go out there and you feel good for him to compete in team drills and compete in all these things. Does his snap count still look the same?
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I think you got two receivers that are surefire dudes on this team, and it's Nico and Higgins. The other ones are injured. We haven't seen them. In Noel's case, we haven't seen enough on the offense to know exactly what he can do. And to be honest with you, I mean, you look up and I mean, Hutch is, as we said, is a depth guy that can do a lot, kind of all things to everybody, can back up every player, but not ideally not the guy that you want starting games and depending on. So we'll see how the wide receiver room works out, man. With Noel and Tank being injured, it opens up some doors.
All right. Coming up, I do want to get into this conversation piece about somebody with the Astros that I don't think it's being talked about. But the Texans have done something weird. I don't know if it's an accident or if this is on purpose. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. I do want to get to a thought with the Houston Astros, but the Texans have just released their unofficial depth chart ahead of the Raiders game, which is Thursday, and they obviously have a joint practice tomorrow we'll be at, and we'll let you know everything you need to know. But Tyler and Clint, the biggest competition that's going on this team. Like if you had to say, all right, the position in which somebody's job is not completely 100% secured, it would be what position?
Right tackle.
Right
Jinx.
tackle. Jinx. There it is. I want to do it on right tackle. So they have the unofficial depth chart to give you the offense real quick. C.J. Stroud was able to sneak in as the starting quarterback. David Montgomery, Nico Collins, Higgins, Hutchinson again, Dalton Schultz. Marlon Klein is fifth. But it's the fifth tight end behind Brevin Jordan. Ariante Ursery's a left tackle. Wyatt Teller is a left guard. Keelan Rutledge is the center. Ed Ingram is the right guard. If you had to guess, who do you think they have listed as the number one right tackle?
I'm going to go with the guy that started and played with the ones in the first preseason game. I'm going to go with Braden Smith.
Braden Smith. All right. Last week, Trent Brown was number one in the spot, and it said, or Braden Smith. Tyler, who do you think it's Braden Smith as well?
Sure.
Yeah. It's nobody. They just left the position completely off of the depth chart.
Where art thou?
They've got every position on the depth chart.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
They've got the entire defense. They just have 4 spots. Now, I don't know if this is...
It probably just slipped their mind, right?
Again, it may be. As I said, I don't know if this is an accident or on purpose, but it is odd that
it's got to be a mistake. It's done by the PR. It's done by the isn't it?
It's odd, man. It's odd that it's the position.
You can't just leave a whole position off of a depth chart. What's the point in putting it out?
The largest battle.
That was an accident. It has to be an accident.
Are we going to get it redone? Just no right tackle, huh? Got to be an accident, right? Think they're still making a decision on it?
I mean, I think the move there is for them to just leave it as it was, as if nothing changed, and keep it moving. Trent Brown or you've already had the either or.
Everything basically is the same,
right?
Except they just don't have a right tackle.
I think it was a mistake.
Okay, checking here.
Don't you think it was a mistake?
Yeah, but I'm always skeptical. What is this? What does this mean? It's the one position battle. It's the one thing.
I think it's a mistake, man.
Like if they left cornerback off, all right, yeah, they just
Get out.
They forgot about Derek Stingley. All right, that's fine. They just listen. But Braden Smith, Trent Brown are just not on the depth chart.
Where art thou?
Blake Fisher made it. Just not on the depth chart. So I'd like to tell you who the starting right tackle is going into the season, because that's exactly, as soon as it came out, Tyler, that's exactly where my eyes went. All right, Braden Smith started. Braden Smith played a lot of that practice that they felt was going to look a lot like a game practice on Tuesday. Like, all right, did he take over the spot? Did he take over? $12 million man take over? Nope. $10 million man, excuse me. Nope, he didn't, because nobody did. Because he is, we'll see. So,
it's a mistake, man. Just give them time. They'll reissue one. You get another email. Keep your inbox. Just update. Keep your inbox. Yeah.
And then we'll see Braden Smith as a starter. Okay.
Keep your inbox refreshed. You'll get another one with the and/or on there.
By the way, Astros off today, and they will get back at it coming up tomorrow, as they will be hosting the worst team in the American League. The Los Angeles Angels. So they've got them in town. See if they can win, at least win the series. They've got a 2-game lead over the Rangers.
Come on.
And now 4 games over the Mariners after the Mariners, who are 9-11 against them this season. And that's
they got to keep everything interesting. They got to keep it interesting.
Yeah,
keep the division interesting. Keep us all dialed in, and they don't want to run away with this thing.
They don't want to. The Mariners are 4 games back. I'll just say this: in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, I'm interested in your thoughts. I am very disappointed in Hunter Brown.
Really?
Yeah, What'd
Hunter do?
Well, he's just not pitching like an ace. He is much closer to pitching week in and week out to the Peter Lambert than he is the best pitchers in the sport, or like he was last year.
Mother of God.
They got to have somebody up in the 4th inning, in the 5th inning again for your ass. Somebody's got to be up. They got to have somebody. The last 2 starts, he can't get out of the 5th. Hey, by chance, Tyler, how many times do you think Hunter Brown has gotten past the 6th inning this year?
Let me guess. I'll say twice.
Once. Damn. One time. And I'm just saying, from the expectation point, and for this team to go, we've talked about it. That 3-headed monster, Hunter, Jordan, and Hader, those are like your blue chip guys. They've got to be great. And I mean, he's a good pitcher. Not taking it away. This is a guy that we thought this is a Cy Young amongst the best in the game. And he just has not been that this year. And a part of that is you have to go deep in the game. And I'm sitting there, I'm watching this thing, and I'm like, damn, I look up there, we're in the 5th. He's up there at 86 pitches. God, dog. Like, it's and then they come back. Now, some of this may be Joe. They come back, and then they've taken his ass right on out. He only gives you 5. And so a part of being the ace is helping out the bullpen and helping out the guys behind, where Joe says, all right, I know this guy's going to give me 7. But he's just got to pick it up. He's pitching good, and then his coach had to give him a pep talk, I believe. Maybe he didn't. Maybe Joe was just talking now. But he had to give him a pep talk through Peter Lambert. He has just got to pick it up.
Yeah, he's been more like a regular unleaded than Diesel. Now
Fair.
they lay all that out.
And look, I'm not going to get mad about what he go 5 innings and a couple runs or something like that.
Couple earned, yeah.
But
kept us right in that thing to win it. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, I'd like him.
7?
I would like Hunter Brown to be more than he kept us in there. Like you said, like Peter Lambert, keep you in there. Hey, Wisniewski, keep you in there. All the rest of them. But for this, especially with this group, Hunter Brown has got to be an ace like he was last year. There's no crazy ass Framber to fall back on 75% of the time, give you a good start. Like they need more from him, especially innings. It's been kind of disappointing from Hunter Brown. Pick it up, man. Maybe you open up a coffee shop.
Everybody else is.
Dwayne, I agree, Ron. That 5th or 6th inning was brutal. I agree. They had to come. Josh had to come out there, and I know you hate his walk. Josh came out there twice to get to him, to talk to him. Your pitching coach had to show up twice, and then your manager had to take you out after 5. And it wasn't just like one off. He went 5 innings the last time. He has gone past the 6th once all season. That's not. He has the potential, and we saw it last year, to be at the top of the league.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not ideal when you, like you said, when you're surrounded with Wisniewski and no disrespect, but when you're surrounded by Wisniewski and Peter Lambert and company and Ronel Blanco, and I mean it's not ideal when you're surrounded by those guys to have consecutive, less than outings for sure.
Well, and you're in a rotation that every 5 starters, one time a week is going to be a TBA because they don't know who's pitching yet.
We still there?
Yep, Wednesday, TBA. Christian Javier Tuesday, Wednesday, TBA, Peter Lambert Thursday.
Christian's not even the TBA anymore, huh?
Come on, man. You got to get it together. All right. D'Amico Ryan spoke to the media as they have I think the biggest preseason week that they'll have this year in the game where we'll see most of the guys. We'll let you hear what he had to say earlier today after practice coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, it just takes 1 second, man. A distracted driver looking at their phone or just being distracted in any way, shape, or form, it can cause a devastating accident.
1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we said, this is the biggest and I would say most important week of the preseason for the Texans. They're going to have a joint practice where tomorrow it looks like it's going to be a pretty close to an attempt to replicate a game type of setting in the practice, and then they will play Thursday, and it is the second of 3 preseason games. The odds are that none of the top guys will play in that final one, which means this is the dress rehearsal. This is the big one here. So a big one of a joint practice with this Raiders team coming up tomorrow, and then the game on Thursday. Here's D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of your Houston Texans, with his thoughts leading into that preseason game.
With the joint practice tomorrow, we're trying to accomplish 2 good teams going out competing against each other and going against some different schemes. That's the biggest emphasis, like being able to see some different things, tendency-wise, play-wise, going against different players. They have a lot of good players there, starting with the defensive end. Max Crosby is going to be great for our guys to go against him at the quarterback position. Having Kirk Cousins and Mendoza, 2 really good quarterbacks. So we're excited to see our group going up against those guys. Can't forget Brock Bowers as well, one of the best tight ends in the league. So personnel different, right? Scheme different. It helps us to continue to develop and grow our team throughout training camp. With Tank, he's on his own plan. So however that looks, whatever it entails, it'll be all geared toward what's best for Tank Dell.
Moments where you have to kind of sift through some practice stuff where it's like, hey, don't make this play because you're familiar with it. Like, make this play because you see it as the play is happening. Because you guys go against each other enough. So I think sometimes maybe it doesn't become familiar for the guys. They try not to have that be a disadvantage for a rep.
We have a lot of variety to what we're doing offensively and defensively. So it's never one rep that's the same. Guys have to be on it. You have to be deliberate in what you're doing. You have to trust your eyes, trust your techniques, and be where you're supposed to be. I think we had a couple plays where, like one play we had yesterday with Huzzy playing the nickel position, right? He's gotten better. He got beat on a similar route a couple times, and yesterday he was able to play his technique a little bit better, a little tighter. He was able to step in one and make an interception. So that's the type of growth you see. Although it may be a different route, different look, different formation, can you just trust your technique, be where you're supposed to be, and make a play? And Huzzy was a good example of that yesterday.
When it comes to winning a job, a lot of times we look at the preseason game like this guy's ahead of the job. What percentage would you say when it comes to like practice in the preseason game is what decides that?
There's no percentage. To me, it's all – I take everything into account, right? And it's not just one is heavier than the other. I just look at how guys are working every single day. How are they improving every single day? That's what I'll take into consideration. And also you get, towards the end, you were talking about backup guys, role guys, like, how many things can that guy do for us? Right? Where is his versatility? And versatility helps a lot when you have to limit the roster. You need guys who can do multiple things on game day, so that definitely helps.
The value for somebody like CJ with these practice reps against the Raiders, and also perhaps if we see him in a preseason game, what is the value for him at this point in his career against these new faces and different looks?
Yeah, the value for CJ is you get to see, again, different coverages, right? You get to see different players and how are they responding and reacting to your movements, right? You discipline, keep your eyes down the middle, being able to move, hook players to your advantage, like can he go out and still execute his discipline, his techniques the proper way. Really, for him, it doesn't matter who you're going against, but it's also like, are you trusting your process every single time that you go out? So he's done a great job all camp. and I don't expect anything different on tomorrow. I expect them to come out and have a good day.
You are tuned in to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, listening to D'Amico Ryans from Texans camp earlier today.
Instinct, but also reading your keys, and that sometimes reading your keys and doing the same thing over and over can be monotonous to some of those players, especially when they're very athletic, very instinctively. But how do you balance that out?
For me, consistency is key. You want to be a really good player. The great players in this league, one thing you can say about all of them, like they're consistent. They were consistent in what they did and the plays that they made. It wasn't about the wow plays, but they make the wow plays because they're consistent. And you add in great instincts and anticipation with being consistent on your technique. That's when you become a really great player. So it can get monotonous and boring at times just by an O-lineman, for instance, just being able to stay inside, right? Protect inside out. You may hear the same thing over and over again, but the one time you don't do it, then disaster happens, for the play. So you just have to remain consistent. You have to remain confident in what the coaches are telling you, like is right. It works when you try to do it the right way. So consistency is key.
When looking for a team to practice with, joint practice-wise, how important is for you, how much value you put on finding teams that have very different structures up front, how they line up defensively, things of that nature, or even offensively, to go against to prepare you for what you could potentially see, just from a front structure standpoint throughout the season?
Ideally, when I'm going through and picking a joint practice, it first starts with our scheduling, and we don't get to pick our schedule, but it works out a lot of times in our favor where offensively we're consistently going against a 4-man down front, which we run defensively. So if I could get the opportunity to go against teams that present 5 down fronts and different structures, different coverages, that works out great for us because, again, it's developing our offense to make some different calls, different communication checks up front, making sure they're on it because we know we're going to see a ton of 5-down teams throughout the season. So if we are able to get that work early on, right, in August, that definitely prepares us for the season.
How much harder does it make it to evaluate your roster? The quarterbacks that someone's in here a couple of days as you get down to these last 2 games, getting into the system and third and fourth string receivers that have to have a ball on time or where it should be, or a quarterback that hasn't been here.
Brett's played in this league. He's done a really good job. He's won a couple games in this league, so he has the experience. So I'm not worried about that from an evaluation standpoint. His track record has proven that he can go in. Smart guys, picked up the offense already, done a great job with the plays that we've given him. So there's no worries there at all.
When a young player proves himself and does something well, and you can kind of envision him perhaps helping the team, is that when he gets the opportunity to do other things like maybe kick return, punt return, special teams? You kind of earn the right to have more responsibility.
When it comes to the responsibility piece for all of our guys, it goes to whether you're a young guy, old guy, like how can you help us on game day? Right, we only get 48 guys on game day, so who can go out there again and do multiple things? So if you're a receiver, you can't just line up and be a starting receiver. You have to be able to provide something for us special teams wise, whether that's returning or helping out in some of the other phases. So the more you can do, the better.
Coach, when you have a joint practice, do you ever have conversations with the other coach about things you both want to work on and kind of coordinate so that you both benefit from that, or are you just going out there and competing?
With the joint practice, we definitely communicate with the other coaches, myself and the other head coach, communicate. Also, our coordinators are talking. So, you want to try to get some things schematically that we haven't seen a ton of, so we can do that. We want to work that for sure. And then, from my mindset, just put the ball down and let's go to work, right? It really doesn't matter. Like, throw your playbook at us. Let's see how our rules and things we're teaching our guys, how do they hold up? So it's not a lot of coordinating. Hey, I want to see this, want to see that. There's some one-offs here and there, but for the most part, man, we want to see our guys go out and just compete. Let's go against a really good team.
You are hearing Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans from training camp earlier today, live on The Drive, Stoerner and Hughley.
Is ball skill something that you can really develop, or is it more like something you just have to have that's kind of innate? From your perspective, how do you think that can be developed, or just flat out innate?
From my perspective, when you talk about taking the football away, in my short history of doing this and coaching, evaluating guys who have taken the ball away in high school and college, they tend to take the ball away in the NFL. Kalen Bullock, for instance, he's done it at a high level in college growing up, taking the football away. Of course, I think his baseball background has something to do with that, playing center field, being able to track the football. I mean, has really great hand-eye coordination and confidence in his hands. Derek Stingley, another guy. We're doing our ball meeting a couple of years ago, and Coach Dino pulled up an old high school clip of Stingley, picking the football off, and he picked it off exactly the same way he picked it off versus Denver, overhead, going up, picking the ball. So did I coach Stingley to do that? No. It's this God-given great ability that God has given him, that he has a knack for going and taking the football away. So I'll try to find guys who have production in their history, high school, college, and it will definitely translate to the NFL. Same way, if a guy hadn't caught any in college, I can't give him too much of a hard time when he doesn't catch one here.
To follow up on that, what's kind of like that balance between a guy that looks at the ball, like there is some, to an extent, some aspect of gambling that what's kind of like that overall balance when it comes to
Yeah, when you take the ball away, you know. You have to have that confidence. When can I step in front of a route and really take the ball, or do I just need to play it safe and just bat the ball down? So there's fine line for players, and you just know in those split seconds. That's why these guys are as great as they are, because they can make those split second decisions that only they feel in their mind that they can make. Like you talk about taking the ball away, I'm thinking about Stingley last year versus Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, he has a shallow route. He's chasing him backside. Most players are probably just going to try to, hey, I'm kind of behind the route. I'm kind of just going to play the ball. But Stingley, and trusting his hands and his ability, he goes and snatches that ball with one hand. One of the best plays I've ever seen. Thank you, guys.
All right, that's the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, who spoke ahead of this big week versus the Raiders, starting with a joint practice tomorrow at Reliant, outside of Reliant Stadium on the practice field, and then also the preseason game coming up at Reliant Stadium. So a lot said there, Clint. A lot to be said there. We'll hear from him and look at the Raiders matchup here coming up at 5 o'clock Fire, which is next right here live on 95.7 The Fan.
All right, y'all, look, big day tomorrow for the Texans. Big.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Seattle was trading at 8%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $1,174 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you adjust your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty Show, T-Mill, and Regular T have the latest. Yeah, sad. Have the latest, and the latest is the Astros. They are off today after dropping that series against the Mariners. They do have a 2-game lead because the Rangers, they had their own struggles. They will take on the Angels starting tomorrow at the Daikin in Clint. Christian Javier is going to get the ball on Tuesday. Peter Lambert on Thursday. We got no clue on Wednesday. And if you all missed it, and listen, maybe you did, but the Astros, they went ahead and sent Nail on down to Sugar Land. So Ronel Blanco, yeah, he hit the rock, he hit the bricks to Sugar Land, and so that's probably there where the opening is. But Ronel Blanco, they sent him down. They were hoping he could be an answer. He's got an ERA above 7, nearing 8 in his 23-plus innings and 4 starts that he's coming in. He gave up 5 runs in 4 innings of relief, and that was just kind of it right there. But this group is in a space where Imai, who they don't seem to have a lot of trust in, and it seems like Javier, who is still in the rotation right now as he's starting tomorrow. But it seems like Javier, maybe they're losing a little trust there, according to Brian McTaggart. And then this, Tyler. Right-hander Mike Burrows is hoping to be an option to rejoin the rotation down the stretch. He threw 4 1/3 innings, scoreless innings, in his first rehab start on Friday at AAA, and is scheduled to start again for Sugar Land on Thursday. Mike's making another start, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Mike will be back. Ain't no doubt.
No,
we got TBAs. We got Javier starting games and TBAs, man. Hell yeah, Mike will be back.
He might probably go start too. I mean, yeah, man, they've got to weather this, and this is why. And I know some people were, oh God, he gave up 2 runs. Show, yeah, but like the unknown of what you're getting or how these guys are going to pitch or who's going to be there, and that's with them being healthy, is so much so that you need to know what you're getting from Hunter Brown, and not just know what you're getting, but something to where, you know, he doesn't have to put puzzles. He's got to be going more than 5 innings, right? They're going to need that from him. And this pitching, man, they're trying to hold it together, Clint. Trying to hold it together, and they're Mike's down, Blanco's down. Like they're just it is beginning to be even more difficult. And I think, Tyler, you have said it since the trade deadline. It might be the death knell for Dana Brown that they just weren't able to find something at the trade deadline. But their pitching is
fingers crossed.
They just can't seem to find guys outside of Hunter Brown and Peter Lambert.
Yeah, I mean those 2 guys are 2 you can bank on, and that's why Wisniewski obviously has been better than expected, I think. And look, you got. We talked about it. I mean, somebody's got to separate in that group. Ronel Blanco separated the wrong direction, and
he separated.
He separated. All right. So it looks like Javier is going to get an opportunity here to start. But yeah, man. I mean, the starting pitching. I think is just going to have to be piecemealed together the way it has. And to be honest with you, I mean, hell, the 3 this weekend were pretty good, weren't they?
I mean, they were okay. I mean, they were 5 innings from Pete. Hayden leaked some oil. He gave up 4 runs pretty quick there, but I think Hayden went 4 2/3, I believe. Nobody went deep into the games at all, and that's with your 2 best guys, and Hunter Brown and Peter Lambert both just going 5 innings. So yeah, and I know the point that the part they gave you is they felt the need, Clint, to trade starting pitching.
Yeah.
They traded.
Yeah, they traded the starter. Yeah, I mean, so you look back. I mean, Wisniewski, yeah, I mean, that 4 innings at 5 earned, that ain't it right there. So you're looking for somebody to separate, and Ronel Blanco goes down, and he has a rough outing. So, Javier, it's on you.
It's your turn,
Javier.
Javier.
It's your turn. Somebody's got to help those top 2 cats.
Yeah, Javier's a bad start away from him switching places with Imai or something. Who knows? I mean, we thought they might start Imai the last time they had a hold. They went opener. They went Brian King instead. So Wonder Track, they still have a 2-game lead, and they're holding things together. And the good thing is these other teams in their own ways are all struggling to try to fill the void of a lot of different things too. And they're also playing an Angels team that I don't know what they look like when they play other teams. But they openly appear to try to lose games when they play the Astros. Just the dumbest thing. Nothing beats that guy who grabbed that ball that was clearly rolling out of bounds on a bunt, but grabbed that ball to put it in his pocket. Nothing beats that guy.
He was a young fella in his defense. I don't know why.
I know it. So was Shea. Shea made 4 innings, 4 errors in like an inning or something. Yeah.
Nightmare third continues for Shea.
Yeah, that's thanks, Todd. But there it is. Astros off today, but a big series in terms of trying to maintain this 2-game lead they have.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. We just heard D'Amico talk a little bit and talked about the guys like Max Crosby and other guys they have on this team. The center Linderbaum, other guys they have on this team, talked about Brock Bowers. But to me, this is a lot about the offense, Clint, and the offense of the Texans. And the Raiders are a team that I think is improving. I like a lot of what they're doing, but they are still early in their process. This is not a good football team. This is not a defense, Clint, that besides Max Crosby presents a ton. That this isn't one that's going to be confused with some of the top defenses in football. They have a great player, but Max, outside of Max Crosby, that is not a strong thing. Quay Walker is a nice linebacker. They've got a couple of guys in the secondary, good slot corner in Johnson, who they got from the Bills, but not a great defense. And when you look at this offense and understanding the expectations of this team and how this offense needs to perform against certain defenses, for you tomorrow, when you go out there and we're finished with the joint practice, in your eyes, this offense should have what kind of a performance? What's your expectation against this Raiders defense?
Well, look, I expect them to go out and be clean and efficient. I think that's the expectations for this offense across the board this year. It's pretty simple. Don't make mistakes. Don't put the ball on the turf. When you do have to throw it, let's not have sacks. And that's really, I think, the fair expectations for this team from a production standpoint. I don't expect a bunch of explosive plays. I don't expect a bunch of highlight reel type catches or throws or anything like that. I think the focus is going to be on what it's been on the majority of camp, getting the ball out quick. If it changes, then we're missing something here. Right? The focus has to be on what you worked on for 2 weeks, which was running the football, good quick decisions in the quick game. Sure, if there is a shot to take a throw over the top, take it, but we're not going to sit back here and pat the football and try to throw the ball down the field and be this explosive passing attack. So I think clean, efficient, timely, I think all of those things are what you're looking for from this offense. I'll tell you the one thing that I think is not production-based, that in a situation like this, is what you want to see from our offense. And it's very easy to picture this when you're a Texans fan, right? Every time our defense takes the field, they create chaos. It's going to happen tomorrow. The Raiders are going to be pissed off. There's probably going to be pushing matches. There's may even be an all-out fight. There is going to be, like, our defense applies pressure in a way that very few units on either side of the football do. There is a physicality. There is a pin your ears back. There's a speed. There's a swarm. They are going to impose their will through playing the game that way, right? And it's going to be very obvious to all of us watching that the Raiders are going to be confused, frustrated, beat by just our sheer motor, energy, effort, willing to just create chaos, right? And so when you ask me what I want from this Texans team, right, I don't think we're going to go out there, Ron, as fans or as media members, we're not going to see enough. We can't see enough from where we're at to have this overall feeling of, boy, we really whooped their ass today. You know, but I want to watch our offense, and I want to get a similar feeling to the way our defense plays. Forget the results. I don't care if your pass protecting is 3 steps, balls out. I want to see Keelan Rutledge dump somebody on the back of their head after the whistle. I don't care, whatever it is. Like, play with reckless abandonment to the point of where you are on the verge of getting flags because of how hard you're playing and how long. Like, to me, that's it. We should be able to watch an offensive line that, hey, I don't know if they're going to be able to pass protect. I don't know if they're going to be great in pass protection. But we should be able to watch an offensive line just flat kick folks' ass, play in, play out in a situation like tomorrow. The physicality could be on a different level. Let Big Boy for the Raiders, let him leave his feet to try to knock a ball down. I'm going to dump him on the back of his head. You know, that kind of thing of just the nastiness that this offense has to play with to accomplish what they want to accomplish has to be elite. I don't know if the whole unit, Ron, is going to be like lead the league in rushing and we're going to be a top 10 rushing team, but the nastiness has to be at a level that we hadn't seen in a long time in Houston.
To me, I think for this team to have the expectations that it has, and that's not the end of the world, but they should, I'm not going to say dominate the Raiders defense, but I think we should walk away from it saying the Texans got the better of their defense. They should be, this is a defense, the type of a defense that they have got to be able to have success with. This has got to be the type of defense where the Texans defense doesn't have to be all world for them to win the game. Right? This is a team that they should be able to run the ball against some, pass the ball. They shouldn't be dominated by the Raiders.
Who was their starting quarterback last year? 2-point game last year, by the way. Who was their starting quarterback?
I
can't remember who the hell it was.
It was Geno.
That's right.
Geno Smith.
That's right. Yeah.
He threw a pick 6 right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they should be able to. But I'm just saying, the offense right now of what the expectation for this team to get where it needs to get to, they've got to be able to handle a defense like the Raiders. They got to.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the AP Top 25 came out, and the SEC is well represented. So is the Big Ten as well. The top 5, really, let's go to the top 10. Ohio State, Oregon, 1-2 from the Big Ten. And then Georgia, Notre Dame. Notre Dame should be ashamed of themselves. They should not lose a game. I feel like if Notre Dame loses, they should be out, but I know they won't. Texas at 5. Indiana, the defending champions, coming in at 6. Miami, who they played in a title game, coming in at 7. And then Tyler's Aggies at 8. Ole Miss, baby. There you go, Ole Miss 9. And then OU 10. Other notables, LSU 11, Texas Tech, the highest rated team out of the Big 12. The Cougs coming in the top 25 at 23 as well, Clint. So the top 25, AP top 25, pretty much kind of where you thought it would be. A lot of these teams make a lot of sense here to start this thing off.
Don't like Oregon at 2. Do not like Notre Dame at 4. I question Ole Miss at 9 with the change. And I know they stayed hot last year, and I know they got their quarterback back, but there's a lot of change there.
Who do you think should be the second best team in the country?
I think I would go with Georgia. I would have no problem with Indiana. I would have no problem with Texas. Yes, I'd go with one of them, one of those bunches. I watched Oregon last year. I know their quarterback's coming back too. I just didn't see – they're going to be good, but I just don't think they're the second best team in the country.
Yeah, that's C.J. Carr, man. He's
supposed to be the truth, ain't he?
He's the front runner.
Yeah.
He's the arch this year for the for the Heisman. So
I think LSU is going to be an absolute problem out of the gate.
I wonder what Texas Tech would be if they had Sorsby.
Yeah, you lose your quarterback.
You think they'd be in the top 10?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because they didn't just lose their quarterback. It's a tough listen with the head coach right now. And I like the head coach, man. Texas High School, product of Texas High School. But gosh, dang. Well, the way they handled that, man, up there, that's a hard listen now.
Again, there is the Cougs at 23 sitting down there in the top 25 with a chance to have a special season as well. So
USC snuck up on me. I saw USC ranked even higher than 14, I think, in a couple of the other polls. USC snuck. I didn't realize they were that highly thought of.
You talk about somebody who's, I don't know, the way people view him changed. Head coach there. Well, I thought he was going to get a head coaching job. I thought he was going to be the next like Cliff Kingsbury and get a shot at the league, but he's had Caleb, and they still haven't come close to really playing for anything big.
Well, when you leave OU the way that you leave OU, you take the quarterback with you, and you don't win it all or even compete for it all. It's easy for you to fall off that cliff. But maybe it looks like he's got a shot to get back. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. Lincoln Riley was. I mean, he could seem like he could get any job he wanted, and he is at a good job, and we just haven't seen SC kind of get to anywhere close to where Pete Carroll had him. So we'll see if this is the year they get back. All right, coming up as we continue here on The Drive. Remember, 5 o'clock hour, we got a little T-Mill's Best Bet. See if we can start off a Monday right coming up a little bit later on. But Mike Florio, I mean, he gets aggressive. But he gets real aggressive with his feelings about the Houston Texans. We'll discuss that next.
Hey, that summer heat can wear you down now. But look, if you're feeling drained, even when you're inside in that AC, kind of like Tyler likes to hang out in there all the time. If you're feeling tired, even when you're in there, it might not be the heat, y'all. Look, 1 in 4 men, that's 25% of us, have low testosterone. 25% chance you got low testosterone if you're over about 35, right?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
95.7 The Fan is here. The best sports talk around. Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite fan hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on a Monday here on 95.7 The Fan. On The Drive, I want to get to, because you got to hear what Mike Florio had to say. I'm sorry. I just cannot believe this. I've gone through multiple different avenues to make sure that this I didn't just get caught. When you think of Vladimir Guerrero Jr., what do you think of?
Bams.
Heavy set bombs.
Yeah,
me too.
Yeah, fair.
Homers. What did you say, Tyler? I missed.
Bams.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Damn it. God, Andy!
Well, there's our first, and Weatherman Andy is nowhere to be seen.
It didn't break. It just came out of the old hole.
All right, let's get it back in there. Do what you got to do.
Just slipped out. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, girl. Vladimir Guerrero, as of yesterday, Tyler, has now gone a full calendar year without hitting a regular season home run in his home ballpark.
I thought I heard someone on these airwaves say that earlier today.
That is insane. He's not hit a home run at home since August 17th, 2025.
Yeah, that's nuts.
They haven't. Blue Jays hadn't followed up that World Series run very good, have they?
Yeah, I hear that, but damn, he ain't got a hold of one. First off, he ended the season last year just going homerless the rest of the way at home. He's got 7 this year, all on the road. He's played 115 games.
That's what I heard. They said he had not hit a homer at home all year.
Well,
it's all nuts.
He's
only
to last
hit
year.
7.
Yeah, he's only got 7 this year, which is the other part. Like, what the hell's happened to the power? But he's played 115 games this year, and he has not hit a home run in over a year at home.
Tough stretch.
Damn, what happened to that guy? That really is nuts in all aspects.
No, seriously, I mean, Nick Allen just got a hold of one yesterday at the Daikin.
Hey, Nick batting about 260 now.
Are you kidding? Your home ballpark.
Nick out there producing now.
You think once he finally hits a bomb at his home park this year, if he does, that he'll do like what we saw with Abreu, acting a fool, running the bases like a child, and sliding into home?
Yeah, well, I mean, he should. That is insane. I'm sorry. All right, maybe it's just me. That's I couldn't believe that when I saw it. I had to go down the rabbit hole. Look at that. All right.
What happened, buddy?
Mike Florio. I mean, he was in the World Series last year. I mean, hitting bombs, putting on that tight jacket that doesn't fit their catcher, Kirk. They got to get a different one, man. They got to get a different celebration or at least a different jacket that fits him. That's terrible that they would do that.
Well, with those two on the team, you would think they would just choose a bigger jacket.
It
to go
seems
with.
like his fit well enough for Vlad, but then they just brung it and just kind of threw it over the shoulders.
It's like a cape on O'Kirk.
Of old Alex. Anyway, all right. If you didn't hear this, here's Mike Florio. This may be the most boastful person. He went through all of his teams, his top 10. He believes the top 10 best player or teams in the NFL, and he has your Houston Texans third. Here is Mike Florio on his reasoning why he has them only behind the Seahawks and the Rams.
I think their defense is good enough to get to the Super Bowl and win it, and their offense only needs to be a little bit better. I watched what happened against the Steelers, a game that the offense seemingly tried to lose, and they still won the game 30-6. Now it was 7-6 going into the fourth quarter. And I watched the Patriots game, as did you. We were in the bowels, literally, of Soldier Field watching Patriots-Texans. And if C.J. Stroud isn't seemingly intending to complete passes to Patriots players in the first half, the Texans win that game. And if the Texans go to Denver the following week, maybe the Texans win. And if it's the Texans and the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, and that defense is playing the way that defense has been playing, and the offense adds a little something, maybe the Texans not just get to they've never been to the AFC Championship. They could have gotten to the Super Bowl last year. They could have won the Super Bowl, and I think they can do it this year. I think that they are being woefully underrated. They are being woefully overlooked, and they probably would prefer that I not have them as high as number 3.
All right, we've heard some people have high praise for what they think the Texans could be. Do you think they are being underrated?
You think the Texans are being? No,
Yeah.
I think they're being overrated.
Oh, you think they're being overrated? Yeah,
Definitely in that conversation. They got them as a number 1 team in the AFC and the number 3 team in the NFC.
Or in the league, yeah, number 3 team in the entire league. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm not. I can't. That's rich.
Denver and Buffalo finishing out his top 5. They were 4 and 5 behind the Texans.
Yeah, I mean, we can. There's a lot to be talked about. Yeah, I think it's awfully rich. I can't put the Texans as the number 1 team in the AFC by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, when I hear that, and I think we've heard this a lot, right? I believe Nate Tice was really high on it, but several guys were really high on the potential of what the Texans can be this year, and I do think it is fair and completely in bounds for them to be in the conversation of AFC Championship game and even Super Bowl. I do. They are a team that's been to the divisional round 3 straight years, and they've got this group that should be getting better and better and better, and they have arguably going into the season the most dominant unit in the league. My thing and concern with this is, and it's not just really a concern, but the thought is, to me, we've talked about the offense the entire time, is the thought that so many are banking that this defense is going to match, if not exceed, what they were last year. And that was damn near historic, what they were last year. Definitely in the organization, but damn near overall historic. When you look at the amount of teams they were able to keep like under 20 points and all of that, it was a great season that just isn't something that's replicated all the time. And I think they should be in these conversations, but the thing that's going to have to happen is the offense is going to have to play at a rate to where this defense doesn't have to just be every single game out. Now, they very well may be, and we understand what their standard is, Clint, but I just don't think they can expect that this defense is just going to keep holding all these teams under 20 points, and they're going to be able to have the success they had in the regular season and then potential success in the postseason. So to me, it is and can this offense raise its level enough to make up for whatever? And I just think the odds are that this defense, as stacked as they look, but the odds are just due to what could be injuries, what could be the schedule being different, who you play and when you play them, and how teams are going to look at you and game plan against you. I think there's probably more of a lean that this team maybe takes a little step back. And can this offense be good enough to make up for what they were? Because they got to be better anyway, because, Clint, they just got to the divisional round regardless.
Well, look, I think the story or the narrative about the Houston Texans has to change drastically. The defense has to be as healthy and as good as it was last year. And by, call it mid-year, maybe down the stretch in the back half of the season, the narrative has to change with this offense. The narrative has to change of, hey, man, yeah, they're headlined by the defense. The defense is legit, but, man, this offense is complimentary. man, this offense can run the ball well. Man, this offense is just, I mean, they just chew up the play clock. Man, this quarterback is efficient. They just don't, man, they don't make mistakes. They just don't shoot themselves in the foot. They just don't waste opportunities to get 7 and end up kicking field goals. Man, it's an opportunistic team from a standpoint of, man, if you just give them a little bit of a sliver, man, they're going to bite you. Like it has, this can't just be. Last year, I think for me personally, I think last year was an opportunity that's not going to come around again. To win 10 straight games, to catch the teams you caught when you caught them, for your schedule to soften up when you needed it to soften up and make that kind of run, for the defense to be as healthy as it was and as dominant as it was. I think that was an opportunity that the Texans peed down their leg. I think they're going to have to be a more complete team this year, and this offense is going to have to be. Now they're going to be second fiddle to a great defense. Hell, the amount of money allocated on the defense is going to tell you that. But they've got to be a competent bunch. I mean, this can't be a 7-6 game against the Steelers in the fourth quarter and two picks or 2 defensive touchdowns blow it out of proportion in the fourth. Like that. That's it's fun to win that way, but that can't be what you rely on in playoff games.
Yep, they're young receivers they're counting on, and then David Montgomery and the guys that they brought in as additions across the offensive line, like Wyatt Teller and like Keelan Rutledge, Braden Smith have to be answers there, because if their defense has to play week in and week out like they did last year, if that's what has to happen, then I think there are some concerns for a lot of things that you laid out, and just this is a new season, and you don't know if you're going to get the same fortune that you got, and if the teams are the same. It like all these guys that are just rolling this defense. Yet this defense, it needs to be followed with, and I believe this offense, like you said, can be complementary, can take the steps to where this defense doesn't need to be that. All right, coming up, T-Mill's Best Bets. Let's see if we can start off on Monday really well, like we did last week. We were in the green on Monday. Honestly, we were in the red on Friday, but that's all right. It's a new week. We have to move on from that, and I will. But T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a bit as we continue right here live on the Drive.
Hey, talking to my athletic directors and superintendents out there, man.
lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Drive busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on The Drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, there it is. T-Mill's best bets. We do it each and every night right here on The Drive on The Fan as well. And if you need to see his best bets, if you're unable to hear them here, you can always go to @SpaceCitySharp, where you can find his bets and also other nuggets that he has there as well. All right, Clint, let's see what Tyler's got tonight. As I'm sure we've got a little baseball action. No Astros, so no heart bets here tonight. No Astros playing this evening. What you got tonight for T-Mill's best bets?
Yeah, you are correct. 3 best bets for the Drive family on a Monday here around Major League Baseball. Games in action this evening. Your first best bet tonight on a Monday is the New York Mets money line. I like the money line for the Mets at minus 120 odds is what I got. I like anything up to minus 145, minus 150-ish. But minus 120 for the Mets as they host the San Diego Padres. I just think the Mets have the pitching advantage in this one, and we're going to see them come out on top. Second best bet on a Monday with the Drive is an over, and that would be over 9 runs between the Atlanta Braves in Minnesota taking on the Twins. Expect a lot of scoring early and often in that one tonight, so over 9 is your second pick. And your third and final best bet on a Monday, which is hopefully a hot Monday, it's going to be the Cubs money line at minus 155 odds. I like that up to minus 160. They are hosting the White Sox. We got a Chi-Town showdown of sorts between the Cubs and White Sox. I think the Cubs come out on top. Those are your 3 best bets, gentlemen.
There it is, T-Mill's best bets. Let's kick off this Monday in the green. Have a good day. 3 bets there at Space City Sharp. Remember, that is where you can find T-Mill's best bets. Coming up behind us, you got something on the bets?
Oh, boy, I ain't got it on the bets themselves, but that damn Kyle Tucker's laying an egg in Chicago, isn't he? Good God. Can't catch the ball in the outfield. And that,
alert.
Well, it's rough. Rough for Tuck, man. King Tuck.
Yeah, that sun got to him. They're booing his ass now in L.A. Tough one. He did work a really nice walk the other day. All right, those are his best bets. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. As the fellows will get you ready. I'm certain a little walkthrough practice today, but to get you prepared for tomorrow's joint practice with the Las Vegas Raiders. So Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they got you coming up right behind us right here on the Fan, as well as Area 45, the best damn late night sports show in all of Houston. No Astros, so no baseball post game to get ready for, but they will have you, I'm sure, with all the craziness that Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Bryson does. I mean, Bryson's beard came back so fast. I mean, I'm proud of him. Boy, what a weapon he is. What a weapon he has.
Good-looking young cat right there you find on Area 45.
There you go, right there. Yep, and Bryson. Hey, man, you ain't gonna leave old Pat Creighton out there now.
Hell no, especially if it's a dancer.
Big leak.
Hey, man, we know he's a dancer. And when it's time to start to look good and clean yourself up, old PC will do it.
Like a boss.
That's right now. Area 45 coming up 7 till 11. We are live and local till 11 o'clock right here on The Fan. And make sure you tune in tomorrow, Clinton, Tyler. You know this, but your chance tomorrow to win some really good tickets to what will be the most important preseason game. This is the one that you want to catch and get to. This is the one where D'Amico said himself, those that are healthy will be able, he anticipates, will be able to play in this game against the Raiders. So your chance tomorrow in the 5 o'clock hour to win, and when I say tickets, in the 100 level, low baby, 100 level tickets for that Texans-Raiders game coming up tomorrow. So you got a chance to win that in the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. All right, Clint, before we roll through and hand things off to Texans All Access, one thing we saw over the weekend, they had some very, very warm practices. D'Amico is just out here just choosing violence by making these guys practice in about that 1 or 2 o'clock heat. But they had practice this weekend. I think one of the things, and I hope it carries over to tomorrow with this joint practice with the Raiders, that I enjoyed to see was it seemed like there was more down the field stuff, right? It seemed a lot of quick pass game throughout, short stuff, short, immediate, intermediate stuff right here early in camp. But it looks like they were down the field, pushing it down the field with Bond and Nico and Higgins. And that is something to me personally, and I'd like to get your thoughts on it. Personally, I feel like is a big factor. They don't have to go crazy with it. They don't have to be one of the best team in the league with, throws over, 25, 50 yards or more or whatever. But I do think there has to be an element and a believable element that they will take the ball down the field.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, right now, again,
just the way you come into that, it just screams that you're confident.
It's way down the priority list, Ron. I mean, it's
for them, yeah.
It's all predicated on running the football. If they run the football well, they might set a Texans record for explosives.
Yeah.
But if they don't, then it's going to be really difficult to get those, right? And so it's can you run the football to create those explosives, to create those matchups, and it's also can you call them without them being play action or without running the football well, and trust that your quarterback's going to know when it's not there and check it down, and know when to hold the football and wait for somebody to come open. When you do call those plays, do the offensive linemen that you signed for one reason and one reason only, because they're road graders and can run the football, can they hold up well enough in pass protection to allow C.J. Stroud to hold it for an extra tick? There's a lot of ifs when it comes to the explosives, throwing the ball down the field dynamic for the Texans. There's a lot of ifs, right? And that big one, if they run the football well, it's going to solve a lot of the offensive problems for the Texans. It's going to change the narrative. Like I said earlier, they're going to change the narrative. It's going to change the narrative around the Houston Texans if they can run the football. That's
what they're banking on all of this.
Well, just everything is going to be predicated off of that. I mean, when you can run it well, right? It's about the quick game that we're talking about. The quick game goes hand in hand with the ability to run the football, right? Because when you run the football, they close the middle of the field. They're either going to play man, you're going to get big plays over the top, or they're going to sink back and give you the easy throws outside, the hitches, the slants. You're going to get easy access, free access, easy throws all over the place. It's not just about the shots. It's not just about the play action. It creates a lot of opportunity. But on the other hand, if you can't run it well, then you're going to be in trouble. So that's where the narrative can be changed, is if this team can run the football well.
Yeah, we'll see how it happens if teams, because I feel like teams want to stop them. They're going to dare them to try to push the ball down the field some, and I do think just to open up some of the run game, some of that short passing,